glad you're here. If you enjoy thrilling and adventurous stories, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep bringing you more exciting content. Now, let's dive into the story Surviving on a Deserted Island right here on GMT Recap. The story begins with a picturesque landscape of mountains and water, with high mountains, flying birds, and a beautiful beach. On this beach, a young man appears, looking quite miserable. Fortunately, this young man is the main character, so he can't possibly die. In his hazy memory, he recalls falling from a plane crash and drifting ashore. However, the strange thing is that he is still alive. Surviving is good, but his body aches from head to toe, even worse than when he was struck by Shan's powerful blow, which sent him through a time portal to another world. Despite the pain, this young man remains optimistic, thinking that as long as he's alive, that's all that matters. Now, he decides to stand up and look around to see if there are any other victims who have drifted to this deserted island. After all, having someone to accompany him is better than trying to manage everything alone. After walking for a long time, he suddenly spots a girl lying motionless on the sand in the distance. He immediately runs towards her, thinking she might be unconscious or even dead. However, as he gets closer, he realizes that what concerns him isn't her life, but her incredibly attractive figure. She looks so adorable, who wouldn't be captivated by her? But never mind, I'm just single, not worthless, okay? He worryingly asked about the situation, checking to see if she was still alive or not. Indeed, one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. This guy was concerned about the girl, but as he turned her over to see her face, he was immediately stunned. The attractive girl he just saw turned out to be an old acquaintance of his. Truly a case of old foes crossing paths. The beautiful girl with the red hair was named Guan Lingyu. Back in high school, this guy named Louis had a close relationship with Guan Lingyu and her younger sister, Guan Xiaofei, which could be described as best friends. However, after Louis and Xiaofei started dating, Lingyu suddenly changed, becoming a completely different person. Not only did Lingyu argue with Louis almost daily in about 80 battles, but she also tried to drive a wedge between him and Xiaofei. Not even a humble cabin with 2 golden hearts could withstand a saboteur, and the outcome was that Louis and Xiaofei had to break up. Lingyu took advantage of her family connections to have Xiaofei transfer Louis to another school. Since then, it has been 7 or 8 years. Louis would never meet the two of them again, but he still heard rumors that Guan Lingyu had now become the CEO of the family company, while Xiaofei had become a flight attendant, earning admiration from everyone around. Thinking of this, the male protagonist felt a bit humiliating, as among the 3 of them, only he was still standing still. Holding the girl in front of him, he unconsciously remembered the old days. He gently touched her forehead, where there was a mark left from years ago when they were kids and fought over something. Young and reckless in their disputes, the outcome was undoubtedly the same, a head injury. After confirming that this was indeed his old friend, Louis then thought of his ex-girlfriend. If Guan Lingyu was here, then Xiaofei must be somewhere around as well? But never mind, that was a matter for later. Right now, he had to find a way to take revenge before Lingyu woke up. As the old saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. 8 years ago, she had torn apart his deep love, and now, after 8 years, he would repay her in full. The lesson for everyone here is, do not make enemies with anyone. If not, when you find yourself in trouble, you might just suffer the consequences. Although Louis still harbored resentment towards Guan Lingyu, he was still a good person. He quickly hugged her to sit up, then pressed her tightly against his abdomen to help her expel the seawater from her body. The motion was somewhat rough, but at least it was effective. After spitting out all the seawater in her lungs, Guan Lingyu gradually came to. While she was still dazed, not understanding where she was, she suddenly became even more surprised when she saw Louis standing in front of her. Seeing her stunned expression, Louis took the opportunity to indulge in his own vanity, thinking that he was so handsome that she didn't recognize him. However, Guan Lingyu was absolutely unwilling to admit that the person in front of her was someone she knew, even though he was quite good-looking. She huffed and scolded, "You're just a flirt, not changing at all after so many years." Louis was so used to Guan Lingyu's scolding demeanor and her disrespectful tone that he didn't bother to argue back. He shoved his hands into his pockets, let out a sigh, and thought to himself, only those who are blind to beauty wouldn't recognize my charm. Old flames will come back without invitation, but this old flame of Louis didn't want to break up in the first place, so he still missed his ex much. Louis then asked Guan Lingyu, where is Xiaofei now? Deep down, Louis still secretly hoped that Xiaofei was not on the ill-fated flight. However, life is not a dream. Just mentioning her sister's name made Guan Lingyu panic. Coincidentally, her sister was the flight attendant on that flight. Remembering her sister, Guan Lingyu quickly grabbed Louis and insisted they find Guan Xiaofei. She could not rest easy without knowing the whereabouts of her flesh and blood. Louis was also extremely worried about Xiaofei and secretly hoped she would not encounter any misfortune. Even though she was his ex-girlfriend, he still held feelings of affection for her. He promised himself that he would definitely find Xiaofei. And that is why we have the scene of the two running together on the white sand. If this were a romantic film, it would surely be an incredibly romantic scene. But neither of them was in the situation of I run, you chase with bright smiles and laughter. Instead, they were urgently running across the sand, shouting Xiaofei's name in search of her. Running too fast, Guan Lingyu accidentally stumbled over some shells and fell hard onto the ground. In the midst of misfortune, she not only fell from the plane but also ended up with a bleeding foot. Guan Lingyu let out a scream, which caught the attention of Louis, who was running ahead. Seeing Guan Lingyu frowning and clutching her bleeding legs, Louis felt a surge of compassion and asked her, "Can I give you a hand and see if you can get up?" He reached out to help her, but before he could do anything, Guan Lingyu kicked him away. "Stay away, don't touch me." Even though she was bleeding, she refused to accept Louis's help. Louis wasn't flustered or upset by the girl's rejection, it seemed he was quite accustomed to such antics. He withdrew his hand, ignoring Guan Lingyu, and both continued walking on the sand to search for Xiaofei. This time, they learned from experience, not daring to run around recklessly but instead walking carefully and steadily. After a while, Louis suddenly spotted a body lying sprawled on the rocks. He approached and confirmed that the person was dead. Looking at the deceased, a thought struck him: this person has been dead for a long time, but their clothes are still intact. I'll just borrow their clothes for a bit. Without hesitation, Louis snatched the clothes from the dead person and put them on. Seeing this, Guan Lingyu panicked and shouted, "You're so cruel, how can you not spare even a dead person?" Louis had become too accustomed to Guan Lingyu's insolent mouth, so he didn't retort harshly but gently said, "What do you know? On this deserted island, there are countless tiger mosquitoes and fierce beasts. The temperature drops very low at night. To leave here, we must first survive." Knowing Guan Lingyu's temperament, Louis didn't try to persuade her further. He handed her the coat of the deceased on the rock and said, 1. Wear it to keep warm, 2. Freeze to death. Although she complained, Guan Lingyu ultimately accepted the coat. The two continued on for a stretch of road until the sunlight began to shine brightly. At that moment, Louis and Guan Lingyu suddenly discovered a group of people in the distance. Louis joyfully dashed towards the group, believing that Xiaofei might be there. As they ran past a tree, they unexpectedly saw a backpack hanging on a branch. Louis pulled it down and immediately speculated that it could be luggage dropped from a plane. Finding something lost meant they had to temporarily keep it, so Louis quickly opened the backpack to see what was inside. Louis said, "Well, at least the heavens haven't taken everything from anyone." Louis is handsome, so he's blessed by the heavens with a bag full of useful items like a watch and a lighter. Guan Lingyu could only shake his head in disbelief. In such a perilous situation, he was still fixated on material things. While the two were still arguing, a young man from a distance noticed them and shouted, demanding Louis to hand over the bag he was holding. This guy was dressed sharply, completely contrasting with Louis and Guan Lingyu's disheveled appearance. After some inquiries, they learned that he was Xiaofei, the branch manager of Longli Group. Looking at his demeanor, Louis didn't understand why, but he could sense Xiaofei's distinctly human face, beastly heart vibe. It made sense, the guy was well dressed but had a voice that was unpleasant, like a punch to the ears of others. He even frowned in annoyance when Louis didn't recognize who he was. "Come on,
Are you some sort of celebrity or key opinion leader that demands to be known by everyone?
Xiafei pointed to the person behind him and introduced him as Bai Chuan, the captain of the last flight, and also a close friend of his. The introduction was merely a formality, so he wouldn't be seen as rude. The main goal of Xiafei was to force Louis to hand over the bag in his possession. He said, "Once you recognize it, hand it over. These items are all relics and must be returned to their owner in the future." Despite feeling oppressed, Louis did not back down or act like a weaker person. He responded defiantly, "Sorry, I'm not familiar with this bag. I originally lost it, so I just need to get it back." Such a bold statement was only to prove his credibility, but in reality, Louis was someone who stole things, but if he was on a deserted island, how could he possibly keep a lighter and a watch and still survive? Guan Lingyu had not spoken up until now, but was quietly assessing the director in front of her. Isn't Longley Group the sponsor for this flight? When Xiafei saw that Louis was adamant about not returning the item, he shouted loudly, "You can consider it yours, but we need to arrange everything before returning it to you." Louis realized that Xiafei's insistence on returning the item might mean the bag was worth more than he thought. Just as both sides were at a standoff, suddenly a voice rang out, "Louis, sis." Hearing that voice, both Louis and Guan Lingyu felt happy again. They shouted in unison, "Xiaofei." Appearing neatly dressed, she seemed to have suffered little from the plane incident. She asked with concern, "Why are you two together? Are you both okay? Did you face any danger?" Guan Lingyu was delighted to see her sister and happily held her hand to ask about her well-being. Meanwhile, Louis, upon seeing his ex-girlfriend, could only blush and was at a loss for words. Seeing Xiaofei suddenly appear, Xiafei turned to scold her, "Guan Xiaofei, who told you to run out here? Hurry back." Xiaofei trembled at that and kept explaining, "These are two of your acquaintances, so I just wanted to ask how they were." Louis immediately noticed that Xiaofei was trembling just from a word from that guy. It seemed that these people did not treat her well. Thus, he could firmly assure himself that his intuition was correct, they are not good people at all. Xiafei, losing patience with Louis, immediately ordered him to leave and demanded he leave the bag behind. However, Louis refused to back down before someone who only knew how to scold others. He was very confident, curling his lips like a villain in a movie, and replied, "You tell me to let it go, so I should just let it go? How can you ensure that you don't want to take everything in my pocket for yourselves?" Xiaofei saw Louis starting to get stubborn and intended to stop him. But before she could do anything, someone from behind had covered her mouth. Xiaofei was completely restrained, unable to free herself. Louis, having just met an old flame but not yet had the chance to talk, found another person stealing the opportunity from him, so he released a powerful aura of menace, his face scrunched up like a monkey's. "But, what do you want? Let Xiaofei go now." Guan Lingyu was also extremely surprised by the actions of those who called themselves directors or captains. Xiafei realized she had Louis and Guan Lingyu right where she wanted them and said to the person holding Xiaofei, "Young Bai Chuan, this stubborn kid, if you don't teach him a lesson, he won't know the heights of the sky or the depths of the earth." Just waiting for that cue, the people on Xiafei's side and the one called Yang Bai Chuan moved in close to Louis with force. Among these two, their muscles bulging like kings of hell, while Louis looked skinny and weak like a twig. He knew he had to figure out what to do now. But do you know why? Although he doesn't have bulging muscles, he possesses the aura of a main character, so he isn't afraid of anyone. Louis frowned to make it look cool, then swung his fist straight into the face of the bald man who was controlling Xiaofei, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. At this moment, all he could think was, even though Xiaofei and I cannot walk together until the end, I will not allow anyone to insult her. With just a few simple basic moves, Louis successfully took down Yang Bai Chuan and freed Xiaofei. However, he still had two formidable opponents rushing toward him. 2 against 1, it could go either way, but who would be the loser was yet to be seen. With his nimble abilities, Louis adeptly dodged all attacks from the two of them. When it was his turn to attack, Louis leaped swiftly, gripping the head of the muscular guy and using his strength to take down all the remaining foes. One guy received a direct kick from Louis's shoe, while the other had to take Louis's thunderous punch. In short, no one returned to Xiao Fei unscathed. Seeing this, Xiao Fei got so enraged that he lost control. He immediately pulled out a small knife, intending to charge at Louis like a beast. Yang Baichuan saw Xiao Fei lose control and immediately stopped him, not allowing him to cause chaos. Yang Baichuan turned to Louis and ruthlessly chased him away. "You should leave, our group cannot accommodate someone like you." Louis had been waiting for this moment, and he immediately agreed, "But there is one more condition, Xiao Fei must go with me."
Upon hearing this condition, both Xiao Fei and Guan Lingyu were taken aback. Xiao Fei, already furious like a wild beast, roared, "No! You cannot take her away." Louis, having gained the upper hand, responded without hesitation, "If you want to keep her, you need to ask her if she agrees or not." Yang Baichuan noticed the tension between the two sides, unable to resolve the situation, and stepped in to mediate. He agreed to let Louis take Xiao Fei along, regardless of Xiao Fei's continued anger. At this moment, Louis smirked, secretly assessing the crazy people in front of him. "Ha, truly a group of paper tigers. Indeed, using my fists was the best decision." And so, Louis walked ahead, with Xiao Fei and Guan Lingyu trailing behind. But before they could leave Xiao Fei's territory, another voice echoed, "I ask you to stop." Louis turned around and saw 3 more people looking at him with pleading eyes. "Hello, can we join you?" Seeing them, Louis felt a pang of sympathy. "Although I don't want to take in new people at all, before the rescue team arrives, an extra person means an extra bit of strength." Thus, Louis cunningly put on a smiling face, sociable, walked over to shake hands and agreed to invite the 3 strangers to join his group. He also assessed these 3 people. They look harmless, so there shouldn't be any issues. The only boy among them immediately shook hands, smiling with Louis, then introduced, "This guy's name is Chen Tong, the girl with purple hair is named Miu, and the other girl is named Suing." So, the 6 of them, like a procession of snakes, slithered along, leaving Xiao Fei furious along with Yang Baichuan. At that moment, Xiao Fei still could not understand why Yang Baichuan actually let Louis go with Xiao Fei and the 3 others. Thinking Yang Baichuan was a fool, it turned out he was even more sinister than Xiao Fei. He had already calculated every possible move. Yang Baichuan said, "If they dare to go, they must see if they can keep their lives. Don't forget that all the supplies have been left here. By tonight, we will know." The whole group left Xiao Fei's place together, but Louis only held Xiao Fei's hand from beginning to end. Louis had just casually observed the situation around him and realized that Yang Baichuan had gathered all the supplies in one place. Could it be that he intended to hoard the supplies? Just thinking about this was enough to make Louis shudder. He could not sit idly by and await death. First, he needed to find a place to take shelter. As Louis was lost in his thoughts, Chen Tong suddenly shouted, "Louis, come quickly and see, there's a cave." Indeed, as Chen Tong said, right before them was a cave that could shelter them from the rain and storms. Louis exclaimed, "Truly, heaven does not disappoint the deserving. Having a place to stay is a very good start." Emboldened, Louis turned back and declared, "Starting today, I need everyone to gather all usable items from the beach, plastic bottles, rags, aircraft wreckage, all of it. Chen Tong, you are in charge of going around the beach to see if there are any fish or shrimp for tonight's meal for everyone." There was a leader standing up to assign tasks, and all the others in the group were incredibly excited and obedient. Of course, there was one notable exception to this, Louis's fierce rival, Guan Lingyu. This girl must have dedicated her entire life to scrutinizing Louis's every word and action. "You've let us do all the work, so what are you even doing here?" Regardless of Guan Lingyu's fury, Louis only gave a vague response, "I have more important things to do." He didn't want to provide a specific answer to Guan Lingyu, but he could somewhat envision that he needed to do something extra to protect the shelter. Hearing Louis's reply made Guan Lingyu livid, wanting nothing more than to rush in and punch him. Fortunately, Guan Xiaofei, who understood the situation, was behind her continuously soothing her older sister, "Sister, don't argue with him anymore. Let's just move on. Wherever we go, we want to return home to raise fish and grow vegetables. As for these little ones, they don't need to go home to still experience the harmony with the mountains, forests, and seas." After a while of some working and some messing around, they finally gathered inside the cave.
Suing picked up a stick and quenched her thirst, not forgetting to praise Louis, the one who helped everyone get drinking water. I can't believe these hollow bamboo plants can provide enough water to drink.
Louis, you really know your stuff.
Niu was also deeply appreciative of Louis's understanding and assistance.
Quite flattered by the praise, Chentong added his own compliment for Louis. So cool, I'm drooling. It turns out that despite Louis's seemingly foolish demeanor, he was very skilled in wilderness survival.
This was because he had spent 5 years of his life in the military. Louis was puffing up with pride from the compliments, but he honestly explained, I participated in a few extreme survival training courses back then. I used to think those courses were useless, but unexpectedly they helped me avoid disasters.
While the good words kept coming, Guan Lingyu would never open her mouth to praise Louis.
She was determined to burn him back. It sounds nice, but the reason you joined the military is that you didn't go to school. Having been teased back, Louis shot a displeased look at Guan Lingyu. Oh really, if the young lady here looks down on me like that, then give me back my empty vine. Indeed, friends who have known each other for a long time were different. No matter how far Guan Lingyu went, Louis always had a way to counter her. The two had grown up but still acted childishly, bickering all day. Guan Xiaofei wanted to laugh so much but had to hold it in. To dispel the childlike atmosphere, Suing requested to offer a suggestion that they should go to sleep. As soon as she mentioned it, Louis immediately divided the sleeping arrangements. Of course, it was beneficial for him that he and Chen Tong would sleep on one side.
But what about Guan Xiaofei?
Before he could say anything, Guan Lingyu loudly defended her sister's innocence. Guan Xiaofei cannot sleep next to you.
Don't think I don't know, you still haven't given up on your bad intentions and still miss Guan Xiaofei.
You should sleep next to Chen Tong instead. And so, Guan Lingyu fell into Louis's trap. You want him to sleep next to Chen Tong, right? Then, dear Miss Guan Lingyu, you must take on the duty of guarding. At this point, she was still determined to go head-to-head with Louis. Guarding is guarding, who's afraid? Her words sounded confident, but upon hearing Louis threaten her with a few words, she turned pale. Well, can't blame me. As a girl with weak arms and legs, having to listen to that guy in front of me threaten me.
There are centipedes and snakes all over the island, who wouldn't be afraid?
At this moment, Guan Lingyu felt weak all over, but still refused to submit to Louis. Don't lie to me.
There can't be any snakes here.
Indeed, the heavens only favor the protagonist. She felt that she was not the main character, so she was always getting beaten down. Just as she finished speaking, a gecko fell from above right in the midst of her hilly terrain. Guan Lingyu flung the gecko away and ran off in a panic. It's been so many years since I've even touched a gem, and now a gecko gets to enjoy it all.
Indeed, Guan Lingyu was truly the most clumsy person, with no second to match.
Just a moment ago she had fallen on the beach, and now she had bumped her body into a rock in the cave. Fortunately, this time, Louis seemed accustomed to it, so he reacted more quickly. He immediately rushed over and shielded Guan Lingyu with his body so she wouldn't hit her face on the ground. As a result, the two ended up in an embrace on the ground, with a heavy mass pressing down on them.
Louis felt pain all over his body, and at that moment, he silently cursed Guan Lingyu. This woman only brings trouble to others.
But just 2 seconds later, a beauty appeared before him. Standing in the face of this breathtaking scene, anyone would be captivated. Louis stood frozen for 5 seconds, at a loss for words. Only until Guan Lingyu realized something was off did she cover it up. In contrast, Louis just rolled his eyes elsewhere and avoided the topic. That's just a lizard. In fact, your courage is really impressive, or else you might get scared to death soon.
Indeed, these two youngsters, even the smallest arguments could escalate into something big.
Guan Xiaofei got closer and acted as a mediator. All right, stop arguing.
Can we take a break for now?
Truly, the one with power. As long as Guan Xiaofei spoke up, everyone had to listen.
So, night fell, and everyone rested.
The sleeping arrangements had been decided. Louis lost the chance to lie next to his ex-girlfriend and instead had to lie next to his old best friend, who constantly spoke her mind against him. Guan Lingyu was not sleeping peacefully either. She kept mumbling and cursing someone in her dream.
That someone specifically being Louis. Louis frowned, feeling annoyed. Does this girl dream about me all the time? She must really be opposing me.
That being said, Wan Lingyu is beautiful, she just needs to keep her mouth shut. The beautiful woman lying quietly in one spot is already stunning, to the point that the author had to add the effect of blooming flowers. Louis gazed at her without getting tired, his face turning bright red before such a rare beauty. Peace did not last long. Soon after, Shentong discovered that the trap they set had been triggered. Someone had undoubtedly found a way to sneak into this place. The whole group immediately woke up, getting into a defensive position, ready to confront like superhero Gao. The two men in the group, Shentong and Louis, were assigned the task of going out to see who dared to encroach on this territory. It was not surprising that those who fell into the trap were from Xiafei and Yang Baichuan's side. The three of them just fell into the pit while shouting, "Damn it, there's a trap!" Louis looked at the three of them, speechless. In the middle of the night, sneaking an attack, indeed Yang Baichuan was just pretending to be a good person. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and set up a few traps. I don't know if everyone would feel embarrassed if they fell into a trap and got discovered, but if it were me, I would consider myself getting an extra 100 points for the region. However, Yang Baichuan didn't feel embarrassed at all, he aggressively blamed Louis instead. He shouted, "If you're injured in a situation without medical treatment, and the wound gets infected, what should be done? Louis, do you realize that this is intentionally harming others?" Seeing that Yang Baichuan still had the energy to criticize him, Louis laughed heartily. Intentionally harming someone? I'm just using it to guard against wild beasts. Are you saying that you guys are even worse than wild beasts? While Louis was still chuckling, Xiafei could no longer hold back. This guy first used his mouth to boast, and when he couldn't win, he drew a knife. But this time, he pulled out the knife not to threaten others, but to bury himself. If this rundown island has wild beasts, I'll swallow the knife right now. Before Xiafei could finish his words, the sound of wild animals echoed from afar in the mountains and forests. Indeed, he spoke too soon. Louis was very pleased, smiling broadly as he invited Xiafei to perform the knife-swallowing act like a magician. Not to mention, he was also holding an enormous piece of wood. I bet both Xiafei and Yang Baichuan are about to wet their pants. Indeed, it was like that. Yang Baichuan had to put on a false bright smile to both reassure Xiafei and help him out, so that this guy wouldn't have to swallow the knife into his stomach. Baichuan pretended to be casual. Now, among friends, let's not say such cruel words. I'm afraid you'll look down on us if we say it, right? We're here to ask for a little fire. This time, not waiting for Louis to speak, Shentong angrily shouted, "This is fire that we worked hard to kindle. On what basis do you ask for it?" Louis immediately took action to prove his bravado. He pointed the 18-centimeter baton straight at the two individuals. "You can't just ask for fire. I can reluctantly give you a torch, but you must trade food and clothing for it." From the sneaky actions of the three, like stealing dogs in the dead of night, Louis guessed that they had tried to light a fire themselves but failed, and had ambushed Louis's group. Perhaps they had figured out that Louis had certain items like a lighter. Indeed, the coward has no voice. No matter how much Xiafei glared angrily at Louis, Yang Baichuan cheerfully agreed to go back and fetch the items, as if he were a completely different person. If I had to rank the top one among those who flipped their attitude the fastest, Yang Baichuan would definitely top the list in this story. He deserves to be an Oscar-winning actor and more. Seeing Louis suddenly being nice, Shentong was skeptical and sweatily wondered, do we really have to provide them with the bait? In this case, Louis didn't know whether to plead or what, but he had already thought 100 steps ahead. He had a proper plan when he agreed to help Yang Baichuan's group. We all need to understand that the current situation is extremely serious. To survive, food and clothing are essential. Louis was explaining to Shentong while assessing the crafty old Yang Baichuan. As soon as he landed, Yang Baichuan organized a heist. Perhaps he already knew that our hopes of survival were very slim. After a long wait, like when you have to wait for your lover to get ready before a date, Yang Baichuan brought Louis a mountain of items including clothes and food. Here, I can only give you these few things. As the captain of an entire flight, I have seized quite a bit of the passengers' belongings. But this guy only gave Lu Yi a meager handful of items. That has been a great effort on our part. After all, we are many people here. How could Lu Yi accept this pile of rags? On raised his voice and transformed into several domineering mothers bargaining at the market. Based on these things, you dare to ask for fire. No matter what, you must compensate us with another type of weapon. In Lu Yi's hand, the flame was burning brightly. He knew this was one of the rare opportunities to seize the most goods. We can't always use a stick to shield ourselves. If we can gain a little more advantage, that would be even better. Xia Fei had been trying to act like a good dog all this time, but now he had to explode with anger at Lu Yi's increasingly unreasonable demands. But no matter how furious he got, he had no say in this chain. He could only scream in despair. In contrast to Xia Fei, Yang Baichuan agreed to give Lu Yi an additional axe. So, the remaining man in Yang Baichuan's group also had to hand over the axe to Lu Yi with a resigned expression. As for Lu Yi, he was of course ecstatic. Suddenly, without studying business, he managed to negotiate so much. Truly, his ability was second to none in the world. Lu Yi exchanged fire, released the dog, and promptly sent the guests off after achieving his objective. Be sure to hold the torch tightly. You're welcome to come back for more next time. Some people were as joyful as if they were at a festival, while others were so bitter they couldn't find words to express themselves. Xia Fei, on the other hand, just kept speaking her mind, though she didn't dare to harm anyone. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't win, I would have beaten him up long ago. Lu Yi returned to that love nest with a pile of supplies he had just gathered from a historic deal. He thought he would be praised and maybe rewarded by his ex-girlfriend, but as soon as he stepped inside, Lu Yi was met with Guan Lingyu's interrogation as if he were a prisoner. What were you all talking about out there for so long? What did you say? In the way Guan Lingyu crossed her arms and furrowed her brows like she was interrogating him, Lu Yi decided to turn the tables and jab at her with a remark. I was negotiating with them about how much food we could get in exchange for you. Who would have known she was only worth 2 packets of instant noodles? When he said that, Guan Lingyu immediately jumped up like a bristling hedgehog. Indeed, the two of them constantly bickered, always ready to spar verbally no matter where they were. Go to hell, you worthless man. And of course, ignoring Guan Lingyu's furious outburst, Lu Yi chose to shift his attention to his delectable ex-girlfriend. He naturally wrapped his arms around her and gently advised, while it's still not dawn, everyone should quickly go to sleep. Tomorrow we will still have to continue searching for food and water. Seeing Lu Yi being so shameless, she couldn't help but feel angry. Her younger sister was being touched by someone yet only blushed shyly. Guan Lingyu was already upset, and now she was even more furious. Indeed, these two had no value at all. After a few unexpected events, Lu Yi's group of 6 finally managed to rest easy with the spoils they had gathered. They not only had fire but also clothes and food to survive for the next few days. They hadn't slept long when the new day arrived. This morning, Lu Yi and Mu would carry out their mission together. After a deep sleep, Mu was full of energy again, and the pleasant weather of this deserted island made her feel very comfortable. In contrast to Guan Lingyu, who often got angry, and Guan Xiaofei, who was gentle like a little princess, Mu was a very active and enthusiastic person. After soaking up enough sunlight, she immediately started working. Thank you, Lu Yi, for agreeing to go with me to find water sources. I will definitely do my best. Lu Yi happily responded to Mu's words, it's nothing. With an outdoor sports expert like you helping, I have much less to worry about. Surprisingly, Mu turned out to be an extraordinarily talented athlete. She is a true climbing expert. Indeed, it is impossible to judge a book by its cover. Returning to nearly an hour ago, Lu Yi originally wanted to be on the same team with Guan Xiaofei. Unexpectedly, Guan Lingyu began to go crazy, protecting her younger sister from Lu Yi's advances. In the end, Lu Yi had no choice but to let Xiaofei go with the others to look for food. Just thinking about not being able to have some fun together with his ex made his tears flow like 2 rivers. As Lu Yi was immersed in his ultimate sorrow, suddenly Mu pulled him back to reality with a new discovery. Lu Yi, look over here. It turned out that she had found a water source that seemed very reliable. According to Lu Yi's assessment, This appeared to be rainwater from the upper reaches of the high mountain, forming a small pond. He praised Mew for her good fortune without holding back. However, there is a somewhat tricky problem: the dense trees here, and both of us could slip down if we're not careful. Louis continued, the only way to get water might be to slide down from that big tree trunk. Louis, of course, is not afraid of any activity, he can handle anything. However, he is worried that a girl like Mew might encounter some trouble because after all, this is not simple at all. But contrary to his expectations, she was very confident in her abilities. Just waiting for this, both of them began to plan to reach the water lake. Louis held onto a sturdy branch and said, "This tree is quite strong. I'll go down first and then reach out my hand to pull you down." Then, like a true panda master, he gained momentum, grabbed onto the chosen target branch, and swung over to another branch, carrying out a series of actions that would not be encouraged for viewers. Once completed, he turned to Mew, inviting her to join him. But Louis was extremely surprised by Mew's expression of horror. She shouted in panic, warning him, "Don't move. There's a snake behind you." The reason for Mew's rich expression was a small snake that had been drawn in by the main character Louis's aura, standing behind him all this time. With his rich experience, Louis immediately recognized this as a green viper. The small snake didn't seem friendly at all. Upon seeing him, it opened its mouth, ready to take a bite. But never mind, sorry, he only likes to be kissed by girls, not snakes, thank you very much. At Mew's anxious warning, Louis immediately activated his killer mode. His eyes glowed red like lightning. In an instant, he had tightly grasped the green viper. However, this only amounted to controlling the snake, not completely defeating it. Louis realized a troubling problem: he had left his only weapon, the axe, with Chen Tong. So now, he had no weapon to subdue the snake at all. In this moment of life and death, Louis suddenly came up with a different idea, something no one else would think of. He imagined himself as a vampire with sharp fangs, and so he opened his mouth, intending to bite into the small snake. It made sense. The only thought in his head was, no knife, and the sharpest part of my body is my teeth, this is my only weapon. Without any hesitation, Louis immediately bit the snake, causing it to bleed profusely. The snake writhed in pain, no longer daring to bare its fangs or flick its tongue in a threatening manner towards Louis. Now it could only squirm in a desperate attempt to escape death. After a while, the snake completely relinquished its life. At this moment, Louis finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully he managed to save a life. Mew, who had been observing from below, finally calmed down. It was as if she had been injected with adrenaline, and she rushed straight towards Louis, wanting to embrace him. Louis sensed the danger and felt a rush of alarm, but as soon as he exclaimed, "Be careful," Mew leaped up and hugged him tightly. Suddenly receiving affection from a beautiful girl left Louis stunned for a moment, standing frozen for 5 seconds. However, if this were the end of the story, it would not be called a story at all. Mew looked at Louis with deeply affectionate eyes and praised him for being incredibly skilled. After all that series of tangled actions, she gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. After planting her feelings in Louis's heart, Mew immediately dashed off to another spot, leaving him alone with a whirlwind of thoughts. Watching the girl who had just kissed him now swinging from vine to vine, Louis could only stand there dumbfounded, his face flushed like a young boy experiencing his first crush. After the arduous yet calculated water-fetching mission, Louis and Mew returned to the cave. Upon arrival, Louis was faced with a significant issue. In his hands was a pile of coconuts. Coconuts were edible and, at the very least, provided them with some drinking water. However, their main meal consisted of a heap of brightly colored mushrooms, reminiscent of the flashy pick-me girls flaunting their charms. It turned out that the task of gathering food had been assigned to the group of Guan Xiaofei, but both Guan Lingyu and Chen Tong had failed. It was unclear how they ended up bringing back only a pile of inedible items, including those vibrant mushrooms, which clearly contained 100 different toxins. Guan Xiaofei felt incredibly sad and guilty towards everyone. Meanwhile, Chen Tong and Guan Lingyu could only shake their heads and sigh. Seeing his ex-girlfriend in low spirits, Louis immediately rushed over to pat her head, comforting and praising her. Most brightly colored mushrooms used their appearance to conceal their toxicity. It is common for inexperienced gatherers to make mistakes.
Don't be too upset.
Guan Xiaofei's mood lifted significantly after his words. In the atmosphere between the two of them, hearts seemed to be racing, causing Guan Lingyu to pour a bucket of water on them to make them realize the difficult reality at hand. It's easy to talk, but what about the food for our dinner? Just a few coconuts and a snake won't be enough to eat. While everyone was feeling utterly dejected, Louis had to be the one to stand up and uplift the spirit of the group. There is still time. I will lead everyone to a place to find food. What they expected turned out to be that he led them to a beach. This was the beach where Louis and Mew had gathered coconuts before. According to his experience, at low tide, they would be able to collect a lot of edible seafood. Upon hearing this, both Guan Lingyu and Guan Xiaofei were extremely surprised and amazed at the great discovery made by Louis and Mew. Mew enthusiastically moved forward, then pulled Guan Lingyu and Guan Xiaofei into the water. Let's play.
The temperature is just right now. Splashing around in the cool water is so fun.
I don't know if they are here to find food or play around, but that's alright. If Louis can endure it, I think all the other guys should try to hold on just like him. After all, watching pretty girls, playing around, and splashing water is a refined pleasure, isn't it?
Louis stood aside, secretly smiling. Girls are indeed born with perseverance and a thirst for water. The scenery is so beautiful. If it weren't for our current crisis, I would also be willing to join in. While the other three were playfully splashing water, running around laughing and giggling, Louis took on the task of catching seafood. He took off his shirt, revealing a fit body with well-defined muscles, fragrant and appealing. He truly lacked no muscle. He perfectly embodied the image of the handsome guys, both attractive and muscular, just the type that girls adore. After the tide receded, the delicious seafood hid in the sand in the shallow area. All it took was to reach down to catch them. Louis focused intently on one spot, and then immediately plunged his hand down, catching his target. Louis's eyes lit up when he grasped something. As he pulled it up, it turned out to be a plump little clam. Louis felt incredibly proud of himself. Catching seafood in the sea is a life skill. Those who aren't free, even if they run 10 miles away, won't catch much at all. Anyway, I am very happy because today the whole group will have a hearty dinner, not just drinking coconut water and eating snake like last time. If you want to ask how this guy knows so much, it is because he used to be a soldier and learned a lot of skills. Catching seafood at sea seemed useless, but it turns out he can apply it in real life now. Indeed, everything you learn is useful. After a while of struggling, Louis managed to gather a whole bag full of seafood, shrimp, crabs, clams, and razor clams. There was plenty of everything. Wonderful! A bountiful harvest. For the past few days there is no worry about lacking food. While Louis was happily enjoying his achievements, he suddenly heard a scream from behind. Immediately turning around, Louis saw three girls panicking, lost in thought, and even Guan Xiaofei was so scared that she was on the verge of tears. It turned out they had encountered a cute little harmless snake once again. Louis seemed to have a centuries-old grudge against this creature. So, just hearing the word snake, he immediately raised his axe to rescue the girls. A snake? Everyone stay still. Don't move, I'm coming right now. Louis was actually very worried about them because sea snakes are a highly venomous species. Given the current conditions, if bitten, even their ancestors couldn't save them. So Louis, like a gust of wind, rushed over quickly. But when he arrived, he realized he had been fooled. It turned out that the snake in the mouths of the girls was actually a type of fish, to be precise, a catfish completely harmless. Suddenly realizing he had made a mistake, all three girls felt embarrassed and panicked. They never expected that they wouldn't be able to distinguish between a snake and a fish. Indeed, it was so embarrassing. On the contrary, Louis was extremely happy. He approached the unfortunate fish, preparing to butcher it. This fish must weigh at least 6 to 7 kilograms, it looks like it will add to our meal menu. Don't worry, everyone, step back a little. Mew was also very curious about how Louis would handle such a large fish. After all, catching it was quite difficult. Unexpectedly, Louis was a very bold guy. He took an axe, swung it once, and directly cut the fish in half. Well then,
goodbye little fish, I hope in your next life you won't be a fish anymore. And so, tonight's dinner not only includes snakes, crabs, snails, and clams, but even fish as well. The girls were all very excited, jumping up and down joyfully. Niu displayed a tender expression and approached Louis. We found this. She pulled out a large, shiny piece of metal. Niu immediately came up with an idea. We can use the top to fry, and we can also grill it. Louis replied, yes, that is a very elementary idea. To make the most out of the metal piece, we need the genius brain of Louis. He decided to turn it into a pot. After taking the piece of metal from Niu, Louis looked for a nearby gigantic rock and continuously smashed it against the metal piece. Look, using the stone to dent it, it can easily become a small pot. Niu, standing beside him, couldn't help but be amazed and stunned by Louis's idea. A moment later, suddenly a flock of strange birds appeared in the sky. Louis immediately noticed this. Low-flying birds mean the tide is rising? Looks like it's going to rain tonight, we have to hurry back. This guy is really patriarchal, so he said that the younger ones must listen. When we go back, each of you carries a coconut and runs home, okay? So that evening, Louis's group had a very hot, fragrant, and nutritious pot of soup. He even ate so much that his stomach was tight, as if he had just returned from a wedding banquet of his ex-girlfriend. Seeing Louis sprawled out, looking very satisfied after eating, Guan Lingyu obviously held him in high regard. But her mouth could never compete with Louis's. He teased her until her face turned completely red. Looks like this young lady looks down on this meal, huh? What about that hand of yours grabbing food non-stop, then? Guan Lingyu would rather die than admit that the food was delicious. She had to settle for the excuse that she was just eating to quench her hunger. Guan Xiaofei, used to her sister's demeanor, acted like an angel mediating between the two brats so that everyone could continue the meal joyfully. Alright, sister, can you two just eat first? Just waiting for that, Guan Lingyu sulked and turned to one side, handling all the food by herself. After digesting some of the food, Louis began to think about the future. Louis secretly thought, a few days ago, they were worried about having nothing to eat, now they are worried about having too much seafood, they have to grill slowly or make dried fish. Indeed, circumstances can change easily, just like people's thoughts. Suddenly, Louis felt a gust of wind blowing into the cave. Looking up at the sky, he saw dark clouds gathering. Louis could sense that there would be a heavy rainstorm today. He immediately instructed everyone sitting in the cave, first of all, everyone stop eating. Quickly go outside and arrange things a bit. There might be a heavy rainstorm today. The people who were happily eating now realized that the upcoming weather would be a significant obstacle for them. Like being chased by a dog, everyone ran off in different directions to quickly gather what they needed. Following Louis's directions, they first piled up the remaining logs at the cave entrance, then used branches and leaves to cover it to prevent rain and wind from flowing back into the cave. While everyone was looking for items to create a shelter, Louis kept striking the ground continuously with his axe. Niu curiously asked, "Are you planning to make some more traps?" However, this time, contrary to everyone's expectations, Louis was digging a hole for a different purpose. Louis explained, rainwater is the purest natural freshwater source, which can be used directly. If we dig a few holes to collect freshwater, then tomorrow we won't have to go pick coconuts anymore. After all, coconuts are not an endless resource. Hearing that, Niu immediately offered to help Louis. He wasn't foolish enough to refuse a beautiful woman. Just as expected, a storm rose up fiercely, and the first raindrops began to fall. In this wind, Louis could guess that the gusts would soon blow everything away. Everything seemed to want to fly away with the wind. Chen Tong was extremely panicked and wanted to find more materials to reinforce their makeshift home, but Louis immediately stopped that thought. Don't go, it won't help at all. The wind strength has reached more than level 10 now. No matter how many times we try, it will just be a waste of effort. Reassuring everyone like that, but at that moment, Louis was also very worried about his future. If the rainwater rose and flooded in here, then this place would no longer be a shelter but would become an extremely dangerous area. At this time, Guan Xiaofei was also affected by the weather.
She came close to Louis and leaned into him, saying, "Louis, I'm so cold." Louis saw this and knew that the situation was absolutely dire. If anyone were to catch a cold at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately instructed everyone to huddle close together to try to keep warm. The wind grew stronger and the rain became more intense. At this moment, everyone was struggling against each gust of wind, leaning on each other to endure the harsh weather on the deserted island. But it seemed to have little effect. Suing, before the storm of life, could not hold back her tears. She sobbed and pleaded with Louis, "Louis, do you think we will freeze to death?" She looked so pitiful. It is hard to tell what our Robinson Lou will do to comfort the beauty and save everyone. As the wind continued to howl and the rain showed no signs of stopping, Suing could only cry. She had no intention of giving up on life, the biggest reason being that she was still innocent, having never experienced love or the life experiences that come with it. Adults were already about to freeze to death on the deserted island. Seeing her friend Suing crying, Guan Xiaofei joined in the tears as well. Unexpectedly, when the old woman Suing cried, no one comforted her. Guan Xiaofei had only shed a few tears when Louis rushed over to protect her, hugging her and reassuring, "Don't think too much. Storms come quickly but will also pass quickly. We will definitely be able to hold on until the rescue team arrives to take us home." Chen Tong also tried to encourage Suing with a few words, helping her gain some strength in this situation. Niu was no exception, seeing everyone carrying a spirit of optimism and supporting one another. Suing was able to stop crying because of that. Suing was determined, "We must go home together." She sniffled and wiped away her last tear. Louis saw that everyone had stopped being so emotional and felt a lot more confident. Although his words were only comforting, life always needs hope and belief. If there is no belief, both physically and mentally, one will be weak. A person like that definitely will not be able to continue living. At this moment, Louis thought of the other people in similar circumstances on the island. The conditions at this base are too poor. If we stay here forever out of fear that the rescue team won't find us. Louis continued, but it seems that, with the current situation, in order to prolong our survival, we must find a better shelter. We are already in this state, so Yang Baichuan over there must also be having a tough time. Just as Louis predicted, if they had a solid cave to shelter from the rain and wind, then Yang Baichuan's group was certainly clinging to trees to avoid being blown away. In the midst of the storm, Xia Fei could only urge everyone, "If you don't want to die, gather together and try to maintain body temperature." It sounded easy, but with such harsh weather, those who couldn't cling to a tree were in a perilous state. One person lying sprawled on the ground seemed truly to be in a dire situation. Seeing his teammate not making it, Yang Baichuan not only didn't shed a single tear in pity but instead contemptuously scolded the unfortunate person for being deserving of such a fate. After a while, the dark clouds began to disperse, light returned to the deserted island, and the rain started to lessen. Louis immediately noticed this detail. He thought to himself, "We need to quickly have everyone take off their wet clothes, or else they will catch a cold immediately. And because you are the team leader, you will be the first one to demonstrate for everyone." Louis skillfully stripped down completely, just like a certain guy who loves to be naked in fairy tale. Upon seeing their friend undress, both Guan Lingyu and Guan Xiaofei were extremely surprised and flustered. While Guan Xiaofei blushed to the point of not daring to look and had to cover her eyes with her hands, Guan Lingyu, though embarrassed, had the mouth to scold Louis, "What are you doing taking off your clothes? I warn you, this is not the place to do inappropriate things." Louis, feeling very confident, slicked back his hair, turned around, winked, and drew his girlfriend's attention. Then he explained to Guan Lingyu, "I want everyone to take off their clothes to wring them out. Because wearing wet clothes will make you cold and very uncomfortable. Furthermore, it can easily lead to catching a cold. In this condition, catching a cold can also be dangerous to your life. What are you thinking? Everyone should quickly take off their clothes." Shyly, Guan Xiaofei hesitated a bit when her old friend urged her to undress, but Niu was incredibly excited, even drooling. In just a second, she had taken off her outer garment, showcasing her body curves. Qin Tong also quickly followed Louis's instructions. Seeing Niu's stunning figure, all the other girls blushed at the sight of such beauty.
But when there is one who leads, there will be others who follow. The three sisters immediately started to take off their wet clothes. Louis was the instigator, but now he felt shy, unsure of where to hide his face. Although it was under duress, for a single man like him, this scene was still too stimulating. If you think Louis was worried about this, you are mistaken, because there was another young man named Shenton, who didn't die from the cold but from his nose bleeding. Louis started a fire in the cave. After everyone had hung their clothes up. The fire didn't burn too strongly due to the weather, but it still provided a bit of warmth. He didn't ask for too much, but he still needed to plan his next steps. Louis said, while waiting for the clothes to dry, we still need to do other things to maintain our body temperature. By the way, why don't we dig a cave? The idea just popped into Louis's mind, and he immediately urged everyone to participate. Everyone take a tool, and let's dig a cave here together. The dry earth will not only fill the wet spots on the ground but will also provide us with a dry place to rest. Moreover, the more we move, the less cold we will feel.
Guan Xiaofei did not hesitate to praise Louis's wisdom.
No wonder he is Louis, he always comes up with great solutions. However, where there are compliments, there are also criticisms. Guan Lingyu frowned and scolded Louis for not speaking up earlier. Why didn't you say so earlier? I see that you just wanted to watch us take off our clothes. Louis was speechless in front of this red-haired woman. Before the two sides could start arguing, Guan Xiaofei intervened to mediate. All right, sister, let's not argue anymore. After that, everyone in the group eagerly smashed rocks. Some held axes, some held stones, and others held a piece of metal, all working together to dig holes and tunnels. Until the dawn, the rain had stopped, and the storm had passed. When the sky cleared and the clouds dispersed, they finally completed their work. Louis stepped outside to admire the sky. Great, the rainstorm has finally stopped. It seems that the heavens have not let us down. He called out from inside, everyone, go around here and see if there are any dry branches that are not wet. We need to rekindle the campfire. After spending a stormy night together, they now had sunshine and a new hope. They were very cheerful, collectively looking for more firewood to have additional fuel for burning. Louis assigned a task to Mew. You go get the pot to catch some water. Drinking a bit of warm water will be good for your health. While Louis was very excited about a new day, suddenly strange footsteps were heard from outside. Here, aside from them, the footsteps could only belong to Yang Baichuan and his group. Yang Baichuan led a group of people rushing to them, begging, Louis, please help us. Behind him was a line of people who had lost all vitality, some were even so sick that they couldn't walk on their own. Louis saw this but was also very cautious. Yang Baichuan? What is he bringing this group here for? Mew, not wanting to face them, quickly pushed Suing and the others away. Let's dodge this. We will go look for some firewood. So only Louis remained to negotiate with Yang Baichuan. He was the first to speak, in a humble manner. This cursed weather has cost us 4 people in just one night. Knowing that you have fire here, we came to ask for your help. Knowing this, Louis remained very firm. If you come here just to ask for a little fire, then we can lend you a torch. As for other things, we can't help. Anyway, I'm not a charity. Who wants to be a free babysitter? Yang Baichuan, seeing this, moved closer with a different scheme and purpose. How can you say such words? I mainly want to collaborate with you. Louis was not at all convinced by his words, so Yang Baichuan continued, think about it, these people were once notable figures. As long as we don't abandon them, once we return to real society, we will definitely gain many benefits. Yang Baichuan kept negotiating. Moreover, I won't take anything from you. I have a company in City Y and I have a daughter around your age. As long as we can return, I will give you anything. Suddenly, a delicious, juicy bait fell right in front of him. Before Louis could react, the people accompanying Yang Baichuan quickly boasted about their backgrounds, hoping to entice Louis with material wealth to take them in. People boast and promise, my family has a factory, just help me, and I will share half the shares with you. Others are equally competitive. What about me? I can give you the whole company. It seemed that the tension was building, but no, he went even bigger. What is a company anyway?
I can give you a villa. At that point, how could my daughter resist?
Not only the men, but even successful women were pulling and inviting Louis. I can sell myself to you, Mr. Liu, choose me, I'm good at having children. No, Mr. Liu has to choose me, my family only has one daughter.
As a dowry, I will give you 100,000.
Thus, the calls of Mr. Liu echoed on without ceasing, putting Louis in a difficult situation. He could only force a bitter smile, feeling really disgusted.
He knew Yang Baichuan was just pretending to be kind. Isn't this hypocrisy?
Before coming here, he had encountered every type of misfortune, getting food stuck in his teeth while drinking water. Everything he did just didn't go smoothly. In this island cave, he became a nobleman among the upper-class people of society. It was truly ridiculous. How could it be like this? While Louis was surrounded by a crowd, Guan Lingyu could no longer hold back. She shouted loudly, announcing to the entire Yang Baichuan group, based on what do you guys think that just because you ask for something, he should give it?
Don't even dream. What you can offer, we can offer too. With full hands and feet, why can't you do anything by yourselves?
Don't pretend to be righteous and use money to threaten others here. Oh my goodness, when the big sister steps in, there's nothing but fire. Before those people could even make a move, they were bombarded with a long stream of accusations from Guan Lingyu. As soon as she finished speaking, both Guan Lingyu and Guan Xiaofei rushed to Luyi's side, each hugging tightly onto one of his arms, keeping him close so that nobody could take him away. Even Guan Xiaofei, who was normally a gentle young lady, giving others a sense of wanting to protect her, had to raise her voice in opposition. If you had someone else lead you, would you survive? Everything here has the support of us. Louis suddenly received support from the two girls and felt extremely surprised. However, Guan Lingyu still acted haughtily, looking away. Don't get the wrong idea, I do this for my own sake. Guan Xiaofei was as bright as the sun, wholeheartedly directing her attention towards Louis. Don't worry, we won't let anyone make things difficult for you. At this moment, Louis could finally smile, feeling relieved. He gently stood in front of the group and expressed his stance. Lingyu and Xiaofei are right. Right now, I can't even guarantee myself, and I don't want to lead a whole crowd along with me. Your IQ and resources are all stronger than ours, so there's really no need for you to make things difficult for me, right? I can provide some fuel for you, but everything else, you'll have to work hard for yourselves. Hearing Luyi's resolute words, the entire group led by Yang Baichuan suddenly stiffened. No one expected him to outright refuse like that. Yang Baichuan fell into a state of despair, yet he still pleaded, please, can you spare us some food? On the surface, he pretended to be pitiful to seek Luyi's help, but deep down, Yang Baichuan kept cursing Guan Lingyu and Guan Xiaofei. Damn it, these two damn women have ruined my good plans. Louis kindly said, I only have a little dried fish left, everyone can take some and share it. Although his words had a hint of hypocrisy, he truly could not stand by and watch others suffer. As soon as he said that, everyone turned from their gloomy faces to joyful, eager expressions at the permission granted. They immediately burst into action like a storm, rushing as if they were competing for a lottery prize. Their frantic movements were even more chaotic than a disturbed beehive, as they charged straight into Luyi's dwelling. It was so alarming that even Guan Lingyu found it very difficult to bear. After collecting a bit of food from Louis, each person happily went back with their hands full. It seemed that the conflict would be over, benefiting both sides. Little did they know it was all part of Yang Baichuan's plan. At that moment, Louis finally noticed the sinister expression on Xiaofei's face, unable to hide his delight after causing trouble for others. Louis, oh Louis, you are truly naive. Before Louis could understand what was happening, all those people had already left without him noticing. At this time, from inside the cave, Guan Xiaofei called out in a panic, Louis, not good. They took everything away, not even leaving a bottle of water for us. Now Louis finally understood Xiaofei's earlier remark thoroughly. He frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable being buried in this situation. Now, there was nothing left in the cave, only a few bottles of water that Guan Lingyu was holding in her hands. Chen Tong also showed his displeasure openly, for the first time expressing his attitude towards Louis, you're too soft-hearted. You just gave everything away to them. They are happy, and we are about to starve.
Even Guan Lingyu was not feeling good about the act of taking all of the host's belongings without permission.
At this moment, Louis also felt guilty towards his companions.
He reassured them, "This is the real-life version of Farmers and the Snake.
I have my own difficulties that I cannot explain."
Recalling the provoking expression on Xiaofei's face, Louis felt even more upset.
Deep down, he still harbored some hope for humanity.
"If you enjoy playing dirty like this, then from now on, I will not be polite anymore."
Guan Lingyu, who was originally short-tempered, lost all their food and was incredibly angry, cursing at Yang Baichuan. "What kind of big-headed, big-faced people are they?
I see them as bandits."
Guan Xiaofei tried to calm his sister while wanting to ask everyone what they should do now.
Louis fell into deep thought, starting to wear a contemplative expression just like the wild grass.
But this was the grass on the deserted island, and in the end, he decided to take the axe and go outside. "You all stay here for now, I'll go check somewhere else." Still carrying a bit of guilt within him, Louis resolved to take matters into his own hands. After the storm passed, the rising sea made catching fish along the coast no longer hopeful. Now, he could only venture into the forest, hoping to seek a bit of luck. Not going too far away, Mew called out from a distance, expressing a desire to accompany him. "Can I go with you? I want to learn more survival skills in the wild." With the sudden addition of an ally, and one who was incredibly beautiful, strong, and capable, Louis was not foolish enough to refuse. He immediately agreed with Mew. Moreover, he had a personal thought. He truly hoped that everyone would possess the skills and grasp some survival techniques in a deserted island like this. That way, if anything happened to him one day, they could also survive on their own. Thus, the task of searching for food today was assigned to Louis and Mew. The two of them ventured deep into the dense forest together. But after walking for a while, Mew still couldn't find anything to put in her mouth. She immediately asked Louis for his opinion. "Should we change places? There's nothing here at all." However, Louis remained steadfast in his decision. "You keep looking, if there's nothing, then we will." Just before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise suddenly erupted, causing both of them to turn pale. They realized they had ventured into the territory of some wild animal. Louis immediately warned Mew and instructed her not to move around recklessly. When the beast revealed itself, they discovered they had unfortunately stepped into the domain of a black bear. Louis became even more panicked at the sight of the creature, for black bears are typically wild animals that dwell in temperate zones. There was no way they could be here. Louis grew tenser when he realized that black bears could be considered the rulers of the forest. Not only do they possess thick, tough skin, but they are also strong and quite agile. The two of them certainly would not be able to outrun it. However, Louis knew one of its weaknesses: its brain wasn't particularly agile. Conveniently, he also had a weapon on him at that moment. Perhaps he could use this point to find a way out for both of them. However, he did not want Mew to be in danger, so he told her to run ahead while he distracted the bear alone. Louis thought, "I can keep it occupied for a while, but I can't guarantee I can protect Mew well. So it's best that she withdraws from the bear's attack range." Mew knew that she was weak and could become a burden to Louis, so she immediately followed his advice and stepped back. But just after taking one step, she stumbled over a nearby tree root and fell onto her rear. Taking advantage of her loss of balance, the black bear immediately lunged straight at Mew. In an instant, Louis picked up a stone from a distance and threw it at the bear's head, stunning it momentarily. He didn't forget to taunt, "This blind bear, what could it possibly eat with a skinny girl? Why don't you come here and eat me instead?" Thus, Louis succeeded in distracting the bear. Indeed, this bear was not very intelligent. When it saw Louis provoking it, it shifted its target towards him. And that is how there was a cat and mouse game, or more accurately, a bear chasing human scenario between the black bear and Louis. He was tiny, probably 1/100th the size of the bear, and he had to run for his life to avoid being mauled in one bite. While running, Louis mumbled calculations about the distance between himself and the black bear. Initially, the distance between them was about 5 meters, but Louis suddenly slowed down, making the distance only 3 meters, then 2 meters. Mew suddenly realized that Louis was not moving at all. She feared whether he was willing to act as bait for her. When Louis calculated that the distance between himself and the bear was only 1 meter, he immediately stopped to wait for the bear to approach him with its sharp claws. But because he had prepared in advance, Louis easily jumped up, avoiding the bear's ferocious attack. In an instant, he took advantage of the opportunity, as the bear was not ready for the next round of attacks, and immediately struck it on the head with an axe. Seeing the bloody scene, Mew had to hurriedly cover her mouth in shock. However, Louis's strike was not entirely accurate. He misjudged the direction, so the bear was only injured but did not fall. At this point, it was the black bear's turn to attack. Louis had to avoid the bear while continuing to calculate. An injured black bear would become even more frantic, and the 1 meter distance was completely unsafe. First, he had to increase the distance from it. He tried to leap backward to create distance from the black bear, but the bear was still too large and powerful. It easily tore the piece of fabric from his body and sent him tumbling backward. For the first time, Louis faced a disadvantage when confronting the wild beast. What would Louis do now? Remember, heaven is always fair and will not take everything from you. Although he was knocked down by the bear, his only weapon was stuck. Unfortunately for him, Louis realized the danger of being without an axe. If he lost his weapon, he would likely become a meal for the black bear. But he couldn't do anything else. The bear, moving swiftly, opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and charged toward Louis. Amid Mew's panicked cries of worry, Louis used all his strength to cut through the vines that had trapped his weapon. Once he regained his axe, he immediately used it to block between the bear's jaws, preventing it from attacking him. The black bear, having its mouth restrained, quickly flung Louis away to another spot. But little did it know that this was exactly the good opportunity Louis had been seeking all along. From above, he could see that the black bear was currently entangled in vines, rendering it unable to move. From the sky, Louis was like a superhero, wielding an axe to deliver a devastating blow to the bear. This time, he was no longer struggling as he had before, for he had found the precise critical weak point of the creature. With just one chop, the bear was instantly killed. Louis sighed with relief after successfully taking down one of the dominators of the green forest. Finally, it was over. Mew rushed over in a panic to check on Louis, asking, "Are you all right?" Louis responded cheerfully, "I'm fine. Let's go call Chintong for help. Today we have bear meat to celebrate, haha." Mew also joyfully jumped up. Thanks to Chintong's assistance, they managed to haul the massive bear back to the cave. The astonished eyes of the two sisters, Guan Lingyu and Guan Xiaofei, widened in surprise at the abundant source of food. They happily went to gather firewood so they could roast the meat. So after losing the fish, Louis's troops turned to eating seafood and bear meat. They toasted together to celebrate their victory. At this moment, Mew eagerly thanked Louis. "Thank you, if it weren't for you killing the bear, we would surely go hungry tonight." Chintong also gently liked our hero. "That's right, Lou. We can continue to live thanks to you." Louis has been receiving a lot of praise lately, but he still wasn't quite used to it. He politely responded, "I'm sorry, everyone is just helping each other out." Of course, in moments like this, Guan Lingyu couldn't hold back her teasing. "I really don't know what you're so proud of. Be careful, next time you might end up being eaten by the bear yourself." Guan Xiaofei was still cheerful like an angel, while Louis looked utterly confused. He just couldn't get used to the fact that whenever he received compliments, the girl next to him would throw in a few sarcastic comments. Just when everyone was enjoying their meal happily, someone suddenly intruded. This time it wasn't Yang Baichuan, but Xiafei. He came in with a face that could not be more sinister. "Oh, Lou, looks like you're having a great time with the food." This time, he even brought along two very thuggish guys, looking no different from a group of gangsters. He stood with his arms crossed, displaying a contemptuous attitude. "I heard that you've managed to catch a few 100 pounds of bear meat. How can one person eat it all? After all, you should share some with us." Louis had been tricked once before, so naturally, he was not going to make it easy for himself this time. He resolutely stood his ground, with a face thicker than a city wall, and said straightforwardly,
if you want to eat, then you should work for it. If you don't work but want to eat, you'll only end up with dung. That's what teacher Juan taught us, it never misses. Louis detested people like this, who claimed to be from the upper class of society but always just wanted to benefit from others. This time, he was determined not to be soft-hearted anymore. Hearing this, Xiaofei immediately showed his true colors, turning faster than flipping a pancake, acting like a Hollywood actor, pretending to be pitiful. Cousin Lu, saying that is not very polite, is it? We are all fellow countrymen and should help each other out, right? One thug behind him maintained his aggressive demeanor and fanned the flames. Brother Xiaofei is right. How about we just go in and take what we want? The remaining names enthusiastically joined in, as if this were their own home. Let's go ahead. Louis did not hesitate at all, replying fiercely, go in, try and see if you can get out. I don't know about that. Anyone who dares to touch my flesh must first ask their own tongue if it agrees. The guys had come here empty-handed, while Louis had weapons, so there was no reason to be afraid. Xiaofei, at this moment, was furious to the point of turning red, but he still did not believe Louis would actually take action. Everyone, don't be afraid of him, I don't believe he really dares to kill. If he really does make a move, a few days later when the rescue team arrives, we can report him and have him thrown in jail. Despite saying that, Xiaofei still looked down on Louis. We have many people. Even if Louis dares to take action, we can take turns to beat him, and he would exhaust himself. The two guys behind him, for some reason enchanted by Xiaofei's words, followed suit blindly, rushing over to see what he could do to us. Chen Tong, hearing their nonsense from behind, could not stand it any longer and wanted to join the fight alongside Louis. We're here to help you. Not only Chen Tong, but even the remaining girls truly wanted to contribute. Each of them held a stick. No one wanted to be outdone by those loudmouths. Louis was a bit taken aback, but then agreed to let them join forces with him. He boldly declared, come here, let's see who dares to make a move. Louis stood at the front of the group and didn't miss the opportunity to boast, aren't you guys the ones who wanted to take turns fighting? Come on then. He was pretty surprised that Chen Tong and the others chose to help him. Well, at least after carrying the team a few times, his bent back could finally get a little rest. It seemed that Xiaofei was just all talk. Now he looked a bit scared. He was only confident because he had the numerical advantage, but now that advantage had completely disappeared. Under the overwhelming pressure of Louis's group, he seemed to hesitate. Seeing this, the two people behind turned to mock him. Xiaofei, are you backing down? Are you still a man or not? The other one wouldn't be outdone and shouted, isn't it just a woman and a guy who looks dumb? Why should we be scared? Xiaofei indeed was only good at talking big, and after being insulted, he became furious and yelled back at his subordinates, shut up. What do you guys know about anything? Now, Xiaofei did not dare to fight anymore, for Louis was no longer alone, he had his companions standing with him. Therefore, he sought another way to pressure Louis. Looking towards Chen Tong, a sudden idea struck him. He pointed at them and said, if you want us not to touch those pieces of meat, that's fine. But we need you to send someone to negotiate with us. Louis is not allowed. And if you send your girls to negotiate, I won't take you seriously either. You might as well let this fool over here come to negotiate with me. The fool in Xiaofei's words was none other than Chen Tong. Chen Tong himself was very surprised to be singled out by Xiaofei. Louis immediately recognized Xiaofei's intent. It seemed Xiaofei was afraid he was too strong and was looking for someone weaker to negotiate with. Although he had no idea what they wanted to negotiate, it was clear that making a scene would only harm them in the current situation. Chen Tong was one of the two men present, so sending him to gather some information seemed reasonable. After thinking it over, Louis turned to Chen Tong and said, you go ahead, just be sure to be cautious. With Louis's agreement, Chen Tong lowered his weapon and walked toward the negotiation table with Xiaofei's group. Seeing the bait had been taken, Xiaofei couldn't help but smirk, a half-smile of disdain on his face. He appeared very friendly, moving closer to put his arm around Chen Tong's shoulders. Despite Chen's obvious lack of enthusiasm, brother, to be honest, if you guys haven't let us take it, why not trade the goods instead? Chen Tong seemed very cautious but quickly followed him.
The negotiation had barely begun when Xia Fei took his people away, leaving Louis only able to watch from a distance, hoping that nothing bad would happen.
Guan Lingyu was somewhat puzzled. Louis, aren't you going to check it out? What if Xia Fei goes after Chen Tong? Louis also wanted to, but he couldn't. He had no choice because Xia Fei wouldn't let him participate in the joint negotiation. The reason was that he feared Louis would take action against him.
However, he wouldn't be foolish enough to attack Louis's teammate, Chen Tong, as that would be equivalent to inviting Louis to take revenge. After a while, Chen Tong returned and immediately announced the result of the negotiation. I have discussed with them. They will no longer come to take our meat, but they want us to tell them where bear meat can be found. Louis did not expect things to be resolved so easily. Chen Tong continued to smile brightly, proving that the negotiation had gone very well. He originally wanted to take half of our meat, but I told him that Louis would definitely not agree. I even threatened them that if they continued to make unreasonable demands, I would inform Louis too. Therefore, they had no choice but to agree. Hearing that made me laugh. I didn't expect Chen Tong to also know how to intimidate others. Meanwhile, Niu didn't hold back her compliments for Chen Tong. You're quite something. In general, everyone was very happy to hear that the negotiation had been successful. However, Louis still hadn't let go of his guard. Perhaps it was because everything went too smoothly, making him feel uneasy. Could it be that they had some ulterior motive? It seemed that we had to be cautious tonight. While Louis was filled with suspicion, Chen Tong in the dark was showing an expression of fear, as if he was up to something bad. His hand didn't leave his pocket. That night, everyone was still resting, waiting for the morning to come. Of course, Guan Lingyu was still cursing Louis in her dreams. As for Louis, he was sleeping very soundly, completely unaware of anything. Suddenly, he woke up. A good sleep made him completely oblivious to what time it was. He felt a sharp headache, blaming himself for dozing off, only to realize he had slept until midnight. Chen Tong was supposed to take turns keeping watch tonight. Oh no, it's all over. But what confused him even more was that, despite it being midnight, Chen Tong was nowhere to be found in the cave. He looked at the storage area for their group and suddenly everything was gone. The meat, the water for everyone, even the axe and the pot, everything was missing. At that moment, Louis began to realize there was a problem, and it likely involved Chen Tong. It seemed Xia Fei had successfully bribed him. Immediately, Louis ran to wake up Guan Lingyu. Get up quickly. Our stuff has been completely taken away. Guan Lingyu, deep in a long sleep, was startled awake right away. The others, hearing the alarming news, jumped up in the night, utterly panicked. Where did everything go? Why is it all gone? Wasn't it Chen Tong who was supposed to keep watch tonight? Louis was the only one who understood the situation. He frowned, realizing, we slept so soundly that we didn't notice anything. When I think about it, it's eerie. Let's go to the Yang by Chuan's place and see what's happening. Chen Tong was probably already there. So, at Louis's command, everyone moved towards Yang by Chuan. Just as he had predicted, Chen Tong was right in front of them. Guan Lingyu could not maintain her composure. Even Guan Xiaofei, Miu, and Suing were utterly shocked by this scene. Seeing them making noise, Louis immediately signaled for Guan Xiaofei to quiet down. We must not let them know we are awake. Everyone find a good hiding spot. The girls immediately obeyed his orders. Louis took on the task of getting a little closer to see what Chen Tong was up to. Indeed, the mountains may change, but a person's character is hard to shift. Being a man himself, Louis could avoid the allure of women, like a bull that only knows to charge at a red flag, while the others just blindly charged at bad people. As for Chen Tong, he simply followed beautiful women wherever they were. At that moment, Chen Tong was hugging two girls, laughing heartily. He was also very proud of his achievements, despite being a traitor. According to the giggling girls around him, it turned out that he had taken action against Louis's group by secretly drugging them. Hearing this, Miu was extremely indignant. She couldn't believe Chen Tong had betrayed them and had even given them sleeping pills. Louis, on the other hand, only looked at the ungrateful scum with disdain. It turned out that Xia Fei didn't actually want to find a weak man, but rather intended to use benefits to buy Qin Tong's loyalty, making him come to ask for help. Guan Xiaofei worried about the future of the group and asked Louis, "What are we going to do? The axe and pot have been taken from us." He also felt that the situation was quite difficult, as they had taken away all their essential items. Logically speaking, they must be feeling quite satisfied right now. However, Louis noticed that there was not a single strand of Xia Fei or Yang Baichuan's hair at the camp at this moment. If what Qin Tong said was true, he guessed they were heading towards where he had seen the black bear. Therefore, Louis now thought that they just needed to wait quietly and look for an opportunity to regain their belongings. In the meantime, for some reason, someone was rushing from a distance towards Yang Baichuan's tent. He was shouting loudly as he ran, "Everyone, run quickly! There's a wild beast chasing us from behind." Louis shielded the girls and instructed them, "Come on, we need to stay away from them a bit, don't let ourselves get involved." So the group hid behind a rock face, away from Xia Fei and the others. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was engaged in a fierce battle with a very aggressive wild boar. The one in charge wielding the axe, facing it head-on, was Xia Fei, but he was trembling more than ever. This wild boar was incredibly chaotic, it regarded no one as a friend or foe and charged at anyone it saw. One by one, people were knocked over by the boar's terrifying speed. They continuously called for help from both Xia Fei and Yang Baichuan, but neither of them could be of any assistance and could only run for their lives. Louis stood from a distance along with Guan Xiaofei, watching and laughing gleefully. They truly believed in karma, it served them right, who told them to act like dogs, who told them to steal my bear meat. While Yang Baichuan was running, he spotted the spot where Louis was hiding. Like a rabbit, he rushed towards him, seeking help. However, the problem that Louis was concerned about was that he had been discovered, and it was highly likely that he would become the next victim of the rampaging wild boar. Two men shouted, "Lou, you came just at the right time. Hurry and help us think of a way. If this continues, all the lucky survivors will die out." The crazy duo Yang Baichuan and Xia Fei ran toward Louis without hesitation, as if they were lifelong friends from 1,000 lifetimes ago. Louis cast them a nonchalant glance, "Sorry, but I'm not a superhero or anything. You guys got yourselves into this mess, so you should figure it out yourselves." Guan Lingyu wouldn't let them off easily either, "Do whatever you want, but not everyone can just jump on her head." While they were openly fighting over public affairs and secretly grabbing things, did these guys ever think of Louis as a brother? Vicious, I'll be waiting for your downfall. At this moment, Xia Fei, feeling genuinely scared, chimed in with apologies, "Louis, I know what I did to Qin Tong was wrong, but it was only to ensure everyone could survive. There are so many people with nothing to eat. How can you bear to watch them die of starvation? Anyway, any apology that comes after the word but renders everything meaningless, Xia Fei." Yang Baichuan tried to sound even more sentimental and clung to the brotherhood to justify his wrongdoings, "We are all compatriots. In times of danger and difficulty, we should help each other, that's what is right." Louis went through a series of events, from being robbed to being betrayed, so at this moment he could only sigh and turn on the attitude mode, "Stop being so self-righteous. If you want me to think of a way to help you, you first have to return my stuff." Well, at least he still had some rationality. Although Yang Baichuan's group had pushed him to his limit, if he really did not help, he would be no different from the selfish lot like them. Furthermore, as long as he got the axe back, it was not a significant loss. Xia Fei, saved by the hero, was very submissive, presenting the axe to Louis. "All right, here you go, Louis. Hurry up and save us." When Louis got hold of the beloved axe, he began to swing it around, spinning a few times to show off his skill. Seeing he hadn't made any moves, the two guys immediately jumped in to pressure him. "Mr. Liu, you can't just take the stuff and turn your back on us." If they labeled him as turning his back, then he would just accept it. Louis tucked the axe behind his back and turned to walk away. Guan Lingyu didn't forget to give them the finger, friends full of love and affection, never to meet again. Despite Xia Fei's continuous cries for help, Louis only left a reminder, "Use fire, you fools." and so they had no choice but to continue their endless escape.
Tonight, Xiafei and his group would make excellent candidates for the show run while waiting.
As for Louis, he had other plans. Their cave could no longer be a refuge, they needed to find a better place to take shelter.
Guan Lingyu was utterly surprised by his swift decision. Why is that?
This place is close to the sea, we can find plenty of food.
If we move, wouldn't that benefit them?
No sooner had she finished speaking than Louis immediately flicked her forehead painfully.
He explained to her, "Young lady, are you using all your IQ just to talk? First, there are too many bad guys surrounding us. They can take away the food we work hard to gather at any time. Second, in recent days, we've experienced heavy rainstorms, as everyone can see.
Our base primarily consists of mud, and each time a storm passes, it becomes very easy to erode. This seriously affects our safety."
Louis continued, "The third thing is what makes me the most anxious. Suddenly, Bai Chuan led the wild boars here. If they cannot kill the wild boars, it will lead to retaliation from them, and we could easily get caught up in it." Guan Xiaofei also partly understood Louis's words. However, if we are too far from the coastline, what if the rescue team arrives, and we miss the opportunity for assistance?
This was Guan Xiaofei's concern, which was also the troublesome issue that Louis had always been worried about. But for now, this was the best measure. So, shortly, we will follow the cliff along the coast to see if we can find a suitable cave nearby. Realizing this, Louis immediately encouraged him. "Louis, you have more experience here than all of us. We trust you and will follow your lead." And so that night, instead of continuing to sleep, they had to set out to look for a new shelter. Suddenly, Louis announced from above, "All right, everyone stay here and rest for a bit." When Mo wondered where Louis was going, he replied, "I will go around the back to check. Previously, I saw that there was a flat patch of land back there. Perhaps we could find a suitable place." So goodbye to the girls, he continued his journey alone. Because at present, he was the only man in the group, he had to endure more hardships. Otherwise, the girls might not have the strength to withstand these things. However, Louis also had many thoughts. Although it was easy to say so, finding a natural cave suitable for shelter was truly not easy at all. However, the heavens would never forsake good people. He only took a little time to find an extremely potential place to stay. What was that? A pile of rocks? Before him were 6 piles of stones arranged in 2 rows. From the degree of weathering of the stones, it could be seen that they had existed for at least 5 years. It seemed that this was definitely not a natural formation. This meant that 5 years ago, this deserted island had once been visited by people. The largest mound of earth here was probably used to bury the dead. Where the living had gone, he did not know, and how they had left the island was also a mystery. Therefore, Louis decided that the only way to find out the answer was to dig. First, he knelt down, clasped his hands in prayer, and held a ceremony for those who had fallen asleep. He clasped his hands and murmured, "Dear uncles, dear elders, those who have passed beneath this symbol, my name is Louis. I am about to disturb the graves of all of you. Please forgive me, esteemed ones. I do not know which divine beings you were before you passed away, I am here bowing my head to apologize." After sincerely apologizing to the deceased, he immediately began digging into the rocky grave. After a while, the girls also found the spot where Louis was digging. They could not help but wonder, "What do you need those stones for, or are you planning to use them to build a base?" Louis turned to explain, "Of course not. I have discovered some traces of life on this deserted island. Perhaps someone once lived here. Once you all have rested, come help me search for clues together." Naturally, he did not dare to let them know that what they were digging today were actually graves. Otherwise, he feared they might bury him along with those graves. Thanks to the help of many people, the excavation went smoothly. Louis suddenly unearthed a very mysterious object. Guan Xiaofei approached to take a look and immediately recognized it seemed to be a wooden statue. Louis picked it up and examined it closely. It was indeed a wooden statue. However, this feeling is not simply that of a toy.
for if it were just a toy, why was it buried deep in the tomb? He fumbled for a while, and suddenly, before the wooden statue, the image of its face and eyes flickered. From the statue, dark streams of light emerged. He was instantly alarmed, falling backward. When he looked at it, he suddenly saw that this wooden figure resembled a living person, which frightened him. At this moment, Yuan Xiaofei stepped closer and asked softly, "What is this?" Niu replied, "This wooden statue seems to be an object that some ancient tribes used for worship. I had seen something similar in an archaeological magazine before." Guan Lingyu felt extremely frightened. Who has the time to come to a deserted island to bury a wooden statue? My God, do you all think there used to be some primitive tribe on this island? The more they talked, the more terrified they became. Louis had to reassure everyone, don't think wildly. No matter what, this wooden statue proves that there were people on this island. Perhaps we can find other clues. After successfully leaving this place, he felt nervous and immediately placed the wooden statue back in its original position. Guan Xiaofei was incredibly optimistic, she said, having a clue means there is hope. Louis is right. Alright, let's not waste any more time here. We still need to find something to eat. At that moment, Louis suddenly noticed a black streak on his hand. He rubbed it hard to scrub it off, but it just wouldn't come off. Strange, when did this dye get on me? And it won't wash off either. But before he could figure out the cause, Guan Lingyu urged him to hurry. Why are you standing there like a statue? Don't tell me you're scared of the wooden statue. Come over here quickly. So, Louis lost interest and followed the girls. He had no idea that the wooden statue left behind was curling into a sinister smile, dark energy radiating everywhere. After a long while, they finally found another cave. The group entered to survey the terrain. Louis thought, this place seems pretty good. It's dry and flat here, and not too far from the mountain peak. I didn't expect to find a place like this. However, Niu felt a bit uneasy. I have a feeling this place looks like it has been inhabited before. Suddenly, Suing noticed something. She pointed straight ahead, attracting everyone's attention. Look over there, everyone. Without hesitation, she quickly ran towards the strange object she had spotted. Niu, standing beside her, saw Suing exerting all her strength to pull something and couldn't help but feel alarmed. No way? This island really won't have any primitive tribes, will it? Her words startled the two girls from the Guan family. Both immediately clung to Louis for help. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he also scared the two girls half to death. Mo is right. What if there are actually some hairy guys here? You girls have to be careful. Beautiful girls like you are easily taken to be breeding tools for the tribe. Whether he was happy or not, Guan Xiaofei certainly was not. For the first time in her life, she slapped him hard on the back of the head. Truly, he was the #1 troublemaker in the universe. This time, both sisters stood together, teaming up to punish Louis, leaving him no way to defend himself. He could only divert the conversation to save himself. Stop thinking about that, ladies. We need to focus on taking care of ourselves first. Niu, come find water with me. Suing, Guan Xiaofei, and Guan Lingyu will go look for food. Just as Louis wished, they went together to find a new water source. Fortunately, they found a wonderful spot with crystal clear water, guaranteed not to cause any poisoning when consumed. Taking advantage of the water here, Louis also took the opportunity to wash the ink stain off his hand. Luckily, this time the stain was a little lighter, but it still couldn't be completely washed away. He kept scrubbing repeatedly, hoping to completely remove it. To be honest, this stain gave him a strange feeling, similar to that wooden statue. But now it seemed that he might be overthinking. He probably just accidentally got it on himself. While he struggled with the ink stain, Niu had gathered enough bottles of water and called out to him, "Let's go home, this water is enough." Seeing this, Louis immediately agreed. He pushed aside his doubts about the ink stain, telling himself not to think about it anymore and let it fade away on its own. Surely, Xiaofei and the others must have found food by now. Oh, this guy really trusts his teammates, doesn't he? As for me, I'm not so sure.
Right now, Guan Xiaofei is happily wiggling among the pile of food she just found. Hee, I can't believe we can find something like potatoes here. When Louis comes back, he will definitely praise us.
Hee. This girl is so talented, she doesn't need Louis's praise at all. I'm ready to write a 20-page essay praising her.
Today seems like a lucky day for the food hunters, unlike last time when they only got a few poisonous mushrooms.
Guan Lingyu also found something quite promising. Guan Xiaofei, come see what we found.
She and Suing had discovered a type of fruit that is quite sweet. Guan Xiaofei, carrying a bunch of potatoes, had to turn around to eavesdrop. At this moment, Guan Lingyu and Suing were extremely happy as they tasted the sweet fruit they had just picked. They ate non-stop as if they were enjoying a feast of gourmet delicacies. Guan Lingyu even shared some with her younger sister, but she didn't eat any and instead thought of her ex. I'm not going to eat, I want to save some for Louis. He's been busy for so long because of us and hasn't eaten anything yet, it's just right to give him some sugar. Guan Lingyu was eating and drinking happily, but she also had to consider her younger sister's concerns. She immediately chased after and kept some fruit, then I'll save a little for her. Alright, in this house, from the elder sister to the younger one, no one was free from Louis's charms. Even Suing could only laugh, not knowing what to say in the face of the speechlessness between these sisters. That night, they had just gotten a new house and a pretty abundant food source, and tonight's dinner was baked potatoes. This pile of potatoes was enough for them to last for several days.
Louis was eating while wondering, shouldn't we dig out all the soil? Guan Lingyu immediately opposed his idea. If we don't dig it all up, are we planning to stay until next year? Do you really want to start a life of growing vegetables and raising fish on this deserted island? Louis immediately retorted, what do you know to say that? What if in a couple of years, we still can't return?
No matter where we are, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario.
These thoughts also stemmed from Louis's logical reasoning. Ultimately, considering an accident like we commonly see, the government would quickly form a rescue team. But it's been a long time, and no one has shown up. The situation outside must be worse than I thought. Oh my, I think that this guy is not optimistic at all.
In this situation, one should have a resilient heart and believe in good things. Even Guan Xiaofei thinks like me. She punched her ex-boyfriend and brushed her mouth. I don't want to spend a year without going back. Suddenly, her ex was acting all clingy and spoiled. Louis immediately lowered his voice and stopped mentioning this topic. When everyone finished dinner, Miao yawned repeatedly, yawning until tears streamed down her face. I'm so stuffed, I'm going to bed now. Guan Lingyu quickly called her sister over. Fei, come here. So all the girls gathered in one place, eager to get some sleep right away. Now, the only one left was Louis, a boy completely alone. Truly, it was like a wolf among a flock of pure white sheep. But he also needed to take a nap, so he immediately sought justice for himself. Hey, you all have to leave me a spot, right? Are you really planning to let me sleep outside tonight? Sleeping is a basic need for me. But whether Guan Lingyu would agree or not was another matter. And do you think she would say yes? Certainly not, no way. He can't sleep with us. In contrast to her determined demeanor wanting to drive Louis away, Miao was very enticing and lured him. Hey Lou, come lie next to me. I've made a spot for you. This is really bad. Suddenly having someone as sweet-talking as Miao inviting him, Louis would definitely be tempted if he let his guard down even a little. But before he could agree, he was firmly rejected by Guan Lingyu. No, it's not about lying next to Miao or Guan Xiaofei. If he comes over, it definitely won't be anything good. How about this, let him come lie next to me. Just right for me to deal with him. Oh dear, don't be shy, your sharp tongue aside, I think your flushed face has revealed everything. You must be drooling over him. But that was just your wishful thinking, while Louis still had strong feelings for his ex-girlfriend. So either he got to lie next to his old flame, or he decided not to lie next to any of the girls at all. He sulked and walked out in front of the store. Forget it, I'm gonna sleep in the cave. Who's gonna take advantage of lying next to Guan Lingyu?
I'm not so sure. You must be afraid of losing your virginity too.
For the first time taking the initiative and being rejected, Guan Lingyu felt so embarrassed that she didn't know where to hide her face. In her anger, she turned sharply to Louis, venting, "So what, have I hit the nail on the head?"
Louis, don't think I don't know what you're dreaming about. Aren't you just trying to gather us in your harem? Oh no, this is bad. This girl has high IQ but often feels shy.
Why provoke her like this, only for her to point fingers? Suddenly being hit with the truth, not just Louis but all the other girls felt extremely embarrassed, unsure of where to hide their faces. Louis scratched his ear, deciding to avoid Guan Lingyu to spare himself the need for explanations. "That crazy woman, I'm too lazy to explain anything to you." However, at that moment, he also realized that something was a bit unusual. Although Guan Lingyu was arrogant, she had never acted so wildly like this before. There was something off. Indeed, just as he suspected, even though he had tried to back down to end this joke, Guan Lingyu continued to test Louis. "What are you afraid of? Wherever I am, men will come, so why pretend?" Guan Lingyu couldn't understand why she was so agitated that she ripped her shirt off, exposing her undulating hills. Oh, poor unfortunate buttons, which had already worked hard to hold two grapefruit in place, now had all their threads torn apart. Louis, upon witnessing this scene, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes twitched uncontrollably. Clearly, this was not Guan Lingyu's usual reaction. What on earth had happened? He quickly rushed over to hold her hands to prevent her from stripping right there in the wild nature. But Louis's calamity did not come only from Guan Lingyu. His 99th disaster also stemmed from Suing. She too began trembling, her body hot with fever. "Louis, I think Lingyu is right." And you know what happened next? She was just like Guan Lingyu, offering herself to Louis as well. She said, "If you're a man, be bold." "I can." Oh my God. His friends were acting so wildly that it scared him to death. All he could do was curse a bit, there was nothing else he could do. Fortunately, Miao and Guan Xiaofei managed to keep their composure. The two of them immediately rushed in to hold back their sisters, preventing them from getting carried away and doing something even worse. Thanks to that, Louis managed to escape from being ambushed by the beautiful women. He exclaimed, "That's terrifying. What on earth did these two eat? Why have they become so abnormal? As a man, it's really a shame to see this." Suddenly, Louis's mention of food made Guan Xiaofei remember the things they had carelessly stuffed into their mouths. She said, "What did we eat wrong in the afternoon?" "That's right, we found some wild fruit on the mountain. Suing saw this fruit and ate it with the sisters, while I kept my portion because I wanted to share it with you, but I got too busy and completely forgot." Saying that, she handed Louis the bag of wild fruit that she had saved for him. As soon as Louis opened it and saw the vibrant colors, he knew something was wrong. Oh no, he wasn't quite sure about this. If Louis didn't know, then the only other person in the group who had knowledge about these wild things could only be Miao. She immediately realized that this was the red fragrant fruit. She left Suing and Guan Lingyu, who were writhing and acting out, to Guan Xiaofei, and ran over to confirm, "That's right, this is the red fragrant fruit. This type of fruit will change based on living conditions, causing hallucinations." Louis immediately realized the danger of this fruit. He said, "It's no different from drugs. Is there any way to save them? Does drinking a lot of water help?" Miao saw that he was too naive, so she taught him a lesson that he would remember for a lifetime. Normal methods won't work. The only way to quickly relieve them is to let them release it. And about how to release it, you are a man, they are women. Is such a basic thing something I need to teach you? Not to mention, but once it comes to these things, how could a virgin like Louis not feel embarrassed? Not only was he taken aback and speechless, but even Guan Xiaofei, who was not in a hallucination state, was made extremely embarrassed by Mo's words. In Louis's mind, a mini-devil now appeared, constantly injecting him with dark thoughts. "Louis, oh Louis, why are you so timid? Things like this that go with the flow should be embraced. Do you not like beautiful girls? These two are not only beautiful but also very attractive. and they are even taking the initiative to invite you over. Usually, people have both angels and demons fighting inside them. But for you, Louis, you only have a demon in your mind, and you have to face your dark thoughts alone. No, this isn't right. We have to think of another way. He glanced over at the two girls, who seemed to be waking from a trance. Both of them were moaning his name in an incredibly seductive way. Louis let out a sigh, cursed under his breath, damn it. And then turned to Mio, if you know about this fruit, surely there can't be just one solution, right? Louis remained rational and alert, so as not to fall into the trap of these crafty girls. When Mo was exposed, she also spoke sincerely. Actually, I do know another way, not very good, which is to soak in cold water. Well, whether this method is good or not, it is certainly much better than the natural way to help the girls relieve themselves. Louis immediately concluded, all right, let's go. No matter what, saving people is the most important thing. Let's go. Everyone started working together, leading them to the beach. So the five of them hurriedly made their way to the shore. Guan Xiaofei took on the task on shore, observing and ensuring everyone remained safe. Meanwhile, Miao and Louis had helped the other two down into the cold water. Louis was directly responsible for Guan Lingyu, who was shaking constantly. It's so cold. Louis noticed that the situation had begun to improve a little. It seemed that the method Mo applied was still effective. They had only been soaking for a few minutes, yet Guan Lingyu had visibly recovered, returning to a normal state. Little did they expect that within such a short time, they would cause such a big hassle. It seemed that in the future, he would have to go looking for food together with others, as he couldn't let a situation like this happen again. As he held Guan Lingyu, he silently reminded himself. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Guan Lingyu's cold hand touched his cheek. I'm sorry, Louis. Her voice struck him like a bolt of lightning, pulling him back to reality. She shivered as she apologized with a puppy dog gaze full of regret. That look was truly lethal. He was certain that any guy who met that gaze would be ready to do anything for that person. Fortunately, Louis managed to remain calm. He said to Mio, let's head back first, don't let them catch a cold. Returning to his cave, Louis started a fire and took on the task of cooking. He couldn't help but get lost in many different thoughts. It has been more than half a month since we arrived on this deserted island. Normally, the rescue team would have probably arrived by now, but in the eyes of those outside, we have become missing persons. Seeing his serious expression, Guan Xiaofei presented a cleanly peeled crab claw to him. She invited him to eat it while it was still hot. Here, I'll share this half crab with you. Don't look so tense. Louis was touched and thanked her. While eating, he tried to reassure himself, thinking, I'm just a bit tired, if I rest for a while, I will be fine. Given the current situation, our lives are going to get increasingly difficult. It seems that to overcome these hardships, some changes need to be made. He looked over at the girls happily eating, naming each one, Xiaofei, Lingyu, Miao, Suing. Each of them was a darling of the heavens, yet they had to endure hardships here. Destiny truly was unfair to everyone. Seeing the cute and talented girls suffering, he couldn't stand it any longer. Suddenly, a flame of determination surged within him. He stood up straight and declared passionately, I have made my decision. Instead of sitting here waiting for a chance, we should strive and work hard ourselves. Let's build a wooden raft together and set out to sea to call for help. This was exactly what he had been thinking about earlier, but at that time, he thought there was still a chance that a rescue team would come to save them. However, time proved that he had to rely on himself. Guan Lingyu was taken aback by this idea, set out to sea? Niu also pondered thoughtfully, drifting on a wooden raft is indeed a good idea. As long as we encounter passing ships during the drift, we will be saved. She painted a truly beautiful vision. But before the artist could meticulously illustrate that vision, it was interrupted by a saboteur. Guan Lingyu interjected, don't think that everything will go smoothly. You make it sound so easy. Do you think we can just build a raft? Even if we manage to build one, what about food and water? Louis had already thought about this early on and confidently replied, I have considered these things too.
As long as we are diligent, we can gather everything we need. However, right now we are facing a bigger issue, which is that our current manpower is not enough to build the wooden raft. Therefore, we need to find more collaborators. When it came to collaboration, Suing could only think of one person, but who can we find to collaborate with now? Yang Baichuan? This was obviously an involuntary remark, but unexpectedly, the collaborator Louis was referring to was indeed Yang Baichuan. As he confirmed this, all the girls began to gasp, their mouths agape in surprise. Guan Lingyu immediately rushed forward to oppose. Are you crazy? Haven't you suffered enough at their hands? You're about to become a holy mother at this rate. Guan Xiaofei joined in with her sister, wanting him to avoid further harm from them. That's right, Louis. At most, the 5 of us can work slowly together, collaborating with them won't end well. Louis was about to interact with the board of directors, and he reached out to reassure them, saying, "Don't worry, I've calculated everything. All you need to do is trust me." Well, he was the leader of the group, and having said that, the 2 girls from the Guan family had no choice but to accept. Although they still expressed doubt, there was no alternative left. That night, Louis and his girls set out to find Yang Baichuan. These people were quite easy to locate, as Yang Baichuan indeed remained true to himself, unwilling to give up any benefits. The group had moved into the old base of Louis's team, and the ones welcoming them were Yang Baichuan and Xiafei, who had been waiting in advance. Yang Baichuan was extremely pleased, asking, "So Lu, you finally decided to show up? Have you gathered a whole harem and want to seek some novelty?" Meanwhile, Xiafei was chuckling, acting as if he were in the upper hand. The girls being teased felt very shy and embarrassed, but Louis remained confidently unfazed. It's quite hard to hear a decent word from you. No need to revisit the past. Let's discuss our collaboration. Surprised, old man? I bet they never thought that someone like Louis, who had always driven them away, would now proactively express a desire to cooperate. Louis did not wait for Yang Baichuan to utter a word before immediately continuing, "I believe you also recognize that the chance of rescue is dwindling. Therefore, I intend to build a large wooden raft myself and venture out to save myself." Louis's determination was incredibly strong, leaving Yang Baichuan and Xiafei both stunned. They had not anticipated this idea. Seeing the change in their expressions, Louis was quite sure he had succeeded. Surely, many people could not resist the allure of the opportunity to return home, even if they had previously despised Yang Baichuan's pretentiousness. But for now, to be able to construct an old raft, they would need Yang Baichuan's assistance. Just as he predicted, Yang Baichuan and Xiafei altered their attitude. They suddenly became very obedient to him. "As long as we can get back home, I'll agree to whatever you say." After turning Yang Baichuan into an ally, Louis was pleased and nodded, "Great." He immediately outlined a plan for Yang Baichuan, detailing the construction of the wooden raft, what materials were needed, as well as the essential food and water supplies. Everything was necessary. He assigned, "We will split into 3 groups, the girls will prepare drinks, the guys will be in charge of food, and I will go gather materials." Yang Baichuan immediately felt shy and scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard that his group was in charge of food. "Lu, to be honest, we haven't had much food for the past few days. We only have some coconuts and tree bark to fill our stomachs." Xiafei added a few more words to illustrate their group's poverty. "In our group, 2 people have already fainted from hunger." Louis was very surprised and puzzled. "Didn't you all kill that wild pig before?" Yang Baichuan immediately explained, "That creature is very strong and fast as well. We didn't know how to seriously injure it, so in the end, we can only try to chase it away." Yang Baichuan continued, "Lu, you have encountered many deep pieces of knowledge. Can you think of a way for us to deal with that wild pig? This way, it would mean not only food but also plenty of fat." Faced with Yang Baichuan's series of demands, Louis pondered deeply while stroking his chin. Finally, he decided, "I can help you guys, but you must follow my guidance." Just waiting for this, both Yang Baichuan and Xiafei showed their flattering demeanor. "We follow the master's orders." "Alright, okay then, Captain Lu, we will listen to you completely." Guan Lingyu looked down on the opportunistic attitude of the other group, but she only left a gentle remark, "After all, from now on, we are allies.
Thus, both sides began to join forces to hunt the wild boar. Hunting the wild boar was not easy. After many discussions, they decided to dig a trap next to Yang Baichuan's original base and let Louis be the bait to lure the wild boar. Initially, Louis did not want to be the bait, but all the other men present here, except him, were barely alive. Therefore, in order for everyone to survive and eventually set sail, he had to agree to this request. Before setting off, Guan Xiaofei was very worried and ran to tightly hug his arm. Louis had to pat his petite ex-lover's head to reassure her. Meanwhile, Guan Lingyu was in full mother hen mode, giving Yang Baichuan and Xiaofei no chance to escape. Why is it always him going? Being a man, you all should go together. You act like a turtle hiding in its shell all the time, don't you feel shameful? They may have been scolded, but I think these people have gotten used to it, so they can only smile weakly. However, what they did not expect was that the place where Yang Baichuan encountered the wild boar was precisely the area where Lu Yi and Mo frequently went to fetch water. He was quite surprised by this new discovery. So it turned out that every time they passed by to fetch water, they were brushing against the gates of death. Luckily, all those times they managed to return safely. Surely, these two must have their ancestors carrying them on their backs. Louis stood with an axe in front of the wild boar's den, while Yang Baichuan and Xiaofei hid timidly behind two bushes. When they saw the prey appear, Xiaofei immediately shouted to Lu Yi, "Hey Lu, look over there." He turned and saw the wild boar rolling around in the mud, laughing uproariously. "Oh my god, this little guy is so easy to take care of. It can eat, play, and do everything on its own." Louis whispered into the den, "Everyone be careful, don't make any noise so I can sneak around to lure it out." This game seemed easy for Louis, but if it were too easy, it wouldn't be fun. Therefore, the author cleverly added a game breaker, which was none other than Yang Baichuan. Unknowingly or intentionally, he stepped on a branch, causing a noise that attracted the wild boar's attention. Immediately, the wild boar, which was joyfully rolling in its beloved mud pit, flipped around as quickly as flipping a pancake and charged straight towards Louis. He widened his eyes, silently thinking, "It's over." Right after that, he ran for his life, yelling, "Everyone, run quickly! Thank you all." Truly, one must live in the modern age, throwing himself back to the bliss of the Western paradise. While running to save himself, the group was also not at ease. They kept blaming each other. Yang Baichuan lamented, "All of this is Lu Yi's fault. You really didn't do it on purpose, did you? What are we going to do now, Lu?" Louis ran out of breath, finally nearing the trap. He encouraged the two who were barely holding on, "Hold on a little longer, we're almost there." After an exhausting run, the wild boar had finally charged straight in, and fortunately, they had reached the pit they had prepared earlier. Louis immediately ordered the two to jump to the left and right to create space for the wild boar to enter the trap. Quick as a flash, when the three of them had dodged a gigantic lump of meat, that lump of meat plunged straight down into the prepared pit. Poor little pig, encountering the most treacherous people on earth. Beneath that hole, they had set up a whole heap of sharp, pointed spikes. As soon as it fell, it immediately bore the brunt of the impact, a level of physical force that felt like 1,000, causing it to squeal loudly in pain from losing so much blood. Each spike pierced into the body of the fierce beast, leaving it extremely agitated. Louis looked down from above and couldn't help but exclaim, "Great, the bait has fallen into the trap." However, Xiaofei also noticed something unusual, strange, with so much blood flowing, how is this creature still so fierce? Realizing that the pig could not be easily subdued with just a few crude spikes, Louis glanced at Xiaofei's knife and said, "Xiaofei, hand me the spear, I have a way to deal with it." Xiaofei was taken aback and cautiously inquired about Louis's intentions. "You don't mean to go down there and wrestle with it, do you?" Louis replied, "You're right, but only half right." Without hesitation, Louis took the knife, securely tied it to a long wooden stake to turn it into a spear. Yang Baichuan, witnessing this impressive sight, couldn't help but be amazed. "Awesome! I never expected you could think of this, Louis. I am truly impressed." After successfully crafting a crude spear, Louis then looked for the weak points of the wild boar. The vulnerabilities of the wild boar are its eyes, anus, and ear holes. The two heads are not easy to pierce, as they are currently brimming with strength. If he stubbornly tries to stab, there is a high chance the spear will be bitten off. Therefore, he can only aim for the ear hole to achieve success. Louis focused intently on his target. As long as he seizes the opportunity and targets with the right speed, just one stab would be enough to take down this wild boar. Everyone, including Yang Baichuan, Xiaofei, Guan Lingyu, Guan Xiaofei, and Ngo, held their breath, closely watching the superhero's process of defeating the wild boar. Just when the boar, exhausted from blood loss, was about to collapse, Louis's opportunity arrived. Swift as lightning, he held the spear and thrust it directly toward the boar. Louis took a deep breath and stabbed straight into the ear of the wild boar, causing it to let out a scream of agony. But this boar was incredibly strong. It shook its head violently, refusing to give up against Louis. Its strength was so great that it dragged an adult like Louis from above down to the bottom alongside the beast. He suddenly found himself in a passive and extremely panicked state. I'm done for, this beast is too strong. There's no way I can change direction in mid-air. I have to fall. When he resigned himself to his fate, Guan Xiaofei above was extremely worried and shouted, Louis. Suddenly, Louis slipped off his spear and landed face first onto a sharp stake. The stake inflicted a long gash across his chest, even though he had tried to avoid it. Fortunately, thanks to that little bit of strength, Louis was not seriously injured. He was thrown off to one side of the pit, and the forest monster looked at him with an unprecedentedly hostile gaze. Louis struggled painfully, feeling each wave of pain piercing through him. He thought, this isn't good, I can't die here. I still have to stab that wild boar with a fatal blow. But for now, the girls of the Guan family were only concerned about his life. The boar could wait, that matter could be dealt with later. Guan Lingyu frantically extended her hand down to the pit. Louis, hurry up, grab my hand. But Louis now had very little strength left. He could only sit still and pray for himself. Could it be that he would have to die here? The wild boar was getting closer and closer, and Louis felt his strength being drained more and more. He thought, I never expected to survive a plane crash, to struggle in such a difficult and dire situation. Now, I am just one step away from getting home, but in these final moments, I have to fall under the body of this dying beast. I am unwilling. Just as his thoughts ended, the wild boar had closed in very close to him. But contrary to what he thought, he would suffer a painful death, as suddenly a long wooden stake pierced straight into the boar's vital point, causing it to go to meet its ancestors before it could feast on him. Louis was extremely surprised. I'm not dead? What has happened? Seeing the wild boar before him had passed away, he was astonished. It seemed that when the boar shook its head violently, causing the spear to hit the wall and embed deep into its brain, it seemed heaven still had eyes, and he had regained his life. The crowd saw the threat had perished and immediately shouted joyfully, it's dead, our food problem has been solved. Finally, it's dead, it's good it's dead. Guan Lingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Guan Xiaofei was very worried, bending down to want to help Louis up. Guan Lingyu, though snobbish, blushed while praising Louis, but at the same time was shy and didn't dare to look at him. Consider this kid of yours lucky to survive, but you still have a more important mission. Meanwhile, Guan Xiaofei was very gentle, extending her hand to suggest helping him. Let me pull you up to rest, you've worked hard already. Seeing the girls so concerned about him, Louis was moved to the point of almost shedding tears. Now, the question I pose to you all, if you were Louis, would you choose to hold hands with Guan Lingyu or Guan Xiaofei? 1, 2, 3, time's up for your choice. Congratulations to those who chose only one person. You've stepped into the wrong zone. Only children make such choices. As for adults like Louis, he chooses both. If that's the case, ladies, you have to hold on tight, I'm quite heavy. He joyfully exclaimed in his heart. In this world that is gradually becoming indifferent and cold, humanity is beginning to fade away, yet he still did not want to give up. Perhaps it was because there were still warm rays of light flickering by his side. While the girls were very happy at Louis's return, Yang Baichuan and Xiaofei had expressions that seemed somewhat off. They kept looking gloomy as if his survival was a source of instability. Seizing the moment of being in high spirits after hunting the wild boar, Yang Baichuan proposed the idea of building a boat to return home. Although Louis's reasoning was entirely sound, without a single flaw. Many others still raised numerous doubts. You make it sound simple to head out to sea, but what if we encounter a storm on our way?
What if we run out of food while still adrift on the ocean? There are many such factors. On what basis do you dare to take the risk?
It was obvious that there would be people opposing Louis's bold idea, as he was playing the role of the antagonist in their eyes. But in the face of those words, Louis remained calm, arms crossed in front of his chest like a general, and replied, "Life is inherently uncertain.
Would you rather live forever on this deserted island, waiting for the day when food runs out and you starve to death?"
Yang Baichuan twitched his ears upon hearing this and quickly turned around. Having ceased playing the hero against the Boers, Louis transitioned to the role of a politician, delivering a speech to rally support from everyone. Building a wooden raft is a risky gamble, one that we refuse to accept given our current situation. We may die, but the chance of survival is higher than staying on this deserted island.
As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I am willing to give it my all. This commanding, cool, domineering style, if anyone isn't infatuated, that's their problem, but the ladies here are utterly captivated.
Indeed, only a patriarch can take care of the young women. Suddenly encouraged at a critical point, the others jumped up and down. Everyone boldly chimed in with Louis, "I don't want to be in this godforsaken place, like a savage who doesn't know the days."
The others echoed, "Louis is right. I want to go home, no matter how arduous it is. I am not afraid.
I would rather die at sea than endure the frustration on this wretched island." "Me too, my wife and children are still at home."
"I want to go home." "Alright, I know this is the reaction you wanted, but let's tone it down a bit."
That satisfied look and smirk is just too cool. The ladies are going to be infatuated. And then the mission began.
The allure of returning home made the task of building the raft remarkably easy. Where's the wood?
Where are the tools?
Bring everything here.
Louis and the brothers on the deserted island were all ready. "Brothers, volunteer." While Louis was busy piecing the wooden planks together, Yang Baichuan was closely observing. He only looked, but whether he understood anything was for the heavens to know. Although this was a difficult task, where there is hope, there is motivation. Therefore, almost without Louis's prompting, everyone took the initiative to take on tasks and divided themselves into groups. The girls worked hard to gather as much food as possible to avoid turning into hungry ghosts on the journey back to land. Meanwhile, the boys took on the responsibility of searching for and carrying materials to Louis. In short, everyone had their own tasks. If we evaluated the teamwork skills, it would score a solid 0, with some digging for potatoes and others catching fish.
Didn't it just look like a group of children having a picnic together?
If it weren't for being on a deserted island, these tasks would be quite fun. After a day of hard work, the group lit a fire, had a feast, and rested. Some drank and chatted freely, while the young men here drank water and got lively in no time. One guy could no longer contain his emotions and burst out, crying, "I swear, if I can make it back home this time, I will never argue with my wife again, even if the child isn't mine."
Boo-hoo! Suddenly, the family turmoil is so intense.
"I have a handkerchief, you have a handkerchief, let's wipe away the tears for this guy. It's just pitiful that he got cheated on by his wife like that." But these matters are just minor events for folks like us from humble beginnings. For those in high society, it's rather normal.
One person sipped their drink while recounting, "With my situation, what does it even matter? The daughter isn't mine, the son isn't mine, and I'm not even my father's son anymore.
Oh my, with such a complicated family tree, I must respectfully bow down." So it turns out that the stormy family background of the wealthy is indeed real, folks. Louis was left speechless by these guys. He couldn't believe there were so many shocking stories in the world. Meanwhile, the two sisters from the Guan family were enjoying themselves. Out of nowhere, someone is narrating the tale of their life as a clown, and they couldn't be happier. Seeing the sisters laugh uncontrollably, Louis suddenly had an epiphany about his superhuman abilities. He unexpectedly envisioned a bright future with an extremely affectionate and trusting expression. This was perhaps the first time everyone lived in harmony together since they landed on the deserted island. There were no arguments and no greed. In everyone's mind,
there were just two words: go home. We wanted to go home, even if the road ahead was difficult and the sea of suffering was endless. 5 days later, the wood was fashioned into rafts. Louis shouted, 1, 2, 1, 2, keep it up, 1, 2. Everyone was joining forces to push the makeshift wooden raft into the vast ocean. Surprised, astonished, were you all? They not only had one boat but two. The group played rock, paper, scissors to form factions, each faction having a boat, then excitedly prepared to set sail. Let's go home. They all got familiar with the steering and practiced like the ferryman in the essay The Ferryman on the River by Louis. Just 2 seconds later, the whole group successfully set sail. One person looked back at the island that had held them captive for nearly a month and said, "Goodbye, island, we have to go home now." Louis also bid farewell to his sister from the island who had been with him for a month. "Goodbye, little sister island." Guan Xiaofei said nothing, but she looked quite emotional. Suddenly, the sea stirred violently as if someone had kicked it hard. The waves roared, lifting the raft high. Louis immediately yelled, "Be careful!" and raised his hand to shield Guan Xiaofei and Guan Lingyu. He was splashed with a torrent of salty seawater, quickly asking, "Is everyone all right?" The girls were fine, but he wasn't so sure. Louis looked at the two sisters, their clothes soaked by the seawater, revealing the curves of their bodies in tight-fitting outfits, their faces flushed red. He mumbled, "If it starts like this, there's no saving us, I'm so worried I'm going to faint." Guan Xiaofei shyly replied, "I'm okay." Upon hearing this, Louis's nosebleed started, and he quickly gave a thumbs up. A young man nearby, likely a die-hard fan of the fortune teller, fearful of ghosts and very spiritual, shouted in panic, "Oh! Right from the start, I see spots." Seeing everyone's growing panic, Louis swiftly signaled, "Take off your clothes. At night, out at sea, the temperature will drop. It's best to take advantage of the sunny weather now and dry off our clothes, or we might catch a cold. Come on, ladies, it's time to enjoy the durians from our plantation now. Don't think that only the ladies have fiery figures." Louis's body is definitely commendable, just looking at it makes Suing and Myo want to jump out of their skins. Suing shyly hides behind, while Myo doesn't know where to look. Myo is much bolder, thinking that Louis is just protecting the two sisters. Guan? Turns out, Miss Myo here won't be outdone either. Louis, helpless, has to explain, "It's nothing at all, if everyone stands close to me, I would definitely do the same." Guan Xiaofei still smiles nonchalantly as usual. Yang Baichuan sees the lively group on the other side and, being nourished by the view, can only sigh. The two brothers here are getting nothing. He stares blankly while assessing the girls on their own boat. After Louis finishes undressing, his spirits are even higher. "All right, let's paddle over here, next we just wait for the waves to bring us home." The old man with gray hair sighs, reminiscing about the difficult days in the past, finally leaving that cursed Love Island. "When I return, I will go eat abalone and lobster, everything expensive and nutritious, I will devour it all." He had just been looking forward to dreaming about the future when he immediately discovered something unexpected. "Everyone look, there's a new island right in front of us. Who would have thought that we would be so lucky, after just half a day's journey, to encounter a new island? I hope we can find many things like a communication device." The old man pointed at the island, his voice filled with joy, as if he was about to escape. But Lu Yi's face darkened. Only he realized that something was wrong. This island looks very familiar. Could it be? He shouted loudly to inform everyone, "This is not a new island at all, it's the island we just left. We've paddled back to that island." Guan Xiaofei was dumbfounded by this harsh truth. Even Yang Baichuan was taken aback and doubted, "Lu, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Louis could no longer hesitate. He explained to everyone while ordering a change of direction, "I've been on that deserted island for so long that there's no way I could be mistaken. Don't just stand there, paddle in the other direction. Before the wooden raft sinks and our food runs out, we can't go back to that island anymore." He silently blamed the heavens for not understanding why they liked him so much, forcing him to be tied to the deserted island for life. Let's just assume that since heaven wouldn't allow him to leave, he would have to wander for a while. Could it be that heaven wanted to keep me on this deserted island? No way.
It seemed that simply changing direction would resolve everything, but unexpectedly, human plans couldn't keep up with heaven's plans. This was already the 10th time. Each time he paddled to a certain place, it would lead him back to this shabby island.
Fate had been arranged, we couldn't escape it.
Guan Xiaofei had been knocked down by the cruel reality, her spirit collapsing.
She cried bitterly, Louis, can we really not go back?
This time, Louis also had no mood to comfort his petite ex-lover anymore. He was the one who wanted to swear the most. Damn it, I can't even figure out how to comfort Xiaofei anymore. 10 times back to the deserted island, this is too strange.
Could it be that we have encountered some invisible wall?
While Louis was at a loss for what to do, suddenly a storm arose, and heavy rain poured down. He raised his hand in front of his face, feeling each raindrop, and was extremely panicked and dazed. Why has it started to rain? This isn't good. Seeing the sky becoming stormier by the moment, and the boat drifting back to the deserted island that had imprisoned them for a whole month, Louis still did not lose his high resolve.
He struggled to signal to everyone, quick, paddle back. The storm is coming. Everyone was taken aback by his decision. Yang Baichuan could no longer maintain his optimism. What?
The rower on your side has definitely lost hope, and it's clear we won't make it in time.
We're done for.
The people on the boat began to clam up, screaming in desperation, someone save me, I don't want to die yet. Some even cursed, my whole life has been a gamble, this is ridiculous, I won't accept this fate. And then what had to happen came to pass, heavy rain and strong winds accompanied by huge waves.
The boat carrying Louis and the girls was being battered by the waves.
Everyone screamed and shouted loudly. Louis, seeing this, tried to calm everyone down. Everyone, stay calm, this is just the prelude.
Let's move forward together.
But no one knew where moving forward actually led to. Right now, moving forward, as Louis said, was a direct plunge into hell itself.
The boat tilted sharply into the jagged rocks jutting out of the ocean with each wave.
And just like that, in a rainy afternoon, everything was lost, everyone was drowning. The boat had shattered into countless pieces, and the people were left bobbing in the vast sea. Those fortunate managed to cling to a piece of wood, while the unlucky were still sinking gradually. Louis immediately shouted loudly, everyone remain calm, hold on tightly to the piece of wood, I will pull you up. Right now, he had to hurry to get everyone ashore before the storm intensified, otherwise, they would surely perish. His girls were very well behaved, quick to grasp the drifting wood.
Louis then pulled everyone toward the shore.
The Guan sisters were extremely sorrowful. Guan Xiaofei felt so dejected that she was on the verge of tears.
Louis understood the mindset of the girls at this moment. Perhaps everyone had lost all their faith.
This strange invisible wall had indeed delivered a wake-up call, shattering our beautiful illusions into smithereens.
After everyone had drifted ashore, they all lost all hope. The old man with silver hair lamented, didn't they say that with effort, one would be rewarded? Why do I have to stay on this deserted island? Heaven is truly unfair. Ha ha ha, this is all fate. We are doomed to be the outcasts.
Some people couldn't take it anymore and vomited right on the sand.
We can't go out, and no one can come in, we are all going to die.
Ha ha ha, so generally, it's all hopeless now, and everyone can only think about the worst-case scenario.
Louis clenched his fists, refusing to accept reality.
He looked around to assess the situation. Before we went out to sea, there were still 21 people. After a wave from who knows where crashed in, now there are only 12 left.
It's so inhumane and scrupulous, it's truly cruel. Are they really going to be stuck on this deserted island for the rest of their lives? Yang Baichuan, fortunate to have escaped death, trembled as he approached Louis. What do we do now, Lou? You need to think of a way fast. Louis, who was usually so calm, was now also furious. At this point, you all still just think of telling me to figure something out? What do you all actually think I am? A consulting team for you? Yang Baichuan's attitude towards him now made him angry as a dog.
Louis helplessly said, I'm sorry, but we're just ordinary people.
Well, I also know how to feel sad. You all figure out for yourselves how to go on from now on. Everyone take care of themselves.
Hearing him speak, I thought he was sulking, claiming to be hurt, saying he wouldn't speak anymore.
Louis walked over to the two sisters, Guan, who were looking dejected. He reached out his hand to Guan Xiaofei and said, "Let's go, we'll head out first." But she still looked very sad, not responding to him at all. Having lost trust like that, Louis could only murmur self-pity about this situation. Losing the spiritual pillar felt like losing the will to live. He didn't know how they would survive in the future. So, running away from heaven and back to earth, after all the effort put into going out to sea, they ended up returning to their pigsty in the cave. Louis had to do his utmost to console Guan Xiaofei. "Guan Xiaofei, be good, take your medicine. Your face is so red, you must have a high fever." Fortunately, he had learned a bit from the traditional Chinese medicine teacher in his department before, so he knew how to use the mugwort he found in the forest to brew a bowl of medicine. Unexpectedly, everyone in the group came down with a fever, and among them, Guan Xiaofei was the most severely ill, with a fever so high that it led to pneumonia. However, he needed to treat her immediately. But Guan Xiaofei, who was usually obedient, had now been extinguished by the storm of despair. She flung Louis's medicine bowl away and said, "I won't drink it." "Oh my, what kind of attitude is this?" Luckily for her it's Louis, otherwise, she would have been slapped right away. Guan Xiaofei, sitting on her knees, felt incredibly wronged. "We've gone around the sea 10 times, and each time we couldn't escape this wretched island. What good is taking medicine? It's better to just let me die." Even Mo, who was usually very optimistic, was now unable to hide her despair. "I'm tired, I don't want to do anything anymore." This was the common situation for all the girls. They had suffered physically from the fever, but their emotional wounds were even deeper, like the old flame forever residing in their hearts. Louis looked towards the bowl of medicine that had been thrown away. For the first time, he stood up and spoke loudly with a serious tone, "Guan Xiaofei. What's going on?" Suddenly raising your voice at someone makes them feel completely taken aback. Seeing you all feeling down, I'm taking the mic to give a speech for you all. Just because you can't break out of this situation and face to failure, you don't want to live anymore? Let me tell you, only by living on can you continue to find a way out. I absolutely will not overlook any clues that might help me get home. It was like that before, and it is the same now. If, one day, I truly find a way to leave here, what will I say to your parents if you are gone? Sorry, I couldn't protect your daughter well, right? Do you think saying that would make me happy? I thought this guy was the quiet, domineering type who acts rather than speaks, but it turns out when he gets angry, he's a professional rapper. Guan Xiaofei is sulking, and now being sulked at in return has to back down and soothe him. "Louis, don't be angry anymore. I won't say things like that again next time. You all see how amazing Louis's tactic is, right? But this can only be used in romantic situations. If you try to sulk at your partner like this, I guarantee you'll get kicked out to the sofa immediately." Louis has been apologized to, but he is still fuming. He turns away and refuses to talk anymore. How could he not be angry? He feels he hasn't protected everyone well enough. It's his own uselessness. It's not just the girl stuck here, I'm here too. After all, I'm not some kind of deity, I feel sad too. If he keeps taking all the blame on himself, who wouldn't feel sympathy for him? Guan Xiaofei hurriedly rushed to hug Louis from behind, trying her best to comfort him. "Haven't you made a great effort to protect us? We will take our medications, we will carry on living, all because of you." And just with that little nudge, all the girls found a glimmer of hope to carry on. 3 days later, they continued to stay on the deserted island. On the surface, the girls seem to have cheered up, but who knows what lies deep within their hearts. Louis looked affectionately at his lovely, obedient girls. Initially, he scolded Guan Xiaofei, but then he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Surprisingly, Guan Xiaofei was the first to recover, and she even helped him take care of the other girls. Truly a kind and diligent partner. While he was daydreaming about a home and children, unexpectedly, a voice broke the flow of his thoughts. "So you are here, Louis. I have been looking for you for several days." It was none other than Yang Baichuan's voice.
He had come with Xia Fei and a whole group of people. Louis did not respond, only silently observed them. He was surprised to see that Yang Baichuan was also taking care of the fortunate survivors. But he did not understand what their purpose for coming here was this time. Louis immediately asked about the purpose of their visit. Guan Lingyu could not hide her displeasure at their appearance. To be precise, everyone seemed cautious in the face of Yang Baichuan's strange demeanor. Louis also sensed the unusual atmosphere emanating from him, making them more wary. Yang Baichuan did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "We are not doing anything, just here to thank you for finding us a source of food." As he spoke, he pointed to several coconuts that they had worked very hard to gather. Louis immediately spread his arms to protect the girls, coldly asking, "What's going on, young pilot? Are you not going to pretend anymore? Planning to rob us openly, huh?" Indeed, everything turned out just as Louis had said. Yang Baichuan, it seemed, had no clear basis for his arrogance. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, indeed, you Lu are a very intelligent person. How about this? I see that you are quite knowledgeable about survival skills. From now on, let's work together. I will give you a way to live." Guan Lingyu interjected, "What's going on?" Clearly, this is a demand being made, yet it sounds like a threat. Hearing this, Guan Lingyu couldn't contain her anger and shouted, "Are you talking to us? What exactly do you want to do?" Louis was also extremely angry at their arrogant demeanor. "A selfish person like you can actually show leniency to others? You have once tried every means to flatter your way up, now you want me to help you? That won't happen." Yang Baichuan, seemingly having anticipated this response, waved his hand to signal, "Well then, there's no other way. Brothers, go." It turned out that everything had been prepared beforehand. No wonder he had brought a whole group of people here. Ah, so he intended to use the tactic of overwhelming the few with the many. Indeed, they seemed to have planned very carefully before coming. However, Louis was no ordinary person either. He had concealed a sharp axe behind him, then drew it out to intimidate them. But this time, those people not only knew how to use their fists and violence, but also started to use their brains. They were not targeting Louis, but rather the girls he cherished. Suddenly, Louis heard a loud shout from behind, "Ah, Louis!" Immediately, he turned around in panic and realized something terrible. His girls had all been restrained by Yang Baichuan's men. Why did they have to touch anyone but his angels? Louis was furious. The demon within him erupted, cursing incessantly, "You damned bastards! Do you have no humanity? How dare you do such things in broad daylight?" Yang Baichuan, despite being insulted, remained calm. On the contrary, he smirked, "Humanity? A guy like you, surrounded by 4 beautiful women, what right do you have to talk about humanity with us?" It turned out that it was all just out of jealousy. At this moment, Yang Baichuan did not hide his true nature, revealing a lewd demeanor. He stepped closer, intending to grope Mo's chin. "Anyway, we can't escape this damn broken island. With that cursed magical wall, no one can get in. There are no legal restrictions here, we set up our own country and make ourselves kings, so what's wrong with that?" At this moment, he became increasingly eager, stepping closer to Miao. "Just right, I'm tired of playing with women over there, I can change my taste a bit." Miao was being bullied, unwilling to accept it. She retaliated, "Get your filthy hand off me. Touch me and you'll lose your hand, understand?" Louis also felt very uncomfortable, telling Yang Baichuan, "Let her go first, then I will cooperate with you." He had already made such a concession, but this guy only revealed his depraved nature even more. He was like a man who was desperately craving a woman, licking his tongue over Miao's face, making her feel very wronged. He said, "So you still think you're the superior one, cooperation? It's too late. Now I need both food and women. From now on, you'll have to lick my boots, ha ha ha." Louis couldn't understand why these guys suddenly became so arrogant. He held the axe, threatening, "Are you dreaming in broad daylight? I see you as even less than a beast." However, none of them showed Louis the same flattery as before. All looked at him with disdain.
Xia Fei stepped forward, preparing to engage Louis in a brawl. He struck first, delivering a thunderous punch to Louis. "Alright, I've been wanting to settle this with you for a long time." This time, Louis easily dodged, but he felt something strange. Suddenly, this guy's speed had increased dramatically compared to before. Without thinking much, Louis immediately counterattacked. He used his right leg to slam hard into the guy's stomach, causing him to lose balance and tumble over, rolling in the sand until he crashed into the ground, face-planting countless times before finally stopping. But it wasn't just Xia Fei trying to play dirty. The others took advantage of Louis dealing with Xia Fei and launched a surprise attack from behind. 2 sticks came at him from both sides simultaneously, catching him off guard. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, Louis managed to use the axe to block those 2 direct strikes. Otherwise, he would have surely had a cracked skull by now. While Louis had to take on 5 or 6 opponents by himself, Yang Baichuan had grabbed the hair and collar of both Miao and Suing. He sneered, "You just wait here, Louis. I'll go enjoy these girls first." Suing, who was naturally weak, was being bullied to the point of crying her eyes out. Miao, feeling helpless, could only plead for Louis's help. Guan Xiaofei, seeing this, shouted their names loudly, which only fueled Louis's anger, causing his blood to boil at their arrogance. Louis did not hesitate any longer, wanting to end the battle quickly. He swung his axe powerfully, hitting all 3 of them at once. He gritted his teeth and moved towards Yang Baichuan. "You're the one who pushed me to this." Saying that, he poured all his strength like Son Goku, decisively chopping down at the group of small fries who were about to chop him into pieces. The result was fatal. One fell down, leaving this world with cold feet. Life is like a game that only has one life, yet they did not know how to cherish it, but instead went to provoke Louis. One unfortunate fellow was hit by the axe right in the middle of his arm, causing him to instantly lose the ability to use his hands. The whole group of Xia Fei was stunned, not daring to make a sound or move, as if they had poked a mad dog. Looking at the severed arm lying alone on the ground, who wouldn't be scared? Xia Fei was angry but still tried to pretend to be imposing. You dare to lay hands on my people?" However, this pretense was completely useless to Louis. He was extremely cold, holding the axe and approaching them, presenting his ultimatum: "I will count to 3. If you do not let her go, I will kill all your men. 1. 2. Seeing Louis prepare to bring down the axe inadvertently, Yang Baichuan broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly trying to persuade him to ease the anger of the person in front of him. "Lou, you wouldn't risk another person's life just for a woman, would you? We can talk this over slowly." This guy must be lacking in IQ, unable to sense the tense atmosphere. People are about to fight, yet he keeps insisting on negotiation. Louis glared, the sparks of fury in his gaze pierced through Yang Baichuan. He continued counting down to the last second. 3. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate to swing the axe high. Yang Baichuan panicked and shouted, Don't! We'll release her! Release her!" Louis sneered coldly, "Now that you're scared, you say so. Why weren't you scared earlier like Yang Baichuan here?" Yang Baichuan was so frightened that he squatted down in the sand, hitting his butt on the ground. Fortunately, he made the decision in time, otherwise, who knows which part of his body would have been sacrificed this time. The 2 sisters of the Guan family saw Louis's unusual behavior and were extremely worried. Guan Xiaofei gently called his name, but it was in vain. Louis continued his elegant pastime of bullying weaklings who loved to show off, living without dignity yet loving to speak loudly. As Yang Baichuan just sat down, thinking he had avoided any interaction with Louis, he unexpectedly received a kick right in the vital spot, causing him pain so intense it made him want to cry. Louis coldly shouted, "Get out of my sight! Don't let me see your face again!" Yang Baichuan felt dizzy, his head spinning. He was cradling that area of his body while trembling and retreating. He stammered, I'm leaving right now." In the blink of an eye, the whole group of Yang Baichuan had turned tail and run away. Louis watched the cowardly bunch, silently calculating.
He thought to himself, although today I have the upper hand, with Yang Baichuan's character, he will definitely not let this be. The few cannot fight against the many, and because of Guan Xiaofei, we cannot stay here any longer.
But where can we find safety?
The safety of his teammates was always Lu Yi's top priority, so after a moment of thought, he made a quick decision. Turning to the others, he conveyed a few words of advice. It seems we have to move houses again. This cave is too close. As long as they want to, they will definitely come to find us.
Rarely did Guan Lingyu agree with Lu Yi. We have to move, we must move. The farther away from those lunatics, the better. Niu quickly inquired about Lu Yi's new plan. Where can we move to? Do you have a better place in mind? Lu Yi pondered deeply, leaning on his chin. Would this cool demeanor make the ladies' hearts flutter? He said, do you remember the wild boar that died a while back? At that time, when I passed by, I discovered a small hiding place near the waterhole. Not only is it close to the water, but it's also incredibly convenient for gathering food. He continued, the Yang Baichuan group only sees the wild boar at the waterhole but doesn't know their dwelling habits. As long as you find their hideout first and set it up a bit, even if someone arrives later, they might not recognize it. Thinking along with him, Niu agreed, that's right, it's a very good place to hide. Guan Xiaofei, quick on her feet, ran to Lu Yi, clasped his arm tightly, and sweetly said, we must not delay, let's set off right now. I don't want to see them anymore. He was so infatuated with her that he immediately agreed, all right, let's go. After a while of tracking and searching for clues, Lu Yi finally found a new cave. Just as he had anticipated, it was indeed hidden here, where the wild boars appeared. However, when he saw Guan Lingyu about to enter, he stopped her. Wait, hold on. Is there a reason for that? Look at this dark cave. It's already night, and suddenly a loud growl echoes, giving him a bad feeling about this cave. Lu Yi stands in front of Guan Xiaofei, taking a defensive stance, ready to deal with the beast that's about to rush out. You ladies step back first, let me take care of this. Guan Xiaofei worries for her brother. Lu Yi, be careful. Although Lu Yi has killed wild boars a few days ago, there are still fresh signs of an animal's activity here. This indicates that another beast might have appeared recently. The sound just proved his conjecture. From the sound, he felt it wasn't a very large beast, but better than nothing. Tonight, their group might be able to feast. After getting into position, several seconds later, the beast lunges out, growling towards Lu Yi. With his keen senses, Lu Yi performs a few beautiful martial arts moves, slicing the beast in half. He turns and flashes a confident, victorious smile at the girls. He turns back, smiling and says, it was just a Shiba Inu. It seems we have a grand dinner ahead, ladies. The girls were just waiting for that and cheered wonderfully. However, when Lu Yi was about to pick up the carcass of the creature, he suddenly saw a skull fall out from inside it, nearly causing him to lose control. Lu Yi immediately covered his mouth, his face pale. How could I forget that Shiba eats rotten corpses? The wild boar before had killed no few of Yang Baichuan's men here. It seems now it has dragged people back here for food storage. Eating it doesn't that mean I'm eating human flesh, right? Nevertheless, he decided not to tell the girls and went in to clean up first by himself. He turned back and said, the situation inside might be quite dire, I need to go in and clean up a bit first. You girls wait here for me for a moment, okay? Niu sensed something and asked Lu Yi, is there feces and animal urine in there? Seeing her hesitating, Lu Yi confirmed, that's right, there might also be remains of other animals mixed in. To provide everyone with a proper living space, I need to check it out first. Fortunately, he hadn't mentioned that there were human remains inside, or the girls would have covered their mouths and thrown up. Guan Lingyu and Guan Xiaofei both looked perplexed at this grim place. No way? Shouldn't we switch to another place? This one looks too horrifying. Thinking that acting cute would get them pampered, this guy had no intention of yielding to the girls anymore. Frowning, he flicked his eyelashes like a patriarch. From now on, you ladies might have to stay here for a long time. We need to solve this for long-term development. He was just a bit of a patriarch, but when he said something, he meant it. All you needed to do was believe in him.
After waiting for a while, the girls were allowed to visit their new home and were surprised to find it clean and fresh like a five-star hotel from prehistoric times. Guan Xiaofei praised endlessly, "Wow, it looks tiny from the outside, but I didn't expect it to be so spacious inside." Niu also intended to say a few words to make Louis happy. "We've hit the jackpot, thank you." Louis saw the lovely girls enjoying the cleanliness of the cave, and even though he was exhausted, he felt optimistic. "From now on, this will be our home." That being said, it was indeed thanks to Louis spending half the day cleaning this cave, removing all the skulls and bones, and even spraying odor eliminator. Otherwise, this cave truly would have been uninhabitable. The housing issue has been resolved, but Louis did not rest and immediately intended to tackle another problem. "Alright, I have to go find food." But surprisingly, this time the girls did not let him leave the cave. "No, you stay here to watch the house today." Louis was confused, not understanding what was happening. Seeing him so surprised, the girls confidently explained, "You've worked hard for us for so long. We're not just delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Today, we will go find food." Niu was very confident, while Guan Lingyu remained as innocent as ever. "Don't misunderstand, I just want to eat something delicious." Guan Xiaofei made a final, cute remark. After hearing this, Louis had to agree immediately. "I'll listen to you all just this once." Louis was truly taken aback to the point of being choked up, but in the end, he still smiled warmly and silently thanked them. "Alright, I trust you all. In this dire situation, having teammates by my side is truly wonderful." As night fell and the moon rose high, it was the perfect time to start the song. "Baby, go to sleep, it's late at night now." Louis, who usually felt isolated, lay alone in a corner. Suddenly, next to him appeared a silhouette, and that was none other than Guan Xiaofei. He was also quite surprised by her presence. Guan Xiaofei didn't wait for him to ask and immediately responded, "Louis, I'm scared, so I can't sleep." At that moment, Louis felt like he had screwed up. Being pampered by his ex-girlfriend like this was really something. She didn't even forget to fidget, caressing the solid muscles on his body. Louis felt ecstatic, trembling with joy, and turned to gently stroke Guan Xiaofei's cheek, comforting her. "Don't be scared, I'm here with you." Even though there was nothing during the day, this place had once witnessed death. It was understandable that Guan Xiaofei was afraid. That thought crossed his mind as perfectly reasonable, and he deserved to be ensnared and caught off guard. Seeing Guan Xiaofei being cuddled by Louis, several other girls quickly clung to him, surrounding him from head to toe. In short, there was a part for everyone. Louis felt something pressing against his back and blushed furiously. "Are you all not asleep? The dead cannot resurrect, let alone I have already buried everything." He explained this, but it really didn't matter. Guan Xiaofei unleashed her one-of-a-kind trick. "No way. Tonight, I have to cuddle with you while sleeping. This cave is too scary, it gives me a feeling like there are ghosts around." Her puppy-like sparkling eyes hadn't convinced Louis yet when suddenly, from outside the cave, a strange sound resounded. "Hoo-hoo." The group, which had been lying quietly, was jolted awake by that noise. Immediately, Suing anxiously asked, "Was that the sound of crying? Surely, there can't be real ghosts, right?" Louis, unafraid of ghosts, quickly reassured the girls. "What kind of ghosts are there in this world? Even if there are real ghosts, I will protect everyone. The world's #1 reputation always." "Oh, I think this guy is very suitable for selling insurance." Guan Xiaofei, being clever, quickly guessed that the owner of those cries must be Xiaofei. Could it be they are fighting over there? Why is the noise so loud? Seeing that sitting around wouldn't solve anything, Louis, feeling curious, couldn't wait any longer and jumped up to find out the reason right away. He said, "You girls just stay put in the cave. I'll go outside to check it out." By himself, a lone male, he followed the sound from earlier, which led him to a pile of rocks. The sound was getting louder and louder. Clearly, what were they doing here? Could it be that there was something even more terrifying on the deserted island? Hiding behind a large rock, Louis peered out and was taken aback, his eyes widening tenfold. In front of him was a group of people wrapped in leaves around their waists, bullying the members of Xiaofei's group. Yang Baichuan's group had been defeated by them and was unable to fight back.
Seeing their state, Louis speculated, could this be the legendary cannibalistic natives?
Next, he saw Yang Baichuan being escorted by two men to stand before a woman who was completely covered from head to toe, hiding everything except for her hair and mouth.
What were they saying to this woman? Louis was extremely curious. "Ali-Baba is taking a bike out of someone's house," the natives said.
It was neither proper Spanish nor proper Mandarin, who could possibly translate it? Yang Baichuan, seeing the person in front of him gibbering and muttering threateningly, was scared out of his wits. "Big brother, I really don't understand what you mean.
Please, spare me. Whatever I don't know, let it go, what matters is my life first." But if Yang Baichuan does not understand them, then how can they understand him?
The man in front, acting ferociously, took a whip and struck hard in the middle of Yang Baichuan's body, causing him to cry out in pain. Surely only those brothers and sisters who enjoy violence would like this kind of game. For Yang Baichuan, it was a bit overwhelming. Seeing Yang Baichuan being hurt, Louis was also quite pleased. "Oh Yang Baichuan, you always rely on your background and your cleverness, causing trouble everywhere.
This is the law of karma, and now it's come back to you, my dear."
In general, retribution never misses its mark. The woman, cloistered and barefoot, approached the excavated stone formations. She knelt before the wooden statue that Louis had previously abandoned. Seeing something spiritual like this felt quite cool and mysterious. She clasped her hands in prayer for something, causing magical circles to suddenly appear around the wooden statue. Immediately, the black dot on Louis's hand began to shine brilliantly.
He looked bewildered at his palm. "What is going on? My palm is throbbing, what on earth is happening?"
While the woman continued to pray, a young indigenous man brought forth a bizarre creature. It was bright green, had horns, and two tusks as large as those of a woolly mammoth. It looked like a mix between a dragon and a slack-jawed dog. She waved her hand, not saying a word, but the creature immediately understood and began to jump, running around in search of its target.
Louis had a bad feeling.
He felt dizzy and extremely confused, not knowing why he kept sensing that they were targeting him. If the creature's target was indeed him, then people like Guan Xiaofei in the base would be in danger. He needed to think of a way to kill this creature. However, Louis still did not leave. He continued to observe the situation and saw that the girl had summoned a beautiful green pearl, with magical effects swirling around it. She infused it with her magical power to easily fly into the air, along with the other natives.
These tricks probably only exist in Chinese martial arts movies, right? Suddenly encountering them in real life made me feel just like Louis.
Louis gasped in shock, unable to believe his eyes. "Incredible!
What trick is this?
They can defy the pull of the earth."
Could they really be the deities from legends?
This was too absurd. It seemed that this deserted island still held some things that humanity could not explain at all. Louis thought to himself, no matter what their purpose is, I must quickly return to inform the Guan Xiaofei about everything.
I shouldn't stay here for long.
The green light was growing larger and larger, signaling to Louis that the power of the magic here was incredibly strong. He hurried back home to report to the girls of the Guan family. The two girls, after hearing the news, were so surprised that they stood frozen for 5 seconds, completely astonished and shocked. "What?
You're saying you met a deity?"
Guan Lingyu was the first to respond to this information. "Don't think that you can easily deceive us. You're beautiful but not crazy, not insane.
Cut it.
Just to avoid scaring us, you're making up a story to fool us, to fool little kids, huh?
Do you think we are really that foolish?"
Seeing the disdainful attitude and disbelief from Guan Lingyu, Louis had to expend a lot of words to explain and persuade. "Please believe me.
I'm telling the truth.
I have a feeling that those beasts were released to deal with us. Everyone needs to be a little more careful, don't become a meal for those beasts."
Louis looked at the black spot on his palm. He expressed his feelings. "Suddenly, I have a bad premonition."
"Who knows, maybe they're about to arrive right now. We have to quickly leave this place." You see, whenever he talks about something ominous, it always comes true.
Just as Louis finished speaking, the sound of a wild beast roaring echoed from afar. Everyone immediately turned to look into the distance and screamed in fear. Since they couldn't relocate immediately, Louis hurriedly warned his lovely little siblings, "Everyone, stay right here. I'll go block the cave entrance." His words were meant to reassure, but inside, he was filled with anxiety. Dealing with a living person like Yang Baichuan was manageable, but suddenly invoking the supernatural and those bizarre creatures left him feeling helpless. Louis was tense, gathering bits of stone, his face contorted. He was cursing under his breath, "Damn it. Looks like I'm still a step too late. If those beasts get into our base, no one will survive." For creatures with a keen sense of smell, no matter how well they hide, it would be as if they weren't hidden at all. He could only hope that these stones could keep them out and save their lives. I don't know if this guy is a deity or a superhero, but in just a moment, he piled up hundreds of stones on top of each other, completely blocking the cave entrance. Oh, truly the aura of a main character, anything illogical can be done. At this moment, Ling Yu approached from a distance, trembling as she handed Louis the sharp axe that had accompanied them through many hardships. "Here, take this. If it charges in here later, just chop it down without hesitation." Louis quickly accepted it and prepared himself. The girls were so scared that they trembled, only able to huddle together and back away far enough not to hinder Louis. As he expected, the sounds were getting very close, accompanied by the rumbling impacts that shook the ground. Louis instinctively stepped back, extremely worried as he saw the stone wall he had built showing signs of collapsing. He continued to curse, "Damn it, that beast is outside the cave. Those stones, each weighing at least a few kilograms, are being easily smashed down. How strong must it be? Does it not fear pain? Oh my, this guy is so considerate." About to be on the altar, yet still worried about another creature, specifically a huge beast, not black, not smelly, 1,000 times bigger than him. The monster quickly crashed through the thick wall that Louis had painstakingly prepared. It was extremely ferocious, growling as it charged straight into the cave. Now its head had turned, and its tail was about to slip in. Louis silently assessed the creature's form. Its arms were so thick that his axe could do nothing to it. At this rate, it would eventually break in. With the axe in hand, Louis suddenly had an idea. Got it. He discarded his only weapon and turned to order the girls, "Quick, bring me some torches." The wood is its defensive barrier, but it is also its weak point. The only way to drive these beasts back is to burn them with fire. Well, whether it was reasonable or not, in this urgent situation, the girls had to quickly scramble to find torches for Louis. Soon, a girl rushed over with a lit torch in hand, but as she just handed it to him, he pushed her back with force. To defend Louis a little, he wasn't uncaring, but because the beast had already wedged its hand into the cave. He pushed her back simply to keep her safe. After confirming that the younger sisters were no longer around, Louis gritted his teeth and held the torch close to the monster. At this moment, he silently thought, "Let's see how I burn you until you scream." The flames quickly flared up fiercely and radiated heat towards the beast, causing it to fearfully retract its legs and flee immediately. At this point, Louis finally breathed a sigh of relief and put away the flaming stick. He was already exhausted from dealing with the giant monster. Guan Xiaofei shyly approached Louis, worriedly offering her opinion. "Louis, how about we move to another place? I'm afraid it will come back." Earlier, he had indeed wanted to move, but now he thought again. If we leave now, we would only be heading towards death. Judging by its appearance, it seemed that its sense of smell was extremely keen, so even if we went somewhere else, it would quickly track us down. Niu had a different plan from behind. She quickly asked the team leader, "Louis, there must be police dog training in the garrison unit, right? Would those things be useful?" Louis was completely exhausted but still dismissed the chance to rest. He found this suggestion quite reasonable, so he decided to implement it right away. He happily said, "There really is." "Thank you, Mio." He urged the girls, "While the monster hasn't arrived yet, let's quickly leave this place." So at dawn, they hurriedly left their new base and had been on the run for a few hours.
They followed the stream in hopes of soon finding a new shelter. On the way, Louis suddenly stopped and crouched down.
His action did not escape Guan Lingyu's scrutiny. What are you doing? Aren't we escaping? Why are you sitting here playing in the mud?
Oh, I feel a bit sorry for him.
Whatever he does is being scrutinized by Guan Lingyu. Well, since he's used to it, he explained right away. Do you see this pond?
It flows to many places, but there's still a lot of mud at the bottom. To escape from the monsters, we need to cover ourselves in mud, leaving only our nostrils exposed for breathing. As soon as he finished speaking, Louis took a handful of mud he just gathered and smeared it on his face without hesitation. This was a bit difficult for the girls. After all, for women, beauty and cleanliness always come first.
Guan Lingyu felt a bit uneasy about this method of concealment.
She hesitated and took a step back, looking for a reason not to bathe in the mud. It's so cold here, and the mud is even dirtier.
I don't want to.
Usually, I indulge the girls a lot, but if I give in too much now, it will only lead to bad behavior. So, I decided to take on the role of the strict one, using actions instead of words. Louis directly smeared mud all over Guan Lingyu's face and said to everyone, "This is not up to you. The special situation is right in front of us, everything must be dealt with on its own. Wild beasts don't care about these things, they only care about the meat in their mouths." Once I stood firm, none of the girls dared to argue any further. Everyone obediently smeared mud on themselves. Louis felt a little sympathy for the girls, but he was forced into this. What he said were not threats at all. The appearance of that woman with the black veil was already too strange. Against such extraordinary power, how could people as small as us resist? Just surviving would be good enough. They continued to climb over hills and wade through streams. After a while, Guan Xiaofei finally noticed something after carefully observing her surroundings. She shouted loudly, "Louis, look over there. How about we go check out the mountain on the other side? We haven't been over there yet." As she spoke, she pointed towards the nearby island that they had never set foot on. Louis also seemed to agree with this idea. It was almost noon, and the fog in this area of the mountain was still thick. Even if the mysterious woman could fly, she wouldn't be able to know the situation inside the mountain. There was no doubt that this was the perfect hiding spot. Louis, full of confidence, made the decision, "Let's go over there. We'll hide for a while and then move to a better place." However, the journey to the mountain was extremely difficult and exhausting. They had to do their best, helping each other across towering mountains, then wading through streams, jumping from one bank to another, trying hard not to be swept away by the water. In short, they were exhausted and nearly out of breath. Fortunately, they still had the strength of friendship to help each other through the hardships. In the end, heaven did not disappoint them. Together, they found a truly surprising place. This is a flower. This place is beautiful. Am I dreaming? On this deserted island, there is such scenery. Oh my gosh, let's stay here. It's really beautiful here. This is indeed a paradise on earth. Hearing these words, everyone understood that Louis's team had arrived at a stunning paradise that captivated their hearts. Everyone was beyond amazed and astonished by the breathtaking beauty of nature, so different from the island filled with monsters and wild boars they had been thrown onto before. In an instant, the girls had decided to secure themselves a new place to stay. If only all the people watching this video could wave their hands to secure a house, without worrying like the beautiful brothers and sisters here. Meanwhile, Mio had found a water source. She quickly shouted to everyone, "Everyone come here quickly, there's water." Louis was the first to notice her and immediately ran to the water source that Mio had just discovered. He gave a preliminary assessment of this stream. There is natural freshwater here, it seems they won't have to worry about water resources in the future. Guan Lingyu also quickly came to test the credibility of the water. The water here was indeed clear and clean. Just waiting for that, Mio immediately undressed under the astonished and amazed gaze of Louis. If there is a natural spring here, then what are they waiting for? It seems that the girls all use the same operating system, so as soon as they see clean water, everyone immediately throws away their dignity, strips off their clothes, and jumps in to take a shower.
In the end, they can finally bathe.
All are cheering, incredibly joyful, seizing the opportunity to enjoy the warm, fresh water.
Louis, just a moment ago feeling flushed, now found himself at a loss for words with these people. You all are really bold. You don't care about the dangers, you just jump in. Nyo replied, this spring water looks clean to the naked eye.
Clean means safe, that's the truth according to us girls.
You can't change that.
But Louis didn't care about Myo's words, because he had inadvertently witnessed a beautiful sight. Although it wasn't perfect, it was still more eye-catching than the stream itself, and he couldn't help but have a nosebleed, to the point that he had to cover it with his hand.
So embarrassing.
This guy is already a grown man, but seeing a girl dressed a bit revealing has him unable to handle it. He quickly made up an excuse to escape to another place, otherwise, with the eagles soaring around here, it would only add another 100 points to the local area.
He spoke up, you all go ahead and bathe, I'll go pick some fruit to eat. But this time, he was not alone, as there was someone very willing to accompany him, and that was Suing. Let me go with you, I'll shower later.
Louis and Suing just needed to take a few steps to see many types of ripe fruit. All were incredibly colorful and eye-catching. If it were usual, he would have thought that the seller had sprayed some chemicals on them. Indeed, Louis was quite wary of these fruits. This place seemed to have many wild fruits like this, and he wondered if eating them would have any side effects. If he ended up in a situation like the last time, he wouldn't be able to escape. Let me remind those who may not remember what happened last time. Louis began to recount, my dear, lovely ones, I don't know how it happened, but you all ate some kind of plant that was akin to a drug. The consequence was that you all hallucinated, and suddenly, it was as if you were all under the influence of some aphrodisiac, writhing and wanting to climb onto my body immediately. Every time he recalled Guan Lingyu's unusual behavior, he couldn't help but shiver. Suing, sensing his anxiety from a distance, advised him, based on the characteristics of the plants, these fruits are meant to spread their seeds. If the birds that eat the fruit all die, then how could these seeds be dispersed? So, these fruits are all edible, don't worry. Louis was extremely confident and expressed his gratitude to Suing. You truly live up to your title as teacher Suing, your knowledge is really profound. Without hesitation, Louis, transformed into a gorilla, jumped straight up to the branch and picked a bright red fruit. Clearly, it is the fragrance of natural fruit.
Well then, let me taste the poison for you all.
As Louis took a bite, he was immediately enchanted by its flavor. This is really delicious. What on earth is this fruit? While Louis was sneaking a taste, he was discovered by Guan Lingyu.
She immediately exposed him. Louis, are you eating alone, aren't you?
Oh my gosh, that pouting mouth looks so adorable. Louis quickly, with swift hands and feet, gathered all the fruits from the tree and jumped down with an armful. But before he could celebrate or share a fruit with Guan Lingyu, he noticed something unusual. Just a few meters away in front of him was an enormous python, its body a deep purple, its eyes glowing red, looking extremely terrifying. Their gazes locked, and Louis just wanted to tell the snake, run away. He was indeed experienced in encountering snakes. After exchanging glances with it, he threw away all the fruits he had just gathered and pulled Suing along, fleeing with his heart racing. His actions were so swift and dangerous that Suing had to run forward without even catching a glimpse of the snake's shadow. Louis, what's going on?
Was that sound just now from a snake?
Louis didn't offer much explanation. First, don't worry too much about that. You should quickly take Xiao Fei and the others and hide. I'll think of a way to divert this snake's attention. Louis frowned like an old man over 10 years his age, extremely uncomfortable. How could this beautiful wilderness be without dangers? A snake this large could easily swallow a living person whole. Even with a hammer, I couldn't fight it off. I have to think of something. After separating Suing from himself, Louis soon found a natural weapon that could help him. It was as if he had seen money before his eyes, and he immediately ran quickly towards it. Got it. I can use this thorn bush to set a trap. He thought his little sisters would be hiding far away, but it turned out they still remembered his presence, so they were hiding right next to a nearby rock. During this time, Louis was struggling to devise a strategy with these thorns. This type of thorny plant was both hard and flexible. A person struck by it would feel both itchy and painful. If lucky, this snake, when passing by, will come into contact with this knot tied up, and the thorns can directly shoot it out, piercing through its heart. Seeing the snake about to charge, Louis, not fearing pain, quickly used his hands to break a few thorns wrapped around the tree, hoping to see if it could kill the snake. Since he had extended an invitation, the little snake would respond, and because it was a green flag, it would not refuse him. Like a cut, the snake lunged straight at Louis, conveniently showing off its glowing white teeth after undergoing cosmetic dentistry. However, Louis not only did not praise it but also jumped to another spot, leaving the snake alone with a pile of vines. At first, the snake was able to use its sturdy body to break a few thorns, but as Louis continued to relentlessly attack it, the snake found itself at a loss, having to accept its fate. Seeing that the purple snake had fallen into the trap, Louis was extremely delighted. Great, fly free, snake. The snake could not outsmart Louis. The more it thrashed against the vines, the more tightly it became entangled. In the end, its entire body from head to tail was completely wrapped up in the thorny ropes. Louis was feeling quite pleased as he approached the snake, thinking to himself, "This is a small matter. No matter how powerful you are, so what? We are a highly intelligent group, you won't be able to defeat us." Seeing that the situation seemed calm, Guan Xiaofei turned to observe Louis. She noticed that he was letting his guard down while the snake had managed to free its head from the trap. She shouted loudly, "Louis, be careful." But Guan Xiaofei's warning came too late compared to the speed of the serpent. Louis had just begun to pay attention to it when it had already escaped from all the thorn traps he had painstakingly set up. Louis was startled and cursed, "Damn it! How can this snake be so strong? With that kind of defense, it still doesn't work?" The snake, seeing that it had the initiative and Louis was unaware, attacked even more fiercely, continuing to flaunt its fangs, forcing Louis to praise it. However, he still used the same old trick to deal with the snakes. He grabbed an axe and struck it straight into the middle of its throat, rendering it unable to move. Guan Xiaofei saw that the situation did not look promising, and she was extremely worried. A giant python like this, Louis definitely won't be able to handle it alone. We have to think of a way to help him. Guan Lingyu was also scurrying around looking for a solution to this gigantic snake. Damn it! There's not a single weapon here that can be used. While both of them were still anxious about Louis, luck finally smiled upon them. Guan Lingyu suddenly spotted an opportunity. While Louis was struggling alone with the snake, she called out to him from a distance, "Louis, quickly run this way." Louis completely trusted her, using all his strength to punch the purple snake, making it stagger. At that moment, he quickly drew back his axe and ran in the direction Guan Lingyu indicated. He saw a path here, thinking she was leading him somewhere. It turned out to be a road even more obscure than their future. It was a dead end. Running in here was no different from looking for death. In such a boiling situation, to be buried here like this, he didn't want to understand. Seeing he was skeptical, Guan Lingyu quickly explained, "No, you should look inside." At that moment, Louis turned his gaze outward. Before him was an incredibly distorted city wall. Using all the imagination of a primary school student, he could barely discern that this was perhaps a house built by someone. He was overjoyed. How is there a structure made by humans like this? It seems we have a way to survive. Let's go inside first. Because their lives were under threat, they rushed into someone else's house without caring whether the owner was inside or not. Fortunately for them, no one was inside, only an immensely vast and empty space. Niu looked through the window and saw that the snake had left without understanding the reason why. She breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it is gone. Louis frowned and deduced, "It seems my guess was correct. This python might be a pet owned by the people in this house." Suing immediately did not believe it. "What do you mean, a pet?" Louis continued to explain, "The snake prefers damp places. It wouldn't come to such beautiful spots to slither around. Furthermore, this place is so close to the hot spring and has human architecture, I can only bet that this snake must be owned by someone." After we entered, the snake showed no aggressive behavior at all.
It seems that just now we were being chased simply because it wanted to drive outsiders away. Guan Xiaofei always believed in him, but she had another concern. What you said makes sense, but is there really anyone living here? At this moment, Louis also began to pay attention to the surroundings. There was truly nothing present. How could one confirm that people lived here? Night fell, and the moon rose high. The snake returned to its owner, and the owner of the serpent in the rumor was the mysterious girl, covered from head to toe with a strange black veil. It was night, and she also returned home. After meeting its master, the snake became docile, coiling up in front of the house and falling into a deep sleep. The girl approached the door and opened it, only to be surprised to find a whole group of people inside, none of whom had been invited. Louis had developed a habit of vigilance when going to sleep. As soon as he heard the sound of the door, he immediately woke up. He looked up and saw right in front of him the mysterious woman from before. Louis was shocked, unable to believe that this was her territory. While the girls were still sleeping, he anxiously blurted out a rap to save his life. "I'm sorry, miss, we didn't mean to intrude into your home. Mainly, that giant and ferocious snake was just too much. We really had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Talking too much is certainly not a problem, but I have no idea if the girl in front of me understands anything. Oh no, I don't know if this woman can grasp our language or if she is just dreaming without realizing she has walked right into a trap and is self-destructing like this. Abracadabra, I'm temporarily translating for everyone. If you understand, that's great, if not, you have to figure it out." Just as Louis thought, with everyone speaking a different language, we can probably only understand each other through telepathy. Louis stared wide-eyed at the girl before him. Regardless of whether she could understand or not, he certainly had no idea what she was talking about. The noise from the two of them was so loud that it woke up Guan Lingyu and Guan Xiaofei. As soon as Guan Xiaofei opened her eyes, she rushed over and clung tightly to Louis's arm, as if afraid that the girl would snatch him away. They had already been invaded by someone without permission, and now they had to deal with an overload of dog food. The mysterious girl appeared slightly irritated, and then she chanted some incantation, waving her staff towards Louis. The staff emitted a characteristic green light, causing both Louis and Guan Xiaofei to panic. Could it be that she wants to strike directly at us, just like she did with Yang Baichuan? Louis gritted his teeth. No way, I have to strike first to be sure. He was still young, still valued this life a lot, so he didn't want to be defeated by a hidden girl. Thinking of it was one thing, but Louis jumped straight at the girl, intending to grab the stick to disarm her. But this move only worked on the monsters or beasts on the island, not with someone like this girl. For the first time in his life, Louis tripped and fell flat on his face on the ground. He thought to himself, so fast. Could it be that I am really going to die this time? What a horrible death! After struggling through so many challenges, now I am about to be beaten by a girl. I really don't want this. Guan Xiaofei shouted his name loudly, but her words had no effect. The mysterious girl showed no mercy and thrust the stick straight at Louis, who lay sprawled on the ground. As the stick approached Louis's face with strange light beams, he suddenly felt something unusual in his body, unable to move anymore. Could this really be the immobilization spell from Legends? In an instant, Louis admitted defeat as he couldn't move a single finger. The girl continued chanting, and more light appeared. Louis just sat still, taking the hit, and his two sisters from the Guan family were extremely worried and quickly ran to his side. "Louis, what's wrong with you?" Louis suddenly felt his hand, more specifically, the black spot on his palm shining. A beam of blue light appeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded and shocked, especially the girl who was completely covered. Louis was equally surprised. He stared at his hand and wondered, what's happening? Why can I suddenly move again? Niu then hurriedly ran over. She attempted to use her masterful communication skills, fluent in 5,000 languages, to strike up a conversation with the mysterious girl. After that, it seemed that the two of them found common ground and talked continuously. The topic switched from one issue to another, and Louis had to say that question marks appeared all around. He truly did not know what was going on anymore. How can Niu engage so deeply in communication like this? To confirm again that he hadn't misheard, he asked the two sisters from the Guan family, "Do you understand anything?" But indeed, the result remained the same, no one understood anything at all. Louis switched to eavesdropping mode and ran over to whisper to Mio, "Mio, what language are you guys speaking?" Mio cheerfully replied, "This is a very ancient language, I happened to learn a little bit from an old book. My language skills surpass even the modern languages of the world." Louis thought to himself, "Well, I don't need to know what this language is. I just need this mysterious girl to stop bothering me to death." He happily said to Mo, "Then tell her that we mean no offense, and we hope she can spare us this time." Myo was more than willing, "Let me see." And so the two sides continued to chatter away in a language that no one could understand. Just as the exchange was filled with tension, suddenly the cloaked girl glanced at Louis, making him immediately raise his guard. She said she wanted to see his right hand before she could decide. It turned out this girl had something to settle with him, so she had Mo relay the message. Louis was taken aback, intending to hide the strange mark on his hand. "You want to see my right hand? Is there something on it?" She didn't bother waiting for him to agree and boldly grabbed his wrist, pulling him closer to get a better look at his hand. Louis found himself in a position of weakness for the first time, unable to resist and could only obediently submit. What was this? The strength of this woman's hand was surprisingly great. She stared intently at the strange circular mark on his hand for a long time without saying a word. Just when he thought she would only take a quick look, she began to chant an incantation in an ancient language. After a while of performing her magic, Louis, who was initially dazed by the surrounding blue lights, suddenly became panicked and fearful as his hand now felt even more sensitive than before. "Damn it, now it hurts even more than last time. What the hell is going on?" Seeing their beloved brother being restrained so stiffly, the Guan family sisters were extremely worried but could do nothing. Even Mio had to take a risk with that girl, hoping she would be a bit gentler. But she simply raised her index finger to signal for silence. Since no one intervened, just a few seconds later, a bizarre symbol appeared on the palm of Louis's hand. The woman, upon seeing that mark, seemed to realize something and immediately knelt as if she wanted to worship Louis. This guy is quite surprised too. Out of nowhere, he's being examined, and now someone is kneeling in front of him. Not knowing what to do, he urgently appeals to Myo, "What's going on, God? Mew, hurry up and ask her what this is all about." Myo quickly exchanged words with the mysterious girl. Upon receiving the answer, Myo suddenly looked quite bewildered. She says this is the mark of the ancient god King Sipolo, and you are the chosen one by this mark. What is she talking about? Oh my god. Even I don't understand. No wonder Louis looks so dazed and confused. What? It's terrifying, it's horrifying, it's devastating, it's grotesque, it's really frightening. After standing in shock for several seconds, he shouted loudly, expressing anger because he thought he was being teased, "What the hell is this Sipolo god king? What does it mean to be the chosen one? What era is this? How can someone have such a superstitious mindset? Ask her quickly if she's joking or not. I'm a person of the 21st century. I don't believe in such mythical legends." Seeing Louis in a hurry, Myo had no choice but to quickly ask that girl Kia. However, she still maintained her previous demeanor and responded resolutely. "These are the words," she said. According to Myo's translation, she is not joking at all. God King Sipolo is the leader of the 10 great god kings, possessing immense power. Once you receive the chosen mark, you will have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of God King Sipolo and become his apprentice. The more she spoke, the more absurd Louis felt. "Shut up. The more you say, the more wrong you are." He laughed it off, absolutely unwilling to believe in what she said. "Ha, what does this mark have to do with the chosen? I got the mark just by accident, and I don't have to believe everything she says." But after pondering for a while, Louis couldn't help but feel a bit stirred. What she has done is so strange. Could it be that I really have become the chosen one? He took a deep breath to continue accepting this bizarre information that didn't fit the modern world. Myo continued to relay the message. With a face that looked utterly helpless, she said that not everyone who gets the God King's mark can recognize it. "It seems that you really are the chosen one." Louis felt as if he was caught up in a roller coaster of emotions. He went from one surprise to another, from disbelief and denial to gradually acceptance. And now, he was filled with rage. What if she is a daughter of destiny? Isn't she also being hunted down by that monster? She even had her subordinates capture Yang Baichuan.
Guan Lingyu, who had been silent until now, felt compelled to join in with her outrage. The monster that is chasing us was released by her, right?
Doesn't she want our lives?
Seeing herself being wronged, the mysterious girl quickly explained, I only sent it to find you, I didn't tell it to kill you. You were just too panicked.
As for people like you, they have been captured to be made slaves by the local residents. This has nothing to do with me.
Despite saying all that, the only thing Guan Xiaofei cared about was the fact that there were local residents in this place.
She stayed closely attached to Louis, asking in curiosity, are there really people living here? Then doesn't that mean we will be able to go outside?
As for Louis, he also had his own thoughts. This island is so large, and before, I didn't discover any sign of local inhabitants. It seems that the secrets of this island are still many. In response to Guan Xiaofei's question, the woman shook her head, making her feel very sad because she still couldn't leave this place. She replied with a sorrowful tone, all right.
Louis noticed the atmosphere growing heavy, so he shifted to a different topic. So, can you tell me your name?
According to Miu's translation, she answered, my name is Mei, temporarily a guardian spirit of the tribe. Louis had already gone through too many surprises today, so he gradually didn't show too many emotions anymore, but silently thought to himself, the guardian spirit tribe here, could it still exist?
Wasn't it the case of slave guardians from 1,000 years ago?
While thinking that in his mind, he wanted her to show her face. Mei, could you show us your face a little bit, please? As Miu conveyed Louis's wish, he felt like something was off. Although he didn't understand anything, just looking at her expression, it felt like she was asking him if he was sure. Finally, amidst Miu's delight and Louis's astonishment, the mysterious girl dropped her black veil, revealing her face. Unbelievably beautiful, not only because her face was angelic but also her voluptuous figure was truly impressive. She looked utterly adorable. Whenever I see a beautiful girl, I become flustered and embarrassed, my expression betraying me. The issue here is that even the stunning angel Guan Xiaofei blushed in the presence of the mysterious girl's beauty. Oh my, truly beautiful, so beautiful that even I feel jealous. Though praised by everyone, the girl didn't reveal her face for long. She immediately performed a spell to cover her appearance again. Miu, being sharp and lovely, immediately introduced the privilege that Louis would have to accept when using Mei's dating service. You've seen my face now, you have to take responsibility for me. Louis was left speechless, reacting strongly upon realizing he had been lured into a pyramid scheme. Don't joke with me, what era is it that you still play these tricks? Being beautiful can't exactly put food on the table. But the marketing staff Miu, the master of persistence, was not going to let Louis off that easily. She was very enthusiastic in continuing her pitch. You want to become Mei's man. But it's not that simple, you must accept the inheritance of the God King Sipolo first. If you can't do that, she will personally kill you. Now Louis had truly trained. He did his best to plead for himself before the court, not wanting to accept this reward. Is it really necessary? I was just a little curious. I think if it were some other brothers, suddenly having a beautiful and attractive wife drop from the sky, they would surely be smitten. But everyone must remember, Louis here already has 5 sweet and tasty girlfriends, so he doesn't need to recruit another wife. While both sides were chatting, something suddenly happened outside that caught both Miu and Mei's attention. Mei pulled Miu closer and whispered something to her.
Louis immediately felt the need to ask, what's going on? What is she saying?
Miu seemed a bit surprised when relaying Mei's words to him. She said she wants to take us away from here to go to the tribe. It sounds like an invitation, but Mei certainly had no intention of letting Louis agree or not. She immediately cast a spell for everyone to soar into the sky, ready for a whimsical flight like birds in the vast sky. Indeed, anything could happen in this world. Calmly living as an ordinary person, Louis suddenly found himself on a deserted island, and now he was experiencing the sensation of flying freely in the sky without a magic carpet or wings. Louis was both exhilarated by this new experience and incredibly frightened. Oh my God, his materialistic worldview had been shattered in this land. His worldview had collapsed right before his eyes, leaving no fragments behind. Poor boy, after years of living in a world that didn't believe in magic, now in just a few hours, he had to experience all the most unrealistic phenomena. May, using the blue orb in her hand, transmitted a bit of magic to Louis's group. For convenience in the future, I will cast a communication spell for you. From now on, if anything happens, just communicate directly with me.
Louis was astonished. Can magic also serve as a translation device?
That truly seems all-powerful. While Louis kept marveling at the usefulness of magic, Neil slightly twitched his eyebrows, feeling as if he had become unemployed. Louis continued to hover in the air, with thousands of questions swirling in his mind.
Could this really be the barrier from novels? The sensation of passing through was truly eerie.
After a while, they finally seemed to pass through an invisible wall and arrive at a new land.
This unfamiliar feeling made Louis unable to help but exclaim. It seems that before, we did not notice the existence of the tribe because of the barriers between the worlds. At this moment, they had come to a place with ramshackle houses, thatched roofs reminiscent of prehistoric times. May informed Louis's group that they had arrived at the tribe, and they all landed softly like feathers. As they took a few more steps, Louis saw the people in this place. Just like last time, they all had extremely bizarre attire. Or rather, it was clothing that was completely different from modern people. There was not a scrap of cloth to cover themselves, but instead, they wore loincloths made from natural materials. While they were laughing and chatting merrily, Louis made a lot of evaluations. Farming? It seems that this barrier not only separates lives but also hinders the evolution of mankind. Before he could digest this ancient lifestyle, Louis was startled to see several people here suddenly kneeling down, bowing their heads as if meeting a king. These people cheered excitedly, happily shouting, "Look! That's the great guardian spirit, she has arrived. Welcome back, guardian spirit. Welcome back, guardian spirit." Sorry everyone, but it sounds a bit like a cult or something. An old man in the tribe saw May carrying a newcomer and couldn't help but drool in delight. "Great guardian spirit, could this be the new slave you've brought for us? Oh, this batch is really not bad. Just look at those fair legs, so nice and fair, and yet considered a slave." Louis instantly went nuts. "What do you mean slave? I'm not here to be a slave." May must have noticed he was overly sensitive, so she signaled to the entire tribe, "No, he is an envoy I brought here. He will live in our tribe for a long time." Oh my goodness, the words of someone in power make a difference. As soon as May spoke, the attitude of the old man just now changed a full 180 degrees. The speed of his turnaround was even faster than some ladies selling rice paper rolls. He clasped his hands and said, "So it turns out he is an envoy, my lord. Please forgive my offense." Louis felt pleased to be flattered and forgave him. This is even better. It seems that the so-called identity of the chosen one indeed has its benefits. With May's protection, our lives will no longer have to worry. May thought she was being very generous but then immediately threw a surprising curveball that left all of Louis's reluctant little sisters startled. "But I won't take responsibility for those four." The little sisters did not dare to utter a word because they were on someone else's turf, but given that Louis was protected, he readily retorted, "Why is it that they, being from the same group as me, are not included? With your abilities, taking care of a few more shouldn't be a problem, right?" May was quite proud, both haughty and beautiful, and replied nonchalantly, "To put it plainly, I am only responsible for your safety. I am not here to protect you. If you wish to survive, you must learn to take care of yourself." He wouldn't let his sisters down. As long as they were willing to follow him, he would certainly secure their protection. He declared, "No way. They are the ones I brought along. I won't allow them to become someone else's playthings." He was fierce in his words, but the truth was that he didn't trust these ancient people, especially when it came to the skills of his little sisters. Are you kidding? These locals won't evolve mentally, so what could possibly be good? If they were truly abandoned, without protection or shelter,
they definitely wouldn't survive through today. Feeling tense, May shot a glance that made Louis instantly submissive. He didn't dare to provoke her anymore. May was very straightforward, sharing with him an alternative way to protect the lovely little girls. If you want to protect them, it's not impossible, but there's only one way: you five need to get married immediately. Unexpectedly, Louis stared blankly, his eyes going wide with disbelief. He couldn't understand how he ended up in this situation. After pretending to be noble all this time, he was suddenly being forced to get married. He panicked. You can't be serious. Even as a virgin, this is a disaster. What? Marry 5 people? Well, I think the issue for him is that he's just afraid of having too many wives. Even one feels overwhelming to him. It's quite exhausting if you ask me. May continued with her arms crossed, pushing Louis into a corner. I can sense that all 4 of them are like precious gems, without any flaws. Even if you don't like them, you can still fulfill the role of husband. Here, only by completing a wedding for the adults can you ensure their safety. If not, others could challenge and seize what they want at any moment. Listening to it might seem like a scam, but looking at the sly faces of the natives behind, Louis had to be startled for a moment. He hadn't even started anything yet, and having to let the girls be passed on to others was not acceptable. He warned the girls. This woman doesn't want me to take responsibility for her, does she? Why does she act like she doesn't care about me and the other women at all? In the end, is this brother shocked because he has to marry multiple wives continuously, or is he shocked because the new wife doesn't care for him or love him? Oh my! But even though he pretended not to like it, Louis knew he had to seize the opportunity. He was actually quite pleased but still pretended. Forget it, thinking too much is useless. Isn't this also what I want? So he sighed dramatically, trying to look cool, then wrapped his arms around the 4 girls and declared, then let's do as you said, the 5 of us will get married. It was all very quick and straightforward. The girls were very happy, only Guan Lingyu was a bit surprised. Fortunately, seeing that he had successfully made his pitch, he packaged everything up and shipped it out. The delivery men were none other than the natives of this tribe. Yes, my lord. Louis was still trying to understand what was happening when those people began to gather wood and straw to build a brand new wedding house for him at lightning speed. The speed at which this was happening truly left Louis astonished. The house was already completed, and the natives here were very attentive, personally carrying each individual inside, right to the door and even to the bed of the newly built house. Louis asked, "What are you all doing?" In general, Louis did protest, but it was hardly noteworthy. In an instant, the group had tossed him into the room without mercy. After Louis patted his sore back, he immediately turned around, wanting to flee from this place. But blocking the door was May, who very casually ordered, "Next, I have matters to attend to, so you should stay here to complete the wedding with them. After the wedding is over, I will come back." She was merely informing him, without asking Louis for his opinion. While he was still frantically trying to hold her back, she slammed the door shut. What? Wait a minute. The closing door was also the moment he found himself trapped in the room with 4 women. He thought, wow, that was quick. Although I genuinely have feelings for them, who gets married so hastily? Is May really trying to play a prank on me? Louis still didn't trust May very much. He scratched his ear, trying to find reasons for her actions. However, in front of him, he had a more pressing problem to resolve. Although Louis only sees marriage as a joke, it seems that his young girls do not think so at all. Since entering the room, they have all been extremely quiet and timid, sitting still in one place, as if waiting for him to come inspect them. This was the first time Louis saw girls so obedient, so he was quite surprised. He exclaimed, "What's wrong with you all?" Right after that, he quickly waved his hands and feet to explain to the girls that his joking words had no serious meaning. He said, "Don't misunderstand." Unexpectedly, these girls appeared to be very serious. He said again, "We are modern young people, we shouldn't think in such old-fashioned ways." However, before he could protest, Neo stood up abruptly and expressed her opinion decisively, "I don't want to endure any longer. Looking at the situation, we probably won't be able to return to a normal life.
I don't want to be a trophy of these locals. I just want to be your woman. Hearing Mio say that, Louis was stunned. This girl was indeed very bold. Before he could collect his thoughts, Mio moved closer to Louis, looking at him with affectionate eyes and caressing his cheek. She whispered sweet words, full of romance. Louis didn't know what to do anymore. If he didn't take action, perhaps Mio would demonstrate for him. She was quick and bold, taking advantage of the fact that he was still dazed to lock her lips tightly against his. It must be said that her boldness was astonishing enough to surprise others. Not stopping there, Mo even directly pushed Louis down to the ground, her gaze wanting to devour him. Fortunately, before she could do anything too outrageous, Guan Lingyu appeared to intervene. Wait, Mio. You're playing dirty. Seeing her ex-boyfriend being kissed against his will, she was furious. Louis and I are the ones in a relationship. If there's to be a wedding, it should be me. Guan Lingyu absolutely disagreed. She turned to remind her, don't forget that you and he have already broken up. Men are fickle, who knows what he's really thinking. While the two sisters were in a heated argument, Louis appeared quite shy and bashful. He did like Mo, but the situation was truly awkward for him. Thus, the war for love officially began. However, before things could escalate further, another unexpected situation occurred. While being pinned down by Mio on the floor, Louis suddenly caught a strange burnt smell and saw smoke rising heavily. He exclaimed, "Wait, something's not right. Where is this burnt smell coming from?" Louis looked out into the distance, horrified to see the house engulfed in flames. The corners and roof of the house were burning fiercely, as if the battle among his girls was also erupting violently. Damn it, our thatched house is on fire. Everyone hurry and get outside. Oh my, even Mio, who was about to attack him, had to panic and run outside with the others. As they rushed out of the house, they hastily called for help from the villagers. The villagers, who had been chatting joyfully with each other, also had to put aside everything to run and extinguish the fire. An old man in the village, with a regretful expression, reproached Louis' group. Why are you messengers so careless? We just finished building this house and now it's already burned down. What a pity. Louis quickly explained, we didn't do it on purpose, sir. Looking at where the fire started, it seems someone may have intentionally set it. I also don't understand why anyone would want to do this. He began to reason, trying to find out who the enemy was. Who wanted to harm them? With their identities as messengers and having never made enemies with anyone here, this was truly puzzling. Meanwhile, the villagers quickly captured the perpetrator. They dragged Louis over and said, Your Excellency, we have caught the arsonist. We saw him secretly taking fire from the corner of the house. It must be him who did this. Louis couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the criminal. It turned out to be Yang Baichuan. Although he had changed his appearance, his nasty temperament remained unchanged. Louis angrily shouted, Yang Baichuan! Do you have any conscience left? How dare you harm us like this? Normally, Louis always appeared calm and polite, but when facing Yang Baichuan, he couldn't hold back his anger. He slapped Yang Baichuan hard across the face. Louis' immense strength caused Yang Baichuan to be knocked back, with blood pouring from his mouth and losing 2 teeth. Yang Baichuan felt no remorse and instead shouted at Louis, I want to burn you all alive. Just seeing people like you living in this world makes me sick. He was furious, everyone is a survivor, why should we be slaves to others while they are being served? Seeing you selling yourself for glory and colluding with that which makes me even angrier. If I feel uncomfortable, you shouldn't expect to be at ease either. After just one slap, I was subjected to a lengthy speech that left me stunned, talking too much is making my hand ache and itch. Louis' face darkened. He decided to teach this guy a fitting lesson, as someone who does good deeds, having to be a slave is already quite convenient for you. If you want to die, I will make it happen for you. However, instead of taking matters into his own hands, Louis allowed the villagers to deal with Yang Baichuan. The old man with gray hair, the head of the tribe, spoke up, Great envoy, please do not be so angry. Let us punish him on your behalf.
Immediately, the strong villagers rushed in, wielding whips, intending to strangle Yang Baichuan. Seeing this scene, Yang Baichuan turned pale. With a swollen face like a pig's head and a mouth full of chipped teeth, he continuously begged pitifully, "Please, I still want to live. Don't come near me." But no one understood what he was saying. The villagers had no intention of stopping. Louis understood everything, but he didn't feel a shred of emotion. After all, he was just a bully taking advantage of others. Louis thought to himself, I shouldn't soften my heart towards him too soon. However, before the villagers could deal with the villain Yang Baichuan, an arrow suddenly shot down from the sky, heading straight for a member of the tribe. The sharp arrow pierced through the victim's throat, causing him to collapse immediately. The others panicked and screamed, not knowing what was happening. Only the experienced old man quickly recognized the danger. We are being ambushed by enemies. Louis, standing still, suddenly found himself in this absurd situation. He wondered, enemies? Are there other tribes here? The answer came in the form of a hail of arrows raining down from above, countless in number, as if a downpour of arrows was spreading death upon this tribe. Not only were there deadly streams of weapons raining down from above, but on the ground, enemies from another tribe were also fiercely charging forward, attacking those belonging to the tribe where Louis was taking refuge. They were different in that they knew how to wrap pieces of cloth around their bodies instead of just using leaves, and, notably, they wielded more modern weapons, such as spears and pikes. All were ferociously rushing forward with a singular determination, to kill all those they deemed weak, strong in numbers yet bullying the weak. They targeted the remaining brothers who were holding Yang Baichuan. Seizing the opportunity, the bald man quickly crawled away and ran off unnoticed. Louis became extremely alert, silently cursing, "Damn! Why is this fight suddenly breaking out? Where are those so-called protected deities of ours? Where have the people gone?" He quickly took Guan Xiaofei's hand, then assessed the current situation. The locals here all had well-developed muscles. In hand-to-hand combat, they absolutely had no chance of surviving. He said, "We must quickly escape." With that decision, they hurriedly ran away, desperately trying to find a safe place to take shelter. On their way, they unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, the old man who had been tasked with protecting them. The old man called out loudly, "Sir Envoy, come quick." Louis and the Guan sisters quickly left the battlefield and approached the old man. The situation was extremely urgent, so the old man could only briefly instruct Louis, "The Qigong tribe has heard the news about the appearance of the guardian deity, which is why they dared to openly attack us. I truly cannot protect you safely any longer. Take this and quickly escape." Before Louis could respond, the old man grabbed a weapon and charged back into the battlefield to protect his tribe. Meanwhile, Louis felt the black object that the old man had just handed him and realized, "Is this explosive? I didn't expect them to possess the materials to make explosives." Louis was quite surprised by the intelligence and creativity in weapon making of this tribe. If he had known about this earlier, perhaps they could have resisted the Qigong tribe. But now it seemed too late, so they had no choice but to run away. Guan Xiaofei quickly proposed an escape route. "Louis, I see that the children are all running this way, we should follow them." At first, it seemed reasonable and safe, but Louis quickly noticed a flaw in this escape method. He stopped them. "No. Although this is an escape route, we have too many people, making us nothing more than living targets for the enemy who is familiar with this terrain." Louis quickly thought of another plan for the entire group to escape safely. He said, "We will split up and run, each of us hiding our tracks. When we are sure no one is following, head east and gather at that mountain when the sun rises." At Louis' unexpected guidance, the girls appeared restless and lacking in confidence. Seeing this, he encouraged them, "Even though I don't want to separate from everyone, right now, running individually is the best way. I believe in you all. You followed me for such a long time and have learned so much. It won't be easy for the enemy to catch you, right?" The girls, who were used to relying on him, were excited by his praise this time, and everyone felt happy and ready to be self-reliant. Niu eagerly promised, "I believe in you. Let's meet at the top of the mountain." Suing followed up, "I'll do my best." As for Guan Lingyu, the more she was praised, the more confidence shone on her face. She said, "Humph, Guan Lingyu is not the kind of woman who cannot live without a man. This time I will survive to show you." Guan Xiaofei happily replied, "No wonder you are Louis, you trust us like this." After stabilizing everyone's spirits, the group gathered in front of an empty courtyard. They were just waiting for Louis's quick command, "Now, run." The 5 people scattered in 5 different directions, running like they had never run before. Their only goal was to get as far away from this place as possible, find a safe spot and regroup at the designated meeting point tomorrow morning. With the advantage of long legs, good health, and top-notch stamina, Louis quickly ran far away, to a place well out of danger, where he could no longer see the smoke and dust of the city. He ran until he could no longer see any flames. In such complete darkness, no matter how good the local people's eyesight was, they might not find him. He silently thought, "Now I just need to wait for dawn, and I will head up the mountain to regroup with them." Louis thought to himself, as the main character, every challenge in this game seems easy for him. But the girls might not have it so smoothly. Louis had just taken a short break when he heard a deafening scream from someone. The familiar sound was unmistakable, this sound. Could it be Mio? Has something happened to her? As a handsome and caring young man, seeing his beloved Rainy sister in potential danger prompted Louis to dash over like a superhero to find her immediately. It wasn't long before he pushed aside a patch of grass and came upon a truly horrifying scene. Mio, usually so strong and capable, was now being held tightly by 2 men from a different tribe. They growled at her, "Tell us. Where is the item?" Mio, who had been minding her own business and was not carrying anything, felt incredibly wronged. She shouted, "Let me go. I don't understand what you're saying." Louis witnessed the entire scene, and a surge of rage welled up inside him. How dare they act so quickly? He could no longer stand by and watch. He immediately jumped out and yelled, "Let her go." Upon seeing Louis appear, Mio felt reassured and called out his name. As for the 2 men, although they were quite surprised to see him, the only thing they cared about was the black pouch hanging from Louis's belt. They said, "We never expected that what we needed was in your hands. Hand over the goods, and we will let you go." At first, Louis was puzzled, wondering what goods they were talking about. But after taking a good look from top to bottom, he gradually understood. Clearly, these guys were after something from him. Quickly, he unlatched the bag of explosives and held it in his hand. After thinking for a while, he realized, so that's why they attacked the Haita tribe, it's for the explosives. It seemed that not every tribe here had the capability and technique to make explosives. For Mio's safety, Louis had to think about sacrificing this bag of explosives. Seeing the 2 thugs holding Mio hostage, Louis didn't dare to take any chances. After all, the explosives were not something he had put effort into making, so sacrificing them didn't make him feel too regretful. They had the advantage in numbers, while it would be very difficult for him and Mio to escape the encirclement. The only chance for survival was to rely on this bag of explosives. Once he made up his mind, he threw the bag of explosives far away. "If you want it so badly, then go and get it yourselves." He shouted loudly, "Hurry, catch it, don't let it fall to the ground." As soon as the explosives left Louis's hand, both sides immediately changed direction, each aiming for a target, racing toward the explosives like sand slipping through their fingers. While the 2 guys were like panicked monkeys, rushing to grab the explosives bag, Louis swiftly dashed over and cradled Mio in a gentleman style. Time was of the essence, and he could only quickly say a spirited line, "Hug tight." Before she could collect herself, he lifted her and jumped down from the cliff. But don't worry, it wasn't a jump into an abyss but into a stream. Thanks to the water below acting as a cushion, Louis fortunately didn't have to join his ancestors on the altar. A moment later, he surfaced, with Mio still safely secured on his back. After the jump, Louis immediately delivered a profound evaluation. "Fortunately, this cliff isn't too high, and there's a pool of water below to cushion our fall. That's how we managed to escape. I've played many thrilling games before, but this time it truly scared me." His heart was still pounding with excitement, and before he could calm down, he was thrust into a feeling of dread. His sixth sense told him that someone was quietly approaching.
Panic-stricken, he shouted, "Who is it?" "Oh my gosh, turns out it's someone I know."
Louis breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you are still here."
But before he could say anything more, he noticed the bloodstains on the cloak covering May's right arm. Worried, he quickly asked, "With your abilities, who could possibly injure you?"
The way Louis expressed his concern sounded rather
pretentious. It seemed like he was gradually adopting Guan Lingyu's personality, wasn't it?
Despite being injured, Mei maintained a calm and composed demeanor as she replied, "Although I am the guardian deity, I am not omnipotent. When the Haita tribe was attacked, a powerful foe appeared and severely injured me. If it weren't for the 6 spirit orbs, I would have lost my life at his hands by now."
Louis, feeling curious, continuously asked questions. Are the 6 spirit orbs really that powerful? And is there any way for my divine king seal to become stronger?
The power that these locals wield and the mysterious strength they possess is truly overwhelming.
I must find a way to survive.
As he asked too many questions, Mei was unable to respond to all of them. She turned her face away, subtly showcasing her alluring figure, and replied ambiguously, with an artistic flair, "My method of cultivation is not suitable for you.
You must find the inheritance that belongs to you."
Louis asked the girl from another family, and when it was time for her to respond, he suddenly
lost focus.
His eyes inexplicably wandered elsewhere. It turned out he was still captivated by Mei's alluring figure, mentally assessing, 10 points, too hot to handle. Mei probably also sensed Louis's less than proper gaze, so she quickly stepped onto the shore, leaving him with only her silhouette. When there was nothing left to look at, Louis finally returned to the conversation.
He mumbled, "It's easy to say, but where do I find the inheritance?"
Mei maintained her mysterious demeanor, replying with vague words, "When you possess a good body, naturally there will be inheritances that attract you. I believe you will notice that the Divine King Seal is gradually changing your body. As long as you train diligently, immense power will come to you." Louis looked at the small dot on his hand and then seemed to awaken. "I wondered why past activities felt unsuitable, but now it feels like drinking water, so that's the reason. I said after the disaster, I didn't feel right at all, turns out that's why."
Suddenly, all 3 fell silent, not saying anything for a long while. The very silence reminded Louis of a promise he had forgotten.
He cursed himself silently, realizing he had forgotten the meeting point where they were supposed to meet them.
He wondered if they were in any danger.
Louis felt extremely anxious and feared for the safety of the young girls. Mei was also very enthusiastic in helping. "It's too late to go there now. I will take the 2 of you part of the way." But indeed, when one speaks too soon, they do not step forth. Whenever Louis feared something, that very thing would happen immediately. They arrived at the meeting place but did not see a single strand of hair from the girls. They had not yet reached this place. Could it be that they had also been captured by someone else, just like Nyo?
Louis was extremely worried, envisioning terrible scenarios.
He blamed himself. "Damn. I underestimated the strength of the Qigong tribe. I didn't expect the local people here to be so sensitive. I fear they may have fallen into a trap. I shouldn't have let them run off on their own. Why does heaven make us go through such punishment?" Seeing Louis constantly jump around, Nyo hurriedly advised him to escape from his negative thoughts.
She said, "Don't rush, Louis.
Suing is a teacher, and she has learned a lot of survival skills from you, so it will be fine. The sisters from the Guan family used to be flight attendants and went through many training sessions, so nothing will happen." Despite saying that, all 3 were very important to Louis, so he couldn't remain calm. He turned to Mei and asked for her opinion. "No, I can't be at ease."
"Mei, do you know the location of the Qigong tribe?"
"I want to see if they have really been captured. I will swear to rescue them no matter what." Mei thought for a moment and then agreed with him. "It might be a training opportunity for you.
I can draw a map for you right away."
Mei immediately pulled out a piece of paper and sketched a rough map of the tribes around here. Meanwhile, Louis reluctantly said goodbye to Myo. "This action is dangerous, so I can't take you with me."
"You should act together with Mei."
"Oh no,
Don't leave the little one alone.
That was not something Mio said, but she understood the situation well, so she seized this opportunity to build a little intimacy between the two. She had to act quickly before this guy ended up being taken in by those other girls completely without leaving any scraps behind. She gently said, "You must come back safe, okay? I will obediently wait for you here." With such a cute and lovely demeanor, who wouldn't want to pamper her? It's just tough for May, who always has to deal with this lovey-dovey situation. But now she has experience, so she quickly cut off this scenario. She cast a spell for a map to fly out, separating the two. Alright. We'll deal with that later. It's time to set off. Since they were departing at night, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Louis had arrived at the residence of the Qigong tribe. He stood on a high rock, observing and assessing this tribe. Alright. I've climbed mountains and crossed rivers, endured hardships, and you guys are here feasting. Is this some kind of joke? Oh no, you've taken my people, and now you're partying and dancing while I'm losing sleep over this. When Louis gets angry, something is bound to happen. I will not spare those who harm my loved ones. While you are weak, I will take your lives. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to infiltrate. After finishing the greetings, Louis applied some green substance to his face to disguise himself as a member of the Haita tribe, wrapping leaves around his body to create a costume. Hey ladies from 2005, 2006. While everyone is taking the university entrance exam or getting married, Louis here would like to set off early with everyone, okay? I am very confident, excited, and filled with determination. Louis, a local, temporarily comes to the field here. Xiaofei Lingyu, suing, I'm coming right now. While the members of the Qigong tribe are still dancing around their campfire, Louis sneakily tiptoes into the village, using Naruto's signature crouch running technique to slip through houses that look no different, all made of leaves. Finally, Louis finds a place that seems special and unusual. The architecture there does not resemble these thatched houses. There must be something going on. I have to go see what's inside. He hurriedly runs to that building and feels around for an entrance. Perhaps the heavens are considerate, so Louis doesn't take much time. This must be the door. After finding the entrance, he barges in without hesitation. But surprisingly, this is not a normal place at all. Where could there be a normal spot with an enormous giant pillar in the middle of the house like this? Not to mention all around are skulls, bones, and corpses like this. If it were someone faint-hearted, they would surely scream out loud. But because Louis was too familiar with the corpses on the island, he was only slightly surprised. Damn it, this is not home, this is merely a grave. Does your Qigong tribe engage in such thrilling games? With his curious nature, he quickly approached the strangest pillar in the room. Looking at the bizarre engravings on it, he couldn't help but feel astonished. There was no one here, they weren't here. He looked at the pillar and asked, "What is this?" No one should think poorly of him, it was simply the allure of the pillar that drew his hand to touch it. Ah, everyone, please don't think bad of him, it's just that he was captivated by the pillar. It seemed there was some mysterious force pulling him in, making him instinctively reach out his hand. But in an instant, Louis regained his composure. He tightened his grip on his right hand, feeling it not responding to his will. Wait, what am I doing? I'm unconsciously wanting to touch this strange pillar. Could it also possess unnatural powers like my divine king seal? This won't do. This is not a place to linger. As soon as Louis felt something unusual, he quickly realized that he wanted to leave here immediately. But before he could move a single step, he heard a voice from the void echoing, "Who are you and what do you want here?" Oh my God, he was startled. Louis was extremely alert and immediately drew his axe for defense. Louis asked, "Who are you? Hiding and refusing to reveal yourself?" The voice continued, "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to come here? It seems you are not one of the Qigong tribe." Louis felt that this seemed like a lie that they could see right through. Well, he didn't want to make any hasty moves, he just wanted to leave here right away. I am just an outsider who accidentally fell in here. I will leave immediately. He was lying, but this was also completely plausible. The fact that the voice owner did not kill him immediately indicated that he still had a chance to turn the situation around. He had to get out of here quickly. However, Louis had underestimated the ability of the owner of that voice. The latter was determined not to let him go and even made things more difficult for him.
A loud noise erupted, startling Louis and putting him on high alert.
In front of him were two monsters that looked exactly like two enormous cockroaches, ready to charge at him and capture him alive. The voice continued to challenge him, "No matter who you are, if you have come here, you must do what you are supposed to do. If not, I will kill you." Being forced into a position of weakness, Louis also lowered himself to inquire, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Just waiting for this, the mysterious voice then presented its request. "It's very simple.
Do you see the totems on those stone pillars? Just place your hand on them, and that's it. As long as you do as I say, I can offer you some benefits."
Hearing that the request was as simple as weaving a basket, Louis was no fool. In this world, how could there be easy work with high rewards? If there were, it could only be a scam or a pyramid scheme. He broke out in a sweat and skillfully negotiated with the voice. "If there truly are benefits, then why resort to monsters to threaten me into doing it? Perhaps these corpses are also the result of doing this, right?" The terrifying cockroaches were closing in on him. The voice seemed to sense that he was hesitating a bit and, if he did not want to agree, changed to threatening him. He commanded, "Don't be slow anymore. Either die in there, or do as I have said." Oh my gosh, Louis felt that everything was ruined. He didn't want to fight with those horrifying cockroaches, and he was also afraid of the mysterious things like that unclear voice of the master. So, he pleaded for permission to obey the order to spare himself the exhaustion. As soon as he finished speaking, Louis used all his strength, gritting his teeth and slamming his hand against the strange column. The column immediately lit up, and brilliant patterns emerged. Louis was extremely surprised and puzzled. What's happening? His hand could not be withdrawn, as if it was being drawn by something. What on earth was this cursed column sucking? Why did he feel increasingly tired? The palm of his hand emitted a golden light, supplying energy to the entire column. As time passed, Louis felt more and more exhausted and drained of vitality. By the time he collapsed, completely out of strength, he suddenly understood, could it be that it is absorbing my life force? Louis once again fell into a state of hopeless despair, tormented by the heavens to the utmost. He clearly came to find Xiao Fei, but he didn't understand why he was dying in this place. Before dying, people often think of happy moments and those they love the most. However, at this very moment, he was thinking of the two cousins, the Guans. Surely, everyone knows who the primary wife is, right? It is none other than Xiao Fei and Ling Yu. He moaned their names and continued to mutter, "No, I won't accept this. How could I suddenly fall into this cursed place? I've obtained the Divine King's seal, but I still can't control my own fate. I want to live. I want to leave this place with Xiao Fei and the others." Suddenly, he remembered the two beautiful sisters, and that thought gave him more motivation and strength to escape this place and continue living. He couldn't afford to give up. He placed both hands against the pillar and exerted all his strength to activate the seal on his right hand. Suddenly, the mark appeared clearly and vividly on the pillar. Then, from a feeling of exhaustion, Louis felt an immense sense of refreshment. This feels great. It's as if everything is returning to my body. Could it be that I'm still absorbing the energy from the totem? While he was enjoying that feeling of exhilaration, suddenly, from behind, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Scared of ghosts, huh? Louis, fortunately not being timid, was only slightly surprised and quickly turned back to see who the person was. It turned out to be the owner of the mysterious voice just now. It seemed he had revealed his true form. After discovering Louis's true identity as the Divine King's seal, it seemed that heaven wanted him to live. His opportunity had arrived. The person was an old man with silver hair and beard, wearing a hat that covered his entire head and a robe that couldn't be more oversized. The old man continued to ask Louis for help, as if in another form, "I will help you unlock the seal, and you must help me do something. Now do not lose focus.
I promise you I will not harm you. Just keep absorbing the power.
For some reason, Louis suddenly felt a strong trust in this person. After all, I will trust you once. And so, Louis continued to absorb the power from the pillar through the seal in the palm of his right hand. After a while, it seemed that a small gemstone was formed from the power accumulating within Louis's body with the help of the old man in disguise. Finally, Louis succeeded in taking all the energy from the ancestral pillar. He was extremely delighted to feel the power surging throughout his entire body. I can feel it now, the boundless power has rushed into my body. The old man quickly confirmed, it seems you have unlocked the Power King seal. However, it seemed that the type of power that Louis had just received was somewhat mediocre. Through the old man's words, it was clear that normally, the unlocking of the Power King seal had a relatively low success rate, and it was also a very ordinary divine seal. Although Louis's speed in unlocking the seal was quite fast, the Power King seal was too trivial. In general, from the old man's implication, one could sense a certain degree of disdain. However, Louis was not at all demanding and was very satisfied. He did not criticize whether the power was great or not, the important thing lay in the user of it.
Oh, the answer is perfectly on point.
He deserved to win the Friendly Miss title and the character with the most profound and thought-provoking philosophy in this series.
As per his usual habit, Louis asked the hidden old man, "So what do you want me to help you with?" The old man had been waiting for this moment and simply pointed at the object in front of Louis, requesting very straightforwardly, "I need you to mobilize the divine seal to knock it down. The power of the totem, after being absorbed by you, no longer has any effect. It's perfect timing to test your new strength." Hearing this seems like an easy task, and hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow. Louis was a bit curious and gradually accepted to carry it out immediately. Is this how the divine seal is moved?
Not knowing how to do it, he decided to imitate the Superman and the magical girls, channeling his power into his hands and gently pushing the pillar with his seal.
Bang! As easy as pie, the totem crashed down without any pity.
The floor was covered in dust, so in that space, dense clouds of smoke appeared instantly. The dust flew everywhere, causing Louis to get a mouthful of sand, coughing while wondering, cough cough cough, I just gently pushed a bit, why did it fall down like that? Taking advantage of the obscured vision from the smoke, Louis closed his eyes tight and didn't pay attention to anything around. The old man quietly searched for something that fell from the pillar and quickly stuffed it into his pocket. Well, I picked something up, so I'll temporarily tuck it away. Moreover, this was also his goal, so having just found what he wanted, he instantly transformed into a celestial being and soared up into the sky. You helped me escape from this pillar, I will help you successfully open the seal.
We shall consider it as no one owes anyone, the next matters are not related to me anymore.
Oh my god, I thought he was a good person, but it turns out he's just someone who likes to shirk responsibility.
This guy didn't even leave Louis any enlightenment.
Well, being left behind is one thing, but what Louis cares about are the words of the old man before he left. Is the debt settled?
What's next? What do you mean by that?
He didn't bother to answer Louis anymore but flew high into the sky and shouted loudly, blame all the sins on Louis.
This person is the one who made the totem fall. Everyone, charge. Quickly capture him.
Hearing all of that, Louis realized he had been fooled.
He activated his angry mode and cursed, damn. So it turns out you used me as bait. You truly are a despicable little man.
Cursing him just felt good, but the old man had already vanished into thin air. Instead, Louis was ambushed by a whole group of fierce people who wanted to kill him, using him as a sacrifice. Feeling a bit restless, and with people delivering themselves right to him, Louis gladly accepted these poor fools, because they showed up at just the right moment. You all bully my Haita tribe, so I'll use you to test my sword.
Consider it fair. For the Qigong tribe, it seems like they have to face the consequences now, huh? Who dared to mess with the Haita tribe?
Louis, feeling the urge to test his strength, put on a cool demeanor, raised his right hand in front of him, and activated his seal. Surrounding him, blue light beams appeared. The battle began from here. The author does not describe how the process went, but surely everyone knows the result. 10 minutes later, Louis was comfortably sitting on a pile of corpses from the Qigong tribe.
Well, it's okay, 10 minutes for one round.
But it seems this little exercise has made him feel a bit exhausted. He was completely worn out, even though he had dealt with all of them, but feeling so tired after just 10 minutes. It turns out, as the saying goes, he needs to train harder. After regaining his breath and a bit of energy, Louis immediately put on a thug-like demeanor, similar to a bully in elementary school. He kicked one of the Qigong tribe members hard on the head to interrogate him. Answer my question honestly.
When you ambushed the Haita tribe, did you capture any women? The interrogated guy wailed and groaned, having to confess, no.
We originally did not intend to capture any women, but many women were taken by the people of the Manhwa tribe already.
Louis felt extremely frustrated after hearing the answer.
After all the effort he put in to come here, he still couldn't find any of the rain girls to take home. It seemed that the Manhwa tribe had attacked the Haita tribe last night. Not only the Qigong tribe, he needed to make a trip to the Manhwa tribe as well. Meanwhile, in another location, two incredibly beautiful girls were patrolling and hunting together. The elder sister, with brown tea-colored hair, was named Elsa, while the younger one, more vibrant with a ponytail and distinctive purple hair, was named Army. Both felt that today was incredibly boring, with no excitement happening at all. Elsa, feeling bored, sighed aimlessly. While people enjoy peace, I seem to be the opposite, only liking thrilling things. Army was at a loss with her sister's strange desires. Sister dear, you're not boring. You're clearly just lonely.
Ah, so that's it.
Feeling too lonely, with nothing to do, she wanted to find something thrilling to do.
Right?
Did her sister just expose her? Elsa, not feeling guilty at all, continued to daydream. It's not like that.
I just like surprises to come out of nowhere. For example, a handsome guy suddenly appearing from the sky.
Oh, this dreamy style is just 100% true. People who are single often have unusual wishes, so please understand. When the two sisters were talking, they suddenly heard a noise from behind. Both were on alert and turned around to shout loudly, "Who's there?" From the thick bushes, a tall, fair, handsome guy appeared, just like everything Elsa was secretly hoping for. That's just the best.
The guy, upon meeting strangers, seemed a bit awkward and greeted, "Hey. Hello to you too. Hello to all the lovely people of ice cream."
Oh my gosh, the handsome guy was so stunning that I felt dizzy. The two sisters, who were just cautious moments ago, seeing the appearance of Louis, a handsome guy, quickly changed their attitude and pounced. Elsa, not knowing what shyness was, held his hands, touched his arms, and explored every part. Any place with muscles was not spared by this beautiful sister. Who would have thought there would be such a handsome guy here?
Those muscles truly made people infatuated.
Army also clung to Louis, taking the opportunity to admire him to her heart's content, but did not forget to remind her infatuated sister, "Elsa, this time you can't have him all to yourself." Louis's body went stiff upon contact with the beautiful girls. He stood like a mannequin in place, allowing them to touch him. Perhaps because they were lovely and charming women, he didn't act as aggressively as the people from the Qigong tribe. Instead, he honestly clasped his hands and pleaded with the girls, "Lovely ladies, radiant with beauty, not only do I not have much meat on me, but eating me would also grant you immortality. Please, have compassion and eat something else." Seeing Louis's anxious demeanor, unable to discern where the truth lay and where the jokes began, Elsa couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, you really know how to joke. Human flesh is both dry and bitter, what's so delicious about it?" Both girls laughed right in Louis's face, leaving him confused as to how he suddenly became the clown.
And to think they even said they wouldn't eat human flesh anymore.
It seems these two girls had consumed various types of meat before. After all, Louis confirmed that these girls were not bad people and had no intention of devouring him. Therefore, with a bright smile, Louis got straight to the point. "Forget it," he politely asked the two beautiful girls, "Do you two know where the Quangshi tribe is located?"
Elsa was still very warm and inquired, "The Quangshi tribe?
What are you going there for?" Louis did not hide anything and honestly spoke about his intentions. "I heard that the Quangshi tribe captures a lot of women."
I want to see if my companions are there. Honestly, I have been lost for a long time. I just hope you girls can provide me with some clues.
But at that moment, Louis realized the expressions of the two had changed drastically. Especially Army, she was no longer welcoming but had become sullen, clearly showing her wariness. So you're planning to charge into the Kwangsher tribe, then we must drive this guy away immediately. Elsa was thinking deeper. She already had a different plan for Louis. I thought you were an ally, turns out we're enemies. Louis immediately reacted harshly, pulling his hand back.
Enemies? Are you saying you are from the Kwangsher?
But before he could finish questioning or get a confirmation from the two girls, Elsa swiftly hit him from behind. The sisters seemed delicate, but every time they made a move, their eyes sparkled with intensity.
In this situation, everyone would have to be fearful. Louis took a hit and immediately collapsed.
Without saying much, well, he is still a handsome guy, so he was pampered by a few ladies. They wouldn't let him kiss the ground and were already waiting to swoop him up. After that, both of them tied Louis's hands and feet, then carried him away like a trophy after a hunting trip.
I'm not joking, they literally carried him.
Elsa may seem soft and petite, but she could lift Louis like a weight with ease.
Army walked ahead leading the way, chattering about how she had found a man today and they must celebrate once they got back.
Ah, so it turns out Louis was not unconscious.
He was just putting on a performance for them.
Once he was sure he was being carried away, Louis slightly opened his eyes. However, he didn't struggle to escape but lay there obediently pretending to be dead.
This trick was his specialty. Indeed, finding the Kwangsher tribe without any effort at all.
This bit of strength was nothing for him now. One hit from Elsa felt like an ant bite to him, but he enjoyed pretending. He loved being stubborn. Whether he accepted it or not, he had to comply. Louis was very happy and obediently lay on the shoulder of the beautiful girl.
Well, he would take the free ride from them.
So, without spending a drop of sweat or a bit of effort, Louis also arrived at the village of the Kwangsher tribe. This place seemed to be a bit more developed compared to the tribes he had previously visited. The houses here were larger, more spacious, and a little more modern. The two sisters quickly carried him into their house. After placing him in a corner, they began to evaluate their prey and assess his potential for offspring. He does have fit muscles.
What do you think? How many daughters can he give us?
Elsa confidently replied to Army, the stronger the man, the stronger the seeds will be.
Having 80 children would likely not be a problem. In the future, our status will definitely not be ordinary.
Oh my, these sisters talk about delicate matters without blushing or feeling shy at all. Moreover, they were very confident, openly speaking right in front of the chosen one. Well, if these ladies were not shy, then the one who should feel awkward would be Louis. He was pretending to faint but still frowned at the boldness of these girls.
These two women were shameless in their conversation. It seems that the Kwangsher tribe is a matriarchal society.
If Xiao Fei were to really fall into their hands, there might not be any problems at all.
Oh my, he really is our national husband.
No matter the situation, even when he himself is in danger, Louis only thinks about the safety of Guan Xiaofei. While the two were happily chatting, someone seemed to have burst into their home.
Elsa greeted the newcomer respectfully. Patriarch, why have you come here? The newcomer was the patriarch of the Kwangsher tribe, named Chang Mei Yang.
She was an extremely beautiful woman, exuding an air of elegance and power in both appearance and demeanor. Without beating around the bush, she got straight to the point. I heard from them that you have brought back an exceptional man. So I came here to take a look.
Louis was still pretending to be dead, continuing to listen and probe. But suddenly, the surroundings became extremely quiet, making him a bit anxious. Why isn't anyone speaking? Has she uncovered something?
No, Chang Mei Yang was very cunning and had said a few words that forced Louis to reveal his true face immediately. I didn't expect you to catch a man with a style of dress similar to the woman we caught before.
It seems this is all the arrangement of fate.
Louis is usually very smart, but whenever his younger sisters are mentioned, his IQ seems to drop to 0.
Immediately, he fell into Chang Mei Yang's trap, woke up, and angrily demanded, "Are you talking about my companions? What have you done to them?" Chang Mei Yang calmly replied in a very composed and dignified tone, "Crafty men of the tribe, why not pretend a little longer? Although they are women, they are all outsiders. Such people naturally deserve to be our female slaves. Female slaves have no human rights, and their status is quite similar to yours right now." She bluntly shattered Lu Yi's thought that Xiao Fei and the others would be treated well here. He felt that arguing would get him nowhere, so he pondered, trying to think of another way. If I can't acquire the Power King seal now, I might have to suffer and submit for the safety of Xiao Fei and the others. But with the Power King seal, I'm in a different position now. Without saying a word, Louis activated his inner power in an instant, breaking the ropes that took Army and Elsa so long to tie. Naturally, he awakened. This wild style made everyone wary. Army and Elsa immediately ran to shield Chang Mei Yang to protect her, the patriarch. Being cautious, Chang Mei Yang remained calm and unruffled. Louis was dissatisfied with this attitude. He frowned and condemned the Guangshi tribe. So-called human rights, of course, can only be spoken of by the powerful. However, he did not want to take action against a girl, so he did not want to escalate the situation. "Quang Patriarch, you do not need to be afraid like that. I believe you can see that I am not like other men. I will not carry out any threatening actions." "Well, I will trust you, but can you put down the rope first? Holding onto it tightly like that, this girl is afraid you might get nervous and knock everyone down." This action of his, of course, did not escape Chang Mei Yang's notice. She appeared extremely wary of the man in front of her. "Haha, it is easy to say, but what you are doing now is not a threat, then what is it?" Seeing himself being misunderstood, Louis tried to explain, "Let me teach you how to negotiate in business. Firstly, you must compliment the other person." Louis elaborated, "No, I just want to make a deal with you. I believe the patriarch is also a person who knows how to adapt. I will help you with something, and you have to release my women." After clearly and cohesively stating his request, Louis hoped for a transaction. In fact, he could totally overthrow Guangshi now, but he could not guarantee that they would not be pushed into a corner and harm Xiao Fei. Moreover, exterminating an entire tribe was not in Lu Yi's character. Sometimes, interests are the best links in human relationships. Hearing such philosophical reasoning, my brother. A boy with such literary flair, which girl wouldn't be enchanted? But this Chang Mei Yang is an exception to Louis. Chang Mei Yang was still unwavering and unyielding. "Why should I trust you? Even if you have impressive skills, you're still just one person." However, Louis had discovered the critical weakness of the tribes on this island. He then made an incredibly tempting offer that made Chang Mei Yang's emotions change in an instant. "What if I told you I could help you make explosives?" Seeing Chang Mei Yang seemed shaken by this request, Louis continued to pitch fervently, "The explosive is that black powder. Not only can I make it, but I can also teach you how to use it. Is this deal acceptable? If you disagree, I can only show you this." Oh my goodness. This guy is so cunning. Not only does he not give others a chance to think, but he also immediately brings out his trump card. He spreads his hand, counting his fingers to reveal his divine mark. Upon seeing that mark, Chang Mei Yang was both surprised and deeply shaken. "You actually have a little blessing from the gods?" "We agree to this deal then." No wonder he is the messenger of the gods. Just having such an identity earns Louis respect wherever he goes. Chang Mei Yang was even quite amused, gracefully gliding closer to Louis. "Such a powerful sir makes me a bit infatuated." She boldly leaned in, wrapping her arms around Louis's shoulders and playfully teasing him. "So charming. Oh my, I'm a fan of yours for 100 years. Chang Mei Yang seductively invited him with extremely alluring words, leaving him momentarily unable to resist. "I believe you can possess even more skills than this. If you don't mind, you can stay here. I will have your women serve you." After a moment, he realized that he might be being teased, so he stiffened and chose his words carefully to decline. "Patriarch, you weren't acting like this just now. Bribing me is pointless. It would be better for you to handle communal matters instead." This time, the fish didn't take the bait, leaving Chang Mei-yang feeling a moment of disappointment. She returned to her noble state, no longer paying Louis any mind, and left. Humph, what a boring man. Just wait, I will bring your women over here. Louis, having escaped the advances of an experienced woman, breathed a sigh of relief and politely bent at a 90-degree angle to see Chang Mei-yang off. Once her figure had completely faded from view, Louis finally relaxed and let out a long breath. He didn't expect that the patriarch of the Guangshi tribe would be so understanding. Fortunately, she agreed to his deal. It was all thanks to the divine king's seal. Meanwhile, the two sisters Army and Elsa were also finding ways to deal with Louis. While he had regained his confidence and was full of pride with his strength, no one could guess that he initially hated his own appearance, yet now he had turned it into his weapon. Suddenly, the two girls cautiously called out to him, "Sir." Both of them knelt down before Louis, then displayed a very submissive demeanor while sincerely apologizing to him. "We are very sorry for having ambushed you. We hope you can forgive us." Oh my! From Louis's perspective looking down, this was truly a wonderful scene. However, he could not enjoy that beauty and could only explain to the girls, "I willingly allowed you to capture me here, so it can be considered mutual exploitation. There's no need to be so polite. From now on, you can just call me Louis." As soon as she heard that, Elsa, who had been shy and timid, returned to her truly bold self. She happily said, "Is that so? Then we won't be polite anymore." Louis still didn't understand what these two girls wanted to do when both of them moved closer to him, just like their first encounter, but this time it was much more inviting. Elsa took charge on the left, pressing her ample breasts against Louis's hands, causing him to stiffen. She praised him, saying, "I never expected the man I picked up to be the spokesperson for the gods." Army on the right wouldn't be outdone by her sister. She also leaned in, forcing Louis to pay attention to her assets. "Mr. Louis has scared our patriarch already. I truly admire you." Louis was restrained physically, only able to stammer modestly, "The spokesperson for the gods? That's quite serious to say." His inner thoughts were as expected, feeling bashful and hesitant, unsure where to put his hands and feet. These two sisters were quite familiar with each other. He was trying to think that these girls just liked skinship, yet they became even bolder, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, Army remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh right. If you are a guest of our tribe, of course you are qualified to participate in our dance festival." Elsa also chimed in with her sister, "I used to think that Louis would run away. We sacrificed our freedom to keep an eye on him. But now we don't need to hold back on these things anymore." Louis couldn't understand what these two sisters were talking about. "What is this dance party? Wait, where are you two trying to take me?" In general, he resisted, but it was inconsequential. He was immediately dragged by both of them to a high rocky outcrop where they could observe the entire Guangshi tribe. At this moment, it was also the time when the sun was setting, creating a stunningly beautiful and incredibly romantic scenery. Louis witnessed the exuberant and lively dance from the extremely graceful young girls. Army and Elsa were very enthusiastic as tour guides for Louis. The congratulatory ritual after each dance of the party was also considered a tradition of the Guangshi tribe. He looked over everything from top to bottom, missing nothing, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly beautiful. This is indeed a paradise for men." Below, the girls in their passionate dresses flaunted their curves in soft and graceful dances. Indeed, as Louis said, any man who entered here would surely be enchanted. Army saw Louis being captivated and felt very proud, laughing loudly, "Hi hi hi, he has been enchanted by beauty." The three were having a wonderfully joyful time when suddenly, an unmistakably green tea voice interrupted, "Ah, is that not sisters Elsa and Army? I heard that you two brought a man here, turns out it's this guy?" The sound came from a girl who also seemed quite hot, but that was just her exterior. She was very competitive, always needing to measure up and prove that she was better than others. Elsa probably knew how to deal with this girl's mocking behavior already, so she responded easily, "Li Shui, did your man reject you that you ran here to show off?" Army couldn't be as calm as her sister. She tried to explain to Louis about the girl's attitude.
Perhaps the patriarch hadn't officially released the news yet, so she didn't know he was the spokesperson for the deity, which is why she acted this way. Indeed, Li Shuwei had an inherently competitive nature. She immediately called her own man out, wanting to compete with Louis. She sneered and said, being smart and agile, with a bit of tan skin and strong muscles, is still better. Xiao Kuei, go teach that pale-faced guy a lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, a bald guy appeared from nowhere. This guy looked tough, with bulging muscles, but had to obey Li Shuwei like a puppy because he had no rights. Louis was minding his own business and hadn't even had a chance to speak when he was dragged into this family feud, which was incredibly annoying. However, Xiao Kuei didn't care about Louis's words. He rushed in as commanded, intending to throw a punch to teach him a lesson. But Louis was not even surprised. With just one hand, he easily blocked Xiao Kuei's furious punch. Then, he spun around performing a few basic martial arts moves, sending Xiao Kuei flying a few meters away. Before he could do anything, he was defeated and landed on the ground with a thud. Li Shuwei was incredibly surprised to see her man defeated and yelled loudly, "Xiao Kuei!" Louis, indifferent, put his hands in his pockets and coldly announced the outcome, "You lost." Li Shuwei, extremely frustrated, refused to accept the truth. "No way, a loser like that can't possibly beat my male slave. He must have cheated." Despite her bad attitude and refusal to acknowledge Louis's talents, Elsa was quite spiteful, sticking out her tongue and making a face at Li Shuwei, that stubborn mouth of hers. Meanwhile, Army was enthusiastically cheering for her brother. "Brother Louis, you are the best." The brawl between the two sides attracted the attention of everyone in the Guangshi tribe. They all gathered around Louis to catch the drama. Xiao Kuei was still rubbing his backside, seemingly unconvinced, and demanded another match. "You are indeed very strong, but as a man, we can compete in more than one thing." Louis, feeling a bit bored, agreed to duel with Xiao Kuei. "What do you want to compete in?" Xiao Kuei seemed quite proud of his strong physique. He stood up, striking a cool pose, flaunting both his six-pack abs and his white armpit along with his bald head. He winked on both sides and flashed a heart-melting smile. "Of course, we will see who can get more cheers from the ladies. Whoever receives more will be the winner." The women of the Guangshi tribe were not going to let Xiao Kuei be humiliated, so they enthusiastically shouted some cheers for him. "Wow, Xiao Kuei is really strong. I'll have a bodybuilding match with Louis. Xiao Kuei really is in trouble. He not only has muscular strength, but his mouth and spirit are also on a different level." Louis looked provocatively, giving Xiao Kuei a thumbs down. "What good is just muscle? The most important thing is to have a brain." Seeing him so cool, many girls couldn't help but swoon. After hearing Louis's words, their G-spots trembled violently. Cheers erupted everywhere. Although Xiao Kuei's muscles were large, Louis's were even more solid, giving off a very good feeling. It's unclear who initiated this, but immediately a group of girls surrounded Louis, feeling his abs. "The quality of you seems a bit surprising, Louis." However, he remained still, willing to be a display model for everyone to freely admire. "You don't need to touch, just looking is enough." In an instant, Xiao Kuei lost again, feeling very aggrieved. What was there to compete with just a pale guy who had a bit of muscle? Elsa cast a provocative glance at Li Shuwei and made a snide remark. "Isa, Li Shuwei, are you so furious that you're about to go crazy?" Several other girls joined in the fun, adding a few biting remarks that touched on Xiao Kuei's pride. The era of strong, muscular men is long gone. People still need to see the face first before they can fall in love. The two sides were trading barbs, fiercely competing with each other without missing a beat until, fortunately, someone came to mediate, and that person was none other than Chang Mei Yang. She approached with great arrogance and announced to Louis, "I didn't expect you all to be here. What a coincidence. I've already brought the person over to you." He hurriedly turned around, searching for the familiar figures of the girls he hadn't seen in a long time. They were still as beautiful and well-behaved as ever, but the absence of him by their side had left them all feeling dejected, no longer displaying the cheerful demeanor they once had. They were both resentful and on the verge of tears, sobbing softly. Finally, after so many days, they met Louis again. After a long time of being apart from their beloved,
Guan Lingyu immediately choked up with tears as she playfully scolded him. Louis, didn't you swear to protect us? You jerk! Oh my, he was so arrogant even now.
Seeing them, he was beaming with joy yet still tried to act aloof. Guan Xiaofei took advantage of the situation and immediately jumped into Louis's arms, crying, I thought I would never see you again. Suing was not far behind, expressing her feelings, I was also very scared, I don't want to be apart from you anymore. Oh my, with both of you being so cute and obedient like this, Louis felt a surge of affection. He gently comforted his younger sisters, it's okay now, I'm here. Chang Mei Yang, after having eaten 3 bowls of dog food, felt very uncomfortable and immediately broke the mood. You two, save your romance for later. It's getting late, it's time to rest. Suddenly, the atmosphere dimmed, with only Guan Xiaofei and Louis still tightly hugging each other, unwilling to separate even by a centimeter. Chang Mei Yang, always accommodating to customers and business partners, suggested that he come to relax at the hot springs of her clan. Resting will give you the strength to work. Tonight, we'll make an exception for you to enjoy the hot springs, a specialty of Guangshi.
Louis repeatedly expressed his thanks. Chang Mei Yang is indeed a considerate patriarch.
So they all together made their way to the beautiful hot spring, where the rumors were not exaggerated at all. Indeed, this was a paradise for those who had not bathed properly for a long time like them. Louis just immersed himself in the hot spring and let out a sigh of complete satisfaction. The scenery here was mesmerizing, with silk drapes fluttering gently, half covered, half revealed, and the bathing people added to the allure of the scene. I believe anyone watching at this point must be envious of Louis. Guan Xiaofei couldn't contain her joy, rating this experience 100 stars. This is the first time I've relaxed like this since the plane crash. Louis fully agreed, he was very surprised by the magnificence of this hot spring. He never expected that the Guangshi tribe would have such a sanctuary. The quality of the water was much better than that of his own place. Louis then asked, by the way, how did you end up being captured here? Suing, the spokesperson, replied, after we escaped, we were actually planning to go around, but unexpectedly ran into the Guangshi tribe, so we were captured. Oh my, just hearing that makes my heart ache. Indeed, being far from Louis is like embracing the storm. Guan Lingyu directly sulked at Louis. Luckily, the Guangshi tribe is a matriarchal society. Even female slaves hold a higher status than ordinary men. Otherwise, you might not have met us now. Seeing her reprimanding him like this, Louis also knew his place and lowered himself to sweet-talk Guan Lingyu. Isn't it true that I found out everyone's whereabouts and came here right away? Don't worry, I won't let you leave me even a step further. Taking this opportunity, Louis also sought the opinions of the other girls. Seeing that everyone quite liked this tribe, he asked, how about we stay here, and by the way, Miao and the others can live here together too. Oh my! With sweet talk like that, which sister wouldn't like it? However, Guan Lingyu still had a little dissatisfaction. She stepped closer and leaned towards Louis's face, causing him to blush, unsure if it was from the hot water or embarrassment. She replied, Izo, you're quite charitable, aren't you? Should I reward you with something? Suddenly, Guan Lingyu's kindness made Louis a bit confused. He felt a little cautious and asked back, what exactly do you want to do? To answer his question, Guan Xiaofei requested to hold Louis's hands and feet to easily bestow the reward. We have decided to reward you. Suing also quickly climbed up the bank, circled around behind Louis, and started to massage his shoulders. The hot spring combined with the massage could reduce fatigue. Everyone attacked him relentlessly from all sides, but Louis still hadn't shaken off his shyness and surprise. He was so moved that he couldn't find the words, but with such a wonderful gift naturally presented to him, he wasn't foolish enough to refuse. That is why we have the scene of Louis, each side attended by a girl, getting a full body massage. It must be said that it was truly delightful. He was indulging in the experience, unable to even keep his eyes open, as every part of him, from head to toe, from neck to hands, was being cared for by the soft hands of beautiful girls. With their company, these past 3 days, even with the hardships and fatigue, were no trouble at all. Louis could only hope that time could stand still at this moment, enjoying this unique gift in bliss. However, suddenly Louis furrowed his brow thinking about the future. Although the Quanxi tribe treated women with many privileges to ensure their lives, he must undoubtedly showcase some capabilities of his own. With this in mind, in the following days, Louis locked himself at home and worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk to manufacture explosives. By early morning of the third day, he finally made his appearance outside. Perhaps by now he had become the peak star, the newly rising celebrity in every household. As soon as he stepped out, all the women of the Quanxi tribe warmly welcomed him. "Look, the esteemed messenger has come out.
What's he holding in his hand? Is it explosives?"
Amid the buzzing chatter of so many people, Louis had to force a stiff smile. "Izo, with so many people like this, I'm a bit scared." He still wasn't used to the feeling of being surrounded like this.
At that moment, Chang Mei Yang also appeared, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with Louis's 3-day absence. "Didn't you say you would make explosives? Have you really been busy creating something that small for the last 2 days?"
She was very displeased because, after such a long time, he had only produced something that looked quite small and seemingly lacks power. Louis had to explain with great confidence, "The time I spent is to upgrade the explosives for you for free. Don't underestimate its power, it's very significant." Of course, merely speaking wouldn't convince anyone, but this time, Louis had the support of Army. "Esteemed patriarch, I would like to testify. This thing is very powerful." Chang Mei Yang was somewhat dissatisfied when Army had only followed Louis for a few days and already abandoned her elderly mother to follow a man. She frowned and affectionately scolded Army. "You've only been spying on him for a few days and you've already betrayed the organization? Indeed, when girls grow up, they cannot be kept anymore." Seeing Chang Mei Yang sulking, Army quickly ran over, acting all crazy, talking and laughing, which made Chang Mei Yang much more relaxed. Louis truly had to praise Army's diplomatic skills. She was a diplomat and assistant sent by the Quang Patriarch and had helped him a lot in the creation of explosives. Well, she was indeed useful. However, there was something even more terrifying about working with Army, and that was her overwhelming fondness for skinship. She was always glued to Louis, making his main wives very dissatisfied. Louis also had to sweat each time he received Army's intimacy. But this little girl was really too lively. She created 3 streams of terrifying light behind her. Louis didn't even need to have eyes in the back of his head to know that Guan Xiaofei and the others were so jealous they could burst out at his close interactions with Army. Louis was very confident in his results, so he decided to prove that he was not lying by immediately testing the effectiveness of the explosive. To the surprise of Chang Mei Yang, Louis threw the tube of explosives far away, confidently asserting that one cannot know the effectiveness without seeing it. He said, "Why don't you witness it with your own eyes?" The tube of explosives thrown by Louis flew far, gradually lighting up with crackling sounds. When it hit the ground, it created a huge explosion that shook the area, with such power that nearby villagers had to flee, fearing an attack. Chang Mei Yang, witnessing the full power of the explosives created by Louis, stared in amazement, bewildered and taken aback. What kind of divine object is this? How can it have such destructive power? After the black smoke dissipated, Louis proudly unleashed a stream of knowledge, causing Chang Mei Yang to take a moment to digest it. This is the synthetic compound of explosives. After being ignited, it directly explodes. We call it explosives. The type of explosive from earlier was a small one that I crafted. I can definitely make a larger one, and the damage caused would double. Have the excellent students presented yet? I heard it and I was still fascinated. In fact, Louis radiates the brilliance of a protagonist, too dazzling. Chang Mei Yang listened for a while, feeling calm, so she decided to kneel down, worship Louis, and exclaimed, "Indeed, this is remarkable. The great deity is truly impressive." Seeing the patriarch kneel down, the whole Quanxi tribe immediately followed suit. Thus, Louis unexpectedly found himself standing before a whole group of people bowing and worshipping him like a king, like a lord. Under those extravagant praises, Louis felt embarrassed with his face turning red. He anxiously appealed to Chang Mei Yang, the patriarch, "What are you doing? Quickly get up." Chang Mei Yang quickly raised her face to look at Louis, but her expression was very strange. Louis saw her smile while sweat poured down his face. He felt as if he had been tricked into this situation by her, as if she were using this moment to gain the upper hand. In this woman's heart, it is truly impossible to predict anything. Louis helplessly coughed, then struggled to find a way to escape from this embarrassing predicament.
He said to her, "Ahem, if the Kwang patriarch now knows my strength, then I will take this opportunity to talk about the next cooperation with the patriarch, shall I?" Chang Mei Yang has also seen his capabilities, so she quickly understood what he needed. "Do you guys plan to stay here?"
Louis knelt on one leg like a prince, then extended his hand before Chang Mei Yang.
His posture looked incredibly cool.
Louis did not hesitate to praise the Kwangsher tribe. "I believe that the Kwangsher tribe, even if it is a clean stream within the tribe, my women will really enjoy the atmosphere here.
Regarding their future living, I will certainly choose to continue cooperating with the patriarch. You will provide us a place to survive, and we will offer you knowledge and skills. How about it? Is this request acceptable?" Louis's very attractive invitation made Chang Mei Yang somewhat waver. However, she still needed to confirm one thing: "You indeed have recognized the difficulties our Kwangsher tribe is facing. We, the Kwangsher tribe, have a rather special situation in this area. Apart from the fact that most of us are women, there is another reason: we do not have a protective deity." Chang Mei Yang continued, "This has caused us a big problem, which is that we cannot survive in one place for long. My tribe has to move constantly, but relocating the tribe is very troublesome. In the past, the difficulties we faced were much greater than those of other tribes. But if you can truly solve our difficulties, then it is fine for you to stay here for life." In response to Chang Mei Yang's requests, Louis also pondered seriously. "Regarding this, I have always had a thought. You can completely learn about agricultural culture and devote time to planting and raising livestock." When Chang Mei Yang heard Louis say this, he was very curious. What is agricultural culture? Louis continued to explain in the simplest way so that Chang Mei Yang could understand. Agricultural culture is primarily centered on agriculture and supplemented by hunting. First, we will clear land, then sow some food seeds, for example, sweet potatoes. In terms of planting, you can bring back some newly discovered young animals from outside to raise and then breed. Before a vast amount of knowledge, Chang Mei Yang showed no signs of hesitation or inability to absorb it. On the contrary, she was very fascinated by Louis's new suggestions. She said to Louis, "This is indeed a culture pre-established for our tribe." "Louis, please speak a little slower, I need to jot this down right away." So Army hurriedly found a chair for Chang Mei Yang, and they both sat down to drink tea and chat. After a while, they even began sketching the necessary tools for sustainable agriculture. Louis, with his beautiful drawing talent, scribbled out a few lines. Although Chang Mei Yang might not fully understand what she was seeing, she was very attentive, listening to him while watching him draw. "I will draw you a few agricultural tools. With these, the efficiency will greatly improve." Even Louis had to admire Chang Mei Yang's intelligence and unique quickness. He had not expected the patriarch's capacity for comprehension to be so powerful. If she were placed in the initial world, she would undoubtedly become a strong woman in her career. After struggling for a while with the drawing paper, Louis finally completed his lifetime artwork. He was very proud and convinced Chang Mei Yang, "As long as you give me enough time, I can use my culture and knowledge to thoroughly change your tribe." Chang Mei Yang, based on what Louis demonstrated, completely trusted him. Now, if he said a dog was a cat, she would probably nod in agreement and meow as well. Looking at Louis's plan, Chang Mei Yang seemed a bit hesitant. She said, "This iron tool might not work." She pointed to an iron axe that Louis had sketched. Since this was not a modern era, finding such tools was very difficult. According to Chang Mei Yang, this type of ironwork could only be done by the workers of the Tija tribe. However, the price they offered was relatively high. Louis was curious to know what this high price meant and what they ultimately wanted. Chang Mei Yang grimaced and provided an answer that left Louis stunned. "They want men." He could never have imagined such a response. He felt horrified and shocked. Indeed, it was truly outside the law and love. Louis shifted from confusion to skepticism. What is this? Is there even a male homosexual tribe here? Seeing Louis in such a panic, Chang Mei Yang couldn't help but chuckle and explained, "They are not homosexuals, they just want men to exploit mineral resources."
At this moment, Louis returned to a normal state, but he was very unwilling to understand why he knew what male homosexuality meant.
Chang Mei Yang continued to talk about their dilemma and the reason why the Tija tribe needed men. Mining is a labor-intensive job.
The people in the Tija tribe are lazy and do not want to work. Therefore, they want to purchase a large number of strong men to work for them. Louis continued Chang Mei Yang's point, "In my hometown, mining must use explosives the type I made today. As long as we find the location of the minerals, we can mine it ourselves." He went on, however, their ultimate goal is just to have agricultural tools. This is a bit difficult, because even though I have been in the army for several years, they taught me a lot of things, but unfortunately, they never taught me how to make agricultural tools. Therefore, although he was somewhat lazy, Louis still had to make a decision. "It seems I have to take a trip to the Tija tribe." Chang Mei Yang immediately provided more information to Louis. "The Tija tribe is over 100 miles away from us. If we set off right now, walking will still take a day." Upon hearing this, Louis shouted, "What? A whole day?" Just thinking about it made him feel discouraged, exhausted, and drained. While Louis was discussing something important, the Guan Lingyu group suddenly appeared. He did not expect their presence here. "Lingyu, why are you all out here?" Guan Lingyu crossed her arms and pouted cutely, scolding Louis, "There's no reason for you to be working out here all alone. We can't just stay at home calmly enjoying ourselves. Originally, we wanted to come out to help you, but who knew you would take care of everything so quickly?" So, did she want to praise him for working hard or scold him for doing all the work? Well then, there was only one important task left to do, which was to go to the Tija tribe. But Guan Lingyu quickly found an excuse to avoid this exhausting mission. "But, since it's so far, we wouldn't be able to help much. It's better for us to stay here and help you improve agricultural reform." Louis was at a loss for words in front of Guan Lingyu's flimsy reasoning. He didn't hesitate to tear her apart. "I think you're just being lazy." Oh dear, it seems like he hasn't been scolded lately, so he's itching for a fight. Out of nowhere, he provoked Guan Lingyu and then went on to comfort her himself. "This might just be Louis's refined hobby. Do you really think you're the only one with a mouth? Don't forget that my education level is higher than yours." After causing enough trouble, Louis finally stopped. He turned to instruct Chang Mei Yang before setting off. "This matter cannot be delayed. Right now, gather your things and let's go. Patriarch, you need to stay here to support the overall situation. Guan Lingyu's group will assist you." Chang Mei Yang immediately complied with Louis's directive. "All right, then I will follow the great envoy's order." They looked at each other sincerely and shook hands. "Then let's cooperate happily." Since Chang Mei Yang stayed back at the tribe, this time Elsa and Army led the team. Thanks to their connections, both of their statuses within the tribe had risen significantly. Now they had become figures at the squad leader level. To clarify, it was mainly Elsa leading the team, while Army was busy being affectionate with Louis. Chang Mei Yang said they walked all day, but Louis and the others probably only took a few hours. They arrived at Tija tribe while it was still bright out. Army, familiar with the path, pointed out to Louis, "Brother Louis, over there is Tija tribe." Louis truly admired the physical strength of the people here. Perhaps because they didn't spend all day sitting at home, staring at their phones and typing away, selling themselves to capitalism, they had extraordinary health. Tija tribe was just as its name suggested. The houses here were primarily built of stone and other sturdy materials, far superior to wood. The architecture was also peculiar, resembling the snow houses in the Arctic or Antarctic. When Louis and the others arrived, they were greeted by a seemingly older man. He welcomed them with a tone that seemed neither respectful nor hospitable. "Izo, aren't these people from Guangshi tribe? Here to trade for iron, I suppose?" On Louis' side, before anyone could say anything, the man continued, "This time, the goods you brought are decent, especially this beautiful lady. I will greet the clan leader later." The woman he referred to was Army. In front of someone else's daughter, he dared to say such disrespectful words. Not only did he make Army uncomfortable, but he also left Louis feeling a bit displeased. Elsa, the team leader, rushed in front of Army to protect her sister. Shichi, you misunderstood.
This time, we didn't come to trade people for ironware.
The one called Shichi still wore a disdainful expression, stroking his chin even though there was not a single hair there. You came here not to trade people for ironware, so you must be here to perform a comedy, right?
If you're not trading people, are you planning to use those bamboo tubes on your backs?
That stuff is everywhere outside the mountain. I won't waste my breath on you.
One of Louis's team, unable to endure the humiliation, decided to fight back verbally against this man. Damn it, just because you were given a bit of face, you think you're allowed to be so arrogant? Captain, let me handle this.
Shichi, relying on his status as the host, warmly welcomed the invaders.
He greeted anyone who arrived with disdain. Oh, you want to cause trouble again?
Shichi ordered the tall, dark, and muscular men behind him, capture the women alive, and beat the men to near death before taking them away to be my slaves. Elsa had tried to resolve the situation peacefully, but Shichi lacked the ability to handle interpersonal relations. Furious, she yelled at him, threatening, Shichi, are you planning to declare war on our Guangshi? Despite what she said, this man continued to laugh scornfully, as if he were above everyone else, completely indifferent. In his mind, he was the number one in the world, paying no attention to anyone. He arrogantly declared, do you really think that with your tribe full of women, we would be afraid of tija? If it came down to it, your chief or whatever fairy you have would be no more than a dog in a pack.
Hey, that's a bit too much.
Seeing that Louis had not made a move, Shichi grew even more boastful. People, quickly capture them first.
Once that's done, I'll deal with Guangshi later.
Louis had been silent all along, but don't think he's gentle. Especially when it comes to Army and Chang Mei Yang, he has even more reason to take action against these guys. Louis began to showcase his strength, looking as cool as the main characters in superhero movies. He was furious. This is truly outrageous bullying.
Do you really not regard the Guangshi tribe at all?
Come here, let me teach you how to treat guests properly. While his mouth invited them over, Louis did not give the Shichi group a chance to approach. Before anyone could charge, Louis unleashed a gentle whirlwind punch. Then, he concentrated his power into his right hand and slammed it down onto the ground. His strength was so immense that the ground trembled, sending several people nearby flying into the air. They were bewildered. What the hell is that? While they were still trying to comprehend what was happening, Louis launched another attack. He transformed into a sumo wrestler, lifting each of them one by one and hurling them fiercely against the solid stone wall enclosing the Tija tribe. The one who bore the brunt of his wrath was none other than Shichi. With just one punch, he was knocked out, with stars circling his head, feeling dizzy, experiencing ear-ringing. He had all the symptoms. Seeing that the fight had not yet escalated, Louis continued to invite his free punching bags. Come on, keep going. Anyone who doesn't poke fun ends up poking at Louis here. You all bring this suffering upon yourselves. Elsa and Army stood beside, cheering enthusiastically and teasing with great vigor. Just as the battle was getting intense and joyous, a calm voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a polite apology. I apologize, esteemed guests, it is our hospitality that has been lacking. Louis and Army instantly turned around to the source of the voice. In front of them was a young man who, at a glance, could be recognized as refined and handsome. He looked very much like a young nobleman. With a polite demeanor and an elegant gesture as he introduced himself, I am Tai Jian, the leader of the Tija tribe. I humbly apologize on behalf of my people for our boorishness. Please forgive us, sir. Noticing Tai Jian's mannerisms, Louis immediately recognized that this was a reasonable person. He also calmed down and chose not to escalate things further, thinking to himself, it seems the Tija tribe still has a few people with good sense. At this moment, Shichi finally clutched her chest and struggled to get back on her feet. He thought that being backed by his family, he could pretend to be poor for a little while. But he felt so embarrassed, Shichi, that before he could even start pretending, Tai Jian cut him off. Shut up. Don't ruin the establishment of diplomatic relations for our tribe just because of personal feelings. Tai Jian ignored the pretender and approached Louis with a smile to negotiate. I wonder what kind of iron goods the Guangshi tribe wants to order this time. Upon meeting someone with authority, Louis began to pull out the designs. It's very simple. We just need to order 2 types of agricultural tools. However, we require a large quantity, at least 100 of each type. Seeing this, Tai Jian did not belittle the Guangshi tribe but properly inquired, that's not a small quantity.
Do you have enough goods prepared for exchange?
Louis confidently pointed to the pile of hot goods that his bald brother had carried from the Guangshi tribe. Of course there is enough.
And to prevent any misunderstandings like those from some blind people, I will directly demonstrate to convince everyone. Excuse me, could you take us to your mining area for a moment?
Tai Jian quickly responded to Louis's request, even though he did not fully understand what this guy wanted to perform. I understand.
Brothers, please follow me in this direction.
After recovering, Shichi shot a disdainful glance at Louis. Humph, just a small bamboo tube.
Is there really a need to act like a god or a ghost? I want to see you make a fool of yourself.
So they all moved together toward the mining area of Tija. The mining area was indeed very vast, but lacked manpower. Looking around, there were only a few people mining.
Louis began to hold a tube of explosives and introduced it.
I think this guy is already familiar with this, so he became more and more professional in his introduction. So good that he could do multi-level marketing, my friend. He continued, this is a specially formulated long-lasting explosive, with a very wide range of uses. Not only can it be used to open up the mine, but it can also be used in battles.
Don't underestimate its small appearance, just because it is a small bamboo tube.
As long as you ignite the fuse, it will unleash an incredibly powerful force. Louis said while directly demonstrating for the people of the Tija tribe, you just need to place the explosives where you want to open, then light the fuse.
Please stand back a little to avoid injury.
After confirming that everyone had chosen a safe spot, Louis set fire to the fuse. Just a few seconds later, the explosives were activated, and all the nearby rocks were blown apart.
Shichi and Tai Jian were left open-mouthed in awe at the power of this toy that Louis had brought. Wow! This tiny thing has such great power? What kind of miracle is this?
Louis, receiving the expected reaction, smiled with great pride.
Here we go.
After proving myself as Shichi's father, I have something to say here. Louis pretended to sulk and tattle to Tai Jian, we have something like this, and we thought of our good friends in the Tija tribe from the very beginning. That's why we hurried over to share and trade. Who would have thought Shichi would say it's useless, not only telling us to go back but also intending to beat us to death? Tai Jian, the epitome of a traditional Asian parent, looked at Shichi as if their child had been scolded by someone else.
Tai Jian looked displeased and shouted at Shichi, what is this? How could this happen?
Shichi knew he was about to face big trouble, so he tried his best to explain, no.
Chief, please let me explain, this is just a misunderstanding. What mistake is it now, Shichi?
You must bear the consequences of your foolishness.
Why moan and groan for nothing?
Before he could say another word, Shichi was trampled mercilessly by Tai Jian and the other members of the tribe. Once the chief took action, Shichi had no way to argue anymore.
Tai Jian threatened, today I must teach you a lesson that you will remember for a lifetime.
While Shichi's face was swollen like a pig's head, crying silently, Louis was secretly delighted, unconcernedly picking his nose.
He thought to himself, if I don't take action against you, do you really think I will let you off? Dream on, darling.
After teaching Shichi a good lesson, Tai Jian dusted off his hands and cheerfully welcomed Louis. Let's go, distinguished guest. I will go back to prepare for the forging, aiming to finish as soon as possible.
Louis quickly achieved his goal and was extremely happy. He politely replied, sorry to bother you, Chief.
Then, he smiled confidently, hoping for the future. The story about agricultural tools seemed to be finished, but what about the land in Guangshi?
With the help of Xiao Fei and everyone else, there probably wouldn't be any issues, right? Time flew by like a dog running in a field.
Just 3 days later, Louis safely returned to the Guangshi tribe. Welcoming him were many beautiful girls, each of whom was bright and cheerful. They warmly exclaimed, "The great envoy has returned.
You even brought back iron tools." They were incredibly happy, cheering Louis endlessly.
While the people of the Guangxi tribe busied themselves arranging the iron tools that Louis had just brought back, he had a more important task to comfort his ex-girlfriend, Guan Xiaofei. As soon as she heard the news of Louis's return, Guan Xiaofei immediately ran out and threw herself into his arms. "Finally, you're back.
I've missed you so much." Louis was also very pleased to see Guan Xiaofei.
But when he looked her up and down, he felt something was different. He directly asked, "Xiaofei, it's only been a few days, but why have you gotten so much darker?" Guan Xiaofei, although no longer as fair as before, was not at all unhappy. On the contrary, she proudly recounted her achievements to Louis. She joyfully exclaimed, "For the past few days, my sister and I have been helping to reclaim the land, and we finally succeeded in sowing some seeds. This little achievement is just a symbol of our hard work." Seeing Guan Xiaofei so optimistic made Louis feel proud and happy. Although he didn't say it out loud, he felt very content in his heart that she had made such a positive change. He didn't expect that Xiaofei and Lingyu would have such talents. It seemed they had overcome the sense of helplessness they felt when they first arrived on the deserted island. Guan Xiaofei continued to chatter about the contributions of Louis's rainy little sisters. "Not only I, but even Suing is busy helping out, taking care of
the farming aspect too."
Louis praised them without reservation. "No wonder she's our teacher, everyone is truly amazing." As for Guan Lingyu, Guan Xiaofei was very proud of her sister. "My sister even started a cooking class, and the food has gotten so much tastier every day."
Instead of complimenting Guan Lingyu, Louis decided to tease her. "The eldest miss can cook too?" Guan Lingyu had been teased many times but still didn't hold back. She jumped up and retorted, "I specially learned to cook to poison you to death." The words may be harsh, but the whole family loves each other very much. If husband and wife are not united, how can they tackle the East Sea? After gathering all the kids, Louis decided to give them a rather nice gift, not just any gift. The reward for everyone was a broad and warm hug. Guan Lingyu, although outwardly unable to ask for anything else, instinctively embraced Louis. Louis was tightly hugged by the kids, but his eyes looked elsewhere. Are dark clouds gathering? It seems heavy rain is about to come. Suddenly, Chang Mei Yang appeared from nowhere, explaining to Louis about this phenomenon. "No, it's not that, it's the season of dark rains that's approaching." Upon hearing this, Louis became even more confused. Dark rain season? What is that? Chang Mei Yang seemed somewhat unhappy mentioning this issue, but she was still willing to explain in detail to Louis. The dark rain season is not like the regular rainy season. It lasts for about 2 to 3 months. The temperature will drop, although that's nothing to mention, but plants even stop growing in an environment that is both cold and starving. The bodies of some people in the tribe will weaken, and some might even stay awake in order to maintain alertness. Chang Mei Yang continued, "Moreover, since our tribe has no protective deity, when the dark rainy season comes, our tribe will suffer more than other tribes." It sounds like a lot of information, but after Louis filtered it, he concluded that the dark rain is indeed as vague as that. After all, it is a phenomenon that exists just like the Divine King Seal. Recalling what Chang Mei Yan just mentioned, Louis confidently proposed, "Coincidentally, I know a female protective deity. As long as you don't mind, I can help you convince her to become one of the Guangxi tribe." Hearing this, Chang Mei Yang, who had been gloomy, suddenly brightened up with vitality. "What? You are even acquainted with a protective deity? You truly are a benefactor of the Guangxi tribe." It had been a long time since Chang Mei Yang gave a sincere compliment, and Louis shyly smiled. "You flatter me. I will prepare to go pick them up immediately." After all, this was one of his initial intentions, and he couldn't just leave Miao and Mei in an unknown place. He silently thought of his younger sister whom he hadn't seen for a long time. It had been 10 days since they last met. He wondered how they were doing. Speaking of his sister, at that moment she was in a thatched hut, sitting alone lost in thought about Louis. Could it be that Louis has forgotten about me? Why hasn't he come to find us for so long? Oh dear, this is exactly the state of those sisters when they are in unrequited love. She went from being dazed to sighing deeply.
Thanks to May's care, this period has been quite peaceful. There were no so-called locals bothering them, and her skin had improved a lot. But without Louis here, life felt meaningless. While she was feeling sad about love, someone suddenly appeared from behind. This person said nothing and gently blew on her neck, startling her. Nyo opened her eyes wide in surprise and quickly looked back. Oh my, it was none other than Louis. He naturally wrapped his arms around Myo's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Taking advantage of the fact that she was still too emotional to speak, he teased her a little. Can't you even feel my breath now? I've come to find you, Myo. This scene can only be described as more romantic than words can express. Upon reuniting with her beloved, Myo's eyes brimmed with tears. Louis, is it really you? I almost thought that you no longer needed me. Oh my, just listen to this sweet voice. Louis must be melting from the sweetness. He sweetly reassured Myo, I promised to come get you. How could I possibly go back on my word? While the two were whispering sweet nothings to each other, May suddenly opened the door and stepped out. The moment Louis saw her, he eagerly invited, Come on, May, let's go to the new tribe together. May, upon seeing Louis again, showed no emotions at all, especially with her cold expression assessing him. Noticing his breath, she asked, Have you broken the seal already? Louis, feeling very proud, clenched his fist and recounted the process of how he had unlocked his seal. Yes, I passed through the Qigong tribe and absorbed the totem. After that, I obtained the Power Royal seal. Even after such a display of eagerness, May didn't bother to compliment him even once. Instead, she directly jumped over the pair of doves cooing affectionately, saying, The Power Royal seal, although a common type in the divine seals, is enough for me at this moment. Let's go, you lead the way. May quickly wrapped everything up in 2 seconds. Even Louis was surprised and felt his efforts wasted. He had prepared a justification to persuade May, but unexpectedly, she agreed so simply. Suddenly, May's quick actions made it difficult for Louis to keep up. While he was still sitting with his legs spread, he was abruptly lifted into the air by magic. Before he could figure out how to stabilize himself, May began to soar off like a swift dragon. It had been a long time since Louis had flown back, and he panicked, exclaiming, Hey, why did we take off so suddenly? At least you could have given me a heads up. Seeing Louis being adorably silly like that made Myo chuckle. Meanwhile, May didn't care and continued to lead the way. After a while, they finally arrived at the Kwangsher tribe. From a distance, Chang Mei Yang spotted a figure gracefully darting past. She exclaimed, Quick, look over there. Isn't that the great guardian deity? The great guardian deity can truly speak and act, bringing us divine protection. All the girls from the Kwangsher tribe looked at Louis with boundless joy. However, due to a lack of flying experience, both literally and figuratively, Louis landed somewhat awkwardly. Just at that moment, the entire Kwangsher tribe rushed over, making Louis feel immensely embarrassed, turning his shame into anger. It took a lot of effort to build up such a magnificent image, yet in an instant, it was all shattered. It was suspiciously as if May was doing it on purpose. As Chang Mei Yang arrived, she immediately knelt down, bowing to the great guardian deity. Thank you for your arrival, great deity. The girls in the tribe echoed in unison, Thank you for your arrival, great deity. Louis and Myo still could not get used to this scene. Louis was slightly worried about the local people's fanaticism on these islands. The local reverence for deities was indeed too serious. Although May was truly extraordinary, in Louis's eyes, she had not yet reached the level of a deity. From the crowd, Elsa suddenly rushed forward with a panicked look. I'm so sorry, Louis, but the army is nowhere to be found. Louis was even more shocked than Elsa after hearing this. What? Elsa knew the situation was serious, so she quickly reported, This afternoon I couldn't see her anywhere. I searched around, but there was no sign of her at all. The black rain is approaching, she can't be in trouble at this time. Louis hurriedly asked those present, Did anyone see Army today? But unfortunately, Army had mysteriously disappeared, no one knew where she was at all. Louis began to worry, sweat trickling down. Does no one see her? Could it be that Army ran out on her own? A girl suddenly spoke up from somewhere. That's not true, I just saw Army today. But the girl hadn't finished speaking when a woman suddenly covered her mouth, preventing her from finishing.
Louis just needed a bit of information about Army to rush over and interrogate. What? Do you know where Army is right now?
The girl seemed eager to continue her statement. But before she could say a word, her aunt from behind jumped in. Sir, this girl's eyesight isn't good, she might have seen it wrong.
Why don't you try looking in the tribe? Maybe Army hasn't come out yet.
Faced with that implausible suggestion, Elsa immediately interjected, impossible. If Army were still in the tribe, there's absolutely no way she wouldn't have shown herself for even a day. As the older sister, Elsa understood her younger sister's active and outgoing personality very well. How could she possibly stay cooped up at home by herself? Louis was not one to relent. He was determined to extract information about Army by any means necessary. Not even the smallest detail could be overlooked. Quick, tell me, where did you see Army? The woman with her hair in a bun sighed deeply, looking troubled as she agreed to speak the truth. It's not that we don't want to tell the truth, but it's just that the person my daughter saw isn't definitely Army. Moreover, Qianjiao is quite dangerous. I'm afraid, sir, you might get hurt if you go there. As soon as Louis heard the name of the place, he immediately asked, where exactly is Qianjiao? Contrary to Louis's determination, Elsa appeared quite anxious upon hearing the name of that place. She explained that Qianjiao is a valley where there is fire everywhere and the risk of ambush. If the Army actually goes there, I'm afraid the chances of survival are slim. Oh no, Army! Just when everything was calm, you went into such a precarious place. Louis was very apprehensive. He thought about Army's usual demeanor. During this time, Army had always been by his side helping him with work. She had become an outstanding assistant, and for the sake of the tribe's development as well as his own, no matter how dangerous Qianjiao was, he had to go there. Louis was a man of deep feelings, especially when he was a protagonist, so he couldn't just sit back and watch someone die without helping. Like a hero, he immediately turned to leave. This cannot wait. Right now, we must set off to Qianjiao to find Army. Elsa also picked up her dress to follow. Count me in too. If Army is really inside, she must be very scared right now. After the two had left, the woman with her hair tied back finally revealed her childish actions. Really, how could she press a girl into silence by pinching her, even at her old age? What a weird game to play. As for Louis and Elsa, both of them had moved to Qianjiao. To describe it, there is only one word: hot. Everywhere around them were volcanoes and lava, and just looking around made it hard to breathe. The two quickly ventured deeper inside. For the sake of sisterly love, Elsa did not hesitate but took the torch and went ahead, calling out loudly, Army, where are you? If you can hear me, please respond. Louis followed behind, having more time to observe his surroundings. After sniffing for a while, he felt a bit uncomfortable with the air here. He thought to himself, the smell of methane is really strong. No wonder this place is called Qianjiao. Too bad there are no transport intermediaries, otherwise, we could actually perform some free combustion. The two continued deeper and deeper inside. Elsa shouted until her voice became hoarse but received no response. She became so anxious that she was almost in tears. Army, don't scare me anymore. If you are really here, please come out and meet me, okay, Army? Louis also helped call out to find the person. As long as you come out, I can teach you a few more skills. Elsa kept on yelling, stop joking with me, Army. After walking for a while longer, Elsa suddenly heard a loud noise. She immediately led Louis toward the sound. There's a noise over there. It seems the Army is really here. While Elsa was filled with hope, Louis suddenly halted. He felt a shift in the mark on his hand. He anxiously stared at it. This is strange. Why is my divine king seal heating up? Could there be something else inside here? While Louis was still in a daze, he suddenly heard Elsa scream. Instantly, he set aside his curiosity about the seal and ran to find Elsa. What happened? At that moment, she seemed so frightened that she sat down on the ground. When Louis looked at her, he quickly understood why she was so scared.
He was just as bewildered. Damn it, what exactly is this? Elsa was being prepared to have her head bitten off by the monster, and hearing Louis's question, she replied as best as she could, "It's the night path ghost." She decided to leave her fate to chance, raising her hands to cover whatever she could. The eerie green creature, which looked somewhat cute but had teeth resembling baby sharks, continued to try to bite Elsa's head. But how could Louis let this thing eat his little sisters? The royal seal opened, and he punched the blue-clad one, sending it bouncing to another spot. "I don't care what kind of ghost you are, but don't even think about touching my companions." The ghost was smashed flat in a corner of the cave, and Elsa narrowly escaped death. The blue-clad one had a bit of pride, so as soon as it recovered, it once again flew towards Louis. "Damn you, commoner! I will eat you alive." At this moment, Louis was even more stunned. The strange things in this world increasingly made him feel unreal. What on earth is this? It can even talk? Louis gazed at the ghost adoringly, assessing this peculiar creature. Everything has its weak point. Although this thing is pitch black inside, it clearly doesn't have strong defense. Furthermore, from its name, it seems to be a creature that survives in the darkness. Currently, due to the lack of fire, I cannot participate in the battle. Louis analyzed and evaluated his unfavorable situation. He slowly picked up a sharp stick from the ground, then waited for the ghost to fly closer before jumping up and stabbing it straight in the eye. The person was attacked unexpectedly, crying out in pain. Louis, after landing safely, called Elsa to discuss a plan. What plan? Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best option. We must escape quickly. The terrain here is disadvantageous for us, we cannot let it chase us. Elsa nodded immediately. And so Louis, familiar with the paths, took Elsa by the wrist and pulled her along. It's true that only official girls were allowed for him to intertwine fingers like that. He was very loyal and did not engage in any frivolous skinship. Louis held a torch to light their way, leading Elsa towards the store. Suddenly, they encountered two more thorny figures. "We're surrounded." Elsa was completely startled by these beings. Louis quickly changed direction and began to run in this direction. Seeing their prey darting around in front of them, the commanding wraith shouted loudly, "What are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and chase after them." However, the wraiths in front of Louis appeared a bit confused and just stood there. The commander continued to yell loudly at them. Taking advantage of them squabbling, Louis led Elsa to another cave. Elsa saw that things were relatively calm, so she slowed down. "We've run far enough, they probably won't catch up with us now, right?" Louis continued to look for a way out while marveling, "Today has truly opened my eyes. I never expected there to be such a strange creature here." "Elsa, what exactly is that haunting spirit?" Elsa, still shaken by the recent ordeal, nervously explained to Louis, "I don't know much about it, but I've seen its image in my tribe's records. Other than that, I don't know anything else." Louis tried to deduce but didn't have enough information, so he decided to let it go. "Looks like we need to go back and ask Chang Mei Yang then." While the two of them were cautiously making their way, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "That's Louis's voice, isn't it?" Army slowly emerged from the rock wall, calling out to the two, "Louis! Elsa!" As soon as Elsa spotted her sister, she hurriedly ran down to the water and embraced her. "Army, my silly little sister. Why did you come here all alone?" Although she scolded her like that, seeing Army covered in injuries made Elsa feel heartbroken with worry. Louis saw that the situation was not looking good and signaled to Elsa that it was dangerous here. "The wound on Army seems severe, we must immediately return to treat it." He turned to carry Army on his back and hurriedly took her away. "We are going to take her out of here right now. Where there is water, there is an exit, let's follow the path along the water." Elsa followed behind, noticing her sister was about to faint, continuously reassuring her, "Army, just hold on a little longer, we are almost home." The three of them continued their game of running away. Must be due to the game not being hard enough. The ghostly beings appeared again, this time a whole massive army, allowing them to play the cat and mouse game freely. The blue ones kept screaming, saying an awful lot, "Where do you think you are running? You think we won't take action against you?
Louis realized that just running wouldn't solve anything, so he decided to let his fists take charge. He handed Army over to Elsa and instructed, "It seems I have underestimated your kind.
Elsa, you take Army ahead so I can deal with them."
Elsa complied and supported her sister to leave, leaving Louis alone to handle things easily. "I told you these little green ones are very sensitive, must be Aries, that's why they jumped up when Louis teased them a bit, daring to call anyone a spirit? I'm an evil spirit, so don't even think about escaping. Today, you are destined to become my meal on the plate." I thought it was just a joke, but it turns out these green creatures took it seriously. They all unleashed their unique and strange techniques, which left Louis in awe, mouth agape. The green-clad one bounced a few times like a rubber ball and then suddenly dove towards Louis. He immediately had to jump back to avoid this attack. Being in a disadvantaged position made Louis extremely uncomfortable. Without the light of the fire, these creatures seemed to become more agile. As Louis retreated, taking a defensive stance, he desperately tried to think of a way to defeat these flying pests. For Army and Elsa, he had no way out, he could only fight. He had learned to manipulate the energy within his body to unleash the strongest sealing force. Louis took a deep breath and began to concentrate his strength into his seal. In an instant, the mark on his palm began to glow, and his entire body was significantly empowered by streams of magical light. After a while of meditating to train his martial arts skills, Louis suddenly opened his eyes wide. It seemed quite dangerous. Just at that moment, the small hedgehogs simultaneously flew towards him, intending to attack him. They used their spikes enchanted like a spell, elongating them into arms that could continuously stab at Louis. But he was already prepared. As soon as they got a bit closer, he unleashed his devastating punch, smashing one of them to pieces. "You beasts, go die." He didn't even understand how he fought, yet one of his punches pierced right through the body of the leader. When one horse is sick, the whole herd stops eating, but here, with one ghost crushed to pieces, the other two could only retreat. The camaraderie among them was non-existent, but Louis didn't hold any grudges against these kids. Just defeating one was enough to intimidate and scare them. "Humph, a bunch of bullies picking on the weak, it seems my madness and ferocity have hit their weakness." Seeing that he was now safe, Louis retracted his strength. At this time, he suddenly noticed the ghost he had just defeated. On its corpse suddenly appeared a small cute ball. "Huh, what is this?" He stepped closer to get a better look and was very surprised to see that this thing even burst out with equipment. "Then I won't be polite anymore." Picking up what he found, he temporarily stuffed it into his pocket. This was not just something he stumbled upon, it was something he had claimed for himself. Therefore, Louis did not hesitate at all and reached out to touch the glass ball. Instantly, a powerful stream of light emanated from the ball and shot straight into his body. He was a bit surprised, not understanding what had just happened, but then he felt the source of power within his body significantly increase. He was extremely elated to have discovered a way to level up. Just earlier, when he had activated his energy to draw the Power Royal seal completely, now he could feel his strength had increased by several fold. It seemed that this thing was equivalent to the exclusive buff potion of the Divine King seal. "If more of these come, I won't be afraid." Having just received free boxing lessons and being gifted a prize, Louis felt really pleased. Before standing up to leave, he continued to ponder, "If it can enhance my Divine King seal, it proves it must be related to the world of the God King Cipolo. Thus, if I just go back and ask, I'll know for sure." After absorbing the last burst of power, Louis immediately ran to find the two sisters Elsa and Army. The two girls obediently stayed in one place, waiting for him to come and pick them up. "Great, everyone has safely escaped from here." He approached from a distance, waving his hand to greet them. When the two sisters saw him return safely, they joyfully shouted his name, "Brother Louis." Earlier, Louis saw that Army was still weak, so he comforted her as much as he could. Now, when the danger had passed and she seemed to have recovered, he didn't hesitate to hug her tightly. Army, feeling wronged, cried out loud, "How could you? The dark rainy season is about to come, and you ran here all alone, taking such a risk? Do you know how worried Elsa was about you?" Suddenly being scolded out of the blue made Army burst into tears.
Army quickly explained, "No, brother Louis, you have to listen to me. I was kidnapped here by someone." Seeing her little sister being bullied, Elsa immediately switched to her big sister mode. "Who dared to kidnap you? I will help you stand up for yourself." Army, feeling aggrieved, mentioned the names of the culprits. "It's Miao Fangfang. They kidnapped me because they wanted me to bring them explosives. I refused, so they tossed me in here." If anyone has forgotten, Miao Fangfang is the woman with the bun who had covered the mouth of the girl wanting to reveal Army's location. Louis recalled her suspicious actions at that time and couldn't help but frown. Is it her again? No wonder she was so tense back then. She harmed her own kin for personal gain. Let's go back and deal with her. Whoever bullies your brother, you will settle the score with them all. Louis, brimming with bravado, along with the two sisters Elsa and Army, headed back to his tribe. Just like a group of big bosses led by their underlings, they encountered those who had bullied them. Army, covered in injuries, led Louis to Miao Fangfang's house. "They live right here." As he reached the place, the whole family was sneaking away from the village. When he saw them, he felt an uneasy feeling. "You still want to run away? Dream on." Louis took a few steps towards Miao Fangfang's husband and threw a punch that dislocated his jaw. He was as big as a bull, yet just one punch from Louis sent him crashing to the ground. Seeing her husband getting interacted with, Miao Fangfang had to stop and could no longer continue to flee. However, she was still very sharp-tongued. "You people still managed to survive and come back here, huh?" Louis felt very angry. He shot a glance at Miao Fangfang with 7 parts rage and 3 parts mockery. He said in a gritty tone, "Thanks to you, it seems you've learned about the dangers of Qi Yin Jiao, so you decided to leak information to lure us over there." While the two troublemakers in class were exchanging barbs, the teacher noticed. Chang Meiyang saw signs of trouble and rushed over to ask, "What happened here?" Louis loathed Miao Fangfang to the point that he didn't even want to utter her name, only alluding, "This is something you should ask your dear clan member, to see what she wanted to do by abducting Army to use as explosives." Miao Fangfang usually dared to boast and act superior, but when she faced the clan chief, she turned into a puppy immediately. She didn't dare to retort Chang Meiyang. She knelt on the ground, quick-tongued as she shifted all the blame onto her husband, who had a swollen side of his face. "Oh great clan chief, please spare my life. This was all my husband's idea, it has nothing to do with me at all." Enough, so the family is falling apart. Who would blame the other half of themselves in times of hardship? Miao Fangfang's husband is not a mute. When a pot suddenly gets dumped on his head, he fights back fiercely. "You filthy woman! Who led Army into a trap if not you? You can't escape responsibility. I've said it before, in the most dire situations, you really know who your friends and enemies are." If Miao Fangfang wants to blame her husband for everything, he is more than willing to drag her down with him. Seeing the couple about to throw punches at each other, Louis and Chang Meiyang were wise enough to stay silent. At that moment, it felt like they were about to settle in with some popcorn to watch a film. Miao Fangfang suddenly turned around to threaten her husband. "My responsibility? This is all your idea. It's because of you that I ended up conning Army. Don't think I don't know. This time, you intended to trade Chang Hong with another tribe." And that was it. In a moment of impulsiveness, Miao Fangfang inadvertently revealed their actual plan. Chang Hong, in their words, was the short-haired girl, the one without a voice in this household. She suddenly froze when she heard her name, not understanding why she was also a part of their betrayal plan. The guy, once exposed, no longer held back. He practically wanted to grab a megaphone to reveal all his calculations. He said, "I am a man of dignity. How can I willingly live a life that values women over men just because of a momentary favor and help? I refuse to accept that. You are all dogs of women, especially you, Louis." If he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. They had taken him in with good intentions, and now he was turning against them. If he was going to turn against them, he could at least leave quietly instead of playing the betrayal game against those who had taken him in. He cursed freely, first cursing the Guangxi tribe and then turning to Louis. "I originally wanted to invite you to leave together, but who would have thought you would enjoy life here so much?
I have no choice but to kidnap Army and take him to another tribe for exchange, in hopes of a better life. It's all because of this damn kid who exposed everything. Selling him off would be fitting for him. Oh my god, this rapper is so professional, he talks so much. Louis has been giving this person an opportunity to showcase his talent all this time, rather than being mute. Yet, this person still cannot be considerate and continues to insult all of Louis's loved ones. He could no longer hold back and spoke up, that's enough. Whether it is favoring males over females or vice versa, this is still a society that must go through a process. If you have chosen to survive here, instead of relying on underhanded means to undermine the livelihoods of others, it would be better for you to strive to elevate your own status. Army, despite being injured, still crawled over to Chang Hong to defend her. Chang Hong is inherently capable in the tribe and was granted the surname Quang by the tribe leader. If you cannot achieve it yourself, do not say that she cannot either. With someone defending her, Chang Hong could not help but shed tears. After a heated debate, they finally reached the tribe leader Chang Mei Yang. She showed no leniency towards such individuals and immediately imposed the harshest penalties. Initially, I had the good intention of accepting and helping you to stay in the Guangshi tribe, but unexpectedly, this has turned into a fault on our part. Chang Mei Yang continued, starting from today, the Miao Fanfan clan will be expelled from the Quang family. You are all banished from the Guangshi tribe. Furthermore, all tribes with close ties to the Guangshi tribe will not accept you two anymore. You have provoked someone you should not have, directly challenging a strong woman like Chang Mei Yang. This is certainly a reasonable price for cunning and scheming individuals like Miao Fangfang. Do you all really think that you can survive this? It would have been better if you hadn't spoken so much, so we could just turn around and walk away. Chang Mei Yang turned on her heel, no longer wanting to regard the two individuals. She hoped that they could successfully endure the season of the Black Rain. As for the two traitors, they had been escorted and kicked out by the members of the Guangshi tribe. Louis also sensed the unusual changes. He pondered, when Chang Mei Yang passed by them without a glance, why did they now appear so frightened? Could it be due to the Black Rain season? The more he thought about it, the more curious he became about this Black Rain season. Well, curiosity won't do any good, so let's allow the author to let Louis experience it right away. 5 days later, the season of the Black Rain finally arrived. As the name suggests, during these days, rain falls across all regions, and those raindrops are not ordinary drops of water, but black as ink. In an instant, everything is engulfed in thunder and storm, and the atmosphere becomes extremely heavy. At this moment, Louis has fulfilled his wish to experience the Black Rain season, and it truly is very unusual for him. He never expected that the Black Rain season would be so bizarre, as if draining the life force from all things, leaving everything in greater silence. Louis and his group have all huddled inside, with no one daring to show their face outside. Louis is fine, not affected much, but the girls with him seem to shiver uncontrollably from the cold. They even have to use firewood to keep warm and wrap themselves in thick fur coats. Louis feels both pity for the girls and finds this all very magical, but he does not feel that cold, unlike Xiaofei and the others. Is it because of his Divine King seal? Staying indoors for too long becomes boring, so Louis begins to cautiously open the door to assess the situation. He doesn't know why, but from the bottom of his heart, he has a feeling that this Black Rain is not a bad thing for him. He had great confidence in his instincts, so without thinking much, he raised his hand to feel each drop of the Black Rain. The more he touched it, the more he felt himself being swept away in a frenzy. Thus, Louis stepped completely outside to fully experience each raindrop. Suddenly, as his body entered the curtain of rain, he felt a surge of power rising within him, and the raindrops that touched his body changed in an unusual way. He was astonished at what he saw. The Black Rain had transformed into gas, flowing into his body? While he was still bewildered, like a fawn stepping on yellow leaves, a voice suddenly rang out, "It seems you have understood the secret of the Black Rain now?" Louis turned around and saw Mei, whom he hadn't met for a long time. She continued to explain the meaning of the Black Rain. The gas you have felt is actually magic power. As long as one opens the Divine Seal, they will be able to absorb magic power. Therefore, for an ordinary person, the Black Rain is almost lethal. Louis kept absorbing strength from the streams of black rain gas. It's been a long time since I last met May, so I took the opportunity to ask her all my questions. So that's how it is, you came at just the right time. I have so many things I want to ask you.
I can feel that you come from another world.
I want to ask you, what is the purpose of the people in your world, and why do they want to unleash the black rain and the night path ghost?
May thought it was time for Louis to know the truth about this world.
She slowly answered each of his questions. The black rain is the great sacrifice that happens once every 3 years. The greatest mage will open the sacrifice to channel magical energy, enhancing the strength of each person practicing divine mark. As for the night path ghost, it's just a bit of fun for the people. They are merely spirit beasts that they raise.
You've also been chased by my spirit beast before, haven't you?
May spoke in a long, uninterrupted stream, but what lingered in Louis's mind were just 2 words. What do you mean by fun?
Before Louis's astonishment, May had no choice but to speak the truth.
But this truth was too harsh, so she felt quite uncomfortable mentioning it. She glanced away, not daring to look Louis straight in the eye. She said, "Those people are cruel and selfish. They organize many lethal beast games, in which the one whose beast kills more people will win. When it comes to the sacrificial ceremony, everyone is busy with the offerings and hardly pays attention to these creatures who regard human lives as trash." Indeed, these are shocking truths that Louis had never considered.
He stammered, wanting to confirm one thing. Are you saying that we, including the local people, are just their toys?
May looked directly at him and gave a brutally honest answer, exactly.
Louis stood in the rain, his emotions in turmoil. He didn't know who to blame anymore.
Although he felt that the local people had outdated ideas, they truly had faith in their deities.
On what basis were these selfish people treating them as toys? What was wrong with them, and what was wrong with us? Was it just because we were not recognized as deities?
Louis pondered over this world, a stream of thoughts running through his mind. Although I have known for a long time that this world is about the big eating the small, when I hear it directly, I still feel troubled about such a fate.
This truly seems unfair.
Surely May also noticed that he was deep in thought, so she shared her feelings with him. She and he shared the same belief that no one should easily decide the fate of others. It was because of this that they were considered different species and criminals. May was afraid that Louis would do something that violated the rules of this world, so she immediately warned him, "It has come to this point, neither of us can stop it. I can only remind you that before your strength is strong enough, it is best not to get involved in the life situation here." Their pride is very strong, of course. They will not allow others to change their perceptions of their own toys.
If you attract their attention, there will definitely be a bad outcome.
Indeed, just as May worried, Louis never intended to remain passive and let himself be spun like a top, becoming a plaything for others.
He was extremely upset by this, so I can only stand by and watch them imprisoned by life? Don't forget that we are still trapped here. Louis wanted to seek sympathy from May and wanted to find more allies on his path to eliminate evil.
But this time, it seemed that May was not on his side. She didn't want to talk any further with someone as agitated as Louis, so she turned her back and walked away. "I haven't forgotten, you should go home first. The rest will wait until I return for us to discuss." So Louis had no choice but to take a step back, just so he could see May more clearly. They had just met for a few minutes, yet she already wanted to leave, which made him very curious. "Where do you want to go?" May replied in a slightly sad tone, "I have a few people I need to meet."
She didn't elaborate, but Louis could guess who she wanted to see.
Concerned for her safety, he urged her, "You want to go meet those gods?
Aren't they your enemies? Are you really planning to walk into a trap?" May said, "I have my own personal matters that I must attend to. I can't be absent when meeting this person."
After that, the atmosphere became silent, as the two didn't know how to continue the topic. Finally, May moved closer to Louis. She manifested her powerful green orb and handed it to him. "You should take this.
At a critical moment, it could save your life."
Louis received a gift but did not feel joy. Instead, he felt a bit panicked.
The Divine Spirit Pearl?
Of course, he knew how powerful this item was. It had even saved May's life several times. But before he could react, Mei walked away, leaving him with a simple farewell, "Go back and rest. They still need you."
So profound.
Naturally, the two of them portrayed a scene of deep affection. At this moment, Louis anxiously called after Mei, "Wait, Mei.
Let me talk to you." Thunder rumbled ominously, signaling a not-so-bright future for Mei.
Louis was the one who stayed behind, but his heart was extremely chaotic.
He was still tightly grasping Mei's divine spirit pearl, feeling nostalgic.
It seemed Mei already knew that this journey of hers was fraught with uncertainty, which was why she entrusted the divine spirit pearl to him before going into battle. Even though she didn't state it clearly, he could still sense it. Although he didn't have many deep feelings for Mei, she had protected them for so long.
Louis was determined to ensure Mei's safety at all costs.
He had to check on the situation. With the Divine King's seal on him, it would eventually create a connection with them.
Thus, we see Louis transforming into a stalker, timidly following Mei.
Poor him, he feels quite wretched, being a person as large as a buffalo while trying to hide in tiny bushes. Mei can spot him with just a glance. But well, to save his face, she lets it be and doesn't expose him. Upon noticing that Louis was restless and not staying put in Guangshi, Mei used her magic to create a puff of white smoke and directed it toward Louis. At present, the smoke causes him no issues, so he remains unaware that Mei has noticed him tailing her. After walking a bit longer, Mei arrived in front of a tall mountain. "Hello, I've been waiting for you since this afternoon." Standing on that mountain were three shadowy figures, resembling a bunch of assassins from a movie. Louis, following behind, also caught sight of these people. He decided to play the game of guess who, or rather, who is that would be more accurate.
Are these three gods?
Mei approached the group and respectfully greeted, "Prince Nia, it's been a while since we last met."
If Mei had the intention to greet, Nia reciprocated the courtesy. "Mei, you still come to see me, huh?" This guy looks overjoyed.
To introduce, the one in the middle with hair as golden as a golden retriever is Prince Nia. His right-hand man is a cool guy, looking at the world with one eye half shut, named Lu Yu.
And on Prince Nia's left hand is Princess Nina. Louis is stealthily assessing the three of them, as if he is up to something.
Although they are several meters apart, Louis can still sense the villainous aura surrounding them. All three of them emit a very eerie breath, especially the one standing in the middle. His existence is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Nia politely bows to Mei, saying, "You arrived just in time.
We were just discussing the important offering ritual this time."
He talks about the offering as if he is discussing a market trip.
Mei feels extremely uncomfortable and reproaches him, to casually trample on the lives of others. What kind of offering is this?
For the sake of our past relationship, I advise you to withdraw from this hunting game. Nia, possessing good looks but lacking humility, is not at all ready to back down even after being talked to like that by Mei.
Nia smirked provocatively at Mei and asked, withdrawing, "Huh? Are you still the kind-hearted person you used to be? Don't you realize that a sacrifice requires blood to open? There are plenty of convenient people on the island, what's the harm in a few deaths? Have you developed some sort of feelings for those convenient people?"
As soon as Nia finished speaking, Mei slapped him right in the face, without missing a beat. "Shut up.
The more you talk, the more wrong you become."
Indeed, Prince must be stunned, his eyes wide open like this. Mei was burning with rage, continuing to scorch Nia. "You really let me down.
Do you think this method can awaken the great Luo Divine King?"
Mei's actions were truly unexpected. Even Louis, Nina, and Lu Yu were stunned, frozen in place for 5 seconds. After digesting Mei's actions, Lu Yu exploded with anger. He charged straight at Mei, shouting, "Despicable criminal! The method to awaken the great Luo Divine King is decided by the Divine Kings.
Do you dare to lay a hand on the prince? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?"
Nia immediately reached out to stop Lu Yu, then very casually and coldly shot a glare. "Since when is it your turn to butt in on my business with Mei?" Lu Yu realized he had made a mistake and quickly stepped back to save himself. "I take my leave, my lord." Seeing Lu Yu leave, Nina, who had been watching the interaction between the two,
was also scared and ran after him. "You, wait for me. I'll go with you."
Indeed, no one was foolish enough to interrupt a conversation between Nia and his important person.
She saw that there were no outsiders around anymore. Nia went straight to the point. "May, you definitely aren't living well right now, are you? Just say you want to marry me, and I can ask my father to keep your May surname for you in the future."
Turns out all of this was done out of concern for May. Those of us who are single can't understand it. But unfortunately, this was just one-sided affection. May, expressionless, flatly refused. "We weren't capable in the past, and we won't be in the future. Besides, I've already taken off the face towel with someone else." She also comfortably revealed that she was no longer single. And of course, Nia was panicking like crazy. Before he could bring his dream person home, she was already with someone else. Nia asked, "What did you say? Who did you take it off for?" May was naturally created for a peak-scoring moment. It must be said that she spoke about Louis just as if they were deeply in love. "He is the heir of the god King Cipolo, unlike some of you. I believe that one day he will catch up with my steps and we will expose your deceitful faces together." Hearing May talk about that person with such pride, Nia still couldn't believe it. The god King Cipolo? What a fine god King Cipolo! Louis, hiding in the bushes, listened attentively to every word. He still frowned like an old man, but deep down he was immensely touched. "I always thought May was aloof and that's why she didn't show a good face to everyone. I had no idea she held such great hope for me." As for Nia, unable to swallow the situation, she decided to tear him down. She laughed loudly while belittling Cipolo. "When he was alive, he didn't cause any waves. What's the use of finding a successor now? I said it before, how could you not be frightened to appear in front of me? It turns out you have entrusted your whole life to someone else. Ha, the way I see it, I have never been the first in your eyes." This guy might be smiling on the outside, but inside, he's already shedding tears. Oh well, poor boy, experiencing love for the first time only to fall for a girl who specializes in deceiving feelings is truly bitter. Unable to have May, this guy is turning to darkness. He clutches one eye like villains do in their rebellious age, issuing threats. "If it's come to this, then don't blame me for being cruel. I will find the heir you mentioned and then I will utterly destroy him." May doesn't know. She decides to stay silent and say nothing. As for Louis, who is suddenly dragged into this struggle, he doesn't have many feelings about it. Right now, he is busy worrying about May. No wonder May is so anxious about this trip. It turns out to be because of this person. It seems that May is hiding a lot from me, for instance, her family issues. It must definitely not be as she has said, and due to differing ideologies, she easily became a traitor like this. Nia, momentarily losing sympathy for May, waved her hand dismissively. "What are you still standing there for? If you can't become mine, then don't stand here and annoy me any longer. Only dying on your own is your destined outcome." Facing such a domineering person, May remains completely calm. She then made her intentions clear, expressing her wish for being there. "I came to meet you this time because I want to make a deal. I will offer my blood to help you, serving the Dark Hand Queen Mother. In return, you will help me protect the Ma Yenzhong Church." Nia turned the car around, and upon hearing this, suddenly stopped, turning his head back for a moment. He seemed quite surprised, but soon, that emotion shifted to delight. "It seems you also have your interests at stake. I really like this deal. So are we setting off now?" It seemed that May's proposal was very enticing to this guy, making him eager to proceed right away. But May didn't like the haste. "There's no need to rush like that. I won't run off. Please give me some time to gather my things." Nia was still cheerful, as May had offered him a proposal that pleased him very much. Therefore, he accepted, leaving a time appointment before quickly stepping through the gate, teleporting and vanishing. "All right, I'll be considerate of you. Once you're done packing, come find me by the beach." Louis, witnessing the entire conversation, couldn't help but feel a headache from the new information. So May was looking for him because of this. He didn't know what the Dark Hand Queen Mother was, that she needed to be worshipped with fresh blood like that. While he was still lost in thought, May called him back to reality. "Come out, they have all left."
How embarrassing. He thought he had hidden well, but it turned out he was only half concealed. Besides feeling extremely embarrassed, Louis was also scared out of his mind. So he scratched his head and ran to where May was standing. It seemed she could read his thoughts and worries, so she spoke truthfully to ease his fears. "Don't worry, they didn't find you. When I brought you up the mountain, I used my magic to hide your presence." Only then did Louis smile brightly, feeling shy. "I thought I might lose my life here today. Thankfully, only you discovered me." Feeling pity for him but also having been discovered, Louis tactfully changed the subject. "Do you really have to go? This dark-hand queen mother sounds really dangerous." Seeing Louis worry about her like that, May also unusually broke into a gentle smile. She said, "As long as you live in this world, there is danger everywhere, no matter where you are. I am just someone who accepts danger. For example, I actually worry about you more than myself." The moment she said that, she immediately reached out and touched Louis's cheek. Louis stood frozen in place. May continued to express her feelings. "I didn't reveal your existence to him just to put you in danger. On the contrary, I have great trust in you. I know that one day you will be able to stand in front of them. This is the feeling you have given me during the time we have spent together. I believe in this feeling." Although Louis had heard what May said about him in front of Nia, hearing her heartfelt words about him directly like this left him truly speechless. Before he could figure out how to react, the next moment, May stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on Louis's forehead. If you didn't know, a kiss on the forehead is a symbol of care and tenderness. It shows that the other person genuinely cares for you and worries about you. Perhaps this is the sincere affection that May has for Louis. Louis had been kissed by many girls before, but each time he was still dazed and flustered. However, this time, May not only gave him a kiss but also entrusted him with sincere words of encouragement. "Try to become stronger. I will be waiting for you at the finish line." She also cheerfully advised him before leaving, "The totem is the best broker for the Divine King Seal. If you find yourself in a difficult situation, go to the Gon Quan Temple to find Master Mei Luo. He will guide you." As soon as she finished speaking, May immediately vanished, leaving behind only a haze. At this moment, Louis began to think more deeply in order to make the most cautious and correct decisions. "When I found myself on a desert island, striving to survive was only to return to the current society. When we are on the brink of despair, May's appearance has brought hope to us. It is also the appearance of the Divine King Seal that has given me more confidence to continue living here, for Guan Xiaofei, for Guan Lingyu, as well as for May. I must find the totem to level up, so that the Divine King Seal can take root here and I can strive to live on." And so, Louis found his purpose in life. Now, he needs to become stronger than ever to protect his loved ones and not let them down. The Power Royal Seal is mined in the Qigong tribe, so I just need to go to a few tribes with guardian deities to gather information. He has no choice but to wait for the rainy season to end. First, he must stabilize the life of the Guangshi tribe. Louis is lost in thought and does not pay attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he trips over something. When he looks down, he is shocked to discover that it is a human head. Before him now is a group of people who have been placed on the altar. Each of them has died a tragic death, blood everywhere. This is a sign that they have been attacked by something extremely ferocious. Louis is taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. What has happened? Why has it turned out like this? His pupils suddenly stiffen as he sees what has caused this horrific event emerging from the shadows. A white-furred monster with red eyes slowly steps out, approaching Louis. With its long, sharp claws, it immediately leaps at Louis. He swiftly dodges to the left to avoid being shredded by the pure white monster. Seeing that the creature had not given up its intentions, Louis crouched down to the ground and grabbed the sword right next to him. He used all his strength to run quickly toward the creature and pierced the sword straight into its body. The pure white beast could not match Louis's speed, so it fell immediately, ultimately lying flat on the ground. Louis also instantly realized that the appearance of this beast was not coincidental. The Black Rain has come to the tribe. Except for a few warriors who went out hunting, the vast majority of the others are hiding in their homes. Currently, many warriors have sacrificed, surely due to these beasts' raids. Could it be that the deities have started the game? Just mentioning the deities brings worry.
Louis suddenly remembered his beloved little sisters and panicked.
That's right, Xiao Fei and the others are still in the tribe. He hurriedly ran inside, loudly calling their names, Xiao Fei, Ling Yu.
But all he received in response were the incessant sounds of rain.
Louis continued running into Chang Mei Yang's house, which was his last hope. He kept shouting to find someone, and fortunately, this time, heaven still favored Louis. As soon as An opened the door, he saw his sisters covered up, while Chang Mei Yang was getting ready in a stance, ready to punch Louis if he turned out to be the enemy. Guan Xiaofei was tearful, asking, "Louis, are you still alive?" At this moment, he finally relaxed his anxious mood. Surely he felt embarrassed for overreacting. What's going on? If I'm still alive, you should at least answer me, you scared me to death.
Facing Louis's reproach, Chang Mei Yang explained to the girls, "Don't blame them, I told them not to make any sounds. These beasts all have different abilities, we don't know if they're trying to impersonate familiar faces to lure us outside. Staying put is the best way to resolve this."
But seeing her sorrowful face, he immediately wanted to confirm one thing: what about the things outside?
It turned out that those earlier were the young volunteers who charged out to fight against the fierce spirit beasts for the safety of the tribe. Allowing them to go out was Chang Mei Yang's intention, so when they sacrificed themselves, as the chief, she felt the most regretful and guilty. Seeing the sorrow clearly reflected on Chang Mei Yang's face, Louis also fell silent without blaming her. Because now, he understood the reasons behind those actions. He thought, the me from before would have likely been furious at Chang Mei Yang's coldness, but after seeing that this world has many incredible existences, I have come to realize that this is truly the best way to protect everyone. Regardless of Chang Mei Yang's intentions in protecting Xiao Fei and what they ultimately are, at the very least, I must thank her for safeguarding the people I love on my behalf.
The moment of silence was disrupted by a loud noise coming from outside, startling both Louis and Chang Mei Yang.
Louis was now very sensitive. Upon hearing the noise, he immediately rushed outside, not forgetting to instruct Chang Mei Yang, "It may be that those beasts have companions.
I will go out to deal with them.
Chief Kuang, Xiao Fei, and the others have troubled you again." Chang Mei Yang knew her strength was insufficient, so she quickly agreed, allowing Louis to head into battle with the utmost peace of mind. Louis dashed out, his body nearly flying with the urgency. He carried with him only a sharp sword. Just as you predicted, behind the spirit beast you just killed, 3 more appeared.
2 were white and 1 was black, all 3 growling at Louis. "3 of you? You really think highly of me, Louis." When the black one let out a loud howl as a signal, the 2 white ones swiftly lunged towards Louis. "Come here. Today, it's either you die or I die." Louis decided to fight for his life against these beasts. The 2 white ones, like cotton balls, flashed their sharp claws and showcased their newly sharpened teeth. But Louis paid no attention to these intimidating displays. He swiftly used his sword to block the attacks from the creatures. The onset of the dark rain enhanced his power royal seal. Now, even if another group of spirit beasts appeared, he wouldn't be afraid. The power royal seal was activated. Indeed, as long as he had the power of the gods, these spirit beasts were nothing more than insignificant pests. His strength was channeled into the sword, and with a single swing, he sent the beasts flying several meters away. They cried out in pain but still refused to give in. One of them then growled, creating a sound wave, and shouted straight into Louis's face. "This guy is still the same, skillfully dodging attacks, so he easily escapes a deafening blow." In the battle, Louis still had time to boast about his abilities. Perhaps the deities think that the Power Royal Seal is the weakest divine seal, but in my eyes, there has never been weak or strong, only the holder of the divine seal knows how to use it or not. The Power Royal Seal, when combined with the physical body, not only boosts the body but also enhances leg strength. As a result, I possess the fastest speed. When stacked on the arms, it can achieve acceleration and attack. While analyzing the capabilities of the Power Royal Seal, Louis was engaged in combat with 2 pristine white spirit beasts. Only one remained. Louis slowly approached it with the demeanor of a victor.
Louis said to the white-furred creature, "Spirit beasts that cultivate to a certain level will possess thoughts. Surely you and they are not the same, perhaps you are their leader. However, the purpose of your appearance is to harm us, so I'm sorry, but in order to protect my people, I cannot spare you." In its eyes, Louis had completely become the most vicious demon king in the world. Suddenly, it let out a howl that shook the heavens and the earth. Louis paused for a second. He felt a little anxious at the sound of the beast's howl. Could this sound mean it was calling for help? After so much effort to eliminate a few beast companions, if this one called for more people, it would be troubling. Louis originally intended to play with the little one for a bit, but he had now changed his mind. He immediately grabbed his sword and charged straight toward the beast. Indeed, the howl just now was the cry for help from the beast, and the ones who heard this cry were none other than Nina and Luyu. It seemed that Luyu was the owner of that little one. Is this the call of Hei Hui? Seeing his pet in danger, Luyu rushed, flying through the rain to save its life. He truly didn't believe that there would come a day when his beast would have to resort to this tactic. Nina also hurried after him, but it was because she feared getting yelled at. "Damn it, if Hei Hui really dies here, my brother will definitely scold us." But no matter how fast he ran, Luyu couldn't match the speed of Luyu's actions. By the time he reached his beloved pets, they had already lost their lives. Seeing the scene of a person and two spirit beasts under the rain, both Nina and Luyu were wide-eyed with extreme horror. Luyu could no longer hold back and unleashed his lightning power, wanting to finish off Louis from behind. "Damn commoner, I want you to pay the price." At this moment, Louis also just realized the presence of Luyu. How fast was he? When did he appear? Luyu unleashed a powerful blow, the force sent shockwaves everywhere. However, Louis was still able to dodge all those attacks. Now Louis finally recognized who was attacking him. He was somewhat surprised. Isn't this the person who follows Prince Nia? It seems the spirit beast was sent by him, truly a match made in heaven with Prince Nia. Nina, seeing Louis dodge Luyu's attack from behind, quickly supported him. "Luyu, leave this to me." Her power was related to the fire element. She conjured a gigantic fireball, with heat comparable to that of Mars. Just as Nina finished her words, the fireball flew straight towards Louis. At this moment, Louis was still crouching with one knee on the ground. He moved the energy to each of his legs, then at the precise moment the fireball was hurtling toward him, he jumped high into the sky to avoid it. Nina was surprised, astonished, and shocked, exclaiming, "What? You were able to dodge my fireball? Could it be that you are also a divine seal cultivator?" Finally, the other two had guessed Louis's identity correctly. This was also his intention. So at this moment, he was soaring in the sky, appearing extremely cool to frighten them into thinking he was incredibly powerful. He said, "If you already know I am a divine seal cultivator, then why don't you quickly leave here? Just a servant of Nia isn't enough for me to personally take action." Though he spoke boldly, Louis was straining a lot. He murmured in his heart, "In the past, with May's protection, they wouldn't have detected my existence. By exploiting this point, I can force them to withdraw. My current self isn't strong enough to confront them, I can only accept it this way." But when Luyu had just lost 3 spirit beasts, he did not easily forgive Louis. He continued to unleash bolts of lightning towards Louis, saying, "I don't care who you are, as long as you are the one who touches my spirit beasts, you must die." This time, Louis was unable to dodge Luyu's attack in time. It had been a long time since he had been hit, leaving him somewhat dazed. Immediately, Louis was tightly bound by Luyu's invisible chains. Luyu looked up from below, challenging Louis, "No matter what your identity is, as long as I can prevent you from returning to the divine world, who will know that we have ever acted against you?" Moreover, Nina stood outside, fully supporting Luyu. "No wonder you are brother Luyu, truly impressive." Luyu was so confident, but he had no idea that this time he was facing a formidable opponent in Louis. While Luyu was still laughing heartily, Louis had already escaped from Luyu's bindings. In the sky, he transformed into a dazzling ball of light against the pitch-black sky. In this situation, Luyu's power was overwhelming, leaving Luyu unable to comprehend what had just happened. What? While Luyu was still dazed and confused, Louis descended from the sky and struck him directly with his sword filled with power. This time, Lu Yu had no way to escape. Before he could even dodge, he took a full hit from a powerful strike without missing. Lu Yu was horrified, surprised, and then immediately yelled out, wailing in pain from the injury. Louis stood steadfast, exuding an air of unwavering defiance. Nina, seeing her companion getting beaten, was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. You. She stammered. Meanwhile, Louis, lost in thought, continued to monologue to himself. Although he couldn't quite comprehend what was happening, it might be due to the existence of the Divine King Seal. This person had completely absorbed his attack thanks to the Divine King Seal, even granting him a certain degree of control. He controlled the energy-draining current, and he needed to think of a way to finish this quickly. It was time to stop the theatrics. Louis needed to wrap this up fast to return to his girls. Nina, with her sharp tongue, raised her staff to threaten Louis. You despicable cultivator, quickly release Lu Yu. Did she really think that a few words could intimidate Louis? Lu Yu couldn't even manage to do that. Louis laughed absurdly and continued to play the role of the villain. Let him go? Ha ha ha. You are even more naive than he is. Let's do this. As long as you swear in the name of the Divine King that you will no longer harm this tribe, I might consider forgiving him. Louis spoke boldly, but in reality, he didn't really understand what such oaths meant. But well, if he didn't try, how would he know? He was gambling and provoking Nina based on his own assumptions as he listened to the conversation between Nia and Mei. I have heard of the Divine King before. Perhaps among deities, they possess a hierarchy. If one were to forge it, they wouldn't be able to deceive them. Louis was genuinely unprepared for this tactic to actually be effective. Nina's eyes flared with anger, speechless, but then she regained her composure and tried to negotiate with Louis. You are also a divine seal cultivator, you should know what an oath from a god means to us. I will not say such a vow because of this. Nina truly fell into Louis's trap. She didn't conceal anything and displayed all her emotions on her face, clearly showing her anxiety. Louis only needed this to know that he had won this round. He guessed right, they indeed cared about the term God King. As he gained the upper hand, Louis tightened his grip even more, causing Lu Yu to breathe increasingly heavily. He would not allow Nina a second choice. Louis declared, if you do not feel sorry for your Lu Yu, then I will not be courteous anymore. Lu Yu, terrified, no longer cared about any so-called oaths. Nina, please follow his orders quickly. I don't want to die yet. Louis shot a sharp glare at Nina. Are you going to say it or not? As he spoke, he increased the pressure, making it difficult for Lu Yu to speak. Seeing that Lu Yu was on the verge of choking, Nina frantically agreed to all of Louis's demands. Don't kill Lu Yu. I will do it. Thus, Nina, feeling aggrieved and unwilling, raised her hand to swear. I swear in the name of the God King that Lu Yu and I will absolutely never attack the Guangshi tribe again. If I break my oath, I will die. In the modern world, such oaths are sometimes seen as joking, but here, that oath truly held power. As soon as Nina finished her oath, light spread from her hands, illuminating her entire body, radiating the light of the 10 directions of the Buddhas. Louis, witnessing this scene for the first time, was slightly shocked. He recognized the weakness of these beings and couldn't help but grin with amusement, thinking to himself, indeed, oaths have a limited binding power on them. He was also unsure what kind of divine sovereign possessed such power. Once the oath was completed, Louis ignored Lu Yu entirely. After he was done playing, he abandoned the person without a hint of pity. Return the person to you. Quickly take your spirit beast away. Only Nina was concerned, rushing over to support Lu Yu. She tightly embraced the unconscious Lu Yu, discomfort plainly visible on her face as she looked straight at Louis and reproached him. Clearly both you and we are cultivators of the divine seal, why do you care about those commoners like that? At this point, Louis had to explain reasoning to the two of them. He uncomfortably clarified, as he didn't expect them to truly understand his thoughts, humans have never distinguished between common and uncommon. Equality is the path that humanity should pursue in the future. Indeed, this is a very strange opinion for deities like them.
Lu Yu was already weak yet still had to exert himself to confront Lu Yi. Equality? What a ridiculous thought! The divine cultivators possessed great power, each human was a child of the gods, while those ordinary beings possessed what? They were even inferior to the spirit beasts raised by their family. When Lu Yu was threatened, he was tough, but now that he was no longer being intimidated, he let his tongue loose without restraint. Even Nina chimed in to insult the subjects, saying, "They are just a bunch of wild monkeys, devouring and swallowing, not worth our attention." Nina seemed very sensitive to the notion of gods above all, as she knew Louis did not share that view. She instinctively placed him on her list of adversaries. Nina left a warning and then helped Lu Yu away. Louis, from a distance, did not respond but merely raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, the child of a god, after his defeat, would utter such cruel words. After both had walked away, Louis brushed his hair, struck a cool pose, and sighed, calling out to his family members, "You all heard that, right?" Louis said, "The deities you always worship actually do not care about you at all. Such selfish deities, will you continue to venerate them?" Chang Mei Yang, having lost all her soul, stepped outside. She hesitated for a moment and then voiced her thoughts, "I don't know anymore." Louis recognized that this was a significant blow to her, so he did not press her but instead advised, "Chang Mei Yang, you don't need to answer so quickly. You can take your time to think." Louis continued to stand in the rain, looking at the sky and the earth, cursing those inhumane deities. The joys among the deities only benefit their sons, those who suffer forever are us. Rather than addressing them as gods, it would be much more appropriate to call them demons. There were several things Louis only thought silently to himself and did not speak out, as he wanted to prevent Chang Mei Yang from completely collapsing. Faith that is solid cannot be shaken, cannot be easily changed. But in this opportunity, he believed they could gradually digest it, it was just a matter of time. He shook off his wrinkled face like a monkey, then gently told Chang Mei Yang, "You should just go back first. The heavy rain makes it inconvenient for you to be outside. Just leave the rest to me." Indeed, Louis is the most reputable in the world, whatever he says is impressive. Chang Mei Yang remains lost in painful thoughts, helplessly following along. She responds to Louis simply, as she is on the verge of breaking down now. Chang Mei Yang, usually a strong woman, is now biting her lip to hold back her tears. In the days to come, she hopes to regain her peace, free from the harassment of mystical creatures and other tribes. Louis will have more time to study industrial plants. However, the power of the black rain still affects the young seedlings, a matter he cannot overlook. Perhaps due to the dual impact of the collapse of faith and the loss of so many people, the women in the tribe are becoming increasingly diligent. A few women endure the burning torment of the black rain to venture out in search of food. That force reaches even the group of Xiao Fei. Louis is not entirely sure, but it seems that every day they cling to Army and Elsa, asking them to teach them techniques to deal with the enemy. Every day, they train so fervently that they become exhausted. In general, they want to become stronger, but these exercises are too challenging. The ones who were previously teachers and flight attendants cannot endure this. Finally, the period of heavy rain has come to an end, and the Guangshi tribe is lively once again. The trees are lush, the air is fresh and cool. The Guangshi return to their traditional customs, dancing joyfully around the crackling campfire. Louis, after many days of being bare-chested to show off his muscles, now has a shirt to cover himself. Suffering first, then enjoying, that's how one becomes wealthy. Now he also has a bit more free time. Each day, he just sits around, idly watching the girls dance. Although his face looks happy, his heart is filled with worries. The attack from the spirit beasts and the heavy rain have taken away half the tribe's lives. If we continue to be attacked in the future, the Guangshi tribe will suffer losses in numbers. I don't know what method to use to deal with this issue. While everyone is slowly living at a leisurely pace and healing, suddenly someone rushed in to report urgent news to Chang Mei Yang. "Great chief, it's not good. The Luoshi tribe next door has come to visit us." Chang Mei Yang tried to calm her down. "It's just news that the Luoshi tribe is visiting. Is it really necessary to be this tense?"
The messenger hastily reported, "Report on the current urgent situation, they have brought the entire tribe here, saying they want to collaborate with you for a long time." At that moment, Chang Mei Yang realized that something was off. She frowned and speculated that the entire Luoshi tribe wasn't here to cooperate, but rather to monopolize our tribe. Over here, just as Chang Mei Yang received the information, the enemy had barged straight into the house. A silver-haired man wearing headphones greeted Chang Mei Yang with a sinister smile. "My dear Chief Quan, you mustn't think that way. I've heard that the dark rainstorm has caused you significant losses in manpower, which is why I've rushed over here to collaborate with you." "Why would you think of us like that?" Chang Mei Yang immediately recognized who this was. She stepped forward resolutely to expose the true nature of the Luoshi tribe. "Luo Yang, you dare to directly invade my tribe and yet call it cooperation? I suspect that collaboration in your words is just a facade, while monopolization is the reality. Isn't that right? The Quanshi tribe values women the most, but haven't you Luoshi always found us strange? So now, how can you say that cooperation is genuine? In the past, when you couldn't take on the Quanshi, you only dared to instigate trouble from behind. Now that our numbers have suffered serious losses, you dare to come to our doorstep to provoke us. You still have the audacity to say that you truly want to cooperate?" Chang Mei Yang had to be called eloquent, firing off a barrage of words from start to finish. However, despite facing the tension like a taut string from Chang Mei Yang, Luo Yang remained utterly cheeky. "Whether it's true or not, I hope that the merger between Quanshi and Luoshi will become a reality. If you take a step back, I can let you continue to be the leader of your tribe. How about we manage the tribe together?" It's unclear why this is called a negotiation for cooperation here. Luo Yang was clearly manipulating psychology, trying to force Chang Mei Yang to comply with his wishes. The male patriarch faced off against the female patriarch. Who would win? No one knows what the future holds, but for now, the female patriarch Chang Mei Yang was feeling somewhat tense. She did not bother to be polite and straightforwardly chased the guest away, closing the door and sending the guest off with the dogs. Any words from the despicable man were not worth trusting. "Please leave." Seeing that his argument could not overpower Chang Mei Yang, Luo Yang became irritated. When words failed, violence took center stage, and Luo Yang ordered his men to arm themselves, preparing to fight Quanshi. "With such a few people, how can you compete with us? Today, I will definitely monopolize Quanshi." Finally, they no longer pretended and straightforwardly stated their main purpose for coming to Quanshi. One of them, ordered to declare war, charged forward with a spear, intending to injure someone. However, his speed was far too slow compared to Louis. At this moment, Louis slowly approached, letting out a sigh like an old man. "Why can't this world be a little more peaceful?" The man with the spear rushed in, but before he could stab Chang Mei, he was immediately blocked by Louis. Louis, empty-handed, flicked his wrist, breaking the spear in two with one move. Instantly, the attacker was left dumbfounded, his head filled with question marks, unable to comprehend what just happened. He stared at the half of the spear left in his hand, his soul seemingly leaving his body, clearly not believing that someone could possess such destructive power. Meanwhile, Louis remained calm, even having the time to taunt. "Is the language system so scared that it malfunctioned? Weren't you just bragging a moment ago?" Luo Yang, extremely angry, lost his composure and pointed directly at him, yelling, "You damned slave! You have no right to speak here. Hurry up and get out of the way." Louis stood in front, protecting Chang Mei Yang, and calmly replied, "Earlier you requested a position from the tribe leader, and now you call me a male servant? You speak as if you are not a man yourself." Louis looked up at the sky, gazing at Luo Yang as if he were a primary school child, and then delivered his verdict: "If you want to cooperate with us, it can only be Luoshi merging into Quanshi. Quanshi will hold all the dominant rights. If Luo Yang enjoyed playing the game of unfair negotiation, then I would play back." Luo Yang, surely embarrassed to the point of anger, retorted, "Merge? That is impossible. Our Luoshi is a traditional tribe, absolutely no intention of joining a matriarchal tribe." Chang Mei Yang remained silent, but Luo Yang surely thought he could say whatever he wanted. Touching the principles of Quanshi, Chang Mei Yang would not let it go easily. She was about to rush in to fight, but Louis quickly blocked her. He continued negotiating with Luo Yang. Although you appear very strong, I also recognize that your Luoshi tribe has suffered from the devastation of the Dark Rain. Therefore, you are reluctantly proposing a cooperation with us. Although our Guangshi tribe is a matriarchal tribe, male servants are not as despicable as that. He began marketing, using persuasive words to pull Luo Yang into accepting negotiations favorable to him. As long as one has dedication to the Guangshi tribe, whether male or female, they can elevate their own status. I am definitely not speaking grandly, for I am a living example of that. I respect every culture and also respect your opinions. Chang Mei Yang saw that the situation was no longer tense, so he joined Louis in quickly dispelling the flames of hatred burning in the memories between the two. Our Guangshi tribe is no longer as dictatorial as before. As long as you are willing to join us, we can provide the best food and infrastructure for you. Other items will only be available through your own actions. This invitation was incredibly tempting. The men of the Luoshi tribe began to waver upon hearing this. Even Louis added a few more words, making them even more anxious. So, if you pass through this village, there will be no turning back. While the others were still waiting, indecisive, a man carrying a small child rushed up and said, I am willing to be part of Lord Guangshi. As long as you take care of our food and drink, you can do whatever you want. I am ready to join. Indeed, the bond between father and child is profound. Where there is a leader, there will surely be followers. Immediately, a crowd of people raised their voices, vying for a spot in Guangshi. Me too, me too. Xiao Kuei stepped up to guide the newly arrived migrants. Everyone line up to register, no pushing, no shoving. Luo Yang, betrayed by his subjects, went mad and charged at Louis, spitting out insults. I see you are just a dog next to Chang Mei Yang. Louis noticed someone rushing toward him and his expression slightly changed. This speed was far too slow for him. He lightly and affectionately delivered a punch to the guy. Before the man could even touch him, he was sent flying, soaring high before crashing straight down to the ground. To add insult to injury, this all happened right in front of beautiful girls like the Guan family sisters. It was a humiliation that couldn't be described. After being thoroughly beaten, Luo Yang could no longer brag and could only moan for help. Unfortunately for him, the ones standing in front of him were not ordinary women. The two beauties he was calling for help were actually Louis's most enthusiastic supporters. Guan Lingyu goes without saying. No one can compare to her sharp tongue and playful teasing. With one hand, she hugs her sister, while the other hand gives Luo Yang a dislike, as if to assert that he is the loser. Truly a good-for-nothing. Luo Yang has been harmed physically and is now also attacked mentally by Guan Lingyu. He really cannot say another word. Louis, seeing Guan Lingyu's sister acting so impudently, is very pleased. A tender and joyful smile appears on his face. This girl Lingyu has recently become more and more like she used to be. It seems she is completely comfortable here now. Chang Mei Yang, seeing that everything has stabilized, finally asks about Louis's spontaneous decisions. Why did you decide to take them in? Although we are currently short on personnel, they do not think like us. There could be conflicts in the future. Louis crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and explains very calmly, in such an environment, free labor brought to our door, why wouldn't we accept it? As for the conflicts, it's very simple, I just need to teach them a lesson. In fact, he had thought about the future, even 100 years later. He even came up with ways to tame people, based on the number of people we already have. Arranging and forming them into groups with specific assignments is entirely feasible. By doing this, they will not have the opportunity to gather on their own. Additionally, with a reward mechanism and a culture of continuity, along with subtle changes, before long, they will develop a habit of living in Guangshi. My approach is completely based on the recruitment methods used during the war era. The effectiveness is absolutely reliable. Oh my, truly a well-educated man, just hearing it makes one swoon. Chang Mei Yang did not expect that Louis could think so far ahead. She was delighted and impressed by his talent, secretly thinking that there was a way like this. Louis, you are indeed very smart. This is a reward for you, she said. then immediately tiptoed and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Louis, who was constantly caught off guard by secret kisses, still couldn't get used to it. His face was filled with surprise. But before he could react, Chang Mei Yang had quickly slipped out of his embrace. "I will go assign the next tasks to them, you all continue to play." And so autumn passed, leaving behind yellow leaves. Chang Mei Yang departed, leaving behind a group of women with eyes red with jealousy. After receiving a kiss, Louis realized that he was once again being teased by the girls. He felt the clear glares of those wanting to devour him alive from Guan Xiaofei's group. Afterwards, the process of building and developing the Guangshi tribe began. Below is a diary from Louis's perspective. After increasing the number of people, the Luoshi tribe became even more crowded. For the tribe to develop better, it was necessary to prioritize expanding territory and building defensive walls. Louis had a hand in everything. He carefully considered all architectural plans for the stronghold and ensured that this wall, even amidst roaring thunder and lightning, would not collapse. Of course, task division and assignment also had to proceed simultaneously, so that he could worry less about them. Xiao Kuei's strength made him one of the most outstanding individuals in the tribe, and he was very focused on this mission. It was most suitable for him to develop warriors. Xiao Kuei became a leader chosen by Louis to command the spear-using unit, called the Spear Units. Even the army had jobs and was busy every day, commanding the Guangshi bombing team. Louis thought, army not only learns how to make explosives but also the skills of throwing explosives. With her extremely serious work ethic, I believe that those she teaches will all become professional bomb throwers. Moreover, I believe that just by participating in army's course, they will easily become fire lords, the leaders of the tribe. During this time, the people of the Tija tribe came once and brought many iron arrows to Guangshi. Therefore, the archery team led by Elsa will become the vanguard of the tribe, whether in hunting or in battle. Now, every aspect of Guangshi is being paid attention to, with systematic training and rapid development. Louis witnessed the changes in Guangshi and couldn't help but marvel. He never thought that the Guangshi tribe would develop to this extent. It is enough to protect the tribe for a long time. The sky was a clear blue, and a very beautiful girl, Chang Mei Yang, was joyfully admiring the results from above. The scenery was like $1 million view that even Denny couldn't find. Standing beside her was Louis. In that moment, Chang Mei Yang asked to hold a ceremony to thank Louis. "Louis, I sincerely thank you. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be the Guangshi of today." Usually, being teased all day long, every time Chang Mei Yang praised Louis, he felt a little awkward and uncomfortable. He scratched his head, smiled shyly and politely. She then said, "Hey, these things are just small matters." But it seemed this time, Chang Mei Yang had no intention to joke. She glided in front of Louis, elegantly stroking his chest and said, "Do you really think I'm trying to deceive you?" Louis felt his spirit dampen again. These girls suddenly attacking like this left him speechless. He could only stand still and gulp. "If I weren't infatuated with you, why would I say such things? You really are lacking in brains." Just as the two were being sweet to each other, suddenly a loud sound appeared, shattering the amorous atmosphere, not allowing the couple any time to cuddle. "Huh, what is that sound?" The two sisters Elsa and Army also noticed this noise. She turned her eyes to observe the distance and saw a whole troop approaching, with someone coming toward them. Elsa also contributed her assessment of the situation. Looking at their attire, it seems to be the Qiyang tribe. The situation would not have been concerning until the two girls saw them approaching with an imposing demeanor. The two immediately shouted loudly to warn everyone. In their hands were weapons. This was indeed an ambush. They arrived just in time. It was time to test the results of the training of the First Division. He transformed into the commander, swiftly signaling, "Archers, prepare to shoot." In an instant, all the members of the team raised their bows in a straight line and aimed. As the girls finished their preparations, it was also the moment Louis began this battle. As he shot the arrows, his words caused hundreds of arrows to rain down from the city walls, creating a terrifying downpour of arrows. The people of the Qiyang tribe had gathered densely right where the arrows were falling, and as a result, their fate was sealed. One by one, they were struck by arrows and sent to the altar. In just a moment, the massive force of theirs had been depleted. One person immediately ran into the chief of the Qi-Yang tribe's quarters to report on their dire situation. He said, "Report, Chief Elder. Their attacks are truly too strong. Our people fundamentally cannot advance anymore. As you said, they have absorbed and organized the Luo Shi tribe, so their strength has increased even more." Chief Elder Qi Yang stroked his chin and scratched his beard while guessing, although this woman Chang Mei Yang is very clever, she would not do something so excessive. It seems that what they have been doing recently is all under the direction of the messenger from the gods. You all should follow the action plan of the Qigong and gradually launch an offensive. It seems that because there is someone backing him, Chief Elder Qi Yang is not worried at all and orders the continuation of the battle. The person reporting has received the order and responded, "Yes, Chief Elder." And so now, we have the scene of the fortress of Guangshi being surrounded by all the people from Qi-Yang. They are neither attacking nor conducting any assaults but just standing still in place. Lu Yi, looking down from above, has discovered something. He frowned as he realized their intent, not advancing nor retreating. Could it be they want to engage in a war of attrition with us? Seeing that the situation seemed to have gone a bit too far, Louis turned to Chang Mei Yang and nodded to signal her. Chang Mei Yang, as if she had received the telepathic message from Louis, quickly ordered a girl, "You take him down below, bring a living one up here for me. I have something to ask him." The girl respectfully obeyed the command. Soon after, a man from Qi Yang was controlled and escorted to Chang Mei Yang. The girl reported, "He has been brought up, miss." He was forced to kneel down, and then experienced the sensation of a sword pressed against his neck. Chang Mei Yang didn't beat around the bush but directly thrust the sword in front of him and threatened, "We have no enmity with Qi Yang. Yet you directly attacked here. What is the reason for that? If you know what's good for you, state Qi Yang's purpose right away. I believe you wouldn't want your head to roll, would you?" She had a rather powerful smirk that led the man to wet himself just from hearing the threatening words. The subdued man, panicking, blurted out all the information he knew. "This is all directed by the deity to us. The deity said that as long as we eliminate you, they will forever protect the people of Qi Yang." Louis listened and also felt quite anxious. Whenever it involved deities, he felt a bit tired. The guidance of the gods, could it really be? Louis pointed out each god he had ever known. In general, his connections with them were very limited, so he could immediately identify two main suspects. Although the status as a disciple of the god Cipolo had many enemies, currently, only the two of them had direct conflicts with him. It seems that the oath still had some loopholes. Fortunately, his precautionary actions were fast enough, otherwise, the consequences would be hard to predict. The situation of the battle was no longer peaceful. A girl rushed in, panicked, to report to Chang Mei Yang, "Not good, one of our other gates has come under attack from the Qigong tribe. The team of 4 archers has been completely wiped out." Chang Mei Yang did not anticipate this and clearly showed his worry. "What? How could this happen?" Louis was calmer. He had already found the answers to his questions, so it turns out the 2 tribes have joined forces to ambush us. No wonder the Qi Yang tribe did not retreat. It turns out they were just bait. To reassure Chang Mei Yang, Louis decided to personally take to the battlefield. He placed his hand on her shoulder with an air of authority and instructed, "Chief Kwang, you and Elsa's archery team stay here. I'll be back after a while." While Chang Mei Yang was still in a daze, Louis transformed into a different person, serious and commanding. "Show Kuei an army, take your teams and come with me." The 2 on the other side, their anger burning fiercely, eagerly followed Louis as they replied, "Yes, brother Louis." Elsa stayed behind with Chang Mei Yang to see Louis's team off to battle. Louis left, while Chang Mei Yang remained lost in her thoughts, calling his name unconsciously. Elsa stood behind, noticing that her chief was beginning to show signs of anxiety. To be precise, fear. She silently thought, "It's over, my chief has fallen completely." Meanwhile, on the other side of Guangshi, they were facing quite a few disadvantages. The Qigong tribe was attacking from this direction with very well-equipped forces, from spears to wooden shields that increased their chances of survival. The warriors on this side were skilled at throwing spears from far below, and they could easily take down the archery team stationed on the city walls. Not only that, they even knew how to use those enormous wooden beams to work together to break down the city gates. Unfortunately, their performance ended there. When Louis arrived, Shigan was doomed. He jumped down from the city wall and with a kick, broke the long log that they had painstakingly prepared. He found their fighting style incredibly entertaining. It seemed that the mastermind behind them had given special instructions, and such forward-thinking ideals must have been influenced by modern perspectives? But for us, it was merely a worthless piece of wood. Louis confidently commanded a full assault, targeting the weak points of Qi. A series of explosives were thrown deep into their shield formations. As a result, Qi continually called for defense, but the outcome was still tragic. The crackling sounds of explosions rang out, fireworks lit up the sky, and everywhere was ablaze. They were annihilated in an instant, and the few lucky ones who managed to escape fled in haste. However, Louis's principle was to uproot the threat completely, so he would not spare them. He ordered Xiaokuei, quickly take your spear units outside, kill the enemy. Capture those who surrender, but eliminate anyone who resists. Xiaokuei must be said to really enjoy these killing games. He laughed excitedly as he received the orders. Xiaokuei charged forward, shooting like a rocket with his spear, leading an entire army to hunt down the enemy. He also knew how to rally and boost the morale of his team. Follow me to kill. Anyone who delays tonight will have no meat to eat. When it came to food, everyone was energized and ready to act immediately. Meanwhile, at Shigan's camp, a lucky man had escaped from the battlefield, rushing back to report in a very tense tone, "Chief, you must run. We cannot match Guangshi, they are about to kill us here." The chief was taken aback, so astonished that he jumped up and asked, "What are you saying? Have all my hundreds of men already died?" The reporter had no choice but to bow deeply and say, "That's right." The chief of Qi transformed into a beast, leading to a frenzy, and punched the man standing next to him. He shouted loudly, "This is all the idea of your useless leader. Didn't you say we would win without a doubt? How could it end up like this? Oh, what a surprise!" As Louis once assessed, their advanced combat strategy was indeed conceived by modern individuals. On this island, aside from Louis's group, the only other modern person left could only be Yang Baichuan or Xiaofei. Yang Baichuan had been directly hit, swelling one side of his face. However, he maintained his arrogant demeanor and retorted, "Is Chief Qi blaming me? Are you all following the divine orders? Then what is the need to strike against the Guangshi tribe? I merely offered suggestions to you, your uselessness has nothing to do with me." Chief Qi was so angry he couldn't find the words. The messenger, seeing that the quarrel was going nowhere, advised his chief, "Chief, don't waste your time arguing with him. Let's flee first, there are still green woods, so why fear not having firewood to burn?" The two quickly left the camp to escape, trying to keep themselves alive. Chief Qi was still fuming, and as they reached the entrance of the tent, he continued to mock Yang Baichuan, "Leave this useless person here to take our place, let him die." Meanwhile, Yang Baichuan, now left alone, was also extremely dissatisfied. He didn't say a word, but the murderous intent radiated from Yang Baichuan. His face contorted like that of an angry gorilla, his cheeks swollen, looking no different from an furious pig. "Dying here, huh? Are you people kidding me? Why should I live such a miserable life while Louis gets to live comfortably? I can't accept it. Oh heavens, this hatred is so persistent. I wonder what kind of fate Louis had with Yang Baichuan in the previous life that in this life they are constantly entangled, with him always being remembered fondly." Xiaofei was much more cowardly. Perhaps after being bullied by Louis several times, he had learned his lesson. Louis used all his profound internal energy, spouting out sweet words to persuade Yang Baichuan, "Surrender, Yang Baichuan. Let's just admit our mistakes to Louis." However, the immense sense of self-esteem that Yang Baichuan possessed would never allow him to do that. Out of anger, Yang Baichuan kicked his loyal companion Xiaofei aside, sending him flying elsewhere. "Well, from now on, let bygones be bygones. No more brotherly ties. Once best friends, but now it's every man for himself.
Xiaofei was kicked out very far but still tried to hold on to Yang Baichuan. But he had turned his back and walked away, leaving Xiaofei to fend for himself. Very quickly afterward, all the defeated Qigong tribe members were escorted inside the Guangshi tribe. According to statistics, the number of prisoners from the Qigong tribe reached 158. In the chaos, 10 Qi Yang members had escaped. After reporting, Shou Kuei then asked Louis for his opinion. What do you think we should do with these prisoners? But Louis, feeling lazy, did not want to work anymore. He waved his hand, handing the task over to Chang Mei Yang. Whether to kill them or keep them, you can just ask Kuang tribe leader for his opinion. I need to go back and rest first. In his heart, he was happily looking forward to going home, dreaming of holding a few lovely girls in his arms, but harsh reality cruelly brought him back. Instead of the girls he wanted to embrace, there suddenly appeared a brutish guy clinging tightly to his leg, preventing him from moving. This guy kept pleading, "Louis, please, spare me." Louis looked at the person in front of him in surprise. "Xiaofei, why are you here?" But soon, that attitude turned into hostility. Louis squatted down and questioned Xiaofei. It seems that the ambush of the Qiyang tribe and Qigong is truly the scheme of Yang Baichuan. At this moment, tears streamed down Xiaofei's face. It was all Yang Baichuan's instructions. I tried to persuade him. I really don't want to confront you. Please spare me for the sake of our past help. Looking at Xiaofei, who had not improved since leaving Louis, with a face that had only grown thicker while constantly acting, made Louis genuinely uncomfortable. He frowned. Help me? You and Yang Baichuan are both extremely cunning. How can you still have the face to beg for my forgiveness? Immediately drag this person out and kill him. Shou Kuei quickly obeyed the order, taking Xiaofei away. But this guy shouted loudly, causing everyone to cover their ears. No, no, no. I can provide the intelligence you want. I know you won't spare Qi Yang and Qi Gon. I can lead you to ambush them. Seeing that pleas had no effect, Xiaofei had no choice but to bring out his ace in the hole. At first, Louis didn't care. He continued casually with his hands in his pockets and walked on. Shou Kuei had already pushed this guy down to stop him from talking too much, but Xiaofei kept talking non-stop. That old man Qi Gon is hiding in a very secret place where Qi Yang has a guardian deity stationed. Any attack you launch would only lead to completely opposite results. As soon as Xiaofei mentioned this, he touched a sensitive spot for Louis, causing him to abruptly stop. Why should I be sure to believe what you say is the truth? Although he feigned doubt on the outside, Louis's inner self was stirred. He had no idea Xiaofei even knew about the guardian deity. Originally, Louis did not want to take the risk of confronting another tribe, but if this tribe had a guardian deity, that would be different. Who knows, there might be something he needed in Qi Yang. Seeing that Louis seemed swayed, Xiaofei immediately played the crocodile tears card, continuing to pull out all his knowledge, experience, and encounters to plead with Louis. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't ask you to believe me, I only hope you can make use of me and spare my life. Xiaofei continued to plead, I can still help you deal with Yang Baichuan. I understand every move he makes. For you, I am definitely a good pawn. The more Louis listened, the more convinced he became, but he didn't understand why he was trusting someone else's child. His face grew increasingly sullen, as if he was about to interact with him. He turned around, continuing to calculate in his mind. Yang Baichuan was nowhere to be seen here. It seemed he had abandoned Xiaofei and fled. Although Xiaofei was detestable, he was merely a bird raised by Yang Baichuan, at most just helping Yang Baichuan do his work. After weighing the value that Xiaofei could bring to him, Louis squatted down to negotiate with him. I agree to your terms. I hope you won't let me down. Upon hearing this, Xiaofei cried even louder, to the point of bowing down and kneeling, continuously crying until he ran out of tears. Thank you for your great kindness, Lou. Thank you for sparing my life. Louis paid no attention to the person kneeling before him, he simply stood up and walked ahead. As he left, he did not forget to instruct Shou Kuei, take advantage of the victory and make them regret ever laying a hand on our Guangshi. Shou Kuei decisively accepted the order. In order to survive, every piece of information he provided was the truth.
Under his guidance, we found the hiding place of the Qigong tribe leader. The remaining members of Qigong were few, so we were able to easily capture all of them. The Qigong tribe had invaded Haita before. This time, I would not show them any mercy. I had once lived in a time of peace. Although I had served in the military, there was a limit to my understanding of the law. Now, plunged into this filthy world, I had to abandon a part of my humanity to protect myself and safeguard Xiao Fei.
To continue living, I must obtain even greater power. After successfully breaching the Qiyang tribe, Louis looked to the heavens and the earth, filled with resolute determination.
He must become the sovereign of the realm to protect his few princesses. If Qigong could do it, then Qi Yang must suffer as well. After defeating Qigong, Louis's group would lead their troops to ambush the Qiyang tribe. Their guide would still be Xia Fei. It was unclear why this individual was placed in a special category to be carried by someone, or whether he was so weak that he couldn't walk on his own and needed to be cradled. He was carried like a chicken and brought to the ambush site of the Qiyang tribe. Here comes the Qiyang tribe, they have arrived, it's the Qiyang tribe.
Louis did not want to waste too much time here, so he turned around and entrusted the task to Army and Xiaokui. Xiaokui, Army, hurry up and carry out the plan. Both nodded and quickly got to work.
Xiaokui led his army galloping like war horses, charging straight into the stronghold of the Qiyang. The long formation of the assault was so imposing that the Qiyang immediately realized something was wrong.
They panicked and tried to defend themselves as the enemies attacked. The people of Guangshi are coming.
But Xiaokui's army was still much stronger. The Qiyang barely stood a chance against them.
Both sides rushed in together, fiercely battling for supremacy.
While Xiaokui was engaged in direct combat, army quickly assembled forces for a long-range attack.
Bows and arrows were prepared, aiming at the thatched house ahead.
The girls swiftly took their positions, drawing their bows and waiting for the signal to launch their arrows together. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows were shot out, devastating the thatched houses of the Qiyang tribe.
Xia Fei was idle, only knowing how to play with water and observe the battle with wide-eyed amazement, mouth agape in shock.
The vanguard team lured out their main forces, then took advantage of long-range attacks to set the thatched houses ablaze. These houses contained both slaves and food supplies. Once the Qiyang tribe chose to rescue the supplies, a gap would emerge in their frontline defense. If they did not rescue them, the Qiyang tribe would face a food shortage and directly confront famine. At that moment, Xia Fei realized Louis's intention and intelligence. His plan was indeed calculated meticulously.
Xia Fei stared at Louis, astonished with wide eyes as he assessed him. I only mentioned the basic layout of Qiyang, yet he could come up with such a terrifying method?
Louis seemed no longer like before. Now he had learned how to play the role of the villain, so there would be no more leniency. Louis observed the situation with satisfaction, unable to resist a confident smile. Indeed, Louis's plan was so perfect that when the Qiyang's defenses saw they could not withstand it, they immediately dispatched orders to retreat.
Xiaokui was fighting vigorously but had to stop to return to the meeting with Louis. My lord, what should we do now?
Seeing that Xiaokui looked flustered, Louis reassured him, this is within our expectations. You lead the troops first and surround them.
Just pretend to attack from the outside.
When you're alone, just relax. This plan was indeed somewhat novel to them.
Army didn't fully understand its purpose and thus voiced his confusion. Brother Louis, why is that? Xia Fei, sitting idly and wanting to interject, jumped in.
Louis explained, this is a technique to wear down the enemy. We are always prepared to attack the Qiyang tribe, they won't dare to slack off for a long time. On the contrary, this will tire their nerves. Not wanting to be disturbed, they will inevitably gather inside. In a short period, when the pressure of time stretches alongside the issue of supplies, they will not listen to each other and conflicts will arise. At that moment, it will be the best opportunity for us to strike. The one carrying seemed worried that if he kept talking, Qi Yang might discover it and ruin the plan. So, he quickly covered Xia Fei's mouth, preventing him from saying anything more. The army looked at this crazy guy talking to himself and felt speechless. giving Xiafei a look of affectionate concern.
Louis finally found a moment of silence to speak. No matter how we put it, Xi Yang has become a fish in a tank.
Even if they want to choose another path and flee, they can only encounter the large knife team that I have arranged to ambush them beforehand.
We can just wait with peace of mind.
Xiafei, unable to hold back, admired Lui's cunning. This guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. At that moment, the Qi Yang tribe was being roasted like a pig. I believe that right now they would want to freeze together, but if it keeps burning like this, they will really become grilled squid. Losing a few people from the tribe, they could do nothing but watch their stronghold sink into a sea of flames.
The helpless citizens exclaimed, "If this continues, we will be burned alive. Chieftain, please think of a way quickly."
The citizens begged their chieftain for help, but in this case, the chieftain found himself at a loss. So he was pushed to the end of the road and had no choice but to pray to the gods. "Someone, hurry and invite the protected deity here."
Just a few minutes later, Louis encountered that deity. "You stand here since afternoon, waiting forever for this guy to arrive, which is a bit annoying."
That god shows up but has to act so pretentious. He arrives just as the wind starts to blow, howling and causing ordinary folks like Cho Kue to be unable to see anything because they're busy shielding their eyes, also the windows to their souls.
What's this?
From the sky, a bright red figure gradually appears. Not only is it too late for Louis to climb the tree, but this guy is also quite arrogant, looking down on everyone. Subordinate of the fire god, is immortal and nameless.
You all quickly report your names. This hotshot is the guardian god of Qi Yang, named Lu Jin.
The locals like Shokue and army see the divine being appear and they all cower in fear, stepping back, their faces drained of color. Seeing his people so cowardly, Louis becomes furious. "What are you afraid of? You've already known how indifferent this god can be, and you've prepared to confront him. Now being scared is of no use at all." He shouts just to vent his frustration, knowing that in these matters they wouldn't be able to help much at all.
Everything will eventually depend on him anyway. Louis drew his bow and approached Lu Jin.
He began with a verbal clash. "Fire god, how ridiculous. Your Qi Yang tribe is about to be burned to ashes." After laughing to his heart's content, he introduced himself. "I am Louis, the commander of the 3 armies of the Guangshi tribe, the one who will take your life." Louis fabricated his background for a reason. First, he would use his bow and arrows to conceal his identity as a divine practitioner, then he would find a way to probe for information about the totem.
Lu Jin, upon arriving, encountered a worthy opponent. Both were evenly matched, which greatly amused him. "You want to take my life? Then go ahead and try." Lu Jin struck first, unleashing a torrent of flames aimed directly at Louis to burn him alive.
Louis soared into the air, leaping high to evade the flames spewing from Lu Jin's dragon.
From that single attack, Louis gauged the extent of Lu Jin's vengeance. This power was on par with Nina.
If he could handle Nina, then this guy would surely be nothing more than a mosquito. Louis jumped up, preparing to shoot an attacking arrow straight at Lu Jin. With these ordinary weapons, Lu Jin only needed to breathe fire a little to resolve the situation. He pretended to comb his handsome hair and raised an eyebrow in challenge to Louis. "If you have any tricks up your sleeve, then use them now. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have another chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin landed on the ground, ready to engage in close combat with Louis. Louis had only been pretending earlier, not giving it his all.
Now, he was serious.
Although he couldn't see Lu Jin's true strength for the moment, May had once said that a person's magical power was not limitless. Perhaps he could. Louis smiled cunningly and decided to call for others to join the fight. "1 team, 2 archers, shoot for me." That was all they were waiting for. From behind, a formidable army rose up. They obeyed the command and in an instant delivered a very special gift to Lu Jin, a rain of arrows.
Lu Jin did not expect to be ambushed like this.
He tried to jump like a rabbit, moving from one spot to another to dodge the arrows, while continuously breathing fire to burn away the projectiles flying towards him. After a while, the danger finally passed. Lu Jin had lost some stamina, while Louis remained standing still, not moving a muscle, and even taunted him. "Oh great fire god, weren't you supposed to be so powerful?
Why are you backing away like that?
Lu Jin, drenched in sweat, cursed angrily, "Damn it, you guys are relying on numbers to bully the few.
If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one."
Being directly provoked like that, Louis decided not to play the game of overwhelming the weaker anymore. Otherwise, he would be called unchivalrous. He greeted Lu Jin with enthusiasm. "Since this is a request from the honorable fire god, I can't help but do my best to please you."
Louis said a one-on-one fight was a one-on-one fight right away.
He tossed aside his colorful bow and walked straight towards Lu Jin. His magic power had almost been exhausted. Although he couldn't win, he had no other choice. Lu Jin was so provoked that he furiously stomped his feet, shaking the ground. "You little brat, you've successfully driven me crazy. Today, I will show you the true power of this fire god." Suddenly provoking a crazy dog, Louis had no time to prepare when Lu Jin came rushing from afar like a blazing meteor. "As the fire god, even without using flames, I can make you lose your teeth all over the ground." While Lu Jin was still brimming with confidence in his abilities, Louis showed no hesitation in accepting the challenge. "Sorry, but you won't get your wish."
Power Royal Seal activated, he tapped into his innate strength and easily blocked Lu Jin's deadly punch. Lu Jin, who was once so confident, was now utterly astonished to be stopped.
Panic set in not only from that, but Louis's punch was powerful enough to knock Lu Jin back far away. At this moment, Lu Jin realized he had been played.
As he tumbled backward, he still didn't forget to curse Louis. "You are practicing the divine seal. You are really sinister." Louis had already been dealing with a loudmouth like Xia Fei recently, enough of a headache, so he had no desire to hear another loudspeaker. Louis directly cut Lu Jin off. "You talk too much, watch my next move." He really considered Lu Jin as nothing more than a punching bag, landing blows without missing a beat and pushing Lu Jin back. In the end, Lu Jin could no longer endure it and had to use fire magic to fly up into the sky to escape from the crazy attacks of Louis. Seeing himself unable to fight back, Lu Jin brought out the rhetorical devices of several deities whenever they encountered difficulties. "These commoners between us, either living or dying, essentially carry no significance. This boring tribal war, even if you win, what will you truly gain? It would be better for us to shake hands and make peace." That was quite boastful, yet he was still getting punched a few times, having already entered a cowardly mode. Louis was too familiar with that rhetoric, yet he couldn't help but enlighten them. "Boring, you say? Is this battle not a challenge initiated by you? You have caused countless deaths and injuries among them, and now you have the audacity to speak of boredom? The Qi Yang tribe attacked us, Guangshi, and even if we shake hands and make peace, can you guarantee that they will not attack us again?" Lu Jin was scared to death, so he justified himself. "No, this is all the arrangement of Prince Nia. As a cultivator of divine seal, you should understand that we are just forced into this situation, right? And about the Qi Yang tribe, I can't guarantee anything, this is not something I can control." Not receiving the answer he wanted, Louis lost interest and said, "Then we don't need to talk anymore, let's settle this with our fists." Lu Jin looked around for help but found no one. The Qi Yang tribe was still singing, and none of them came to assist Lu Jin. Realizing he had no way to escape, Lu Jin decided not to recklessly continue the fight. He began to negotiate with Lu Yi. "I surrender. I won't stop you from dealing with the Qi Yang tribe, but on one condition: you must give me their ancestral land." Louis asked in confusion. Ancestral land? Even though he didn't know what it was, Louis tried to recall the past and made a guess. He said, "Last time I saw the totem pole, it was also in the ancestral land. It seems it's the same this time." Louis frowned and probed Lu Jin. "You were captured by the Qi Yang tribe's guard, weren't you?" Lu Jin, joking but hit on the nail, panicked. "How did you know?" Lu Jin had shown all his emotions on his face, making Louis understand that he was right. "It seems that everything is as I thought. Originally, I came to find the guard by luck. I didn't expect to find an additional clue this time. If it weren't for my previous exhaustion, I wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Jin. Powerful beings like them are not like me. Being imprisoned here has its reasons." Louis felt he could subdue Lu Jin, so he began the process of psychological manipulation. "I have seen the situation, and at the same time, I can help you escape from this predicament.
Lu Jin felt the pressure on his vital point and hurriedly negotiated with Louis. If you can help me leave this place, I can assure you that I will not act against Guangshi anymore. In fact, I can even help you deal with the Qiyang tribe. Seeing that the fish had already swum into the net, Louis happily agreed to cooperate. Then it depends on your performance. On the surface, Louis appeared calm, but inside he was laughing heartily, full of evaluations, truly selfish deities. In order to escape themselves, they don't care about retaliating. What a ridiculous belief. Lu Jin was ecstatic to have the opportunity to escape and free himself from physical captivity. He hurriedly flew like a bird towards the Qiyang tribe, shouting loudly, "Right now, I will go immediately." Although Lu Jin was in a submissive position next to Louis, here he was the ruler of the world. He boldly announced, "Your tribe leader has offended the divine and has been eliminated by me. All of you put down your weapons immediately. If not, I will kill without mercy." In an instant, cries of pleading arose from the Qiyang side, "Ah!" followed by calls for him, "Great fire god." Then came the curses, "Damn Louis! You dare to betray me!" Louis gave Lu Jin a thumbs up, "Well done. Your moves are quite swift." If Louis was in the front row watching an intense movie, then the three Xiaofei, Army, and Xiao Kuei were watching from the general audience. While Army and Xiao Kuei were eating and drinking while watching the film, Xiaofei, who was taken by his parents to see an intense show for the first time, was a bit scared, his face pale. Louis got tired of the movie halfway through, so he called the group to leave, refusing to watch any longer. "All right, the play is done, prepare for the assault." It turned out that this guy couldn't resist the itch to challenge Lu Jin to the end. Generally speaking, he didn't like competition, but he couldn't stand losing. Xiao Kuei was the most restless, so he eagerly geared up to take on the mission. "Leave it to me, great messenger." Army continued to sit at home, sipping drinks while watching movies. This time, with the person next to her gone, she pulled in another target. "Want to eat, Xiaofei?" Xiaofei's gaze was cautious and assessing, but he didn't dare say a word. After the Qiyang tribe had almost been wiped out by Lu Jin, Louis finally arrived to fulfill his promise. Lu Jin took him to a unique, bizarre building. Louis quickly stepped inside, not forgetting to take in the surroundings. He noticed similarities between these architectures and those in the ancestral land, which also seemed to resemble the ones from the Qigong tribe. Perhaps it wasn't built by the people of the tribe, right? Unfortunately for Louis, he had asked the wrong person. Lu Jin only knew he was bound here, and he didn't know why this architecture existed. Both of them stopped in their tracks as they entered the center of the room, where a long pillar stood majestically. Louis had not met someone with a similar wavelength and seemingly knowledgeable for a long time, so he took the opportunity to ask all the questions he had been pondering for ages. "I have always wanted to know, what does the carving on this totem represent?" Lu Jin thought he had found a talented and knowledgeable person, only to realize that he was actually a newcomer in the field, leading him to feel a tinge of prejudice. "What a waste that you are a divine seal cultivator, yet you don't know even this." He sighed, "The knowledge available to you may be advanced, but still." Lu Jin intended to explain, so he poured out all his thoughts to Louis. "This is the divine realm totem, extremely famous, depicting the residence of the noble deities, while the other side illustrates the Azura field, a place for punishing the common folk." Yet Louis still did not understand anything. He felt as if he were sitting through a lecture on Marxism-Leninism, with not a single word sinking into his brain. After some time of contemplation, he shifted back into the mode of the danger of the cool male lead to reflect on life. Similar totems have appeared on Earth, but everything on this deserted island remains unknown to us. The culture of deities is likely an uncharted cultural realm. Seeing Louis as if he had lost his soul, Louis had to pull him back to the world of reality. "What are you thinking about?" Louis lazily did not bother to explain, quickly starting the work to fulfill his promise. "Just a few other things." "Don't bother me, I'm starting now." He placed his hand on the talisman and began to channel his energy into it. Instantly, the area he touched began to glow, and gradually the entire talisman radiated brightly. Although it was not his first time, Louis still felt dizzy from the pain. His energy spilled out too much from his palm, with streams of green light radiating everywhere, causing his dantian to ache intensely. It seemed something was attacking his power royal seal. Louis was drenched in sweat, to the point he had to bite his lip to stifle his groans. After all, as a man, if he cried out in pain, Lu Jin would laugh at him. The sky was clear when Louis activated the power royal seal slightly, and dark clouds suddenly gathered. His power royal seal was stimulated fiercely, the energy emitted grew denser, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, becoming much hotter. Louis was experiencing a feeling as if he was being torn apart, like an unconscious patient being shocked with electricity, his eyes rolling back. Lu Jin stood outside, frightened to see him screaming incessantly, but dared not approach. Time passed, and Louis was bound to the pole by his own strength. The power royal seal intertwined like overlapping electric currents, causing Louis to lose consciousness as he could no longer endure it. Temporarily, he was taken into a vast space, dark and empty except for some golden beads of reincarnation. His body flew in all directions, filled with surprise and confusion. Could it be that I failed? What is this? He tried to find a way out for himself and finally swam towards a clump that looked like clay emitting a blinding light. If this were an ordinary story, simply touching it would transport him into another person. But since this is a unique tale, even if Louis touched the golden or silver clump, it would only bring back memories of his childhood. Even Louis was astonished and bewildered as he witnessed the events unfolding before his eyes. In his mind appeared the image of a joyful boy, carefree and at ease, running across a field, searching for flowers and catching butterflies. Behind him, the mother ran with all her might to prevent him from falling. Louis was gradually witnessing the slow-motion footage of his life. At that time, he had just learned to walk, filled with curiosity about the world around him. As he grew up, he came to understand what family ties were and realized that behind smiles often lay hardships. After the joyful memories of his childhood, with loving parents by his side, he was brought to a tumultuous adolescence. He had grown up and stepped into a strange world alone, but everything around him began to change. There was a distance between people, and this distance only made them drift further apart, leaving him in a narrow and confined space. This world seemed to transform into an unpredictable illusion, and his life felt as if the blue sea had turned into mulberry fields. He had struggled, screamed in the dark waters, and rushed into the enemy line amidst gunfire and death. He used all his strength to scream, expressing his indifference and willingness. Gradually, he became desperate and silent. Fate did not change because of his efforts, nor would it abandon him to disappear. Everything seemed to have been predetermined long ago. It will rely on its own trajectory and move forward until the moment it dies, only then will it stop. Is this the life I desire? Louis stared blankly into the void of his memories, manipulated by those images, easily led to discouragement. However, when he asked himself whether he wanted a life like that, Louis could easily answer. There was only one answer: no matter how bad it gets, I must take control of myself. Louis, filled with confidence, smashed the lump of gold and silver with his fist in anger. Immediately, the dark space vanished, leaving Louis alone in the midst of a sky full of dark clouds. Suddenly, from above his head, in an expansive void, a beam of light like lava shot straight down onto Louis's Divine King seal. That immense source of light caused his Divine King seal to shine in the darkness. Louis suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before him, there was no longer a dark expanse or the vast space of heaven and earth, but rather reality. The totem in front of him had turned to smoke at some point. Lu Jin was behind, breaking the silence of the stillness. He jumped with joy, shouting loudly, "This is truly a miracle. I never expected you to survive that brutal magic. Do you remember what just happened?" In contrast to Lu Jin's excitement, Louis was a bit taken aback. He said, "I just entered a dream. There, I experienced my life. They hinted to me in the dream that no matter how hard I tried, I would never succeed. But in the end, I chose to persevere. Thanks to my many years of military life, I managed to firmly remember that, regardless of the environment, one must not easily bow down to fate." Remembering the moments of life and death, standing before the door of the Grim Reaper, Louis was genuinely moved just now. This was the first time he had such emotions since arriving on this island. Louis departed immediately, while Lu Jin was still eager for more.
He wanted to continue sharing youthful stories with Louis. I can't believe you were really able to absorb all the magic from the totem. Truly admirable. Louis must have found it a bit annoying, so he came up with a new trick to get Lu Jin to leave. How about you also go find a tree of totem and see what happens? This could be quite difficult. Not every deity has 10 guts like Louis here. As soon as Lu Jin heard that idea, he wanted to go crazy. No. Forget it. It's already lucky to escape the difficulties. I don't want to seek death again. Louis could only laugh disdainfully after hearing that. So their pact had come to an end. Louis asked about the situation of his freshly acquainted friend. So now where do you plan to go? Back home or somewhere else? Before he could finish his question, Lu Jin changed to a serious expression and suggested, if you don't mind, I would like to temporarily follow you. Louis was taken aback by this, unable to believe it. Follow me? Is there something wrong with your head? You know the most troublesome thing about me. You could end up opposing the very person you don't want to and become an enemy, yet you still want to follow me? Even after Louis had scared him like that, it still failed to shake Lu Jin's strong determination. Lu Jin was very sincere, putting his whole heart into persuading Louis to follow him. Every person hopes to become the strongest in the world. If one cannot achieve that, and cannot gain the desired benefits, then they can obtain something equivalent. So, wouldn't it be more beneficial to pursue the strong of this world? I see intelligence encouraging you. If you can just overcome the troubles and dangers, you will definitely become the most glorious strong one. Louis had no reason to decline Lu Jin, so he pretended to be aloof and made a demand. If you are willing to follow me, that would be good, but I want to make it clear that those who follow behind me must always remember in their hearts that everyone is equal, and you must not use your divine realm to show off. Lu Jin had already become Louis's little puppy. He would listen to whatever Louis said. Louis couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction, feeling proud in his heart. Having a divine cultivator following me is great. I can learn more about their world. I never expected that my first time getting a disciple would be someone as capable as this. And he is also a divine being. With him by my side, I can learn so many more skills. After having a companion, Louis led Lu Jin back to Guangshi. The war between the tribes had also come to an end, with Guangshi emerging victorious. The local people smiled brightly and joyfully recounted stories praising their hero Louis every day. Captain Lu also brought back a group of prisoners, unexpectedly demonstrating such capability. One person among them commented, "Didn't you see the scene just now? Captain Lu and the guardian deity Qi Yan fought one-on-one. It was truly a tragic sight." It is said that Captain Lu even proposed the concept of foreign trade this time. In the future, we will establish a type of trade with other tribes. Oh my, a godlike man like that is gathering so many people for our tribe and even devising plans. Whoever gets to be beside him is truly fortunate. Louis, once he returned publicly, had to kneel and shiver before the harsh reality from several of his official wives and no one else. The only person who could scold him was Guan Lingyu. She wore a bright smile, but her words were filled with sharpness. Oh dear, our chief commander, beneath one person and above 1,000, still knows how to come back, huh? Hearing her implied meaning, he felt extremely embarrassed, sweating profusely. A few times he encountered others without fear, but facing his East Hanoi lion, he could only stammer and plead for mercy. Oh my God, if you have anything to say, please take your time. But the more he spoke, the more flustered he became, especially in front of Guan Lingyu. Seeing him clueless, she delivered a painful kick to Louis's sensitive spot. Well, from now on, the sparrow would no longer chirp. Louis covered the sore spot with one hand, while his mouth screamed silently. Guan Lingyu, with an imposing presence from above and a heavy air of menace, began to interrogate him. Who would know that you spend all day with which woman and now dare not speak up? Louis realized he was at a disadvantage and didn't dare to retort. Shaking, he sought an escape route. Do you mean that I'm flirting with women outside? Who lied to you? Guan Lingyu then intensified her criticism. She was immensely displeased and expressed her grievances. Does it still require someone else to spread rumors? The Guangshi tribe has so many women, all eagerly desiring to have a relationship with you. Don't you notice that you're out there with them every day?
Upon hearing this, Louis felt he had escaped blame. Guan Lingyu was self-creating and self-performing, coming up with a few scenes of his infidelity, causing him to endure but at the cost of his own cuteness. He jumped up, lunging towards Guan Xiaofei and Guan Lingyu, using his actions to prove his innocence. Guan Lingyu was pretending to be sulky, and when embraced, she was left speechless, unable to say a word. Suing was much gentler. She feared Louis would dislike the girls or be jealous, so she spoke up to explain, "We don't intend to blame you. It's just that although the Guangshi tribe sees us as female servants, they still grant us the right to respect ourselves. This way, we can protect ourselves."
In such a chaotic situation, how can one live a clean life? Is it really that easy?
Therefore, when you risked seeking us out, we intended to cast aside those worldly norms and laws to stand by your side. Guan Lingyu fiercely grasped Lu Yi's shirt, pulling him close and unleashing a torrent of words, "But this doesn't mean we can tolerate other women sharing you.
Therefore, I only ask you one question: will you marry me?"
What a disaster! After being away from the girls for just a few days, he was forced to face a direct marriage proposal like this. Louis hadn't had the chance to digest anything, so he could only stare blankly with his mouth agape. Then, he shifted to a state of fear when he realized he was no different from a grain of rice, being toyed with by a few chickens.
Oh my!
It turned out it wasn't jealousy but being forced into a kiss. At this moment, Louis was confused, his heart pounding, while the girls were twisting and flaunting their beauty to seduce him.
Could it be that you don't want to have us completely?
Suing enthusiastically responded with a deadly air kiss. Louis received that kiss in shock, his nose bleeding from the overwhelming pressure. After a while, he finally stopped the nosebleed due to the girl's allure. He was wiping the blood while trying to refuse, while Guan Lingyu was so angry she couldn't utter a word. The girls had thrown away all shame, forcing him to marry like this, yet he still refused. The reason was no different from other guys: "I don't want to marry yet because I'm still focused on my career." Louis kindly held the trembling shoulders of Guan Lingyu, who was furious, and sincerely explained his decision. "I want to be by your side. If we can hold a wedding together, that would be even better.
But I want your future days to be safe and happy.
I don't wish for the future to be filled with dangers, nor do I want you to bear children in fear. This is how I take responsibility for our future. The lesson for everyone is that having too much eloquence isn't good, but if it is sincere like Lu Yi's, it can be gentle, soft, and has its own charm." Guan Xiaofei, representing Lu Yi's fiancée, stepped forward, took his hand, and said, "It seems that you have made a decision.
What do you want to do after all?"
Finally freeing himself from the pressure of those obedient, beautiful girls, Louis regained his confidence and expressed, "Still, Xiaofei understands me best.
I have thought about the path ahead.
For the future of us, first I need to go to Gonquan Temple to find a master named Mei Luo. Previously, Mei had told me that to find a way, I must meet Master Mei Luo. I didn't expect that day to come so soon."
Louis thought as he clearly displayed determination on his face.
Everything had been decided. From now on, he would embark on a new journey, temporarily leaving behind his future wives. On the day Louis set out, following the call of his heart, it was also the day the Guangshi tribe sadly bid him farewell. Chang Mei Yang led the group, smiling as she said goodbye. "You can rest assured and go. I will help take good care of them." Guan Xiaofei felt a deep sadness, her eyes glistening with tears as she bid farewell to Louis. "Take care on your journey, remember that we are still here waiting for you." Meanwhile, Guan Lingyu, with her haughty demeanor, made Louis's heart skip a beat as she threatened, "I won't wait for you.
If you don't come back, we'll find someone else and get married."
Upon hearing this, Louis froze, his body stiffening in shock as he exclaimed, "What?" Fortunately for him, Lu Jin was there to accompany him, pulling him away from the tangled web of love and schemes of his wives. However, Lu Jin's words held no weight. While he said, "We're almost there," Louis's feet were running quickly in the opposite direction, leaving Lu Jin confused about what this guy really wanted to do. It turned out that Louis was still busy hugging and kissing his wives goodbye one last time, promising that when he returned, he wouldn't have to kneel on durian shells like last time. "Wait for me, I will definitely bring back the future I promised and return to you all."
With Lu Yi's sweet words, the fierce lioness Guan Lingyu finally softened and let him go.
Under Lu Jin's guidance, the two quickly left Guangshi, embarking on a new journey.
Seeing the road was unfamiliar, Lu Yi immediately asked, "Aren't we heading to Gongquan Temple? Why are we going towards the sea like this? Is the temple located on the sea?" Lu Jin was no longer surprised and willingly explained, "You might not know this.
Although Gongquan Temple is located on the mainland, we can't go directly there from here." It sounded unreasonable, yet it made a terrifying sort of sense.
Louis didn't want to believe it. "Can't we get there?" Lu Jin understood what he was thinking and immediately confirmed, "That's right.
Gongquan Temple is situated at the boundary between two realms. We can enter the divine realm just by taking a few steps forward." Those few steps that Lu Jin mentioned were actually a very long journey. After walking several kilometers, they finally reached the coastline. Louis, like a country boy visiting the city for the first time, asked about everything. "Do we need to go out to the sea?" At that moment, Lu Jin had begun walking along the beach to collect dry branches. "While gathering," he replied, "although Gongquan Temple is on the mainland, we still need to use a special boat to cross the ocean. The full moon night is approaching, and at that time, a boat will pass by this location." Both of them, like other young men, had to sit and wait for the train to come. Lu Jin had started a fire, dispelling the night and the cold. They were both grown-ups now, so the conversation revolved around grander topics, such as the private lives of the gods. Louis, curious and eavesdropping, asked, "Honestly, I see that the guardian gods of each tribe don't seem willing. So why do you still rush over here?" Lu Jin, who enjoyed gossiping, continuously explained, "Of course, it's to seek opportunities. Those who cultivate divine seals require a large amount of magical power to open the seals. There are some magical pillars containing a vast amount of magical energy, and everyone has heard rumors that there exists a magical pillar here, so they followed along. Who would have guessed that these magical pillars play tricks? Others can't absorb magical power, and they can't leave either. If it weren't for your appearance, I might have been stuck in that tribe forever." Louis could only ponder, "I didn't expect they were all trapped like that. So how can I absorb these magical pillars? Could they be related to the god king Sipolo?" Lost deep in thought, the moon suddenly changed. Lu Jin, upon seeing it, shouted loudly to signal, "The full moon night has come. The ship is about to arrive." Suddenly, from far out at sea, a gigantic ship rushed in like a superhero, docking at a terrifying speed. This startled Louis, who sat up straight, unable to believe his eyes. He became captivated by the strange ship in front of him, unable to look away. Is this really a ship? With speed and size like this, calling it a mothership wouldn't be too much. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the ship. He simply asked a short question, "Where do you want to go?" The demeanor of this man was truly the pinnacle of presence. He was introduced as Wu Zhongshan, the steward of the ship. In front of this dignified man, Lu Jin had to show respect, clasping his hands and bowing his head. "We want to go to Gongquan Temple." Wu Zhongshan said nothing, merely glanced at Louis. That gaze was so cold and terrifying that it made Louis's heart jump. He felt like he was being pulled into hell by that look. At this moment, Louis could only hang his mouth open, horrified and not daring to utter a word. The man's breath was heavy, and just a single glance was enough for him to feel an intense sense of unease. After evaluating Louis for a while, Wu Zhongshan finally spoke, "If you want to take the boat, you must first have money. Each person one ma kim, hand over the money quickly and get on the boat." At this moment, Louis breathed a sigh of relief as he felt the pressure dissipate. He guessed that Wu Zhongshan seemed uninterested in him. When it came time to hand over the money to Wu Zhongshan, Lu Jin was still nervous and trembling. This only made Louis realize that Wu Zhongshan was not an ordinary character. Meanwhile, Louis was busy staring at the coin in Lu Jin's hand and wondering, "Ma kim? Could this be the currency of their world?" As soon as Wu Zhongshan saw the money, his eyes lit up. He swiftly swooped down, snatched the ma kim, and then glided back up like the wind. "Quickly follow me." At that moment, the boat opened the passage down for the two young men from the countryside to the city.
they cautiously stepped onto the boat. As soon as they boarded, both of them saw a crowd of people already on the boat. Wu Zhengshan said nothing more, only leading Lu Yi and Lu Jin to an empty room. He knocked a few times as a signal, then said, "This room belongs to the two of you." After that, he tossed the key to Lu Yi and left. Before leaving, Wu Zhengshan did not forget to cast a warning glance at Lu Yi. "You may walk around the boat, but it's best not to cause any trouble. Otherwise, I will throw you both directly into the sea." This threat, combined with Wu Zhengshan's frightening aura, made Lu Yi immediately switch to small puppy mode, obediently responding, "We understand." Until Wu Zhengshan left, Lu Yi still did not dare to raise his voice, only managing a forced smile. He thought to himself, "Indeed, there are higher mountains than the mountain. Just the day before, I was arrogant, thinking my strength had significantly increased, yet today I got slapped in the face by reality." After playing the coward role for a while, Lu Yi and Lu Jin quickly ran into the room, locking the door to avoid being disturbed by Wu Zhengshan. Now, a feeling of comfort filled the air. Lu Jin lay sprawled on the bed, intending to take a nap, but Lu Yi was curious and wanted to ask many questions. "Just now, I saw quite a few people on the boat. Are they also heading to Gonquan Temple?" Lu Jin, no longer sleepy, found a topic to chat about and turned on his gossip mode. "Not necessarily. I guess most of them come from Shanyu district, just here to experience a different natural environment. They don't intend to get off the boat." Lu Yi posed his conjecture. Could it be that they don't want to disembark to seek what they call opportunities? Lu Jin enthusiastically explained, "In our divine realm, not everyone can cultivate the divine seal. Ordinary people are still struggling to survive. How could they run around everywhere?" Lu Yi found that reasonable. If ordinary people lived on this island, the survival risks would be very high. Clearly, everyone made a very wise choice. Having lost curiosity about the people on the boat, Lu Yi shifted his attention to Wu Zhengshan. "So what is the background of the guy in the blue robe?" Hearing Lu Yi inquire about Wu Zhengshan, Lu Jin frowned, showing clear avoidance and reluctance to answer. But out of brotherly camaraderie, he pulled Lu Yi closer, draping his arm over his shoulder, and emphasized each word. "His name is Wu Zhengshan, he is a mage and also the steward on the ship. You just need to remember one thing, don't offend him, and there's no need to ask too much about other things." After saying that, Lu Jin avoided the topic of Wu Zhengshan, not wanting to mention it anymore. "Brother Lu, let's go have a drink." Lu Yi noticed Lu Jin's evasiveness, but he refrained from mentioning it and instead silently assessed the situation. Clearly, Lu Jin did not want to bring up Wu Zhengshan's matter, which indicated the strength of this steward's abilities. The two of them arrived at the common lounge of the ship. Here, everyone was dressed quite casually. More specifically, Lu Yi and Lu Jin stood out as the most distinct individuals in this crowd. While everyone else was dressed like modern people from the 21st century, Lu Yi looked like a primitive man. Thus, as soon as they sat down at the table, they attracted the attention of others. "Did you come from that island?" A young guest at the opposite table spoke up. "Is it true that there are savages there? I see that this brother's clothing seems to reflect that." Initially, Lu Jin responded warmly, affirming that they were not savages, just that their living conditions were a bit more primitive. An elderly man nearby also interjected with curiosity. "Is it really like the legends say, living a life in tattered clothes and only farming all day?" Lu Jin replied, "Actually, it's quite similar. They live in a primitive societal form. Except for their reverence for deities, there are basically no rules in other aspects." Lu Yi could only sit still and observe the situation. He began to feel a bit strange, not expecting that divine wisdom was also eavesdropping. It seemed that he needed to change into a new outfit so as not to draw attention from others. While waiting, suddenly a well-dressed, modern-looking person approached, mocking the island. He clearly displayed a regional bias, saying, "Primitive society? Aren't they just savages? What kind of absurd thinking do you have to come to such a cursed place?" At that moment, Lu Yi had to speak up, explaining somewhat unenthusiastically, "Actually, they aren't as frightening as you think. Normally, they are quite rational." But deep down, Lu Yi felt uncomfortable. It seemed that the contempt for the local people had deeply ingrained in their bones.
Before he could think any further, out of nowhere, another person charged in. He eagerly shoved the pink-haired guy aside, holding drinks, and came to the table. "My friend, don't listen to the nonsense. You seem quite knowledgeable about the deserted island, could you tell me a bit about it? I'll treat you to a drink." Louis was not an overly picky person, so when he saw someone showing kindness, he reciprocated. He intended to give a speech about the deserted island, but before he could say anything, a loud voice shouted from afar, "Hey, you two over there! I heard you came from the deserted island to the boat?" He appeared in a very imposing manner, accompanied by two beautiful maidservants. His unfamiliar demeanor completely contrasted with Lu Yi and Lu Jin, making them both raise their guard. The affluent-looking man was none other than Wen Shen. He displayed an air of arrogance, looking at their appearance as if he had some insight into the deserted island. "Here's a little money for you. Please tell me more." As soon as he finished speaking, the maid beside him skillfully flicked a coin towards Louis. However, her skill was lacking, so the coin did not fly to Louis but instead landed straight on the ground. Perhaps Wen Shen assumed Louis would be dazzled by the coin and would scramble to pick it up to obey his command. But no, he and Lu Jin calmly turned their backs on Wen Shen, enjoying their beer. This action was like a direct slap in the face to Wen Shen, causing him to feel embarrassed, and his face immediately darkened. He was furious and shouted loudly, "Are you all mute? I'm asking you." Louis was not to be outdone, replying, "With your tone, one might think you consider me your servant. Unfortunately, I am not your servant, nor am I someone you can casually bestow favors upon. If you want to know about the deserted island, go ask someone else." When Shin was taken aback by such a blunt response for the first time, his anger boiling to the point where his head felt hot. He was fuming but didn't know how to retort. However, if Wen Shen remained silent, the maid behind him would speak on his behalf to save him from embarrassment. The ponytailed girl was unafraid to point her finger directly at Louis, saying, "How dare you speak to my young master like that? You really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. I will teach you a lesson." She performed a few gestures, channeling her strength into a swirling force, preparing to launch it at Louis. But Lu Jin was quicker and more perceptive. Men do not hit women, so no matter how angry he was, Lu Jin only punched the girl's hand, causing her to be taken by surprise and fall to the side. The girl, struck lightly on the hand, let out a soft yelp. She cried out gently and then collapsed onto the floor. Once she had assumed a weak demeanor, she thought, "If I can't win by strength, then I will just act." Louis remained seated, motionless. He stared intently at Lu Jin and thought to himself, previously, Lu Jin had educated him, explaining the magic power of cultivators. This type of divine seal essentially uses magic power as a medium to cast spells. Now, the magic power has been seized, and when it was abruptly cut off, it backfired on her. Perhaps she is in great pain. Wen Shen was furious and even more enraged that he could not take revenge on Louis and Lu Jin. The fire of anger within him was blazing. He could not allow this ignorant person to bully the woman of the four young masters. "Oh, young master," the girl who was just defeated by Lu Jin also showed a submissive expression, like a puppy being bullied. Wen Shen could not allow himself to lose face and leave, so he decided to initiate a fight right away. He shouted, "It seems that the only way is for you to pay with your lives for your offenses." He made up his mind and prepared to attack Louis. Louis remained calm, but inside he felt a bit shaken. He thought for a moment, "Earlier, the steward reminded me that I originally did not want to cause trouble. But now, he wants to kill me, so I must take action to defend myself." Thinking this, he was ready. When Wen Shen sprayed purple smoke towards Louis, he drew his sword and jumped into the air, soaring towards Wen Shen and pressing the blade against his throat. Wen Shen was momentarily subdued with ease. Louis confidently warned him, "We are all civilized people. I advise you not to cause trouble." Wen Shen was so angry that he was rendered speechless, but before the matter was resolved, a very imposing voice rang out, "Drop the weapon." Everyone around buzzed with excitement at the appearance of Wu Zhongshan. Wu's steward had arrived. They quickly knew enough to step aside for the neighborhood troublemaker to enter. Louis had done nothing wrong, so he felt no shame within himself. Since Wu Steward is here, let him settle this. Hearing Louis say that, Wenshin's hands itched, activating his magic. Seeing his smile gradually lose its humanity, Lu Jin immediately noticed his backstabbing move. At the moment Wenshin was trying to hit Louis with a lethal blow, Lu Jin swiftly flew in, almost in a flash, and took the hit for Louis. He barely had time to let out a shout before he received a full-force punch from Wenshin. At that moment, Louis realized and turned back, but it was too late. Lu Jin took a direct punch and, unable to withstand it, fainted. Immediately, Louis supported him as he slumped down, continuously anxiously calling out the name of the person who had saved him, Lu Jin. Lu Jin. Louis quickly checked Lu Jin's vital signs. Fortunately, he was still breathing, but his breath was very weak. Wenshin, having just harmed someone, still had not lost his arrogance. Taking advantage of Louis's temporary loss of composure, he started to preach, "Here, my word is the truth. Today, I want you to pay for your actions." Seeing that Wenshin was still boasting and disregarding everyone, Wu Zhongshan finally spoke up, scolding him, "That's enough. You, the brat of the Wen family, really think this is your home?" Wenshin was interrupted but still did not respect anyone. With his parents backing him up, he took advantage of it to cause trouble everywhere, even challenging Wu Zhongshan, "Are you really willing to confront the Wen family for these two brats?" Wu Zhongshan was not going to back down either. He emitted an overwhelming murderous aura that made Wenshin feel anxious. He approached Wenshin, warning, "The Wen family is not the undisputed ruler of the world. I hope you can understand this principle." Having been schooled by an older person, Wenshin knew to be sensible and not stir up trouble anymore. However, he still didn't give up on teasing Louis. "Humph, I'll let you off this time. But remember, offending a young master won't end well for you, unless you plan to stay on this ship forever." Louis did not respond to him and continued to silently check Lu Jin's condition. Wenshin, feeling emboldened by Louis's silence, thought the reason Louis wasn't speaking was that he was mute, so he grew increasingly arrogant. "What's wrong? Still unconvinced? Next time, there won't be anyone to block my punches for you." Unexpectedly, Louis encountered a reckless person this time. Wenshin pulled out his purple orb again, intending to publicly attack Louis. Wu Zhongshan, annoyed, shouted again, "You brat." But they didn't need him. It was no longer necessary to teach a wayward student a lesson. Having been bullied to this extent, Louis didn't bother pretending anymore. He opened his eyes wide and slowly countered, "I don't need anyone to stop me. I can kill you right now." Louis said what could be done, could be done. He even looked down on Wenshin, not bothering to use divine power but rushing into him. He gave Wenshin's cute little egg a therapeutic massage. The egg was a bit hard, but thanks to Louis's efforts, it cracked open. Yet, instead of thanking Louis, Wenshin cried out like a chicken being slaughtered and then directly fell down, smashing his chin and kneeling before Louis's shoe. Louis felt sorry for the boy. The egg had just cracked, and now his chin was also not spared. From high above, he looked down at Wenshin's curvy bottom and assessed, even though Wenshin possesses very strong magic, his physical body is weak, and on top of that, he looks down on his opponents. This kick is enough to take revenge for Lu Jin. Louis was satisfied that he did not have to wait long to be a gentleman seeking revenge when unexpectedly, Mr. Wu Zhongshan appeared behind him, looming like a ghost, scaring the wits out of him. He said, "When you got on the boat, I warned you, yet you dared to injure someone in front of me." Louis was so frightened that he jumped, panicking, and trying to retort. As Wu's steward had to speak fairly, Louis, despite trying to appear calm, had his inner worry exposed. He reminded himself that he absolutely could not let him take action, otherwise, he and Lu Jin would really be dead for sure. Louis began to play the victim, thrashing about and listing the crimes of each person in Wenshin's group. "From the very beginning, he and his women have all acted against us. Everything was self-defense. When someone stepped up to stop them, we also listened to you. Why should we give up self-defense, while he does not? The troublemaker is him, he is the one showing off and hurting others. Is it because he is the son of a wealthy family that you disregard his issues?" First, he pointed directly at Wenshin's but then aimed at his two attendants, scolding each one of them. The girls were so chastised that they didn't dare utter a word. But Lu Yi's bravado only worked when they were on the deserted island. On the ship, he was under the democratic principle. Louis was a commoner, while Wu Zhengshan was the master, so he just needed to calmly clasp his hands behind his back and breathe a few words, and Louis was already drenched in sweat, terrified that he might wet himself. Who do you think you are? What do you base your right to enjoy treatment like young master went on? Wu Zhengshan continued, don't tell me you don't know the true status of the people from the Wen family. Moreover, young master Wen Xin has already fainted. What you say is merely one-sided. While the death penalty can be waived, escaping the punishment of living will be difficult. Wu Zhengshan indeed stood on the side of the powerful. He did not say much, continued to talk with Louis, but romantically carried Lu Jin in a princess hold. However, it was not to give her a kiss, but to throw her out of the boat. Louis couldn't react in time, calling out Wu Zhengshan's name in the night but receiving no response. His friend was on the verge of being sacrificed alive. At the moment of being caught between a rock and a hard place, another uncle stepped up to speak on Lu Yi's behalf. Wait a minute, Wu Steward. I can prove this. Indeed, just as this brother said, from beginning to end, it was young Master Wen Xin who bullied this person. Unbelievable. With someone stepping forward, the other upright individuals on the boat were also motivated to join in to act as the voice of justice. That's right, Wen Xin kept bullying this young man, bringing up the topic of the deserted island. This young man has not laid a hand, but the woman beside Wen Xin has already acted, injuring someone. I can testify, I saw it with my own eyes. Thinking that the poor were being despised, suddenly the crowd became so enthusiastic that Louis was moved to the point of tears. Wu Zhengshan, feeling embarrassed, no longer bothered to carry Lu Jin. He tossed him aside like trash to Louis, his face still conveying a message. If you can prove it, then this matter will be overlooked. However, there will be no next time. Despite the tension with Louis, when Wu Zhengshan passed by Wen Xin, who was holding the broken egg, he only felt annoyed and kindly left a remark, help him back to rest. The servants also lost interest in getting involved in this matter, so they obediently complied. Yes, esteemed elder. Louis, still supporting Lu Jin, had to glance around to assess the situation. It seemed that the power of the crowd was very strong. Although Wu Zhengshan intended to help Wen Xin, there were too many commoners on the boat. Perhaps he did not want to provoke a public outcry. Realizing the importance of onlookers, Louis sincerely turned to thank the man who had just spoken up for him. I am Louis. Thank you for speaking on my behalf just now. This man had a very good personality, just his smile radiated the aura of a good person. What are you talking about? I was just speaking the truth. I have long been annoyed by Wen Xin's arrogance. The man continued to kindly guide Louis, quickly help him back. He's quite injured. By the way, you and everyone can call me Bang Zhu. When we have time in the future, we will talk about the deserted island. He still smiled, cheerfully socializing with Bang Zhu. Once again, thank you for your help. I will take my leave now. As Louis left, his eyes were focused not on the road but fixed on Bang Zhu behind him. He had an uneasy feeling. Wu Zhengshan might let us off the hook, but it seemed there was also the influence of Bang Zhu at play. He appeared calm and composed from beginning to end. His background was undoubtedly impressive. Arriving here and already offending the descendants of wealthy families, it seemed he had gained another enemy. Bang Zhu continued to smile, socializing everywhere. He had friends across the globe. Louis carried the sandbag Lu Jin back to the room. Fortunately, Lu Jin was not severely injured, he just needed some time to meditate. After a long while, having been trapped in the fire, Lu Jin finally gasped for breath like a newly bought kettle. In the end, Lu Jin had come back to life, strong as an ox. Louis watched Lu Jin endure the blows, fainting and then healing himself with ease from beginning to end. He asked, "How is your injury? Is it serious?" Lu Jin, knowing he was weak, did not like to be exposed to the wind and stated frankly, "I am injured quite badly. It may take 10 days for me to fully recover." Lu Jin was not worried about himself but rather concerned about Lu Yi's tendency to make enemies wherever he went. We have made an enemy of young Master Wen Xin, and this time going back to Gongquan Temple may not be easy. While friends worried for Louis, he seemed unconcerned. He yawned comfortably and admitted as if it were a matter of course, "My enemies are everywhere, why should I fear one more?"
Don't worry so much, just focus on your recovery.
As the train was moving, suddenly in the darkness, the sound of machinery slowly announced that the train would soon pass through a foggy area. "Everyone please stay in your rooms, do not go outside."
Louis woke up, and for the first time encountering a new phenomenon, could not help but be curious and asked, "A foggy area? What is that?"
Lu Jin asked one question but answered 100, very comprehensively. "This foggy area is very dangerous, but also very magical. The danger lies in the possibility of being ambushed by wild beasts, while the magic comes from the fact that when large ships pass through this sea area, they will be capsized and enter our divine wisdom realm." Later, Louis would only need to feel to understand. Lu Jin explained passionately, but unfortunately, he encountered someone who was either reticent or overly verbose like Louis, so he was never given a response. Louis must have been used to waking up and finding something new in this world, so instead of sitting there in awe, he had learned a new skill, the thoughtful chin resting, to show his maturity. Louis looked out the window, gazing at the enchanting and hazy scenery, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this really fog?" People told him to stay still in the room, but he liked to break the rules, so he opened the door to see the fog up close, to experience it as authentically as possible. At that moment, Louis truly felt the cold. The misty wind hit his face. It would be strange if it wasn't cold. But strangely, Louis's divine king seal began to glow, radiating the aura of 10 directions of all Buddhas. Louis suddenly speculated, could it be that the power royal seal is automatically helping me resist? Could this fog be similar to black rain, containing a large amount of magical power? While Louis was still filled with questions in his mind, Bang Zhu's voice called out from outside, "Louis, why are you out here?" Louis was also surprised but quickly replied to Bang Zhu, "Why are you out here too? Aren't you afraid of wild beasts attacking you?" Indeed, reckless people meet other reckless people. Bang Zhu replied to Louis very casually, "It's just a few beasts." Conversely, aren't you afraid of their appearance? Sure enough, the talented youth, having just stepped outside for a short while, was already praised by the older individual. Louis felt quite embarrassed but could only respond awkwardly, "You're overpraising me, I'm just braver than others." Though he said that, deep down, he never really believed that he was even slightly better than ordinary people. He had already killed all the spirit beasts sent by Prince Nia. This little surprise was nothing. Louis also sensed something unusual about Bang Zhu, but at this moment, Bang Zhu showed no signs of fear. It seemed that not only was his identity a riddle, but even his strength was as well. Having found a companion, Bang Zhu was very welcoming, leading Louis on a tour around. Finally, he led the boy up to the deck of the ship to feel the danger in the most authentic way. "Although you are very brave, I still warn you of one thing, absolutely do not let your guard down. These beasts are very fierce. The vast majority of people who encounter them will lose their lives in the Yellow Springs." Louis, hearing this, curiously asked, "If it's so dangerous, why do you dare to come up here?" Before he could hear the other's answer, a ferocious beast suddenly swooped down from the sky. Its appearance was vastly different from the spirits on the island, looking much more aggressive. These beasts were all showy but were not a match for Louis and Bang Zhu. Before it could bite Louis's head, it was sent flying away by a fierce kick. Normally, Louis was very quick to react, but this time he was caught off guard by Wu Zhongshan's lightning-fast kick. Bang Zhu spoke up to introduce Wu Zhongshan. "On each ship, there will be a sorcerer, and he will be responsible for dealing with these beasts." Louis looked at Bang Zhu, who was still casually keeping his hands in his pockets, and exclaimed, "Oh, so you are not afraid because you know that Wu's steward will punish them." Louis approached Bang Zhu when suddenly the boat turned 180 degrees, splashing water and causing Louis to flinch slightly. In an instant, the boat flipped over like a circus act. Louis and Bang Zhu, who were admiring the sky and the land, now had to admire the waves and the fish. They were underwater, and the entire boat was surrounded by a gigantic bubble. Louis marveled in admiration, "It truly is amazing. If Lu Jin hadn't mentioned it earlier, I would definitely have been scared to death by this scene." The boat continued to move forward. Could it be that this section is just a passage?
Just as Louis thought, shortly after, the boat entered a completely different place.
Bang Zhu, familiar with the surroundings, welcomed Louis, welcome to the realm of the gods.
Louis looked into the distance but saw nothing but fog. Have we arrived? But I can't see anything clearly.
Bang Zhu pointed out into the distance and continued, not seeing clearly is normal, but we didn't come to the deck just to admire the scenery, we came to. Bang Zhu was pointing at a black bird soaring in the sky. The bird had the distinctive beak of a Parisian, and its eyes were as ugly as if it hadn't slept in 100 years. Bang Zhu had just finished speaking when Wu Zhengshan nearby used a palm strike to crush the bird, not giving it a chance to escape.
It let out a shriek and immediately counterattacked. The sounds echoed through the night as if someone was being pressed down.
Suddenly, a whole army of red-eyed creatures appeared.
Louis watched anxiously, feeling tense. This is not good, Wu Steward has been surrounded.
Bang Zhu turned to reassure him, calm down, don't panic. Let's keep watching, it's now Wu Zhengshan's time to shine. He stood on the deck of the ship, skillfully executing his martial arts.
A series of continuous attacks were launched, dealing damage to dozens of birds. After a while, just when it seemed Wu Zhengshan was being tight-lipped, who would have thought that while punching and kicking, he was also verbally sparring? Get lost, you beasts.
So, all alone, Wu Zhengshan was both hitting and slashing at the young birds, while Louis and Bang Zhu watched as if it were a movie, calmly commenting.
Louis couldn't help but praise Wu Steward, your strength is impressive, and your skills are amazing. But why aren't you using fire techniques? Wouldn't they be more effective?
Bang Zhu, well-read and knowledgeable, overflowing with experience, explained to the newly initiated young man, fire technique is truly the best method.
However, each practitioner has a unique seal. He is a seal.
Even though he can release low-level fire techniques, the effect will never be as good as the agreement of the practitioner.
Hearing this, Louis felt a sense of enlightenment.
He nodded, recalling his own cultivation process, realizing that he was centered on the Power Royal seal, hence he placed it above. His abilities were related to strength, no wonder he could not learn Lu Jin's agreement before.
Louis continued to critique, providing a detailed evaluation of Wu Zhengshan's battle.
He realized that the most beautiful scenery on this path was not the realm of the divine but the fighting scene of Wu Steward.
Observing the battles between powerful beings indeed taught him a lot. But watching the movies felt boring. The protagonists lacked talent, so the author had to add a little drama. Suddenly, Louis noticed something was off. Why have the armor-clad insects stopped?
Bang Zhu replied, because their leader has arrived.
Bang Zhu's words were on point.
The leader of those insects finally revealed himself, Wu Zhengshan. Years ago, you hunted down my 3 brothers from 1,000 miles away.
Today, we have come to take revenge on you.
Wu Zhengshan met his old enemy again and did not forget to throw a few jabs. Your nature still hasn't changed, huh?
Back then, you couldn't beat me, and now your brothers only have that little skill. What can they do against me?
The man named Ho Hu was now completely revealed. He hovered in the air with his insects and continued to boast, don't underestimate others.
Today, I will let you taste the prowess of the Ho family. You guys, charge at me.
Wu Zhengshan sensed the situation was getting tense, so he wasn't foolish enough to bear the burden alone. He turned to the Bang Zhu group, pulling them into the struggle. Senior Bang Zhu, please take care of the safety of this ship. I will head forward to resolve this.
Louis, hearing Wu Zhengshan's words, became even more curious about Bang Zhu. Wu Steward refers to Bang Zhu as a senior? It seems I have underestimated Bang Zhu in the past. Once the music started, why not dance?
Wu Zhengshan and Ho Hu exchanged strikes, seeming to be evenly matched in skills at that moment.
Bang Zhu felt happy and excited, inviting Louis to join him in some fun. It really shouldn't have been a good idea to go see the commotion, and now he was dealing with extra trouble. Louis, do you know how to use fire? Why don't you come along? Louis, sitting idly, got caught in the crossfire and smiled awkwardly. He decided to pull his friends into the excitement.
Bang Zhu provided his reasoning for wanting to party hard with Wu Zhengshan. The 3 brothers Ho are not to be taken lightly. Right now, Only the eldest brother is on stage, while the other two, if they want to ambush Wu Zhongshan, might find themselves in more trouble than they can handle.
I need to be on guard against disasters. Louis nodded, understanding, then Senior should save your mana. Leave these small fry to me and my buddies.
Louis pointed to his head, contacting Lu Jin, who was meditating and recuperating in his room. Lu Jin, hurry to the bow of the ship to assist.
I need fire magic urgently.
Lu Jin was startled, his eyes wide open.
He must have been feeling quite helpless about Louis's exaggerated alarm. Could it be that Brother Lu has gone to deal with the beasts already? Those two bosses really know how to stir up trouble. Mouth said it was bothersome, but Lu Jin still rushed straight to the meeting point to assist Louis. When he arrived, a fierce battle was underway, with smoke and bullets flying everywhere.
A swarm of flying insects was clustered in the sky, and Louis had already joined the fray.
He activated his Divine King seal, and a surge of golden energy enveloped his entire body.
Just in time, I've absorbed something, but my second element still hasn't adapted to the power. Today, I'll use you guys to hone my skills.
Louis thought to himself and quietly chose his punching bag.
Today, the lucky candidate he selected was a giant flying bug.
With just a few punches, he obliterated them, their bodies scattering into nothingness.
However, as he kept attacking, more kept flying in, coming in waves as if they would never stop.
Louis grimaced and assessed, damn it, there are just too many of them.
At the moment Louis was facing hundreds of enemies alone, suddenly, from behind him, flames shot out, all aimed straight at the heads of the insects, causing them to burst into flames instantly.
Lu Lao Dai, let me help you.
It turned out to be Lu Jin arriving.
You and Louis both smiled brightly, showing no signs of fear or hesitation. With an additional ally, Louis felt very reassured, but he still reminded you to be careful, don't burn down this boat, or even if Louis sells himself, he won't be able to pay off the debt to the boat owner.
These matters were as trivial as a rabbit to Lu Jin.
You replied, boss, just rest assured. If I come, and I don't even have this little skill, then the fireball technique would be considered a waste of effort. Louis quickly divided the tasks with his buddy. I'll handle the ground, and you take care of the sky, okay? Louis immediately complied, no problem.
On the ground, no bug was skilled enough to be Louis's enemy. He ran and flew, slashing and dancing with his sword, and had already killed dozens of the armored insects.
As for Lu Jin, he was equally impressive. He just needed to stand from a distance and conjure hundreds of flames. With a few waves of his hand, those flames shot out in all directions, annihilating countless unsuspecting bugs flying in the sky.
Bang Zhu stood outside watching Louis perform fire and sword dances for a while, feeling very pleased and praising him. Indeed, my younger brother, with a bit of strength, can break through myriad laws. This young man is also talented. His fire control technique can be considered as having entered the basics. Louis was still not used to being praised by someone older, so he felt shy and politely replied, "Thank you, Senior Bang Zhu, you flatter me.
I am still far from being good enough."
Meanwhile, Lu Jin was more carefree, grinning from ear to ear when praised. "Thank you, Senior, for the compliment." At that moment, Ho Wu, while engaged in battle, was grabbing Wu Zhongshan by the hands and feet. Upon seeing that his young subordinates had nearly been wiped out, he was furious. "You dare to kill so many of my subordinates?
I see you are tired of living.
In the end, only those two little brats are left. I will make sure you are ground to dust." With a strong determination to avenge his beloved subordinates, he decided to temporarily part ways with Wu Zhongshan to approach the two young men, Louis and Lu Jin. He launched an attack towards the two boys, but before he could reach them, he was stopped by Bang Zhu. The old man swiftly rushed out to shield the two boys, then erected an incredibly solid barrier, blocking all of Ho Wu's attacks. "Just a few monkey tricks, and you dare to try to dance an axe before a master?" Louis was also surprised that Bang Zhu came out to protect him, so he thought to himself, Bang Zhu is indeed powerful. Just a casual wave of the hand and he could deflect the attack. Meanwhile, Ho Wu was still fuming about his brilliant attack being easily countered. Wu Zhongshan, the one Ho Wu had abandoned, gifted him a giant energy sphere as punishment for his flirtations with young men. While interacting with him, Wu Zhongshan showed no mercy and shot the sphere directly at Ho Wu.
With that speed, Hohu could not dodge in time. He took the full hit and screamed loudly, spitting blood. At that moment, Hohu's two other brothers finally showed up. It was quite the timing, disappearing during the fight and showing up right after a loss, truly a case of misplaced timing. As soon as they arrived, they quickly hugged Hohu to save him from a disaster, soaking wet like a rat falling into the sea. After that, they brought him down to the boat, continuously asking, elder brother, are you all right?" Hohu, weak and with blood filling his mouth, still enjoyed being in the breeze. "Thank you both for your concern, I'm fine. It's just that this time we've encountered something difficult to deal with." The other brother boisterously bragged at the wrong time and place, still loudly proclaiming, "The three of us together can merge, are we still afraid of dealing with them?" This time, there was no need for the people involved to respond, as Bang Zhu had stepped forward to speak. "So do you still want to resort to violence? Do you not have any respect for the elderly and love for the young? Back in the day, your old devil master had to call me big brother. Don't you know how to be sensible?" When the mastermind appeared, everyone had to be afraid. Hohu, after all, valued relationships and could not offend Bang Zhu. He turned as fast as flipping a pancake, kneeling and apologizing. "Sorry Bang Zhu, are you a senior? Please don't be angry. We three brothers will leave immediately." How could it have been resolved so simply? Bang Zhu asked, "Why didn't you say so from the beginning? Or did you want to keep fighting and get hurt instead?" Hohu respected Bang Zhu but still held deep grievances towards Wu Zhongshan. He and his brothers retreated, but did not forget to make an appointment with Wu Zhongshan. "Wu Zhongshan, consider yourself lucky today. I hope next time you will be just as fortunate." Wu Zhongshan looked at the person flying into the sky with mixed emotions and simply snorted. After that, he turned to thank Bang Zhu. Today, the three brothers launched a surprise attack. Luckily, there was a senior here. Otherwise, the consequences would have been hard to imagine. I wonder how I should repay the senior. Bang Zhu waved his hand, sincerely advising, "I was just helping out. You should take this warning and stop doing these steward-like things while you still can. If you continue, it's likely that you won't have a peaceful death in the future." Bang Zhu truly had a significant influence over many people. His advice made Wu Zhongshan listen respectfully. The senior's teaching is indeed correct. After I finish this task, I will resign as steward. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Louis, overhearing the conversation between the two, was dumbfounded and did not understand. A peaceful death is hard to come by? He thought, that's true, there are too many risks involved in boarding the ship. If Bang Zhu hadn't been here today, Wu Zhongshan would have long been successfully ambushed by the three brothers. Wu Zhongshan left, and Bang Zhu approached Louis, enthusiastically starting a conversation. The two did not want to encounter any trouble, so taking advantage of the free time, Bang Zhu asked, "Can you talk about the island with me?" Louis, being held tightly by the famous person, sweat dripping profusely, did not dare to refuse. "If Senior is interested in hearing about it, let's find a place, I will recount everything from the beginning." Indeed, the stronger the ability, the greater the curiosity for novel things. Louis was surprised by Bang Zhu's interest in the deserted island. This further proved that successful people often have their own unique paths. Louis and Lu Jin then spent an entire evening sharing heartfelt stories about their cross-continental experiences with Bang Zhu. They were quite leisurely, with snacks and drinks together, relieving stress and confiding in each other about their youth. Meanwhile, Wu Zhongshan was diligently battling several dangers alone in the air. What's going on? Clearly, Bang Zhu came up here with the goal of watching Wu Zhongshan perform martial arts, yet now he was sitting enjoying the breeze while Wu Zhongshan struggled alone, with no one caring. Too humanitarian, too unfair. After a whole night of conversation, the sun finally rose. While the boat was drifting on the sea, Louis saw the towering mountains. He shouted joyfully, "The coast is over there. We're almost there." Lu Jin also approached, providing additional information for the castaway visiting the city. In front is Yuliang Fortress, Gongquan Temple is located within it. Louis gazed at the scenery, still overwhelmed and dazed by the marvelous sights.
These things were beyond Louis's understanding of the universe, he couldn't help but marvel.
He saw many strange and unique things. Hey, this bird's nest looks so realistic, doesn't it? While Louis was in awe of all the new sights, Bang Zhu also came over to greet the two. So you want to go to Gonquan Temple, do you need a guide? Louis replied with a smile, yes, someone asked me to deliver something to Gonquan Temple.
However, his words were half true and half false, he was very cautious about his identity. Because he was a disciple of the god King Sipolo, a special status. Although Elder Bang Zhu was a very nice person, it was still wise to be careful, for the heart of man is more than one can understand.
Bang Zhu knew Louis's destination but did not accompany him.
He let out a sigh and bid farewell. It seems that our fate comes to an end here for now.
I have a few other matters to attend to. Young man, if we are destined, we will meet again in the future. Louis cupped his hands together and also bid farewell, see you again in the future. Bang Zhu leaped into the river with a splash. With his exceptional martial arts skills, he naturally would not bathe in the sea. He ran swiftly across the surface of the water and disappeared in an instant. Lu Jin quickly urged Louis, "Lu boss, we're nearing the shore. Let's get ready." However, Louis was still gazing intently at Bang Zhu, not blinking. He greatly admired this senior figure. With skills like that, I wonder when I will be able to achieve it? Truly impressive. Unlike Bang Zhu, who took his own path to the boat, Louis and the others were taken to shore by the boat. Upon arrival, Wen Xin had been struck in a critical area too badly, leaving him trembling all over and unable to move by himself. This resulted in the two servants having to assist Wen Xin in walking. He looked at the ground and tears of joy streamed down his face. Finally, we have arrived. Seeing Louis and Lu Jin standing calmly in front of him, Wen Xin was furious. He gritted his teeth, feeling extremely uncomfortable. I'm here playing the fool, while you two are spending lavishly like this? Wen Xin was accustomed to a life of luxury, but now he could not bear this humiliating situation. This grudge, if he did not repay, would truly be a betrayal to his own heart. He immediately contacted his family and sent someone to rescue him, determined not to let Louis and Lu Jin leave Yuliang Fortress. The person beside him promptly acknowledged and went to make arrangements for her young master. Meanwhile, Louis and Lu Jin quickly entered the city, blending into the bustling crowd. They still felt out of place in their rustic, wild clothing. The more Louis walked, the more he looked around and felt a sense of familiarity. Although it had been said that Gonquan Temple was on the mainland, why did he feel that this place was more independent, as if it were not on the mainland at all? Even though he knew that they might use some special methods to conceal and seek out technology here, humans were indeed curious creatures. Lu Jin was not from here, so he could not answer this question. He could only share what little he knew. I don't know much about this place, I only know that it is referred to by everyone as Shilanzhao. Lu Jin continued, I once heard others say that this place was once a supercontinent. After that, during a battle with the gods, it was shattered and separated, leaving only an island. Over time, and through the efforts of the survivors on the island, this place transformed into Shilanzhao as it is now. Upon hearing this, Louis felt even more familiar. He anxiously asked for more details. So what is the name of the legendary supercontinent? Lu Jin stroked his chin in an attempt to recall everything from his memory. I think it was called something like Delanzhao. At this moment, Louis was taken aback. Each word from Lu Jin struck him like a thunderbolt. He wondered, I have never heard of Shilanzhao, but Delanzhao feels very familiar. The ancient civilization of the legendary Atlantis was said to exist in Delanzhao. According to Newton's description, there were crystal stones and magic there. He thought further, of course, its version has vanished quite a bit. There are things like comets and moving masses, but no matter how it is, looking at these architectural structures, along with the magical aura of the divine seal practitioners, all prove that the legendary prehistoric civilization truly existed. It seems that even if they were not discovered by scientific technology, some events were still transmitted to the outside as legends. Louis discovered this as if he had won the lottery, and he was overjoyed by his great discovery. However, on the outside, Louis remained dazed, causing Lu Jin to think that he had turned to stone, to the point that he had to call him back. Lu Lauda,
why are you standing there like that?
Lu Jin was still very attentive, waving his hand in front of Louis to see if he was still conscious.
At this moment, Louis finally broke free from his wandering thoughts. It's nothing.
Let's quickly go to Gonquan Temple. Thinking too much, everyone else might think he was omnipotent, about to become a genius.
In fact, he was just ordinary.
He sighed and decided not to delve deeper into issues beyond the universe.
These things were too grand, not something he could ponder at this moment. It was better to focus on diligently improving his strength first. While they were standing on the road, suddenly a horse-drawn carriage came rushing by. The driver was extremely arrogant, ordering all the people on the road to step aside, commanding them to make way for him.
The pedestrians, not wanting to be crushed, also moved aside for safety.
As the carriage sped past Louis, suddenly, a small stone shot out from somewhere and hit the horse's leg. The horse looked majestic and imposing, but in reality, it had the fragile heart of a young girl. When it was in pain, it neighed, as if crying tears, shaking so violently that it created a tremor throughout the entire carriage. As the driver lost control, a girl suddenly jumped out from inside the carriage. Somehow, she perfectly timed her leap and landed right in front of Louis. The girl was incredibly beautiful, enchanting, causing Louis to be caught off guard, frozen in place, unable to move.
He tried to defend himself, knowing it was pointless. This is a setup. I am completely innocent.
Lu Jin, already too familiar with situations like this, conceded defeat. He slapped his forehead in exasperation. Boss, I've realized, you're the kind of person who easily attracts trouble. Meanwhile, the girl lay in the dirt, her clothes covered in grime, and the so-called hero who was supposed to help was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, she had to muster her strength to call out, "Help me." Louis remained as still as a statue, but he was truly stirred by her plea for help. He told himself, how badly did she fall to be speaking so incoherently like that? Although this is not my fault, it happened right in front of me. I can't just stand by and watch. With the nature of a righteous person, Louis ultimately decided to sit down and extend his hand to support the girl. He had no idea that he had become entangled in a family-level scandal, and the one who dragged him into this mess was none other than Bang Zhu. From a corner that no one noticed, Bang Zhu was witnessing everything unfold. It seemed that things were slowly going according to his plans. Bang Zhu thought to himself, I'm sorry, Louis. I apologize because the Lin family has done me a favor, but I cannot step forward in this matter. If you and the Wen family have a feud, adding one more issue won't hurt. I hope you can help her escape from the Wen family. One day, I will definitely express my gratitude to you. Louis, forced by the situation to be a good person, stretched out his hands to help the girl who was rolling on the ground. But before he could reach out, a bald man suddenly rushed in and struck him with a whip. Louis certainly had no penchant for violence, so he wasn't fond of such antics. The bald man did not allow anyone to speak and monopolized the scene, ceaselessly saying, You audacious commoner, do you dare have intentions toward the Lin young lady? Speak truthfully, who sent you here? He looked incredibly fierce, a large and hefty figure that intimidated Louis into pulling his hand back. As he rubbed his lovely and obedient hands, he sarcastically retorted to the bald man, You don't seem to differentiate right from wrong and have laid your hands on a passerby. Are your eyes merely for decoration? Lu Jin was more perceptive and used the brief moments to assess the surroundings. He leaned in close and whispered to Louis, Boss, look, there's the Wen family's symbol on the vehicle. Louis smirked, raising an eyebrow in disdain, They're everywhere, truly restless souls. While the two were whispering, the bald man mistakenly thought he was being insulted outright, so he angrily lashed out with a whip filled with magic towards the two boys. You dare to talk in hushed tones in front of me? Why don't you hurry up and find your death? Louis, with a cold expression, began to play the villainous role. He disdainfully warned the bald man, Indeed, you're a worthless scum. The Wen family is nothing good. If you don't heed my words, don't blame me for what happens next. Without hesitation, Louis activated the Divine King seal, unleashing lightning like a bolt from the sky. You are like Pikachu, starting to charge up. Louis took a run up and jumped really far, straight towards the bald guy. Without waiting to land, Louis was already hovering in the air, looking quite impressive as he provoked. How could the bald guy, with such little strength, dare to be so arrogant on the street? Why was he not surprised by this lightning speed? He couldn't react in time, only able to mumble a few sounds. In utter panic, the bald guy was kicked right in the chin by Louis, sending him flying backward. Well, at least Louis still had some humanity, so he didn't kick him in his potbelly. The bald guy couldn't escape his fate, which was to faceplant into the street. He lay on the ground, with Louis beating him to the point of being overwhelmed. Lu Jin was also surprised by Louis's quick and decisive fighting style. He widened his eyes in astonishment, thinking to himself, the strength of this bald guy from the Wen family isn't weak, yet he lost so quickly? It feels like Louis is much stronger. Could it be that he has been secretly training behind my back? So angry. Louis waved his hand, calling for Lu Jin, who immediately ran after him without any time to sulk. Lu Jin, let's continue on our way. Lu Jin replied, yes, boss. Lu Jin, with a cold face, led the way ahead, while Louis followed behind. Once again, they fell into the gaze of that young lady. So much had happened, so many minutes had passed, yet she remained like a stranded mermaid on land. The girl pulled on Louis's pants, refusing to let him go any further. With tearful eyes and fluttering lashes, she looked weak, in need of protection, and begged, "Can this young gentleman take me away from here?" Louis looked at the delicate beauty but remained unmoved. He maintained his cold, expressionless demeanor. Meanwhile, Lu Jin had already been captivated by the softness and vulnerability of the young lady. He secretly sighed with red eyes. Earlier, in my hurry, I didn't see clearly. I didn't expect her to be such a great beauty. The luck in romance for the boss is indeed remarkable. True to form, Lu Jin's every word hit the mark. The trouble was caused by Louis, and the girls flocking around were also due to Louis. Everything was Louis's fault, no one here was bearing the burden for him. Louis coldly turned his face and walked away with determination. No, I don't want to have any connection with the Wen family anymore. Seeing him reject her so harshly, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel pity for the unfortunate girl. She chose her ally poorly, but the person she relied on was wrong. The heavens reward with food, but unfortunately, Lu Diren is straight. The girl, feeling wronged and neglected, still does not give up. She tries to explain to Louis so that he no longer vents his anger on her. Young master, you misunderstand. I am the eldest daughter of the Lin family. The Lin family has fallen on hard times, so we were taken by the Wen family. I do not care who you are, or where you come from. I only ask you to take me away from this place of scandal. Can you do that? She cried so much that her eyes were no longer just moist, but now tears rolled down her cheeks. Louis saw the girl crying right in front of him, yet his heart remained steadfast, showing no signs of emotion. He thought for a moment and ultimately decided to play his role as the leading protagonist with integrity. I came here with my own purpose. I can only take you for a short distance. Once you are safe, you must leave on your own. In reality, Louis's decision to help her had its reasons. Part of it was because he felt no threat from the Lin young lady, therefore, he thought she might indeed be a weak woman being threatened by the Wen family. If that were the case, he figured he could help her a little, so he would do that. The young lady just now was crying heartbrokenly when Louis agreed to help her, immediately flipping her demeanor, bright and cheerful, no longer bearing the sad look. She hurriedly thanked Louis, saying, "Thank you so much, young master." However, the matter was still not over. She was still lying flat in the middle of the road, unable to get up. Seizing the opportunity for help, the Lin young lady once again weakly begged for assistance. My leg seems to be sprained. Can you carry me a short distance? Louis, true to the character of a devoted man, only had eyes for the several wives at home. If the Lin young lady were one of those girls, he would have carried her without a second thought. But unfortunately, she was just a newcomer, so all she received was Louis's exasperated and helpless gaze. He couldn't find the words to say, "It feels like I'm not stranded on a deserted island, but clearly caught in a love trap. Even if Xiao Fei and the others aren't here, if there comes a day they find out about this, they'll definitely kill me." It turned out he was afraid of his wives.
Out in the world, he was a shark, but back home, he was still just a little fish. Carrying his wives on his head would grant him eternal life, so he wasn't willing to take the risk and seek his own demise. Just thinking about the murderous aura emanating from the four people combined, Louis felt a shiver run down his spine. However, he couldn't just abandon the daughter of someone else. Thus, Louis decided to hand this arduous task over to Lu Jin, telling him to carry her. What choice did Lu Jin have? He could only look at Louis in confusion and agree. So, Louis became the leader of the gang, while Lu Jin followed behind with the Lin Yun lady, who had a leg injury, on his back. They navigated through each street, weaving and dodging everywhere, and finally arrived at Gonquan Temple. Louis was taken aback, falling backward in astonishment at the magnificent architecture of the temple. In the rumors, he did not believe his eyes and exclaimed, "This is Gonquan Temple, it truly is breathtaking." With such an architectural marvel, if it were in our world, it would surely be one of the most picturesque sites, deserving of UNESCO recognition. The Lin young lady, who Lu Jin was carrying, was exhausted from her heavy breaths, but upon learning their destination, she became radiant and joyful. She didn't expect Louis to want to go to Gonquan Temple, and she silently rejoiced that she had made the right choice in following Lu Gongzi. The Lin young lady seemed to be quite knowledgeable. She provided some information about Gonquan Temple. She said, Gonquan Temple was created by some of the top Grand Masters of Shilansao in the past. Their status is extraordinarily sublime, ordinary people do not dare to oppose them. The bright red gate of the temple was more vivid than the fluttering red flag. When it opened, a monk stepped out, hands clasped behind him, looking very dignified, with an air of someone of high status. However, this person did not step out to greet Louis's group. Instead, he was there to chase them away. "You are not allowed to linger outside Gonquan Temple, please leave immediately." Lu Jin, acting as the diplomat, cautiously approached and respectfully requested, "If we have caused any disturbance, we hope to be forgiven. We are here to find someone." Louis also added to explain the reason for their presence, "We have received a commission from someone to look for Master Mei Luo. I have brought a token with me, this matter is extremely important. We hope you will allow us to enter." The person receiving them was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, but still not fully convinced and wanted to verify. "You wish to see Master Mei Luo? Can you show me the token you are carrying?" Louis firmly disagreed, "No. I received a commission from someone else, this token can only be handed over to Master Mei Luo. Please convey to Master Mei Luo that I am his friend." Lu Yi's face began to darken with thought. He knew very well the preciousness of the 6 spirit pearls. Of course, it would be most appropriate to hand it over when meeting the master. The monk, shaken by Lu Yi's resolute and mysterious attitude, agreed to relay the message for him. He turned and walked into the temple. "If that is the case, I will help you convey the news. The rest depends on your luck." Louis clasped his hands in thanks. Lu Jin was astonished to hear about Lu Yi's complicated relationships. He never thought he would know someone with such extensive connections. The name Mei Luo sounded very familiar. Unexpectedly, the boss had such a relationship. Louis then acted like a teacher instructing his students on how to succeed in life. He taught his students, in this world, making more friends is not a problem at all. Let's prepare well to meet the master. Surely, Louis's connections are quite remarkable. Just after he finished saying that, no one came out to welcome them anymore. The 3 of them stood in a row in front of the temple gate for 20 minutes without seeing anyone. Lu Jin began to lose patience and anxiously asked his friend, "Could it be that they are deceiving you?" Louis remained standing like a statue, completely confident that this matter was very important to him and his friend. "She absolutely cannot deceive me." Louis began to sink into reasoning, realizing the name of the master and thinking that perhaps they were closely related. "If the master really did not want to meet me, he would have sent someone to chase me away long ago. The fact that he has not come out indicates that he is temporarily unable to meet us due to some matter." While the 3 were eagerly waiting for someone to come out, a loud noise suddenly erupted from behind. All 3 instinctively turned around, startled to see an entire army approaching, as numerous as the Yuan army, as if they intended to invade Gonquan Temple. The Lin young lady quickly recognized who they were and exclaimed in panic, "The people of the Wen family? How did they know I was here?" Louis, being clever, immediately understood the situation and realized that they were probably not looking for her but for him. "That's right, brother. How did you manage to provoke them to the point where they brought their troops all the way here?" This is a tough situation for Louis. Just as expected, when Shen swaggered down from the carriage, stepping up to greet Louis, "Scum, are you doing all right?" Finally, when Shen had recovered from the pain of his precious gem, which is why he was so confident, Louis pretended to be surprised for the audience, but when Shen had already spotted the Lin young lady clinging to Louis, his eyes widened, and he laughed like it was his lucky day. "So the person I need has been taken by you all. Very good. Old debts and new ones will be settled at once. Capture them alive for me." When Shen shouted, and everyone immediately got pumped up, raising their swords, united to eliminate the bad guy Louis. Now Louis could no longer remain calm. He pulled out his sword. The Power Royal Seal was already activated, and he said to Lu Jin, "I'll be up close, you stay back, keep an eye out." Lu Jin was also ignited with fury. The brothers prepared for a boxing stance. Louis gritted his teeth, thinking, "It's so frustrating to be surrounded by the Wen family at the wrong time." The Power Royal Seal has always glowed with caution. "It seems I need to finish this quickly, if not, things will escalate." Louis rarely initiated conflict, but this time he drew his sword and charged forward, effortlessly cutting down several members of the Wen family in an instant. These individuals could not evade any of his strikes. In the blink of an eye, their swords shattered, and the people staggered and fell in a heap. However, there were still some members of the Wen family who did not use swords but instead employed magic, making them feel quite confident. A silver-haired man arrogantly commanded, "Humph, are we using eggs to fight against rocks? Brothers, attack for me. Kill them, and the young master will reward you." The entire clan of the Wen family began to chant spells, but before they could do anything, Lu Jin soared down from the sky. He plummeted directly from a great height, instilling fear in them. Before they could gather their wits, Lu Jin's crimson flame path was about to hit them squarely in the face. Lu Jin was not any less chaotic, launching a powerful blow. Fire erupted everywhere, but it was indeed 1 against 100. Lu Jin's strength was only enough to fend off the attacks of all the Wen family members, but he did not completely defeat them or gain an advantage. Taking advantage of the fact that some members of the Wen family were preoccupied dealing with Lu Jin, Louis quickly helped the young lady of the Lin family escape to safety. He was also extremely worried about the current situation of his team. The members of the Wen family were not only numerous but also powerful. With your current strength, you basically cannot inflict significant damage on them. If this continues, Lu Jin won't be able to hold on much longer. What should we do now? Louis was quickly running to find a place to hide for the Lin young lady when he suddenly halted, his whole body falling into a state of dizziness. He looked at his palm and saw the Power Royal Seal had activated uncontrollably. Louis's eyes widened as he unexpectedly realized, what's wrong with the Power Royal Seal? The source of golden power radiated even more strongly, directly impacting Louis's mind. He quickly realized these were new skills related to the Power Royal Seal. In an instant, a status window appeared displaying all the information about the skills Louis had suddenly acquired. The first skill was fading. It had the effect of testing attacks. The greater the strength, the more powerful the effect, applicable to any spells, skills, and weapons. The second skill was extremity, a strength buff that enhanced the owner's power. The possessor could both attack and defend. Unexpectedly, the Power Royal Seal even has this skill, and there's even 2 of them. It's truly as if heaven is helping me. Louis, full of confidence, drew his sword once again, placing the Lin young lady behind him and boldly said to her, "The Lin young lady, you quickly stand behind Lu Jin. I will step in to attack in place of Lu Jin." The Lin young lady, who had a limp but was forced to find Lu Jin to escape, surprisingly nodded in agreement with Louis's entire plan. Receiving the understanding signal from the Lin young lady, Louis no longer needed to worry about trivial matters. He began to use the skill ultimate.
The Divine King seal was so powerful that the radiance emanating from Louis could be felt even by Lu Jin standing far away. He was a bit stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and asked out loud, "Such strong pressure. Is the boss on drugs or something?" Louis replied, "Not on drugs. This is called my style. Anyone who is afraid can leave." He started to execute boxing moves, conjuring a bunch of magic with the skill fade away. Lu Yi's Pikachu electric sparks had now been upgraded to molten lava. Anyone who approached, with just one strike from him, would have to shield their eyes and dodge in unison. The silver-haired man gaped, unable to comprehend. What has Louis done to dramatically increase his strength like this? Wen Xin was also taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. What is happening? How can this be? Louis continued to unleash lethal moves. Each of his strikes hit the ground, transforming into a mixture of black ink with immense destructive power. This left the Wen family unable to evade the attacks, forcing them to accept blows and fall down one after another. Lu Jin found the battle becoming more interesting, so he quickly joined in with his fireballs. "Big brother is really impressive. Let me help you." But unfortunately, before Lu Jin could showcase his skills, he was struck down by a purple-haired guy who obliterated his small fireballs. The purple-haired guy yelled, sending out green streaks like the poison of a witch, neutralizing all of Lu Jin's attacks. After that, the purple-haired guy landed on the ground, exuding the distinctive style of a powerful villain. This person looked formidable, with a stubborn face. In stark contrast to the weak Wen family who liked to flaunt their power, he hovered in the air, daggers in hand, and challenged Lu Jin, "Kid, let's end it here. If you dare to resist, you will only suffer more." Lu Jin seemed to know the purple-haired man. He was a bit surprised, frowned, and mocked the guy. "Fast sword image of Fu Gang, have you sworn allegiance to the Wen family now?" The purple-haired man was recognized, but he did not answer Lu Jin's question directly. He remained as arrogant as ever, threatening him, "You better kneel down quickly, or when I make my move, you won't see the sun tomorrow." Louis was terrified. That's right, he was genuinely scared. He began to sweat, contemplating the identity of the purple-haired man. The Power Royal seal was warning him. It seemed that the Wen family truly posed a threat to him. It was indeed him. A battle between the two and an entire family was unfolding. More surprisingly, Louis seemed to have fallen into an even more difficult situation. It was definitely not going to be easy to win this match. In the heat of the moment, a powerful voice echoed from within the temple, "You all better stop right now." It was a voice with an immensely suppressive force. Both Lu Yi's side and the Wen family's side genuinely halted, and no one dared to utter a word. The owner of the voice finally stepped outside, revealing none other than Master Mei Luo of Gongquan Temple. The moment he appeared, everyone was in awe and hurriedly called out his name. Master Mei Luo sternly placed his hands behind his back, admonishing those who disrupted the tranquility of his temple. "Who gave you the audacity to stand outside the temple and fight?" As Master Mei Luo approached, Louis took the opportunity to assess his appearance. The master exudes a powerful aura. His face indeed bears some resemblance to Mei. Perhaps in his youth, he was also a handsome man. The previously arrogant purple-haired guy now stood before Master Mei Luo, bowing his head in respect like a humble puppy. "We apologize, Master. We will capture these lowly scum and leave immediately." Master Mei Luo maintained his stern expression, scanning Lu Yi and his group before asking, "You want to capture them?" The purple-haired guy began to fabricate a story, turning Lu Yi into a culprit. "These lowly scum have a grudge against my young master, and they even attacked him. Therefore, we chased after them, not expecting to cause a commotion here. We hope the master can understand." Understand what? Suddenly causing a disturbance in someone's place of rest and sleep. Fortunately, Master Mei Luo had a gentle temperament, so he did not blame the Wen family. He looked at Louis, remained silent for a long while, then turned to the purple-haired punk and gently dismissed him. "It is likely that you cannot achieve your goals. These three are my esteemed guests. Please return home." Louis was taken aback, almost trembling. He surely couldn't believe that Master Mei Luo would stand by their side and protect them. Master Mei Luo quickly defused the tense situation.
He gestured for Louis. You three, quickly follow me. Having someone powerful protect them unexpectedly, Louis couldn't help but feel joyous, and he quickly followed Master Mei Luo.
However, during their walk, his habitual contemplative nature took over again. He began to calculate for the future. With the protection of the master for a short time, the Wen family will likely not be able to act against us. Before leaving Gonquan Temple, I must quickly enhance my strength to handle the upcoming matters. Once Louis had left, there was no one left to fight on the Wen family's side. The purple-haired punk hesitated to report to the person sitting in the car, "Young master, they have left." The person in the car seemed to understand the implication and subtly signaled to retreat. No need to say anything more, let's go. However, Wen Xin could not remain calm. His desire for revenge left him still boiling with anger. He gritted his teeth and left Louis with a threat. Louis, our days are still long. Louis, under the protection of Master Mei Luo, calmly walked into Gonquan Temple, trailing slightly behind him. After walking for quite a distance, Master Mei Luo finally spoke up, but his words carried a hint of reproach. Why did you make enemies with the Wen family? Louis didn't know how to explain, so he could only briefly say a few words, because of some minor matters. The people of the Wen family are used to being overbearing, so I just have to bear it. After walking a few more steps, Master Mei Luo turned to Lu Jin and young Lady Lin. You two stay in the main hall for a while, you follow me. And so, Louis became the special focus of Master Mei Luo. He was separated from his companions and led into a strange room. Only when it was just the two of them did Master Mei Luo get to the main subject. I can sense the breath of Mei on you. Perhaps you two are old friends? Louis knew that he had met the right person, and this was the moment to discuss something important. He quickly approached Master Mei Luo. Suddenly, the master used a spell to tightly shut the door, trapping Louis in the room with him. He began to emanate the serious demeanor of a responsible person. This is my private chamber. Can you take out the token that someone asked you to bring to me? Louis respectfully took out the item that Mei had entrusted to him. When the huge spirit pearl appeared in Louis's hands, Master Mei Luo's expression and aura changed instantly. Is this the sixth spirit pearl? He seemed extremely astonished to see this item in the hands of a stranger like Louis, who was not from his clan. Master Mei Luo hurriedly spoke with an emotional voice. I cannot believe that the girl Mei handed the sixth spirit pearl to you. Then, he suddenly sighed and recounted his relationship with Mei. The Meisher tribe has been destroyed for many years. I once thought that both it and the girl had left this world. I never expected that today I would encounter a piece of it. Louis did not hesitate to express his doubts. Master Mei Luo, I've heard rumors that the strength of Gonquan Temple is very powerful. With the Meisher tribe facing such a big issue, wouldn't you seek the temple's intervention? When it came to the matter that had weighed on his heart for many years, Master Mei Luo felt a pang of sorrow. He moved to the powerful chair in the center of the room, sat down, and began to recount the past that he had always been troubled by. You are still too young. Do you think I don't want to get involved? In some major matters, even with the strength of Gonquan Temple, nothing would change. He lifted his face, his gaze contemplative as he spoke about the not-so-pleasant past. To ensure the inheritance was not interrupted, the family had long pushed me out of Meisher. They told me to take some people, disperse, and flee. I was unwilling. Although my abilities were not enough to help the family, I remembered the last time I met Mei. The girl was only 10 years old. After the family was destroyed, I searched for members of the clan for a long time, but I could not find any trace of her at all. I never expected she was still alive and still remembered this uncle. As Mei Luo the Grand Master spoke, he recalled his little nephew from years ago. Back then, the two of them played happily together. Mei was carefree, without worries or thoughts, running and chasing across the fields, picking flowers and catching butterflies. He, on the other hand, smiled joyfully, quietly observing his beloved nephew. Surely, at that time, they never imagined that one day their entire family would collapse, and the two would have to part ways for many years. When reminiscing about Mei Luo the Grand Master could not suppress his emotions, hastily asking about her whereabouts. Where is that girl now? The fact that she entrusted you with something so important indicates that what she is doing is not simple at all. Just as Mei Luo the Grand Master had predicted, his worries were completely justified.
Louis sincerely laid out everything he knew about Mei's plans. She has been taken by Prince Nia.
To secure the Yanzhong Church, she agreed to help Prince Nia offer sacrifices to the Dark Hand Queen Mother. Upon hearing this, Mei Luo the Grand Master twitched his temples, feeling that the situation was dire. He slammed the table and the chair, stood up abruptly, and scolded his absent nephew.
He was angry. It's really foolish.
No matter how important the Yanzhong Church is, it's just a dead object. How can she agree to sacrifice her life for something like that?
This is completely meaningless. Louis added, full of questions, Master Mei Luo, what exactly is the Dark Hand Queen Mother that requires Mei's blood for sacrifice?
Mentioning this, Master Mei Luo grimaced in pain. He was holding his face and explained heavily to Louis, it is a type of demonic spirit with extremely terrifying power.
Even I might not be able to rival it. It prefers to consume specific bloodlines.
After the sacrifice, not only will Mei's strength weaken, but she will also be at risk of losing her life.
This trip is definitely dangerous. If she doesn't die, she will be seriously injured.
At this point, the most astonished person was Louis. He guessed that what Mei had to face was very dangerous, but he was not expecting her chances of survival to be so low.
Louis was stunned for a moment, unsure of what to do except exclaim the three words, "What is it?"
Louis stared at the magical sphere containing 6 spirit pearls, lost in his own thoughts. He had originally thought that the danger came only from Prince Nia, but unexpectedly, the Dark Hand Queen Mother was far more dangerous. This time, Louis blamed himself for not stopping Mei from leaving. If Master Mei Luo was worried to a certain extent, Louis was 10 times more anxious.
After realizing the difficult situation of Mei, he panically sought Master Mei Luo's help. Master Mei Luo, could you think of a way to save Mei? Master Mei Luo did not respond immediately but contemplated for a moment.
Although he knew this answer could disappoint many, including himself, he had to speak the truth to prepare Louis for the worst. It is very difficult, I can only try. He had decided to do everything he could to save the granddaughter he had not seen for a long time, no matter the cost. Louis, having found someone to rely on, felt somewhat reassured. He and Master Mei Luo joined forces, with Louis expressing his gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, I am incredibly grateful to Master Mei Luo. Seeing Louis's determination to protect Mei, Master Mei Luo smiled contentedly. It seems that Mei has found her place. After silently assessing her future son-in-law, Master Mei Luo turned her face away, coughed lightly, and continued the unfinished story. Right, you came to find me for what reason? I suspect it's not just for the matter concerning the little girl Mei, is it? If it were merely that, she probably wouldn't have entrusted something so precious to you. At this moment, Louis realized that he had another purpose for coming here. Without hesitation, he spread his palm, counted the fingers, and presented the Divine King seal to Master Mei Luo for her inspection. To not hide anything from you, Master Mei Luo, the true reason I came here is because of the inheritance of Divine King Si Polo. Master Mei Luo was indeed on an emotional roller coaster today, with surprise after surprise. Upon hearing the name Si Polo, he was taken aback, abruptly turning around. Is this the Divine King seal of Si Polo? Once he confirmed that Louis was not mistaken, Master Mei Luo immediately shifted into a contemplative state, mumbling to himself as he paced back and forth in the room. I can't believe you actually possess the Divine King seal of Si Polo. Could it be that this is the real reason Mei chose you? No, you are still too young. This divine seal can only be a calamity, not a blessing. After thinking things through, Master Mei Luo suddenly pointed his finger at Louis, sternly asking, are you really sure you have thought this through? Are you certain you want to inherit the power of Divine King Si Polo? In response to that sudden question, Louis remained unfazed and unhesitant. He was extremely confident, resolutely affirming, whether it's a blessing or a curse, the mark is already in my body, and I will definitely accept it. He reaffirmed his determination once more. Through reflection, from the very beginning, he had never intended to get caught up in matters like this, but reality was fundamentally not something he could decide. Step by step, he had become the person he was now. Upon hearing the answer, Master Mei Luo said nothing, his face cold and contemplative.
He thought for a long time, then suddenly uttered a seemingly disconnected phrase, go back to where you came from. Upon hearing this, Louis panicked, astonished. He rushed to respond. Go back? No. I came here for the inheritance. How can I be content being told to go back like this? I must increase my strength so I can lend you a hand. Is the inheritance really more important than my destiny? Master Mei Luo saw that Louis was so tense and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, you little brat have misunderstood my meaning. At that moment, Louis was exhausted, his face showing a look of boredom. Alright then, I'm so embarrassed, just thinking aimlessly and only now realizing Mei Luo's meaning wasn't like that. Master Mei Luo patted Louis on the shoulder and explained further, Gonquan Temple, or even Shilanshao, do not have the inheritance of Divine King CLC Polo. The inheritance is the place you need to go. I can feel that you come from that island, where there are 18 totem pillars established by Divine King C. Polo. Perhaps the inheritance is inside there. You are still too weak now, and my following you might actually be more dangerous. Louis was still stunned, his face blank as he listened to every word the master taught. When the 18 totem pillars were mentioned, he began to sink into contemplation. At this moment, his expression shifted from cluelessness to deep thought. Louis had solved many of his doubts after Master Mei Luo's words. He recalled the times he absorbed power from the totems and pieced everything together. No wonder Lu Jin and the others could not absorb the totems, and were even trapped inside them. It turned out that it was a special opportunity left behind by Divine King CLC Polo. Louis knew that he had to search for as many as 18 talismans, feeling discouraged. He took the opportunity to ask Master Mei Luo about this matter. Master, do you know the specific locations of these talismans? Master Mei Luo helplessly replied, I am not omnipotent. These things require you to find them yourself. Louis's hopes were completely dashed at this moment. He felt as if he had fallen into a hellish black hole, his limbs weak as he thought about the future, having to search for talismans day after day. He sensed that his days of being a lackey had just begun. Suddenly, Master Mei Luo pulled out a small box with a round hole in the middle, clearly meant to fit a 6 essence pearl. He held it out in front of Louis and reminded him, your current identity is very sensitive. The 6 essence pearl has no effect on you, it might even attract attention from others. To ensure your safety, you should place the 6 essence pearl in this box. You can use it later, I will return it to you. Louis pondered for a moment and realized that Master Mei Luo's words were entirely correct. The original intention of Mei when he gave the 6 essence pearl to him was to help him protect himself, but he did not expect that reality was completely the opposite. Louis silently sighed, no wonder Wu Zhongshan and the senior Bangzhu's gazes were so special at the beginning. He quickly placed the 6th spirit pearl into the box. Important matters were now gradually getting into motion. Louis once again clasped his hands in gratitude to Master Mei Luo. Master, the 6th spirit pearl and Mei are all thanks to you. Master Mei Luo tightly embraced the box containing the 6th spirit pearl and sincerely shared, the girl is my granddaughter, of course I will rescue her. Since he had taken a precious item from Louis, Master Mei Luo quickly compensated for the loss with another gift. He manifested an order token that was clearly of immense value and handed it to Louis. Take this. Louis was puzzled as to what it was. Master Mei Luo turned around, carried the box, and casually explained to Louis, I will place it inside this cabinet. Later, if I am not here, you can rely on this order token to enter Gonquan Temple and retrieve items from this cabinet. By this point, Louis felt exhausted, spending money and making new connections. He felt a bit hesitant, scratching his head, Master, I don't have any magic gold. If I want to make another trip to Yulian Fortress, it might be extremely difficult. Indeed, poverty limits the imagination of people. Louis merely made an excuse, but unexpectedly, Master Mei Luo gifted him something that showcased just how wealthy he was. Master Mei Luo laughed loudly, snapped his fingers, and said, This is very simple. Here, take this as a meeting gift. This ring contains 300 magic gold, just enough for you to go back and forth several dozen times. Its space is still ample, you can store anything you want in it, just as long as you input the appropriate magic power. So cool and amazing. With this ring, Louis was like holding a black card. He accepted the gift in astonishment, but soon after quickly slipped the ring on his finger, looking at it with deep affection and love. His gaze was more heartfelt than when he looked at a girl. It's only natural, as this was a dream he had since childhood. Louis recalled his younger self, reading fantasy novels. Over the years, he had always admired the rings, the treasures of the main characters. He never expected to one day have one just for himself. The matter has been discussed and the gifts have been exchanged. Master Meiluo did not keep Louis any longer. He turned his back and instructed him before preparing to leave. Tonight, you and your companions should stay at Gonquan Temple. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange a boat for you and guide you on how to leave this place. Louis was very curious. Isn't that boat only supposed to appear on the full moon night? A person with power and status like Master Meiluo could take a boat whenever he wanted. He glanced back and made a casual remark that was enough to demonstrate his authority. There are a few rules that can be broken, it just depends on whether you have the capacity to break them or not. At that moment, Louis understood, silently assessing that wherever one is, powerful individuals can resolve and decide everything. A long night passed. The sun rose high, signaling that a new day had come. Master Meiluo personally saw off Louis's group at the temple gate. He stepped forward to instruct Louis, I have already prepared your travel items. You just need to go directly. Master Meiluo did not forget to warn Louis about the enemy that he had just subdued. He advised, additionally, the people of the Wen family have a very serious grudge against you. After leaving Gonquan Temple, you need to be more cautious and on guard against them. But now, behind him was an island and a tribe that he cherished deeply, so he had to ask Master Meiluo again to confirm their safety. Master, can any divine seal cultivator go to that island? Master Meiluo explained to Louis, in principle, yes, but divine seal cultivators at too high a level will be prohibited from entering the island, as their aura will disturb this world. Louis pondered, but now he felt a bit relieved as he thought, with my current strength, I can still handle normal cultivators. This is also good news for me. At this moment, Louis suddenly realized that he was not just accompanied by Lu Jin, but also by the unfamiliar young Lady Lin. To protect his own life and avoid being in trouble with his wives, he decided not to hesitate and leave young Lady Lin here for good. Master Meiluo stroked his beard and happily assisted the young lady. I think with your background, you may have a more suitable place to go. I can arrange for someone to take you part of the way. Young Lady Lin bowed in gratitude to Master Meiluo, but her face still wore an expression of sadness and loss from being abandoned by Louis. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Please arrange for a carriage to take me to Fengcheng Fortress. Master Meiluo was quick in his task. Just a few seconds later, the carriage appeared, ready to take Louis and Lu Jin to the entrance of their home. Master Meiluo waved goodbye to the two. Go on, they will take you onto the boat. The administrator on the boat, I have already made sure to greet on your behalf. Louis and Lu Jin were very grateful, repeatedly thanking the master. Master, thank you very much. Just as the two were about to step onto the carriage, young Lady Lin suddenly shouted out, calling for Louis, young master, wait a moment. Both Louis and Lu Jin were taken by surprise as they turned back. Young Lady Lin had quickly run over to them, presenting a piece of green jade that she wanted to gift to Louis. Young master, you saved me and even found someone to protect me. I have nothing to repay you with, so please accept this. Louis also extended his hand to receive it. Young Lady Lin sincerely and wholeheartedly presented the jade to Louis. I know you are an exceptional young master, but your magical abilities are limited. I have restored all the spells of the Lin family into this jade pendant, hoping to assist you. Louis instinctively reached out to take the jade, but when he realized its value, he felt embarrassed and intended to return it immediately. However, before he could refuse, young Lady Lin was quicker, running off to prevent him from having the chance to give back the jade. In the end, all Louis could hear was her farewell. Young master, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Louis smiled awkwardly, while Lu Jin grinned wickedly. As expected from the leader, young Lady Lin's charm was deadly. Lu Jin ultimately was the one who persuaded Louis to accept the jade. He ran up to Louis, putting his arms around his shoulders and beaming brightly. "Alright, the young lady's kind intentions, you should just accept it. Who knows, it might turn out to be useful." Louis quickly tucked the jade pendant into his pocket but did not forget to expose Lu Jin's true nature. "Don't think I can't see that you just enjoy watching the excitement and are not bothered by the chaos." Lu Jin was exposed, but thanks to his handsome appearance, he managed to avoid being exposed, so Louis couldn't do anything. Reluctantly, he was pushed onto the carriage by Lu Jin. Louis accepted the gift while feeling uneasy, somewhat trembling in fear and sighing. He didn't know how to explain to Guan Xiaofei and everyone else upon returning. Finally, the farewell was over. The carriage carrying Louis and Lu Jin sped down the road. Young Lady Lin watched from afar as Louis's figure gradually disappeared, unable to suppress her emotions. Louis hoped that they could meet again. If she didn't mind him being poor, then she could ride in his carriage. If she didn't mind Louis's poverty, then she could join him on the boat. With the protection of Master Mei Luo, Louis finally arrived safely at the wharf. The boat arranged by Master Mei Luo was quite impressive, and the staircase was lowered. A man stepped down and warmly welcomed Louis. "I am Tian Liang, the administrator of the boat. This time the accommodations have been prepared for both of you, and I will take you aboard right now." Louis politely thanked Tian Liang. "Then I will trouble the administrator." Just as Louis and Lu Jin were preparing to board the boat, Bang Zhu waved from afar, calling the two, "Lu little brother, wait a moment." Louis was also surprised by the appearance of Bang Zhu. He turned around to confirm the identity of the person. "Is that you, Senior Bang Zhu?" Louis felt a bit shy. "Sorry, Tian Liang, let me go say goodbye for a moment. You can just wait for me here." The two of them stayed behind happily, with no problems at all. After the greetings, Louis quickly went over to Bang Zhu. He asked in a rush, "Senior Bang Zhu, why have you come here?" Bang Zhu was still as cheerful as he was on the day Louis left. He greeted Louis with a bright smile. "I saw that you were about to leave, so I came to see you off. Also, I wanted to thank you for the help you gave me before." Upon hearing this, Louis frowned slightly, starting to doubt the meaning of life. Help? Was it about the thrilling incident on the deserted island before? No, that wasn't a significant help at all. There's really no need for thanks. Louis racked his brain trying to recall what major thing he could have done that would warrant Bang Zhu's personal gratitude. After a moment, he snapped his fingers, as he had discovered the truth of the matter. "Wait a minute, something unexpected did happen recently, and that was the incident where I saved young Lady Lin." Bang Zhu found Louis's expression when he uncovered the truth so amusing, but he just stood there smiling awkwardly. Hee hee. Louis scratched his head, embarrassed. "So that's how it is. No wonder that carriage just happened to stop right in front of me." Bang Zhu chuckled along and thanked Louis again. "The Lin family has done me a great favor, but I couldn't show myself directly in this matter. So, I had to place my hopes on you and ended up offending the Wen family. I didn't discuss this with you beforehand, and for that, I truly apologize. But now, the young lady of the Lin family is safe." Bang Zhu smiled happily, conjuring a long, elegant sword and presenting it to Louis. "As a token of my gratitude, I give you this Zongyun." Louis, after just a glance, widened his eyes in astonishment at the sword's value, thinking to himself, "The aura and color are incredible. This blade is of the highest quality." Once again, Louis was gifted something valuable, but as usual, he insisted on refusing, pushing it away and not daring to accept the gift. However, Bang Zhu was 10 times more authoritative than Louis, leaving him with no choice. With a swift throw, Bang Zhu flung the sword into Louis's hands, forcing him to catch it in utter shock and confusion. In addition, Bang Zhu was also resolute. "The items that I, Bang Zhu, have gifted do not follow the habit of being taken back." He went to great lengths to find 1,001 reasons, insisting that Louis accept this gift. "Moreover, this weapon is not precious. When I was young, I obtained it. I don't use a sword much, so you should take this top-tier item." With such insistence from Bang Zhu, Louis could only smile and accept the sword. "Thank you, Senior Bang Zhu." Just then, Louis had also received a ring with the ability to hold infinite items from Master Mei Luo.
He took the opportunity to show off his new ring by trying to fit the massive sword into it. Miraculously, the sword did indeed shrink as if a Doraemon flashlight had been pointed at it and disappeared into the ring. After hiding the precious gift, Louis began to inquire further about the sword. Senior Bang Zhu, you mentioned earlier that this is a top-tier item. Could it be related to my current cultivation level? How is the Divine Seal Cultivator ranked? Now, Bang Zhu also got to experience the feeling Louis had been going through, being constantly surprised by the naivety and the basic things that Louis still did not understand. Louis did not hesitate to admit, that's right. Seeing that the child was still innocent and had yet to understand the ways of the world, Bang Zhu decided to step in to educate him, shedding light on the subject and teaching Louis. This hierarchy is usually divided into disciple, practitioner, mentor, and grandmaster. Louis thought for a moment and felt that something was missing, so he continued to ask, is grandmaster the highest rank then? Isn't there also the Divine King Seal? Bang Zhu was taken aback upon hearing this, as he himself had never considered this issue before. He candidly shared, a person who can cultivate to the grandmaster level is already a precious existence. As for Divine King, I have never encountered one nor have I heard of anyone reaching the Divine King level. Therefore, to us, Divine King belongs to legend. Louis understood and quickly thanked Bang Zhu for clearing up his confusion. Bang Zhu continued to laugh heartily, as he had great confidence in Louis's bright future. He patted the boy's shoulder and advised, you are still young, and you must absolutely not be arrogant. With your current breath, you will find that those who share the same level as you are much stronger than you. Your path has been destined to go further. Louis obediently followed his advice, saying, I have remembered the teachings of the senior. The Pink Age confession comes to an end here. Bang Zhu urged Louis to quickly return, you should get on the boat. I won't delay your time any longer. The deserted island you are on, although it hinders the steps of strong experts, there are some individuals with special methods who can still enter. You must be careful. Louis bowed and continued to thank, I have understood clearly. Thanks to Bang Zhu's advice, Louis began to deduce his age-old enemies. All of them were big shots, from princes to young masters. Louis felt a headache regarding these people. Special methods, huh? Perhaps this is why Prince Nia was able to make it in. It seems that in the future, I not only need to be careful of Prince Nia but also of the Wen family. These two are like rabid dogs, they definitely won't let me off easily. Louis noticed it was getting late, the sun had already set. Since it wasn't good to keep Tianliang waiting, he dashed ahead, Lu Jr. brother, see you again in the future. Louis hopped like a rabbit towards Lu Jin. At this moment, the two of them finally boarded the ship and they were almost the last to arrive. At this moment, there were many people gathered on the ship. They all turned to look at Louis as he boarded, their eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they all wanted to rush at him and devour him. Louis was taken aback, not understanding why he was being looked at with such ferocity. Surely it wasn't because he dressed differently, right? Even Lu Jin frowned, sensing something unusual, and said, Boss, there's something off about these people. Not quite sure what was going on, Louis cautiously directed his question to Tian Liang, Tian administrator, what's going on with these people? Tian Liang, with a smile that showed no signs of wavering, dropped a bombshell, they are members of the Wen family. But you two can rest assured, on my ship, they won't dare to lay a hand on either of you. Lu Jin couldn't remain calm and expressed his concerns, they've been waiting for us to board, haven't they? Louis was also quite surprised by the intense encirclement of the crazed Wen family members. They seemed like phantoms, trailing him everywhere. Indeed, these madmen smelled trouble faster than an enemy fleeing. It appeared that the Wen family had significant influence, capable of deploying people here. This indicated that all of our actions at Gonquan Temple could not escape their watchful eyes. In the anxiety of both Louis and Lu Jin, Tian Liang remained calm as he led them into an empty room. This room is for you too. I will make sure that they stay away from this area. Louis expressed his gratitude to Tian Liang with great joy. The two quickly stepped into their private room. At this moment, Louis unleashed all of his frustrations about the tailing members of the Wen family. Boss, although the people of the Wen family haven't taken action yet, what will we do once we disembark? Just now, I sensed their cultivation levels, they might be at the practitioner level, and some are even close to breaking through to the sect master level.
I'm afraid I won't be able to cope.
Seeing Lu Jin worried, Louis transmitted a spark of confidence to him. When the enemy comes, you fight. Anyway, it has come to this, what else is there to be afraid of? Instead, you should take this opportunity to cultivate more, to enhance any part you can. It's uncertain whether action would yield results, but when it comes to words, Louis is the best in the world. After hearing this, Lu Jin broke into a sweat before Louis's top-notch optimism. Hayes, the boss truly is the real boss, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Louis took out the jade pendant of young Lady Lin, sat on the bed, and began to examine it. Outside, there's an overwhelming aura from the pack of stray dogs. I can't just sit here and wait for death. It just so happens that I can test whether what's inside can be cultivated or not. In an instant, the jade pendant was surrounded by Louis's divine king seal. He closed his eyes and projected his soul to somewhere else. Suddenly, Louis found himself lost in a magical world. All around him were divine king seals, with sparkling bolts of lightning and thousands of flying books. This was probably the collection of books storing the secrets of the Lin family's magical powers for 1,000 years. Louis couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of diverse knowledge, absorbing magical power, earth nurturing, strengthening tendons and bones, large-scale attack and defense, and even healing support techniques. Oh my God, young Lady Lin. This is the record of the ancestral techniques passed down. How can I repay this profound kindness? He sighed at the extremely valuable gift. But ultimately, Louis remained focused on absorbing all this knowledge in one single go, as the divine king seal had the ability to absorb magical power several times more effectively than an ordinary cultivator. The time was ripe to absorb this magical power to strengthen the power royal seal. Or should I find out what this technique can actually do? Louis sat in meditation on the bed, alone in his own world, trying to absorb energy from the jade pendant. The strength and power he emanated was so extraordinary that it left Lu Jin in awe. He couldn't help but marvel at his boss's incredible abilities. The efficiency of this magic energy absorption is just too high, right? Looking at the momentum around my boss, it seems that it won't be long before he breaks through. No. My boss is at a stronger level of engraving than a practitioner like me. As a senior, I cannot fall behind. In general, he didn't like competition, but if he lost, he would not accept it. Thus, in a room with only the two of them, they decided to meditate together. Each of them occupied their own space, one sitting on the bed, the other sitting on the ground. Waves of fire and then sparks of electricity exploded around them, creating an ethereal atmosphere. It wasn't until late at night that their absorption of magic energy came to an end. Lu Jin, full of concern, asked about Louis's health. How do you feel, boss? Louis looked at his palm and responded, it feels the same as before, except the opposing strength has increased quite a bit. Lu Jin smiled awkwardly, wanting to punch Louis for a moment. Surely you don't understand that Louis is either inadvertently bragging or truly lacks any sense of feelings. Is it really like that? I think you are a monster. Your breath is so powerful, and you can't feel it at all? While the two were chatting happily, suddenly the door swung open. The person who walked in was Tian Liang. Louis immediately inquired about why this person appeared here. Tian administrator, what brings you here? But before he could finish his sentence, Tian Liang raised his hand to his mouth, signaling for silence. Tian Liang whispered, instructing the two guests have arrived. While they are still asleep, you two should quickly get off the ship. Louis was incredibly grateful for Tian Liang's excellent protection. He clasped his hands together and repeatedly thanked him for his help and reminder. He hoped that he would convey his thanks to Master Mei Luo. Thanks to the many noble benefactors, Louis and Lu Jin hoped that this trip could safely return to the deserted island. While the whole ship was sinking into sleep, these two quickly jumped off the boat like birds and disappeared without leaving a trace. We just need to disappear quickly. With so many powerful tribes on this deserted island, it won't be easy for them to find us. Everything is still going according to plan. Soon, both of them returned to the Guangshi tribe. Louis stepped on some dry twigs, immediately alerting the guards at Guangshi, who raised their vigilance.
Louis, with his soon-to-be grand appearance alongside Lu Jin, greeted everyone after so many days apart. The people who just a moment ago were acting cold and cautious now flipped their attitudes faster than flipping a pancake. They were overjoyed, cheering, "Mr. Divine Envoy, you have returned." The first person quickly signaled to the lady behind, "Hurry and inform the tribe leader that our savior has returned." The girl was equally excited and ran off. How embarrassing. She was so quick on her feet that she tripped and fell flat on her face. No one could have fallen to the ground this fast if they weren't truly in a hurry. If it were me, I would have faked my death right there. Seeing the girl from another family in such an awkward situation without offering any encouragement, Louis couldn't help but tease, "I didn't expect our great female captain to get so nervous at such a moment." Speaking like that is just for show, but as soon as Louis set foot back in Guangshi, his heart was already restless with excitement. All this time, the corners of Louis's mouth hadn't fallen. He was aware of this and thought to himself, "How strange, clearly I've only been away for a few days, but it feels like I have been gone for several years. It turns out, unexpectedly, I have already come to see this place as my home." Even though it was late at night, when Louis returned, the Guangshi clan stayed up, disregarding the time. Groups of people rushed out to greet him. Leading the charge, of course, were Louis's 4 beautiful wives. They all shouted in joyous unison. Louis was quite familiar with the situation, running straight to the girls and opening his arms to hug all 4 of them at once. He called out the names of his beloved wives, Guan Xiaofei, Lingyu, and the other beautiful girls. In the midst of this tranquility, being hit with dog food not just once but 4 times in a row was too much for Lu Jin, who had been single for ages. He decided to close his eyes. Indeed, it was quite bitter. As a qualified little brother, I chose to turn a blind eye, disappearing from this world. That's right, dear brother. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing her husband return, all 3 girls immediately jumped up, chattering away. One girl was particularly concerned about his health, asking if he had been injured while out, and if he had been eating well. Another one was more focused on whether he had been cheating on her. They seemed to transform into little puppies, sniffing and checking every nook and cranny on Louis's body. Louis realized that he didn't smell like any perfume. It seemed his allure had diminished as there were no beauties accompanying him. Upon hearing this, the girls began to expose each other. "Louis, don't listen to her boasting. During this time, she has thought of you every single day." Louis felt that when he was outside he was surrounded by so many men, but now that he was home he was being surrounded by these sweet, obedient girls, making him feel as if he had wandered into paradise. He puffed out his chest, his face full of enjoyment, not bothering to hide his satisfaction. It had been a long time since he had been with women, and this fragrant scent was truly overwhelming. "Oh no, I can't think too much more, I still have business to attend to." With both arms around 2 girls, Louis felt quite grand, commanding everyone to head back to his private house, shutting the door behind them. "Let's not stand around here any longer, let's go back first. I still have a surprise to share with you all." Upon hearing the unexpected news, every girl gleefully agreed, practically drooling with excitement. However, Louis still couldn't go home yet, as Chief Chang had not shown up, making it impossible for him to leave in peace. Suddenly, Chang Mei Yang appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. It would have been fine if she had just shown up normally, but she still enjoyed teasing everyone, driving all the girls crazy. Chang Mei Yang tightly hugged one of Louis's arms, pressing it against her 2 melons without a hint of hesitation, her face full of provocation. "Surprised, aren't you, esteemed deity? You really are biased, why do they get surprises and not me?" Louis was at a loss for words. "Chief Chang, what are you doing?" He felt like a young deer caught in a trap set by a cunning fox, growing increasingly flustered as Chang Mei Yang pressed closer to him. She whispered seductively, "I specially instructed the organizers of the party to prepare this in celebration of your return. You can't just ignore me because of them." Even though he had been tricked many times before, Louis could not escape the allure of Chang Mei Yang. He was teased to the point of being speechless. Louis, feeling cowardly, could only think to himself, "Although I have no intention towards Chang clan leader in that regard, who could bear such a tense atmosphere in front of others? But what could his younger sisters possibly allow him to indulge beside Chang Mei-yang?
Guan Lingyu, the most possessive among the group, shouted loudly, stopping any inappropriate actions between the two. "You all wait a moment for me."
Guan Lingyu didn't want anyone touching her husband, so she rushed over to Chang Mei-yang and pushed her away from Louis.
Although being treated so dismissively, Chang Mei-yang still smiled contentedly.
Her exquisite pleasure was in provoking these people. The more Guan Lingyu got jealous, the more she enjoyed it.
Thus, the two competing women began a fierce verbal battle, all over a man named Louis.
Guan Lingyu was not the least bit willing to back down and frankly said to Chang Mei-yang, "Chang clan leader, Louis is not your servant. You should pay attention to other men and women." Chang Mei-yang wasn't backing down either.
Half jokingly and half seriously, she replied, "I only saw the divine envoy and felt a little happy, that's all."
You are already the divine envoy's wife, you don't need to compete with a woman like me, right? Louis stood outside and saw the situation getting a bit tense. If he touched anyone, especially Guan Lingyu who was getting furious, the outcome would definitely not be good.
He was extremely scared. "Oh, if I don't stop Lingyu now, things are going to get dangerous. She's about to go completely mad."
To prevent a major clash among the girls, Louis quickly grabbed Lingyu and took her back.
He greeted Chang Mei-yang and conveniently declined the damned party that hadn't even started yet but was about to get me punched by those lovely and cute girls.
He said, "Haha, thank you for the kind invitation, Chief Chang, but I need to rest urgently. That party can wait until tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow."
Chang Mei-yan was rejected, but the smile still remained bright on her face. Having achieved her goal, she happily let Louis go, then make sure to rest well tonight. At this moment, Louis was feeling quite exasperated. He was always being played, but after being teased, he finally realized that he had fallen into a trap set by Guan Lingyu. In the end, he also saw that this woman had deliberately planned it, making the flight to Guangshi safely, yet Louis still remained unaware. He thought far ahead about the future. "Although I have safely returned, the Wen family is ultimately a disaster.
Tomorrow, I need to negotiate again with Chang Mei-yang."
Louis had just come home with Lingyu when he found the three remaining girls standing in the house. They say that couples should close the door when they argue, and that's absolutely true. As soon as Lingyu stepped into the house, she began interrogating Louis like a prisoner, despite still holding him tightly. "Chang's chest is quite nice, isn't it? I knew right away that you wouldn't change your nature. Even with us around, you still look at other people. What did you swear to us before? Have you really forgotten?" Louis hadn't done anything yet found himself under fire, so he decided to ignore her. He pretended to be deaf and dumb, turning his face away.
Don't think this trick could fool Guan Lingyu. Seeing him pretend like that only made her scold him even more. "What are you doing? Am I wrong in what I said? Men like you are truly worthless."
In the end, it was only when Guan Lingyu had calmed down that Louis shifted to another topic. He began seriously proposing, "Do you want to see what the world of the gods looks like?" Indeed, this topic is a huge attraction for girls.
Guan Lingyu was no longer angry but was very curious and asked, "The world of gods? Is it the world of you and Mei?"
Louis raised his hand to demonstrate his divine king seal Pikachu, then continued, "In the past, I helped someone, and she gave me some items in return.
I feel that these will be useful for everyone."
He took out the jade pendant of young Lady Lin, and while absorbing knowledge from it, he accidentally discovered a very wonderful page. This was the sealing technique that he had found on the last page of young Lady Lin's notebook. Now that he had this, he could also perform the sealing technique with Guan Xiaofei and the others.
With 4 divine seal cultivators added, their chances of winning against the Wen family in the future would increase.
Louis was filled with confidence, unhesitatingly trying out the method mentioned in the book. He signaled for the girls to close their eyes and concentrate. "I will channel my power to bring the training and sealing method into everyone's minds." In an instant, Louis's divine king seal shone brightly, emanating 4 separate beams of light. Each bolt struck directly into the minds of each girl, causing them to be momentarily stunned.
Divine Seal Cultivator Cayenne, Louis did not forget to remind an important thing: absorb my magic power and circulate it, change it. You must remember not to be hasty after understanding the issue. The girls simultaneously closed their eyes and entered a meditative state. Louis's magic power surrounded them, preparing for the stage of cultivating the divine seal. In an instant, each girl in the group was brought into a completely separate space. That space resembled a vast, dark universe. Here, they had to use their own abilities to find the divine seal that suited them best. The beginning was Guan Lingyu. She entered the space, and before her was a floating piece of paper. As long as she became a divine seal cultivator, she could fight side by side with Louis. It seemed simpler than starting a business. Comparing it that way truly made her feel uncomfortable. Guan Lingyu did not hesitate to touch the piece of paper and began to feel the magic power. She sat straight down on the ground and started the process of absorbing and circulating the magic power with the help of Louis's divine king seal. The golden lightning bolts from him quickly transformed into streams of purple light. She shouted, "Open for me, open!" So she could quickly, very quickly succeed in obtaining her own unique seal. Her mark was imprinted on the back of her right hand in a magnificent manner. Guan Lingyu joyfully praised herself, "I did it! I am indeed a genius." The next person to enter the vast space was Guan Xiaofei. She also encountered a piece of paper identical to her sister's. Strangely, although she had absorbed and released magical power as Louis had instructed, nothing happened at all. However, the process of obtaining her divine seal was not as easy as it was for Guan Lingyu. But that did not mean she would give up easily. She recalled Louis's words and her relentless efforts from before, silently praying with all her might, "No, I can't rush this. In the past, when I worked as a flight attendant, I was captured but still mastered 3 languages, now I cannot give up either." With sincerity and determination, finally, a source of light came to her. It gently descended upon Guan Xiaofei's body, becoming a blue mark right on the back of her hand. Guan Xiaofei was overjoyed. "Louis, from now on, I will be able to help you." The next person is Miao. She is undeniably full of personality. While others sit in meditation, praying for seals to come to them, Miao feels that all the seals are running away, not wanting to come close. She lamented in front of the spiritually weak girls, "Am I a fierce beast or a flood that they all flee from? Is it that hard to enter my being? The harder it is, the more I want to conquer it. I don't want to believe that." Niel was not gentle at all, fiercely absorbing all of Louis's magical power into herself. After some forced effort, finally, a seal came to her and accepted her as its master. It was a beautiful green mark. And then the last person was Suing. With her inherently gentle nature, harmonious with nature, she simply needed to sit still and absorb magical power effortlessly to succeed. She felt incredibly refreshed, as if she were reconnecting with nature just like in her childhood, truly at ease. Just after expressing her awe, another mark appeared on her wrist. So all 4 girls have acquired the divine seals. They smiled brightly and opened their eyes wide in unison. The girls shone brighter than the light of the Buddhas from the 10 directions, making Louis squint from the brightness. After a wrestling match of endless energy transmission, Louis was panting as if he had fought 10 battles, wiping sweat from his brow and recounting the divine seals of the 4 girls, the water seal, the wind seal, and the wood seal. He didn't hesitate to praise their absorption abilities. Although it made him a bit tired, it seemed that everyone had experienced and connected with these seals even better than he had. Fortunately, he still had a lot of energy stored away, otherwise, he would have almost been drained completely by them. Well, next time, they can draw something else from him, just not energy anymore. He looked tired, and he felt a bit sorry for himself. All 4 girls, after obtaining the divine seals, were happier than ever. It was as if they had been injected with adrenaline, hugging Louis tightly, leaving no part of him untouched. Every part of him was embraced, every inch felt their presence. Guan Xiaofei rubbed against Louis, joyfully expressing her feelings. "After unlocking the seals, we have come to understand how hard you have been working. This time, we will be able to help you." Guan Lingyu did not allow Louis to refuse. She forced him, "This is what we have negotiated. You cannot refuse." No chimed in, "You have to listen to us this time."
Suing gently expressed her concern for him, "Tonight you should rest well.
We will stay with you."
Hearing this, Louis felt warm inside.
He was so moved he couldn't speak.
In fact, when he went far away, he was scolded by his sisters-in-law, but coming back, he was still pushed into a bed alone, without a pillow or anyone to attend to him.
That was Louis's current situation.
He bore the title of a devoted husband with many wives, yet at night he still lacked an embrace.
Perhaps that was why Louis decided not to sleep anymore and got up.
He went to the window, thinking to himself, Guan Xiaofei and the others have already become cultivators, so I should simplify their stories about them and the Wen family for them to understand. It's only natural that the Wen family came knocking at our door. Although I don't know how long we can prolong this, during this period, I should quickly enhance their abilities.
Indeed, this was truly giving him a headache.
Surely, in all this, only he has been thinking all day, setting problems for himself and then getting a headache. While Louis was still immersed in his frustrations, he suddenly heard Guan Lingyu's voice from behind. "The moonlight outside the window was beautiful, isn't it?
How long can we enjoy such peaceful days?"
Hidden in her words was a deep-seated worry. It was only now that she could confide in Louis.
He asked, "Lingyu, why are you awake?"
Before Louis could even finish his question, Guan Lingyu ran over and hugged him tightly from behind. He thought Lingyu was a fierce queen with a sharp tongue, but on this special night, she suddenly appeared very shy, like a newlywed bride returning to her husband's home for the first time.
Guan Lingyu's unexpected touch also made Louis blush uncontrollably. She tightened her grip around Louis, expressing her innermost feelings, "I can't sleep. I'm afraid that if I close my eyes, I won't see you anymore."
Louis began to sink into his own thoughts, recalling the time when he and Guan Xiaofei were together, and Guan Lingyu was the one keeping him and Guan Xiaofei apart.
Who would have thought that after everything, both Guan Xiaofei and Lingyu would end up with him?
Truly, fate plays tricks on people. Then let's just accept the situation where both of us share the same husband. Guan Lingyu said, her emotions pouring out, "In the days since you left here, we felt like we had lost our souls. In the bamboo house, there was no vitality whatsoever, and those days were truly unbearable. Perhaps you don't know, but during our school days, I was always envious of Guan Xiaofei for being able to be by your side.
Being together like that, I did everything I could to separate the two of you. I thought that after you left, I could forget you.
But after all these years, I still can't do it." Louis was taken aback, his eyes wide open, his face redder than a tomato. He recalled those innocent moments back in school, filled with first love.
Indeed, in every moment, the presence of both Guan Xiaofei and Guan Lingyu could be felt. Now, Louis understood the situation.
No wonder everything had suddenly changed back then. He had thought that Guan Lingyu only started to like him because they were stranded on the deserted island, not realizing she had feelings for him from early on. Guan Lingyu suddenly stepped back, feeling very shy, and continued to share her thoughts. She said, "Coming to this deserted island, besides you, there are many beautiful women. Each one by one, is incredibly talented and capable, even more so than I am. So there are a few things I no longer want to hide from you. I love you very much, Louis. No matter how many dangers we face, I am willing to stay by your side forever."
Guan Lingyu suddenly felt anxious.
So it was not just her.
Whoever confessed to Louis first would win.
Only those quick-tongued could become the primary wife. Louis, who was lacking female companionship, could not help but feel delighted to be publicly professed love in such a passionate way. He called her name in the night, Lingyu, then hugged her tightly, whispering, "Let's leave the past behind.
I won't let you be alone anymore." Guan Lingyu gently nodded, as if understanding.
However, the romantic atmosphere of lovers did not last long before Guan Lingyu suddenly grabbed Louis's hand and ran off to another place. "You come quick." Louis, who didn't realize he was being foolish, still thought he was old, just followed her along.
Sure enough, the young man Louis could not pass the test posed by Guan Lingyu.
She unexpectedly took the initiative, pushing him onto his back on the bed. Just by looking at her expression, it was clear that Guan Lingyu was in control, while Louis could only lie still. In the gaze of the bewildered young man who had yet to experience life's trials, Guan Lingyu's hand glided over the firm flesh of his body as she moved closer. The closer she got, the more Louis's mouth fell open, unable to utter a word.
Oh no, big brother.
They have already taken the initiative like this and you still don't know how to pounce. Finally, Guan Lingyu spoke up. Previously, Guan Xiaofei beat me to it.
This time, I'm finally in front of you.
She caressed his cheek enticingly, and Louis found himself unable to escape her allure, softly calling out her name, as their lips gradually drew closer to each other.
Everyone thought there would be a continuation, right?
Indeed. Let me introduce everyone. The train has run through the tunnel, and there's no more to it. It's not easy for the author to let you see a steamy scene. While Louis was bound by the shackles of desire, on that serene, moonlit night, outside the docks, the members of the Wen family finally arrived, and naturally, they had missed their target. A man dressed in red and wearing a mask also boarded the boat along with the other cloaked figures. As soon as they stepped onto the vessel, a group of people knelt down, whispering, "We apologize, my lord, he is very good at hiding.
We simply cannot locate his exact position."
The cloaked leader Wen Yuan was indeed displeased with this report, and he angrily scolded the others. "You can't even track down a living person? What a bunch of useless trash." The members of the Wen family certainly did curse as if they were singing. However, this time the others were fortunate enough to escape from that song early because of the man in red wearing a mask. He was full of confidence, smiling as he assured, "It's not a big deal, isn't it just one person? Next, let me show you how it's done." The man in black, bristling like a cat, calmed down after being stroked once. "Humph, then you must hurry.
We absolutely must present Louis's head soon."
After a passionate night, the sun rose, and a new day arrived. The entire Quangshe tribe was particularly excited today, gathering around the bonfire. Guan Xiaofei particularly noticed her sister looking unusually strange, so she asked Guan Lingyu, "Sister, are you practicing some special cultivation technique? Why do you look even more beautiful than before?" Guan Lingyu was well fed, fully cared for, her face was glowing, her eyes sparkling, and her whole body radiated the light of the 10 directions of the Buddhas. "She hadn't slept all night but still lied as usual. The quality of my sleep has increased significantly, so naturally, my beauty must have improved." Guan Lingyu's lie was immediately detected by Miao. "Don't think I didn't notice anything last night. Did you do something with Louis?" When Guan Lingyu's lie was exposed, she felt extremely guilty, her face flushed as she denied it vehemently. "Don't talk nonsense. Whatever was said needs to have evidence." Louis, standing nearby, felt just as uncomfortable hearing the girls' conversation. He kept pretending to cough like an old man, ahem ahem. Meanwhile, Guan Xiaofei was completely innocent, not understanding the implications of what the two girls were saying. While the whole family was joyfully chatting together, suddenly, a young man rushed in, looking flustered. "It's not good, Chief. I've just received news that all the members of the hunting squad have been killed." In the midst of calm, receiving such grave news, Chang Mei Yang frowned anxiously. "What is the situation?" Their reaction was due to their unawareness that after a journey, Louis had returned with several powerful enemies. Therefore, upon hearing this news, only Louis realized that trouble was approaching. The chances of survival were slim. Immediately, a young man returned, supporting an injured girl. Despite her severe injuries, she still managed to report the situation. "Tribe leader, we went outside and encountered some kind of trap that harmed us. Only one of the 6 from our team has survived. It seems that those behind intended for me to return and inform everyone. That's why I was able to come back alive." Chang Mei Yang broke into a sweat, trying to deduce the culprit. "Is there someone specifically targeting our tribe? How ridiculous." As a tribe leader always concerned for her people, Chang Mei Yang could not let this matter go unnoticed. She immediately issued a bold counterattack order, forming a strike team. "I want to see who has the guts to provoke our Quangshe tribe." The remaining members of the tribe quickly gathered, armed with various weapons, ready to take revenge for their fallen comrades. Behind, Louis was still extremely worried. He thought to himself, could they be from the Wen family?
With thousands and millions of tribes on this deserted island, how could they find this place so quickly?
No, I must go check it out quickly to confirm my thoughts.
Louis immediately raised his hand to volunteer. Chief, I want to lead the team. But before he could finish his sentence, several girls behind him spoke out in unison. Are you trying to leave us again? The girls argued amongst themselves, each with a different opinion, forcing Louis into a corner. Did we not say last night? If something happens, we should face it together. Moreover, if you're out there alone and encounter the Wen family, what will you do?
One girl spoke up. We are no longer the weak girls we used to be.
We can help you too.
This way, we can train ourselves.
When else can we break through if we don't try now? No matter what happens, we will go with you.
Seeing the girls eagerly worried about him like that, Louis was so touched that he almost shed tears. He exclaimed with a frown on his face, laughing loudly with confidence, let's charge ahead and lead the group. All right, then we are a special unit of durable soldiers, facing challenges together. The wives, seeing their husbands publicly stepping out for the first time, were ecstatic, each jumping up and cheering, great, let's set off quickly.
Louis was led to the scene of the conflict. My lord, this is the place.
Members of the Guangshi tribe were scattered across the forest, blood splattering around. The situation was indeed very serious. Louis activated his renowned detective mode, moving towards each corpse to analyze them, his expression calm, showing no signs of fear. The cause of death was also due to slashed throats. There were no signs of a fight at the scene. The marks on the neck indicated that these people had all been cut by someone else with a knife. All of this was very normal and reasonable. Louis frowned as he looked around, continuing to hypothesize. The strangest thing here was the expressions. The faces of all the victims and the cause of death were the same. It seems that they truly are from the Wen family. They have trapped us. The very thing that Louis wanted to avoid the most had finally happened, leaving him in a state of panic. Guan Xiaofei could also guess the situation. She anxiously confirmed with Louis, these things were done by them, right? Although Guan Xiaofei did not specify who they were, Louis understood and confirmed. Such ruthless tactics seemed to be something only people like them would do. It appears that your fears were indeed accurate. Before Louis could finish his work, suddenly someone rushed over, kneeling down on the ground, struggling to deliver the bad news. Your Excellency, our forward intelligence team has been ambushed. Over 10 people have already died in an instant, and they are heading this way at the fastest speed. Louis was shocked and immediately asked, how many of the enemy are there? The person replied, about 10 people. Without finishing, Louis quickly signaled for everyone to mobilize. All citizens resist. Gather everyone. There are enemies challenging our Guangshi tribe. We must respond. Everyone was filled with great vigor, raising their weapons and shouting in unison under Louis's lead. The group leapt and danced towards the enemy's location. However, as soon as they stepped into this territory, sharp magical projectiles were immediately launched from the opposite side. Louis, with his quick judgment and reflexes, was fortunate enough to dodge these attacks, but the others were not as lucky. They didn't have time to utter a word before those blows struck straight at their necks. Louis had to continue dodging attacks, so he had no time to worry about the others. He observed his surroundings and realized that the situation was truly dire. Without further hesitation, Louis drew the knife gifted to him from inside the ring, and began to fight back. Seeing that he had made a move, the enemy no longer hid but jumped down from above. Louis, oh Louis, you really make it hard for me to find you. You have offended our young master. Do you really think you can still escape? The newly appeared figures were all cloaked in black. Though their faces were not revealed, they were incredibly arrogant. Louis held the knife and replied, whether those people are naive or not is not for you to decide. Bullying the people of my tribe? In the end, you will have to pay the price. He glanced at the girl standing behind him and flashed a confident smile. It's fortunate that he was wise enough to have Guan Xiaofei and the others activate their seals. He could sense that, in front of him, only the masked man was somewhat strong, while the others posed no threat at all. After a preliminary assessment of the situation and realizing that his side could definitely win, Louis swiftly soared up like a bird, simultaneously ordering the archery team to suppress the enemy. Everyone has heard the command, "Yes, my lord." Immediately, from behind, the girls simultaneously fired thousands of arrows. The man in the red robe with the mask was not to be outdone. He did not wait for Louis to launch his attack and immediately charged forward with his friends. "Do you dare to take on a rock with an egg? Kill them all." He swiftly and elegantly dodged all the destructive arrows from Louis. "Such puny bows and arrows, and you think they can stop us? How absurd!" He laughed disdainfully, fully contemptuous of Kwang Shi's tactics and weapons. However, before the men in black could deal with all the arrows, Louis's voice rang out again, "Blast, assault team." In an instant, the grenades stored in bamboo tubes were thrown out in unison. The Wen family members saw this and laughed derisively. A barbaric person is indeed a barbaric person. Bamboo tubes can also be made into weapons? Another one chimed in, "It's just a small tube, it can't be as fast as arrows. Just stand still and let you throw. Can you really hit us?" One of them laughed heartily, unable to stop. "This is truly the funniest joke of the year. Ha ha. The ancients used to say, laugh at others today, tomorrow it will be your turn to be laughed at. You guys can laugh to your heart's content, but when the grenades explode, you will know who the real clown is. When the bombs come and the Wen family doesn't run, the only thing left is to jump and be blown into the air." The powerful grenades of Louis shook the entire area, exploding a large region. The masked man stepped out from the smoke, completely surprised. "What is this?" "Its power is comparable to explosive techniques." Chairman Louis turned the situation around, successfully embarrassing those who used to look down on him. He mocked the Wen family. "The power of science and technology is something you cannot understand." That being said, Louis remained very cautious. Although the explosives in the bamboo tube could harm ordinary people, for cultivators, the damage was still minimal. He still had to rely on surprise attacks to create a special effect. The red-clothed man, feeling humiliated, became even more furious. He swung his axe at Louis. "Damn you! Let's see if I can tear you apart." Seeing the thug rushing towards him, Louis jumped up to counterattack. With just a shining punch, he could block this blow. The masked figure was surprised, wide-eyed in astonishment. "The breath of a fake cultivator? Wasn't it said in the intel that you were a seal master?" Louis sneered with disdain, showing off his muscles. "Maybe you're just too oblivious." He only pretended to act nonchalant, but Louis had no clue what was actually happening. He was simply confirming his identity through those words. He could sense that he indeed had a seal, but it seemed he had reached a deadlock. It appeared that he still needed an opportunity. The remaining members of the Wen family began to split up to take action. Louis fought against the man in red while they attacked the people of Kwang Shi. While bouncing around like a gorilla, a hooded figure jumped in shock upon seeing our stunning girls. He began to show his lewd nature and called out to his companions, "There are 4 gorgeous beauties ahead, dressed so scantily, they must be trying to seduce us." The others weren't any better. Upon seeing the girls, their eyes lit up like headlights. "What are you laughing about? Hurry up and catch them so we can have some fun with them." Guan Lingyu had always hated these guys, and with such words directed at them now, her anger flared, exuding an intoxicating aura. She clenched her fists, signaling to the other women, "We have arrived, let's give it our all and then come back." The time flashed back a few hours earlier. Before setting off, Louis had given very careful instructions. "You all are not yet familiar with using magical power. Later, if it comes to fighting, be sure to be cautious. Your divine seals will guide you." The girls also absorbed the information quickly. On the battlefield, Guan Lingyu skillfully used her seals. In an instant, she electrocuted and took down 2 villains eyeing her backside. In the past, you only relied on brute strength to boast and show off. Now, let's see if I can explode you. This powerful attack was the thunderbolt technique. Once hit, there was nothing left but to twitch, resembling a CapCut music edit. Guan Xiaofei wasn't going to fall behind. "Sister has showcased her strength, I can't fall back." She used the water pillar technique, creating columns of water. Although they looked soft, when shot at someone, one would realize the power of a tsunami. It was indeed the one family on land that bore the brunt, being forced to dive and swim. Nyo, with the power of wind, danced gracefully in the air. Leave these guys to me. The few men lying flat on the ground, unable to hear the sound in time, were struck straight in the back by Myo. She shouted, "Wind ring," and that was the moment the remaining men went to meet their ancestors. The lucky ones who survived turned completely pale, their legs trembling, barely holding back tears. Are the women of the wild island all this terrifying? I miss my mother already. But there were 4 princesses here. The other 3 had no chance to escape. Their attacks were truly vicious, summoning vines and sharp thorns that pierced the hearts of the remaining 3 men. They hadn't even had time to yawn before collapsing right on the spot. After dealing with a group of lecherous men, the 4 girls were exhausted and panting. I'm really tired. It feels like all the strength in my body has been drained away. The man in red, who had just turned around, found his comrades gone and his feet nearly cold, then noticed the 4 girls. He was extremely astonished. What is happening? It can't be. How can there be 4 more practitioners like this? But he had no time to inquire further because Louis wouldn't allow that to happen. Where are your eyes looking? Your opponent is me. He called back the red-clad guy's spirit, then swiftly dashed toward him with his Pikachu knife. The other guy was just in time to use an axe to block the attack, causing both sides to seem evenly matched. But this time, Louis had somehow managed to touch the red-clad guy's mask. The mask was torn, making the other guy start to feel apprehensive. Why do you get stronger the more you hit me? He had just finished wondering when Louis's strike affected him again. The powerful interaction caused him so much pain that he couldn't scream. The red-clad guy was hit by Louis and sent flying far, high, crashing directly into the massive wall. Seeing him get knocked down, the girls joyfully ran over to Louis. Louis, you are so handsome. Louis wasn't very pleased. He didn't forget to compliment his beloved girls. You all are also very formidable. Just starting out and you can already beat those artifacts like that. On the surface, he was praising them, but Louis began to clutch his heart and cry silently. In the future, I absolutely cannot provoke them anymore. With the continuous moves like just now, if I got hit, I definitely wouldn't survive. Indeed, the fate of a man is like the 12 waterways, having already taken 4 wives, all of them possess deadly weapons like that. Louis was truly worried about his future. The other girls, however, remained oblivious to Louis's concerns. Just when he thought victory was at hand, Elsa rushed over, calling out loudly, Your Excellency the Divine Envoy. Louis questioned back, Why have you come here instead of helping in the tribe? Out of breath, Elsa quickly exclaimed, The Kwangsher tribe has been attacked by outsiders. The chief has been seriously injured. You must hurry back. Panic was clearly visible on Louis's face. Has someone really breached our defenses? Where is Lu Jin? Isn't he in the tribe? Upon mentioning this, Elsa's eyes filled with tears. Wiping her tears away, she recounted the battle in the tribe. We don't know where these 3 powerful individuals came from. As soon as they arrived, they engaged in combat with Lu. Their strength matched that of Lu, but due to their overwhelming numbers, Lu was ultimately at a disadvantage. As Louis listened, his frown deepened, filled with anxiety. Could it be that the attackers are not just this group? At the same time, the masked man had regained consciousness. He coughed violently like a terminal cancer patient but still boldly mocked Louis. I reminded you this morning. Did you really think it was only us who came to kill you? Louis, with a face full of anger, glanced at the red-clad man without saying a word. The latter thought this was amusing. He raised his face to the sky and laughed boisterously as if celebrating. Do you like this gift? Even if you turn back now, it won't change the fact that the Kwangsher tribe has been annihilated. Ha ha. What this man didn't expect was that when Louis didn't speak, it meant he would resolve things through action. If he couldn't solve the problem, he would deal with the one who created it. Louis rushed over from nowhere, plunging a dagger straight into the red-clad man's heart. He screamed in agony, blood splattering everywhere. However, Louis didn't care.
he immediately turned around and ordered everyone, "We should retreat immediately." In short, it was indeed time to withdraw. When Louis left, the Guangshi tribe was still incredibly peaceful, with everyone gathered around the campfire. Yet now, as he returned, that scene had completely vanished. Before his eyes were only burning houses and bloodstains everywhere. As soon as he landed in this place with Elsa, Louis realized that the situation was far from good. His voice turned firm as he commanded while trying to reassure the villagers, "Quickly return to your positions." Didn't the chieftain give any instructions? Have you all forgotten? His heart was filled with deep sorrow. The casualties were truly severe. The scene was no different from before the liberation. Fortunately, I do not sense the presence of other divine seal practitioners. It seems the others from the Wen family have already withdrawn. Louis stood up, nodding as a signal to his tribesmen, indicating he wanted to go to Chang Mei Yang's location. When he arrived, he found her extremely weak, her body severely injured, her brow tightly furrowed in pain. Louis quickly approached to check her body, realizing that her left chest had been gravely injured by a chi object. Although it had been dealt with in time, due to excessive bleeding, she had lost too much blood. Seeing Louis's serious expression, the girls understood that the situation of Chang Mei Yang was not very promising. Suing stepped forward and suggested, "Louis, can we take over from the Guan chief?" Guan Xiaofei also wanted to lend a hand in saving Chang Mei Yang from the hands of death. "I am a flight attendant and have learned a lot about emergency care. Moreover, the spirit seal fusion of Suing and I can provide effective healing." Louis was a bit surprised but quickly agreed, "I didn't expect the spirit seal to have such effective fusion." "Then I will trouble you too." The two girls quickly got to work, their powers merging together. Throughout the healing process, Louis could only stand back, silently praying and trusting. He could see both girls were doing their utmost to channel their magic into healing Chang Mei Yang. However, Louis frowned at his intuition. "I don't understand why I feel a very strange sensation rising in my heart, as if something bad is about to happen." The healing took an incredibly long time, and the bloody gauze pieces from Chang Mei Yang appeared increasingly. Suing and Guan Xiaofei were extremely tense, pouring all their internal energy into treating Chang Mei Yang. Suddenly, both girls stopped what they were doing. They pondered for a long while, not uttering a word. Louis broke the silence, asking, "Is the situation with Chief Quan very serious?" Guan Xiaofei maintained her expression and replied, "She is injured, but the injury itself is not too severe, as the arrow only grazed her heart." In the tribe, there were people who performed the rescue measures correctly for her. However, Guan Xiaofei hesitated for a moment before revealing the bad news. However, deep within her heart, there is a mysterious dark power. That power seems to be highly toxic and is currently corroding her heart relentlessly. This is the real reason for her bleeding. Upon hearing this, Louis couldn't help but feel confused. He remembered the image of the mask-wearing man laughing with glee, and now he understood the reason for his boastfulness. It turned out to be the surprise he mentioned. It was no wonder he accepted to retreat so easily, for the arrow he shot had been poisoned. While there was still hope, Louis refused to give up. He quickly ran over, placed his hands on the shoulders of Guan Xiaofei and Suing, and began to channel his dark power into the two of them. "I will transport my power to you both. Let's see if we can drive it out." Guan Lingyu also spoke urgently, "The tribe leader Quang has done us a great favor. We must help her to the end." So not only Louis was channeling magic power to the two doctors, but even Miao and Guan Lingyu were transferring magic power to them. But then, suddenly Chang Mei Yang weakly spoke, "No need. I'm almost dead." Her words made everyone immediately stop transferring magic power. Tribe leader. Louis looked on with sorrow, his eyes wide open, unexpectedly calling her name. Chang Mei Yang, in pain with sweat streaming down her face, still struggled to utter her final words. "I never thought I would have a day like this. It seems fate has been too harsh on me." Louis understood the situation clearly, feeling helpless as he gritted his teeth and turned away. "Tribe leader, you should rest well, don't waste your strength anymore." Although he said that, deep down Louis already had the answer about Chang Mei Yang's fate. It seemed she truly could not make it through.
Knowing she had little time left, Chang Mei-yang tried to make use of the final moments to express her deep feelings. I still have so much to learn from you.
So many things to say to you.
She also expressed her final wish, Louis, I know the Guangshi tribe can no longer be sustained.
Please choose that army child as the next chieftain. I don't ask for anything else, I want to see the world you once described. If there is a future for me, would you be willing to take me with you?
Chang Mei-yang whispered as she stretched her trembling hand towards Louis. Louis, filled with sorrow, approached her and pressed his face against her hand. He said nothing, only silently lamenting in his heart, Chang Mei-yang, you still hold such feelings for me. But seeing the troubled expression on Louis's face, Chang Mei-yang smiled lightly, just kidding. Bring Army in here to meet me.
My time is running out.
Soon after, Army hurriedly rushed in.
As soon as she appeared, worry written all over her face, she called out the chieftain's name, but before she could finish a word, Elsa turned to shout loudly, Army, kneel down. Upon hearing this, Army immediately complied, unaware of what awaited her. On behalf of Chang Mei-yang, Elsa clenched her fists, suppressing her emotions, and proclaimed loudly, from today onwards, Army will take on the position of chieftain of the Guangshi tribe. Elsa continued, because Army is still too young, she can't take over the position of chief immediately. In 3 years, she will officially assume the role of chief. Hearing this, Army gasped, not understanding what was happening. She ran straight to Chang Mei-yang, her eyes beginning to well up with tears. Chief, could you be mistaken? I can't do it. She was emotional, grabbing onto Chang Mei-yang, tears streaming down her face. Without you, I am just a little girl from the Guangshi tribe. You can't abandon me like this. Chang Mei-yang murmured, trying to reassure her, you really are just like me. I know you can't do it right now. But heaven knows, I must entrust this responsibility to you. As if prepared beforehand, Chang Mei-yang took out a bracelet and handed it to Army, instructing, take this. In the future, if anything happens, please discuss it with Louis. I'm sorry. I can't help everyone anymore. Chang Mei-yang smiled brightly just before leaving, still trying to take all the responsibility upon herself. Immediately afterward, she truly departed from this world, her hand hanging down. The Army knelt beside the Guang tribal elder, stunned for a moment as he looked at him. Then, she burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Everyone in the sick room also knelt down, screaming the name Chang Mei-yang, elder. Louis stood frozen, frowning and lost in thought. Without Chang Mei-yang, I don't know what my life on this deserted island would be like. Even Guan Xiaofei and the others would likely meet a tragic end sooner or later. Therefore, no matter what, the beasts of the Wen family must be exterminated. Otherwise, such tragedies will continue to repeat. Now, I have enough reason to wipe out the Wen family. As everyone in the Guangshi tribe was in mourning, Louis spoke loudly, the Guang elder has passed away. Now, the Army is the successor to the position of elder. Your task is to stabilize everyone's emotions. Only when we are united as one can we kill the enemy and avenge our elder. Those in the room held back their tears, responding in unison, we will obey the orders of the great divine envoy. The Army approached Louis, full of tension and worry. Brother Louis, although the elder has entrusted me with the position, I don't know what to do. Louis treated Army like a young sister, gently stroking her head and comforting her. He softly promised, don't put too much pressure on yourself, I will help you. Army responded with a nod. After that, Louis took one last look at Chang Mei-yang, etching her image deep in his mind, then immediately turned his back and walked out of the room. Upon stepping outside, the first person he encountered was Lu Jin. Louis asked, Lu Jin, why are you standing here? Lu Jin looked very self-reproachful, not daring to meet Louis's gaze. He mumbled an apology, boss, I'm sorry, it's my fault that Guang clan leader ended up this way. Louis approached him, patted Lu Jin's shoulder, and reassured him, you cannot take on so many people by yourself. You cannot be blamed for this. First, tell me the situation with them. Lu Jin remained pensive, sorrowfully recounting the recent events. There were 5 of them. The leader is Wen Yuan,
a close associate of the Wen family. This person has ordinary strength but is very scheming, truly giving me a headache. 2 of them were killed by me, and the others all ran off after Wen Yuan. Lu Jin recalled the battle with clenched teeth, filled with resentment as he recounted it. Louis forced a smile to ease Lu Jin's emotions. At least you weakened the enemy's strength. Lu Jin continued, filled with fury each time he mentioned the despicable acts of the Wen family. If it weren't for them resorting to such underhanded tactics, not engaging me directly, but instead targeting people from our tribe, I would have wiped them all out by now. By the way, boss. Wen Yuan, while fleeing, claimed that his young master would personally use his powers on this island. He would bring even more practitioners and urged us to pray for our own well-being. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's expression hardened. This indicated that we had been hunted to the brink. Ha, come on. Let's show you who the real victor is. Waiting to die is not a good strategy. It's best if we take the initiative and set traps for them. Louis pondered deeply, lost in a tangle of thoughts, and began to devise strategies. He continued to inquire about the Wen family's information. So where did they land? Is it still that sea area? Lu Jin racked his brain but could not come up with anything significant. I don't really know. The Wen family's assets are substantial. They independently operate their ships and have the ability to move flexibly. As wealthy individuals, they have many ways to travel, so I'm at a loss. Suddenly, he slapped his hand, as if he had just made a discovery, but with Wen Xin's arrogant and conceited personality, he might not choose to launch a surprise attack from elsewhere but will likely continue to land on that beach, as it is closest to Shilanzhou. Louis nodded in agreement. I think so too. In fact, the rich are often easy to read. You all need to be careful, don't let money blind you and fall into their trap. On this side, Louis was fired up and ready to charge ahead. For the future of our cause, we must prepare thoroughly. Suddenly, seeing Louis's spirited demeanor, Lu Jin was taken aback for a few seconds. While Louis was moving towards army to discuss strategies, Lu Jin began to think, although Shilanzhou is a divine realm, living there doesn't give me any sense of comfort. He continued, although Louis is still young, his personality truly makes it hard for others not to love him. Being around someone like that makes me feel as if I have been revived. After discussing with army, he gathered everyone in the tribe and began a magnificent speech to rally the fighting spirit of the entire populace. Louis also participated with some powerful words. Recently, the Guangshi tribe has suffered severe blows from the outside. Although the enemy has retreated, countless compatriots, along with Chief Kuang, have passed away. This grudge we must avenge. Right now, I gather everyone to inform you of an important news. The enemy will launch a second attack immediately. Hearing this news, those below began to whisper among themselves. Finally, a girl stood up, voicing the feelings of everyone present. Your Excellency, why do they not attack other tribes but instead target us? Is there really some deep-seated hatred between us and them? This point struck at a secret that Louis had not yet revealed, and her words made him startle. However, Louis sincerely recounted the truth. He said, after all, this matter is also my problem. He had thought a lot about the current dangerous situation. I can't hide this matter for my own sake. The troubles with the Wen family are caused by me for them, and the Guangshi tribe has also suffered many losses because of me. This truth needs to be openly acknowledged. Therefore, Louis spent an hour explaining to the people of the Guangshi tribe about the consequences of Wen Xin's actions. As he recounted the story, everyone below listened attentively, not missing a single word. Through Louis's narrative, they also became angry and filled with hatred towards the attitude and actions of the Wen family. After hearing the entire situation, Army was the first to speak up. Brother Louis, you have become too estranged from us. If it weren't for you, our tribe wouldn't have reached today. Moreover, those worthless scum look down on people with disdain, treating no one with respect. We have done nothing wrong and should not feel ashamed. Once the temporary chief spoke up, the others would surely follow suit. Xiao Kuei pounded his chest and loudly expressed the sentiments of many in the Guangshi tribe. The chief is absolutely right. If it weren't for the great divine envoy, many of us would have perished during the dark rain season. Elsa also agreed, speaking out, that's right, the people of the Wen family are truly overbearing.
Targeting the divine messenger means they are aiming at our tribe.
We must certainly kill them and avenge the divine messenger and take revenge for Chief Quang.
In an instant, everyone else shouted together, "Revenge! Revenge!"
The atmosphere suddenly became intense with the soaring will of the entire Guangshi tribe. Louis felt a bit embarrassed being supported like this. Although he did not express it out loud, he secretly held the highest thoughts for the people here. Indeed, they were all sincere natives, with not a trace of malice in their hearts.
Louis raised his right hand high to the sky. "Thank you all for your support. When they arrive here, I can guess their landing location.
Now, I need to choose people from the tribe to join me in launching a surprise attack to eliminate these individuals at their starting point." His tone suddenly became more serious than ever, for deep in his heart, Louis also recognized the level of danger in this battle.
The danger this time was absolutely much more challenging than previous encounters with Wen Yuan and his gang.
But no matter how powerful they are, the level of the Wild Island suppression still has an impact on them.
As long as they do not escape from this range, what I hold can still destroy them. Thinking that everyone would be frightened and withdraw, unexpectedly Louis only needed to say a word, and a series of young men and beautiful young women rushed in to compete for a chance to go along. "I want to go. I also want to fight. Fight." Receiving boundless support made Louis' spirit more confident than ever. "Good. Next, I and Guan Xiaofei will take turns organizing everyone into groups to carry out a comprehensive upgrade."
He shouted loudly to signal, starting the training campaign to become superheroes, capable of smashing the mouths of those from the Wen family. Before dispersing the meeting, he did not forget to remind the people here, our goal is not just to eliminate them. If in battle, everyone maintains their own survival rate, then remember that surviving is the most important thing.
The following days were an extremely tough time for the entire tribe. Everyone devoted all their strength to serve the upcoming battle. Louis is responsible for producing a new type of explosive along with the army. To increase our chances of success, we must first upgrade the explosives with the army. The enemy approaching here is the Wen family. They could be seal masters or practitioners. The bamboo tube explosives won't inflict too much harm on them, but the landmines might be different.
At the same time, Guan Xiaofei's team has begun to assign personnel. Since they all have connections with seal masters, they no longer need to be busy with logistics.
They have become important figures in the tribe.
In this tribe, women are prioritized, they thrive like fish in water. All the preparations made previously are now being fully utilized, from weaving fabric, props, to defense and weapons, each having its own purpose. After years of living as forest dwellers, the Guangshi tribe has finally evolved to a new height, now having decent t-shirts to wear like modern people. On a breezy, clear moonlit night, Louis and Xiaokuei took the lead, and the whole tribe began to march to the ambush site. Louis analyzed the terrain of this area very carefully and concluded, this mountain pass is the only way to reach the island, so lying in wait here is the best option. Next, Louis turned to Xiaokuei and said, "Xiaokuei, you take your people to ambush around here. Elsa and I will go to the main road to bury the mines." Xiaokuei looked in the direction Louis pointed and immediately accepted the order. "With me around, not a single one of them can get in." With Xiaokuei's confidence, Louis felt reassured and began to bury the mines. He carefully and meticulously dug the soil and placed each explosive inside. Louis thought to himself, unless the Wen family turns into birds, don't expect to pass this place without trouble. Like the treasures of Lu Lingzhou, he absolutely did not believe that anyone could possess them. Even if the Wen family came, he could not bear to let the scoundrel Wenshin use them. After arranging everything and spreading the bombs across the ground, Louis instructed Elsa, when the time comes, you arrange for 2 people to hide in these positions. As soon as the enemy enters the ambush zone, immediately cut these wires." Elsa remembered the order, then took the activation button from Louis. "Yes, my Lord Celestial Messenger." Louis continued to turn to instruct the other 2 teams. Archery team, find a hiding spot in the trees. As soon as the ambush signal sounds, you should shoot arrows frantically. The bomb team should hide carefully for now, there's nothing planned yet. Just wait for my orders when the time comes, understood? Receiving a clear response, Louis and the Guangshi tribe returned to their spot.
Each person went about their tasks, sitting idle while waiting for the enemy's arrival. A gust of wind swept by, accompanied by a loud noise. Louis immediately recognized this as the sound of a ship docking. He signaled to those hiding behind the rock to remain silent, for the enemy was about to arrive. Just as Louis had predicted, within a few minutes, the three talents of the Wen family appeared. The talented scholar was nowhere to be seen, but I could see these three were quick-witted and sharp. Leading the way, of course, was Wen Xin. This time, not only did they have the bullet-blocking companions but also some green-skinned beings that looked like spiky balls. Wen Xin and the people beside him laughed incessantly, constantly displaying utter contempt. The green-skinned figures had already detected the presence of people hiding behind the rock. Louis and Elsa were immediately drenched in sweat. When Louis saw the blue-clad figure approaching him, he vaguely realized that something was wrong. These guys had an incredibly keen sense of smell and had probably detected us. Sure enough, the green orbs charged straight towards Louis without waiting for Wen Xin's command. Seeing the situation was critical, Louis quickly ordered to pull the pin. With just that one command, a group of people simultaneously released the safety pins of the grenades and tossed them straight towards Wen Xin and his companions. The grenades detonated, creating a thunderous explosion with a colossal force. Louis remained hidden behind the rock, feeling immensely proud of his new invention. With such power, he couldn't believe they would not be harmed. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a group of people lying sprawled out, sound asleep on the ground. The spirits were also face down, kissing the Mother Earth. At this moment, Louis exited his hiding spot. He looked at those suffering on the ground and smiled brightly, feeling triumphant. What good are your gadgets? Compared to the weapons of our world, you are still a bit weaker. Suddenly, without a word, a notification appeared. The brown-haired guy accompanying Wen Xin, tall, neither dark nor dirty, had appeared behind Louis. He was deep in thought, assessing Louis from behind. Louis, you are really different from the image of a young master that was described. Was that explosive technique just now used by you? Louis was taken aback, his eyes wide open in surprise. If he had appeared in front of Lou and said hello, I've been standing here since this afternoon, Louis could still be enchanted, but suddenly appearing like a ghost like this made him feel disdain. Louis concentrated his magical power into his right hand, while still gazing intently at the person. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the guy was on guard, he threw a bolt of electricity at him. However, this time, the opponent was much quicker than him. He smiled confidently, dodging Louis's attack with incredible skill. Louis pushed his opponent back away from himself, and only then did he start to worry, silently evaluating, this person is able to appear silently right behind me and was not harmed by the ground lightning. It seems this time I've encountered a formidable opponent. The brown-haired man stepped back, still smiling confidently. He must be the best in the world. Wen Xin, protected from behind, was also unaffected by the ground lightning. He commanded his subordinates, all of you, go for it, capture them all alive. Meanwhile, Louis did not stand still and accept his fate. Elsa, Army, and Xiao Kuei all charged forward together. We cannot let the divine envoy down. Brothers, let's go. And so both sides rushed forward, ready to clash with each other, slamming into one another. However, before they could even make contact, Louis had called Lu Jin over. Lu Jin jumped down from the sky, landing between the two factions and said, "Okay, I'm here. Now that I have my outfit, don't I look sharp? Your opponent is me." As soon as he appeared, Lu Jin launched a cluster of fireballs at the group, catching them off guard, leaving them in shock and with their mouths agape, unable to react in time. In an instant, a corner of the sky behind Louis was engulfed in flames. Nevertheless, Louis still felt anxious. Although Lu Jin had made significant progress recently, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands. He needed to deal with the man in front of him quickly. Noticing Louis's distraction, the brown-haired guy felt extremely annoyed. At that moment, he released his magical power, and sharp claws like those of a wild beast from the deep forest appeared on his hands. To draw Louis's attention back, he taunted, "Are you still daring to care about someone else? "Kid, I have to teach you a lesson." This name, once serious, is indeed a very strong opponent. Louis is full of questions about his magic power. Could it be that the suppression of this island has no significant effect on him? However, he does not give Louis the chance to ponder. The brown-haired guy charges towards Louis, roaring, "For our young master, you shall obediently go to hell." Seeing him so fierce and scary, Louis is momentarily taken aback but quickly uses his sword to block his attack. How infuriating! Louis grits his teeth as he feels the sting from the scratch left on his face by that guy. However, he does not give up. What does it matter if you're strong? This battle is a matter of life and death. I cannot lose. Taking advantage of the brown-haired guy's momentary loss of balance, Louis immediately counterattacks with a lethal blow supplemented by Power Royal Seal. Now it is time for the brown-haired guy to be caught off guard. However, he reacts with incredible quickness, easily blocking Louis' strike. Both sides unleash tremendous force, creating a massive explosion that sends each of them flying away. The brown-haired man did not suffer any injuries from Louis' attack, but he also started to be more cautious with him. From ancient times until now, the Power Royal Seal has always been under the Divine Seal. I have never seen anyone who can unleash the Power Royal Seal to this extent. It's truly strange. While he was still lost in thought, Louis continued to attack with his Pikachu power. This time, the man did not dodge but instead stood still, interlocking his two claws to create a shield. After interacting with this person, he was immediately pushed back, creating a cloud of dust. Dust swirled everywhere, causing Wen Shen, who was eating popcorn and watching a movie nearby, to cover his mouth and cough. The brown-haired man lay flat on the ground, while Louis was not in much better shape. After delivering a blow, he felt as if he had gone through 10 battles with his wives. Louis knelt down to rest, leaning against his sword to keep himself from collapsing. This move of his had almost drained all of his magical energy. Even if the opponent was the strongest practitioner, they would have to suffer some loss, but life is not as one dreams. Louis had unleashed nearly all his power, yet the brown-haired man remained completely unscathed. As Louis was secretly celebrating, the other person suddenly let out a barbaric laugh. Ha ha ha. Truly interesting, this young man. Truly interesting, he must be mine. The brown-haired man did not say those words, but his crisp laughter was enough to make Louis feel dizzy. From within the swirling cloud of dust, he strode confidently towards Louis and said, "Kid, you are definitely not an ordinary Power Royal Seal. It seems that someone who can provoke the young master is indeed quite capable." He appeared to be completely enraged by Louis. At this moment, the courteous smile had vanished, replaced by a bloodthirsty grin. "Next, I will use my true strength to deal with you. This is the highest respect I can offer you." Surely, Louis did not desire such sincerity at this moment, but the brown-haired man continued to enjoy giving gifts. He unleashed his power like a superhero, then dashed toward Louis at lightning speed. His speed was hundreds of times faster, causing Louis to be overwhelmed before he even had a chance to react, enduring a relentless flurry of attacks. This strike came at him like a rocket. Now, Louis felt as if he was not fighting just one brown-haired man, but rather facing 3 on his own. Both sides began to compete in martial arts, neither willing to give in. On Lu Jin's side, even those from the Quanxi tribe were putting forth their utmost efforts to fight back against the Wen family. The battle raged on, and after some time, the results were finally confirmed. A girl from the Quanxi tribe rushed in to report to Elsa, "Captain Elsa, the vanguard team has nearly fallen. The distance between us and them is too far." Elsa didn't want to accept this truth. Damn it! Are we really just supposed to surrender? In a moment of desperation, the 4 supergirls finally made their appearance. "We have arrived." As their voices echoed, the ground erupted in a thunderous explosion, and people were sent flying into the sky. The girls were exceedingly confident, each using their respective spells with their own powers. "Fighting like this, how could it be done without us?" With timely reinforcements, Elsa became extremely joyful in an instant. "Great, with the legends here, we will definitely soar like a tiger with wings." On Elsa's side, optimism and excitement surged, while on Wen Shen's side, there was immense surprise. "The new cultivators are still those 4 women? Never expected Louis to have such a precious treasure by his side. He curled his lips into a smile that gradually lost its humanity and issued an order down below: take them all back and take good care of them. The man in the black cloak accepted the order and quickly left. Guan Lingyu had just arrived and immediately took command of the situation. Listen to my commander Lu Jin, quickly build a wall. The leader's wife had joined the fray, so Lu Jin had to comply. He answered clearly and distinctly, then followed her instructions, unleashing crisscrossing sparks that formed a barrier surrounding them, cutting off their escape route. However, they remained arrogant, underestimating this little skill. What do you think this three-legged cat can do to stop us? Guan Lingyu was quite pleased to see the cat caught in a trap. She was not at all annoyed but kindly replied to him, no, stopping you is natural. But the most important thing I want to talk about is this. Appearing behind Guan Lingyu was Miao. She launched 100 bombs towards those surrounded. They still did not understand why they were suddenly being given gifts when Guan Lingyu used her thunder fire technique, channeling electric sparks into the bombs. Needless to say, the two ladies coordinated perfectly, fireworks exploded with a bang, and the festival had just begun. The entire dimly lit area suddenly brightened up with sparks and the deep red liquid that everyone knows what it is. The fireworks had finished, the festival was over, but no one was left to admire it. Everyone had been scattered in the firestorm of Lu Jin, leaving them lying in heaps on the ground after being relentlessly beaten. Wen Xin watched his troops dwindle in number, feeling an uncontainable anger. When people are angry, it's best not to leave them alone. He couldn't understand why the man in the black cloak didn't take advantage of this moment and approached Wen Xin, young master. Before he could even finish calling Wen Xin's name, he was immediately met with a fist to the face. Wen Xin didn't forget his signature tirade, you piece of trash. Didn't you hear about the situation of their tribe before? How could there still be so many unexpected scenarios like this? You couldn't even clarify the enemy's internal situation. Are you still worthy of being called resourceful anymore? The informant, terrified, hugged his swollen cheek from the interaction, his mouth still bleeding steadily. But he feared Wen Xin even more, so he had to try his best to defend himself. The black-clad man was both sobbing and saying, young master, please do not be angry, this is a mistake of my subordinates. However, this item was likely created by Louis. Louis is alone, so there won't be many of these. Now, every time they use one, it means they lose one. Once the quantity is exhausted, they are equivalent to being empty-handed with nothing to defend themselves. At that point, they will only be at our mercy to slaughter. Wen Xin was indeed a spoiled young master. A little sweet talk made him believe right away, then this young master will trust you one more time. The Wen family will strive to improve our cultivation to deal with a single seal while losing so many people. If I do not capture them all at once and this spreads outside, how could I, Wen Xin, dare to face anyone again? While he was still worried about his reputation, Louis was being tortured mercilessly. He was beaten up ruthlessly. The brown-haired individual showed loyalty to Louis, but this method was far too violent. Wen Xin, full of excitement, looked towards Louis's battle and said, but luckily, I brought Jin Yuli along. This time, Louis will definitely not be able to escape. His words were indeed prophetic. Louis truly could not escape. He was battered by Jin Yuli, sustaining injuries all over, and eventually fell down, landing thud on the ground, lying motionless. Jin Yuli defeated Louis, then approached him slowly and gave him a compliment. It seems I have underestimated you. I didn't expect that just a small seal could exhaust so much of my mana. Complimenting him yet not sparing him at all. Jin Yuli raised his claws. Goodbye, newly met brother Louis, but today your luck is about to run out. Guan Xiaofei was the first to notice the danger to Louis. She saw him about to be offered up, filled with worry as she shouted loudly. Thanks to her cry, the others also became aware, all visibly anxious. Wen Xin couldn't contain himself, gleefully smiling at Louis's plight. This is the outcome for you when you confront the Wen family. Jin Yuli did not hesitate at all, immediately bringing his claws down. It seemed like this was the end for Louis, but Jin Yuli was mistaken. His claws did not touch Louis, but instead connected with the sharp blade in his hand. While Jin Yuli was still in shock,
when Yuan quickly realized the situation.
He shouted loudly, warning Jin Yuli, this is him using himself as bait. Brother Jin, please be careful.
Unfortunately for Jin Yuli, the words of the black-cloaked one Yuan were not as quick as Lu Yi's hand movements.
He had already prepared a homemade grenade without anyone noticing. By the time Jin Yuli paid attention to it, Lu Yi had taken aim and thrown the grenade at him, saying, "You should go to hell." Jin Yuli had no chance to dodge. Lu Yi timed his move perfectly and jumped out of the hole. He used his blade to block the force of the grenade, and that was how Lu Yi managed to escape from a life-and-death struggle with Jin Yuli. After defeating the brown-haired man, he didn't waste any more time and rushed straight towards where Wenxin was standing. Having taken precautions beforehand, the landmine only caused minor injuries to Lu Yi. But this time, Jin Yuli was caught off guard. Perhaps next time he wouldn't be so lucky. Realizing this, Lu Yi needed to quickly eliminate the mastermind Wenxin. Next up is your turn. While still using his sleeve to cover his face, he immediately received a fireball from Lu Yi. Lu Yi swung his blade directly at Wenxin. Although Wenxin appeared calm, he was very quick to react. However, instead of dodging to the side, he chose to grab Wen Yuan's head and drag him out as a shield against the incoming attack. The black cloak, suddenly struck by Lu Yi, coughed up blood but still clung to a shred of affection from Wenxin. However, he couldn't utter another word before Wenxin interrupted. "You were just a waste, sacrificed for me. That is your best fate." Wenxin showed no pity for his subordinate. Instead, he even wore a grotesque smile. That guy returning to the ancestors was simply the end of his usefulness. He was heartlessly thrown aside by Wenxin. Wenxin stared intently at Lu Yi before him, thinking of the future of his own precious body. However, there would be no second Wen Yuan to block the blade for him. Though Lu Yi was merely a typical talisman, both the power royal seal and the magic he wielded were rather eerie. At this moment, Wenxin realized he was in a difficult situation and frowned in distress. He asked himself, must I risk forcing a breakthrough of the barriers in my recovery to deal with him? Am I truly, as the young master of the Wen family, reduced to such a state? While this man was still lost in thought, suddenly a grenade flew directly toward Wenxin. He quickly grabbed this bomb, but the fate of the others was uncertain. Xia Fei suddenly appeared out of nowhere, filled with rage, commanding the raid team. As he shouted, thousands of grenades instantly soared toward Wenxin. This guy dodged them flawlessly, but thanks to these grenades, Lu Yi was given a brief reprieve, as Wenxin was pushed back further away. Looking at the fiery chaos before him, Lu Yi felt immensely exhausted and full of contemplation. The landmines are incredibly powerful, but they cannot withstand the second wave of attacks from the Wen family. The magic within my body has been completely drained, and I no longer have the strength to continue fighting. Wenxin hates me, and he definitely will not let this go. He reminisced about the beautiful memories with the Guangshi tribe. Alongside Chang Mei Yang, the Guangshi tribe treated us very well, but this trouble has also been brought on by me. It was supposed to be my responsibility. If I continue to stay here, in the Guangshi tribe, then it seems that Army, Elsa, and Xiao Kuei would certainly be implicated because of me. Thinking of this, Lu Yi seemed to have made up his mind. He slowly walked to where the battle was raging on. Amidst the intense confrontation between the two sides, Lu Yi took this opportunity to call his two close companions from the Guangshi tribe to his side. Elsa, Xiao Kuei, I need your help with something. Elsa responded with tension, Your Excellency, the messenger, just give your orders, I will definitely do my utmost to comply. Contrary to the thoughts of both Elsa and Xiao Kuei, Lu Yi's request this time was actually the final instruction. Lu Yi took a deep breath, trying to appear calm, and gently stated his demand, I need you to drive me out of the Guangshi tribe and also hunt me down. Indeed, this information left both Xiao Kuei and Elsa in shock. What did you say? Elsa vehemently opposed. I disagree, Your Excellency. Lu Yi, although our Guangshi tribe is a matriarchal tribe, you are now one of us. How can we just stand by and let you die without helping? Xiao Kuei also quickly chimed in, trying to persuade Lu Yi to change his mind. The Wen family has already killed so many of our people, now sacrificing you is just not fair. Lu Yi had always been a rational person.
Hearing their persuasive words not only did not sway him but made him even more determined in his resolve.
Louis used his limitless power to force the two people, "You two don't need to compete with me. Letting me go is the best way for the current situation of the Guangshi tribe. If I leave, there will be no one left to sacrifice anymore." Although he said that, Louis was tremendously heartbroken over this decision. His eyes showed clear reluctance, but he ultimately made the final decision: only when Lu Jin and I leave the Guangshi tribe, and at the same time, the Guangshi tribe hunts us down, can we protect the Guangshi tribe. The people from the Wen family will not make things difficult for you. Elsa could no longer argue against Louis, especially in the situation where the Guangshi tribespeople were becoming increasingly disadvantaged on the battlefield. "I understand." She reluctantly agreed to Lu Yi's proposal. Seeing Elsa's sorrow as she tried to hold back her tears, Louis felt compelled to smile brightly, entrusting his girls to the Guangshi tribe. "Then I'll trouble them to disturb you again." But just as he finished speaking, suddenly from somewhere, the girls spoke out in unison, "No way, we will go with you." They joined together in agreement: "When we came here, there were 4 of us, so when we leave, it must be the 4 of us. Wherever you are, we will be there." Seeing the boundless affection of the girls, Louis couldn't help but be moved. He hugged his first wife, Guan Lingyu, and smiled, agreeing to take the 4 girls along. "All right, then let's go together." In these scenes of feeding dog food, the one who suffers the most is always Lu Jin. Poor him, always the third wheel in the love story of these people. Lu Jin stood in the corner, tears streaming down his face. Really admirable, being able to grow old together like a pair of lovebirds, such happiness that even the celestial beings in the sky would have to envy Lu every day. Louis comfortably approached Elsa and coaxed her, "Come here, surely you must know what is happening by now." Elsa was put in a forced position, unable to hold back her sobs. After a moment of hesitation, she finally wiped away her tears and boldly shouted, declaring to everyone present, "Louis, despicable seducer of my tribe, waged war against the noble divine wisdom, causing severe harm and fatalities to the Guangshi tribe. I, on behalf of the Guangshi tribe, declare war against you. From now on we..." Elsa gritted her teeth, holding back her true emotions. She plunged a fatal stab into Louis's side, concluding her oath, "We are irreconcilable, we won't die until the end." Louis took a painful blow, but he cooperated well with this act. He collapsed backward, but not to meet the Earth Mother. He fell into the embrace of Guan Lingyu. With her outstanding acting skills, she deserved an Oscar. Continuing the performance, "The Guangshi tribe is really something, repaying kindness with enmity, how contemptible." She shouted loudly at Elsa and helped Louis leave. The other girls quickly followed suit. Once both sides had parted ways, only shadows remained. Guan Lingyu continued the act, turning back to shout, "If you want to go, then go. I have no desire to stay in this shabby place anymore." When Shin overheard the entire conversation and saw Louis preparing to flee, he immediately ordered genially, "He wants to run, quickly chase after him for me." The brown-haired girl swiftly dashed toward Louis. "Young master, even without you saying it, I already know." Though he had lost an entire arm and had become a cripple, this only fueled his hatred for Louis even more. Louis hadn't managed to go far when the brown-haired guy jumped out in front of him, saying, "You injured my arm and now you want to run away, huh?" This time, without waiting for Louis or the super girls to step in, Xiafei rushed straight in with a sword in hand. "You better get lost." Jean Yuli unexpectedly glanced back and quickly dodged an unexpected attack from Xiafei. Louis was also quite surprised by the sudden appearance of this person. Seeing Louis in shock, Xiafei had to shout loudly, "Hurry up and run. What are you standing there for? Move it." Xiafei's brother had just appeared, and before he could showcase a few scenes, Jean Yuli had already turned him into a stone horse and sent him flying back. "You bastard. How dare you mess up my plan?" Just a kick from him sent Xiafei flying hundreds of kilometers away. But this time, Xiafei was caught by Lu Jin. The red-haired boy supported Xiafei and helped him over to Louis, explaining his actions. "This kid is willing to risk his life to save the boss. Just based on that alone, I'm going to save him. Staying here means death, so we might as well go together. Who knows, we might still survive." Guan Xiaofei witnessed everything but was still incredibly shocked by the actions of someone who was once Lui's enemy.
Now, Louis did not care about the world anymore. He no longer had the strength to deal with these trivial matters. He muttered weakly, "Just go ahead first.
My magical power is almost gone, I won't be able to hold on any longer."
Although Jin Yuli was severely injured by us, his strength is still quite formidable. It won't be long before he catches up with us. Seeing that Louis was weak and still wanted to be in the wind, Guan Lingyu immediately reminded him, "You should say less." Thanks to the help of Lu Jin and Xiafei, the group managed to restrain Jin Yuli for a moment to make a hasty escape. Jin Yuli, severely injured and temporarily unable to move, turned his gaze towards Wenshun. As expected, everyone was the same. Working for Wenshun without results, one would inevitably have to listen to his golden words. Dozens of people in the elite team were almost completely destroyed.
"I really don't know what the useless bunch of you are doing to eat."
After waiting for Wenshun to finish cursing, Jin Yuli slowly stood up and spoke of his plan.
"You said, Master, how about we capture all of the Guangshi tribe to use as bait?" Wenshun couldn't understand how he was constantly falling into Lu Yi's traps.
Just as he had predicted, Wenshun certainly didn't bother with the Guangshi tribe for a simple reason: with developed limbs but a simple mind. That's all I have to say to you.
Did you not hear them betraying Lu Yi just now? Isn't it too dirty to take action against insects? Forget the Guangshi tribe. At that moment, Wenshun only wanted to capture Lu Yi alive. He ordered all remaining people quickly chase after Lu Yi.
His magic power has long been exhausted, he definitely won't be able to run far.
In the silent night, a group of people was carrying each other through the forests.
While Guan Xiaofei and Su Ying used magic to pull Lu Yi along with them, Lu Jin was also left carrying Xiaofei.
Guan Xiaofei looked at Lu Yi, who had lost consciousness, and was extremely worried. "What should we do now?"
Lu Yi's magic power has been depleted too much, and with the loss of blood as well, he has now fainted. Su Ying, while flying, suddenly sensed something special. She signaled for everyone to stop in front of a tree and pointed at it. "Look over there, the branches of that tree seem dense. My wood seal can draw strength from this tree.
Perhaps it could enhance the level of healing."
Lu Jin, who usually puts the boss's wife on a pedestal, seems skeptical this time, "But this tree gives me a very strange feeling." Lu Jin tried to resist, but it was negligible. Guan Xiaofei interrupted him, "Don't worry so much, just do as Su Ying said." The group moved closer to the tree, and suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, their figures vanished, leaving not a single strand behind. The 6 of them had suddenly been transported to another forest. Lu Yi was also awakened by that smoke. Meanwhile, Wenshun's group was desperately searching for signs of Lu Yi. However, suddenly, Jin Yuli, like a little puppy with a keen nose, stopped in their tracks.
Wenshun landed on the ground and asked why did you stop?
Jin Yuli felt a bit uneasy, but had to be honest with Wenshun. "My lord, it's as if Lu Yi and the others have been vaporized.
I can't even sense their breath anymore." Wenshun, in a fit of anger, yelled loudly at Jin Yuli, "What is this? You let him escape like that?
It seems the Wen family has wasted their resources on you all. That guy didn't take anyone seriously, he did what he liked, and if he hated someone, he would just beat them up."
He vented his anger on the poor, unfeeling tree. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and send more soldiers, surround this place. Don't just wait around doing nothing." What else could they do? Could they suddenly fly now? Jin Yuli refused to participate in Wenshun's childish antics.
However, he still had to swallow his anger and obediently follow his master's orders. After responding half-heartedly, he clenched his teeth and swore internally, "Lu Yi, you chopped off an arm of mine. I will make sure you pay back this grudge 100-fold." At the same time, the group of Lu Yi was in the being Lai Tncnh. The smoke was thick, causing Guan Xiaofei and Su Ying to squint their eyes, but they still held onto Lu Yi tightly. As the smoke gradually cleared, Guan Xiaofei opened the corners of his eyes to observe his surroundings, filled with surprise. "Where is this?"
Currently, they are in a completely unfamiliar place, surrounded by towering rocky mountains. Lu Jin is more excited than ever. He throws Xiafei's weight aside and jumps up joyfully. We've broken into a secret realm. It seems like we've been given a chance here. Unfortunately, Lu Jin is being overly naive at the wrong moment. Just as he is celebrating, Mio gives him a startling blow. Danger and opportunity often go hand in hand, don't be too quick to rejoice. He winces from the pain and instantly becomes submissive, crying out for mercy. You're absolutely right. While the two are still bickering, Suing suddenly notices the Divine King seal of Louis. It suddenly shines brightly. She calls out loudly to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, come over and look. Louis's divine seal is glowing. Hearing this news, everyone is taken aback and panicked. Even Lu Jin and Mo, who were previously arguing, immediately stop their dispute. Lu Jin needs to carefully observe Louis's situation and deduces, I've never encountered a situation like this before. But from the fluctuations of magic energy, it seems to be guiding us forward. Fortunately, it's the Divine King's seal guiding the way, otherwise, Louis suddenly raising a hand like that would make others think he's about to turn into a ghost. In front of them stood a massive stone wall. However, they were people of the spiritual realm, they could believe in anyone, but the most they believed in was the divine. Guan Lingyu, representing the sisterhood, made the decision, then let's hurry over there and see what it's like. Once the first wife had spoken, everyone had to listen. They all began to pass through the huge stone columns one by one. Going deeper inside, suddenly, they saw a totem pillar. Lu Jin unexpectedly exclaimed, that's the totem. I didn't expect to find a totem pillar hidden in this context without sensing it. Seeing Lu Jin overjoyed, Guan Lingyu, not understanding what it was, asked for clarification, what exactly is a totem? Lu Jin must have answered this question dozens of times for modern folks, yet he still enthusiastically explained, the totem pillar embodies mysterious power. As of now, all I know is that the boss has the ability to absorb power from them. Lu Jin quickly came up with a grand idea, let's hurry and throw him over there and leave this place. Don't get caught in the whirlpool of magic from the totem pole. Guan Xiaofei and Suing swiftly placed Louis down under the totem pole. Lu Jin, feeling joyful, carelessly tossed Xiaofei away like throwing away a piece of trash. Just as he touched the ground, small flickering lights began to appear around him. Lu Jin could feel and joyfully announced, this magic could really help restore the boss. The two wives left Louis alone. At this moment, the totem pole began to unleash its true power. It radiated an enormous source of energy that pulled Louis into his spiritual world. Louis was in a daze, forced into a dark and murky gray space. In that spiritual world, he was still lying on the ground. Suddenly, from above, a beam of light shot straight into Louis's body. When he opened his eyes again, Louis was no longer in that bleak world, he was transported to a lush, vibrant place filled with nature and greenery. Louis awakened, staring at his hands and sensing the warm atmosphere surrounding him. He gently sighed in amazement. Louis continued to feel the unnamed source of power flowing gradually into his body. This power was continuously increasing, as if it was overflowing into him. This was the strength of the divine column, Louis must call it sheer delight. Although he was seriously injured, suddenly receiving power from the divine column like this was truly amazing. He began to meditate, nourishing his mind and spirit, merging himself with nature. However, he still could not forget about his gentle wives. Have Guan Xiaofei and the others taken me to find this divine column? No matter what, I can't waste this opportunity. Lightning struck fiercely, the vessel containing Louis's inner world was filled with this new power. His divine king seal became increasingly radiant, blinding others. A loud explosion echoed, shaking the very heavens and earth. Outside, the divine column burned fiercely, both hot and scorching, causing no one to dare approach. After a long while, this red light vanished. At the same time, Louis also awakened. Surrounding him were still remnants of lightning, which filled everyone with dread. He didn't know how to explain it, thinking he had just been struck by lightning and thrown into the air. Waking up, Louis was still dazed, his mind not fully clear. Guan Lingyu and Mo were the two quickest to react. Before he could come to his senses,
both girls pounced on him and hugged him tightly. Guan Lingyu, the loudest of them all, exclaimed, "Thank the heavens, you've finally woken up." Miao was emotional, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to say a word. Just as Louis was still in a daze, he suddenly jolted awake, his face flushing bright red because Guan Lingyu's ample bosom was pressing right against his face. She even pretended to be shy. He was the very first to enjoy them, after all. Louis politely said, "I'm sorry for causing everyone worry." But he was immediately met with all four girls eagerly touching him, not missing a single spot. Usually, Louis didn't wear a shirt, and they had gotten used to looking at him. These past few days, having him suddenly wear one made them nostalgic. So all the girls gathered around, lifting his shirt up and touching him comfortably. Miao, being quite systematic, forcibly instructed Louis to comply. "Don't move, let us check you a little." Suing, while poking and prodding, marveled, "This is incredible. All the wounds from before have completely healed. What's the principle behind this wonder?" A family of 5 reunited in such a joyful and harmonious scene, yet Lu Jin felt uncomfortable, unable to bear the sight of those people spreading dog food. He clasped his hands and prayed to the heavens. On the other side is a flourishing garden of flowers, yet here I am, the only man. Oh heavens, where is my happiness? These people who are single are truly something else, everyone please understand. Once everything was checked, Louis cheerfully thanked his wives. "Fortunately, with everyone's help, I found the totem. My magical power, both damage and internal injury have all been restored by the totem. Moreover, I have a much greater harvest." Louis spoke confidently, announcing to his beloved family, "I have advanced to the practitioner stage. At the same time, I have also identified one thing: the Power Royal seal that I have unlocked does not seem ordinary. Its magical power is quite profound. This is also the reason why I absorbed 3 totems to reach the practitioner level." Louis felt the power emitted from the totem was addictive. At this level, things like grass stones didn't attract Louis as much as the totems did. He stood up, full of energy and excitement. "Then let's go quickly. This totem has been completely absorbed by me, and it will be useless from now on." Unfortunately for Lu Jin, continuing to move meant he had to carry the unconscious Xia Fei with him. Once again, Lu Jin quietly admired Louis. The strong magical power and seemingly endless reserves of magical energy truly set him apart. Just as they were preparing to leave, a threatening voice suddenly rang out from a distance, sounding very modern. "Everybody freeze. Don't move. Hands up." There was nothing to do. Who were these people to expect Louis to comply? He turned around and was astonished to find a whole squad in front of him, military gear. Soldiers? Could it be that this is the boundary line between us and the wasteland? In response to Louis's series of questions, the soldiers were completely confused. Of course, these guys all looked like Westerners, so how could they understand Louis's Chinese national language? Seeing that the soldiers were still holding their guns warily, Louis took the initiative to speak. "You all are overthinking it. We are still on that mysterious island." At that moment, they lowered their guns. One soldier stepped forward and asked a crucial question. "You are the survivors from the international flight BH 3340, right?" Louis thought he would be delighted and jump for joy at having someone know about his situation, but no. He had been trained in an environment where suffering came before happiness, and now everywhere he looked was an enemy, so he maintained his cold demeanor while probing. "We are the survivors." "What do you mean by that?" The soldier casually asked Louis. "Could it be that you are passengers from another plane?" At this point, Louis's group understood and fell silent for a moment. After that, they were taken deeper into the camp of these people. Louis followed but did not forget to assess everything around him inwardly. This place has no distinction between day and night. It seems they are refugees who unexpectedly found themselves here, but I just don't know which batch of survivors they belong to. Desolate islands do indeed harm people. Louis was not surprised, the soldiers were not surprised, so who was surprised? It was a knowledgeable-looking Western man with blonde hair, who upon hearing the news about Louis's group jumped up and fired off a rapid succession of questions. "Are these the remaining survivors from the flight? How did you manage to find this godforsaken place?"
Louis scratched his head, carefully crafting a lie to please everyone. We were passing by this place when we suddenly got sucked in here, so we don't really know what the situation is. The golden-haired man happily introduced himself upon meeting a fellow countryman on Earth. My name is Zhu Yun. Although I am not one of the survivors of your flight, by the time calculation, we actually encountered the disaster at the same time as you. The only difference is that we landed in a different place. We arrived just in time to enter this desolate and remote area, and we have no idea what the situation outside really is. Louis widened his eyes as he sensed something unusual and asked Zhu Yun again, wait. You and your teammates entered here at the same time? If you are also a disaster victim, how do you know so much? Does our flight disaster have anything to do with you? Guan Lingyu also joined in to interrogate. At that time, the plane was still flying smoothly under a clear sky. According to the theory, the airflow posed no danger whatsoever, yet suddenly, a baseless thunder struck. Under the intense questioning from both, Zhu Yun broke into a sweat and had no choice but to reveal the truth. The fact that you encountered a disaster is indeed related to us. Zhu Yun continued, but this is also something that cannot be helped. I originally thought that this experiment wouldn't affect the plane at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, but in the end, an unexpected incident still occurred. Louis, hearing that thoughtless statement, felt extremely uncomfortable. Enraged, he stepped forward, grabbed the collar of the blonde-haired guy, and shouted directly at his face, launching into a freestyle diss rap. Do you know how many lives are on this plane? Do you know the consequences of an accident? Do you know what kind of lives those who suffer outside have lived? Can you speak so easily about it? Zhu Yun, in distress and fear, tried to calm Louis down. Haha, let's take it easy. Zhu Yun smiled, but the special agents brandished their guns, pointing a bunch of them directly at Louis's head, signaling him to stop. Louis was already furious and further aggravated by the unreasonable bunch. He decided to keep going, not only refusing to stop but also starting to choke Zhu Yun like he was wringing a chicken's neck. Get lost. Don't think that just because you have guns, you are powerful. Lu Jin sat watching the play without understanding a damn thing. But seeing Louis getting worked up, a guy like him had to join in and just play alone. Even if he couldn't catch what was being said, he still understood fighting. If you want to mess with my boss, you first have to ask if I agree or not. He gently shot out a few tiny fireballs of his own. The modern people looked at Lu Jin casting spells with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Guan Xiaofei turned out to be the calmest one. She stopped Louis, who was about to throttle Zhu Yun. Louis, don't get worked up, let him speak gradually. When the concubine spoke up, Louis immediately calmed down. He unhappily shoved Zhu Yun away to avoid dirtying his beautiful hands. Then he exploded in fury, glaring and giving a short command, I want to know the whole truth right now. So scary. While the two sides were in a tense situation, suddenly from afar, a person unexpectedly approached and spoke up. I can tell you the whole truth. However, in exchange, you have to tell me what just happened. As soon as the voice was heard, Zhu Yun and the remaining soldiers immediately turned around. The speaker was a colonel with a very imposing demeanor. Louis observed this man and made a preliminary guess about his position. The insignia on the lieutenant colonel's shoulder indicated that he was likely the leader here. When the leader came forward to speak up, the conversation seemed to be becoming more intense than ever. The lieutenant colonel approached Louis and continued his proposal. Although this is a military secret, the modern rules here are no longer applicable. You indeed have the right to know the truth. Just now, I saw the local people standing behind you using a very strange technique. I want to know the principle behind it. Louis, full of confidence, took the initiative in this conversation. I can tell you, but first you need to see if the truth you speak satisfies me or not. After all, he held more information about the deserted island than these people, so he was confident he could easily manipulate them. Since their arrival, they had been trapped by the symbols here, and naturally, they were unaware that other forms of magic existed in this world. The lieutenant colonel and Zhu Yun exchanged glances, and finally, Zhu Yun had to nod in agreement. He raised his voice a notch and began to tell the story. 15 years ago, we discovered this island through satellite imaging. Initially, we thought it was an uninhabited island.
But then we found that there had been reports of missing boats recently.
Multiple times afterward, we sent people to explore, yet no one could set foot on the deserted island.
Whether by boat or plane, no one could approach the island, and in fact, it couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. However, on satellite maps, it truly exists. He continued, this created immense pressure on the nation regarding this matter. They even secretly organized a team of experts to conduct research on this deserted island, but regrettably, the results they obtained were all zeros. When speaking of the unfortunate situation, Zhu Yun suddenly smirked. He proudly pointed to himself. In the end, they found me, a space science research expert. Therefore, they entrusted this task to me. After a year of effort, I finally discovered the peculiar point in space that could open up this island. As a result, I successfully broke the shrouds surrounding the island. Zhu Yun's expression changed rapidly, like an actor with many years of experience.
From being proud, he suddenly narrated the incident with sadness. We were fully prepared.
The plane landed earlier, but who could have known that strange moment would impact the aircraft high above, pulling you into this situation?
Louis still frowned in annoyance but tried to appear gentle while asking, you all knew there were risks here, why didn't you anticipate the plane's information to avoid it a bit?
Zhu Yun suddenly raised his chin, appearing indifferent as if it had nothing to do with him. How could this be announced in advance?
The entire process was under national supervision. We simply challenged it. Furthermore, do you think we weren't harmed?
When the strange point opened, it unexpectedly erupted, causing us to lose more than half of our personnel and assets.
All our equipment had to be left outside.
There were many reasons, but none were convincing enough for Louis. Before he could express his opinion, the lieutenant colonel cheerfully continued, everything that needed to be said has been said. You should also fulfill your promise and tell us what that spell was just now.
This person seems to be really curious about Lu Jin's appearance.
He even pointed at Lu Jin and asked with familiarity, I can't understand the language of the brother behind you.
Is he perhaps a local here?
Louis remained cold-faced, determined to keep his composure and said nothing.
However, he had already conveyed a message to Lu Jin, light a little firework for them to see.
Lu Jin looked puzzled for a moment but quickly complied with the order. He shot a fireball towards the unfortunate tree nearby.
In an instant, the flames soared high up the tree, engulfing the dry trunk in a blaze. Lu Jin's magic left the modern onlookers in awe, astonishment, and admiration.
This was indeed hard to believe, and even a scientist like Zhu Yun was left gaping, on the verge of being dumbfounded. It was only then that Louis opened his mouth to speak. This kind of power comes from nature. I cannot explain its principles to you, but I can only say that the strength on this deserted island is relatively weak. For your own benefit, you have brought greater troubles upon yourselves. Although Louis's serious expression didn't catch Zhu Yun's attention, he was solely focused on his curiosity about Lu Jin. Brother, how come you can communicate with the locals so effectively?
And you can even make him listen to you. How did you achieve this?
Louis maintained his cold demeanor and refused to answer, I can't disclose that. Zhu Yun did not give up, eagerly trying to find a way to understand Lu Jin better. We can make a deal with you this one time.
Just name a number.
Thinking that money could sway Louis, he was well aware of his attractiveness, but he was no fool. He understood the trap in this transaction, you cannot contact the outside world.
I don't need money or checks right now. The lieutenant remained conciliatory and accommodating, continuing the negotiation. Then what do you want?
Just say it.
As long as we can satisfy you, we will comply. Louis pretended to stroke his chin, contemplating for a few seconds.
To be honest, he didn't want to get too involved with them. But for safety in the future, he clearly stated his demands: 3 guns, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, and 20 grenades.
What is this, asking for all this heavy weaponry?
Brother, with magic already, and now modern weapons, Louis is about to become the champion of the world.
In fact, this is all part of Louis's calculations. Although firearms cannot completely deal with powerful cultivators, for Wenshin, the fact that they are reducing their cultivation level here is simply redundant.
At this moment, the lieutenant colonel also shifted to a strict mode. He frowned, unwilling to accept the request. That's not possible. 3 guns are fine, but ammunition and explosives are off the table. No matter how the outside world is, if you guys can get in here, then we can surely get out. He even made an alternative proposal that would benefit his side. How about you join our team directly? That way, the issue will be resolved. What do you think? What makes Louis so easily manipulated psychologically? He is the only one who can manipulate others. Louis straightforwardly exposed the true face of the lieutenant colonel. You want to gain benefits barehanded? Our paths are different, cooperation is not possible. You all should just stay here by yourselves. While others would pull at Louis to stay when he turned to leave, this heavily armed lieutenant colonel used a strong method instead. He clapped his hands twice and pointed his gun at Louis. You can go, but the women and the magic users must be left behind. What kind of game is this? They want to keep the beautiful and rare things for themselves, don't they? It's a pity that beautiful women only like to play with muscular guys. Guan Lingyu turned around, full of contempt and mockery. The whole group goes crazy when they see women. Can't these guys walk straight when they see a woman? Niu heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhu Yan also chimed in with his lieutenant, blaming Louis for everything. Come on, brother, just a few women. Just leave them behind. I can overlook your previous disrespectful actions. At this point, Louis despised these people even more, greedy and only thinking of their own interests. He frowned and slowly cursed. I had already guessed it. The selfish types like you aren't much different from stray dogs. Being insulted like this, it's a wonder these guys didn't fly off the handle. Zhu Yan was incredibly displeased, pointing a finger and giving orders, not drinking the celebratory wine but wanting to drink the punishment wine. Let's see how long you can keep being stubborn. Brothers, let's charge together. The soldiers all held their weapons, wanting to send Louis off to the altar. You think you alone have the ability to command others? You are gravely mistaken. In this matter, if Louis is number 2, then no one is number 1, don't even think about a rebellion. Go! He waved his hand, and flames erupted everywhere. The lieutenant colonel and Zhu Yun were left in shock and disbelief. What is happening? Louis did not stand still to let others turn him into a donut. He leaped and flipped as if practicing yoga, preparing to unleash his move against the lieutenant colonel. Not able to evade, this guy decided to resort to words. This is heretical. Go die! He shouted loudly while firing at Louis. But those little metal candies were of no consequence to him. Our main character, Louis, jumped into the air and broke the lieutenant colonel's finger that was pulling the trigger. The guy cried out, "Aaa! My hand!" Although he was just a punching bag of an ordinary person, Louis took the opportunity to showcase his strength. He activated the Divine King seal and punched the lieutenant colonel, sending him flying far away. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. After defeating the leader, Louis, with his stunning and cool demeanor, lightly asked about the situation of the sisters-in-law. All right, you all must have finished tidying up over there, right? We will take the weapons and head out first. Indeed, united as husband and wife, they could drain the East Sea dry. The girls easily piled up the corpses of the weaklings into a heap. Louis didn't expect the cleanup to be so ruthless and swift. Perhaps he was worried about his future. Confidently, Louis strode straight to the container of those guys, opened up a ring of great power, and sucked in all the guns, grenades, and various types of firearms into it. Guan Xiaofei approached to ask her husband's opinion. Are we just letting them go like this? Louis, having already calculated this in advance, was exceptionally merciful this time, closing his eyes and letting them go. If they can manage to open it, that might help us get out. Assuming they are all telling the truth, this point is also quite unstable. Therefore, I need to aim for that location, where there's a boundary. To break through this boundary, we have to rely on science and technology. He continued, no. If not, how could they not escape? The so-called secrets that harm you also harm us terribly, but thanks to that, it opens a big door to a new world for us.
Instead of relying on the time professor, we should rely on ourselves, on the new strength we possess. So handsome, oh my! Not only is he handsome, but he's also in uniform. Oh my, let me love this guy for 100 years. Don't say I'm obsessed with handsome guys, even Guan Xiaofei thinks so. She gently said, "Are you saying that I'm thinking too far ahead?"
On the outside, Guan Xiaofei seemed puzzled, but inside, she was constantly expressing her feelings of excitement. She couldn't tell if it was an illusion or not, but she felt that Louis was becoming more and more handsome. Guan Xiaofei was wearing the blue outfit that Louis had given her, and she gently asked him, "Do you think they will come to seek revenge on us in the future?" Louis replied nonchalantly, "Revenge? Well, it depends on whether they have enough tools or not." At the same time, the people they were talking about were rolling on the ground, tightly bound like sticky rice cakes, unable to move even a centimeter. Louis said, "For them, I only collect all the weapons, but I do not drive them to the brink of death. If I want to take a life, I can certainly do so. These are two different concepts. I just feel that I need to stick to my own principles." Louis, after all, still trusts his own instincts the most. How to get in and how to get out? Those are the questions that Louis always grapples with, because when leaving this place, they will return to the starting point. He continued to lead the group away from that area, in search of other totems. They followed Su Ying's lead. Suddenly, she pointed towards the suspicious tree that had brought them here. "Since the beginning, we have wanted to go down beneath that tree. Who would have thought that as we got closer to it, we would be transported to this place?" Louis and Su Ying approached the tree, observing and feeling its power. He could vaguely guess the origin of this ancient tree. The legend could say that this tree is a bridge created by a cultivator. But Louis did not sense any magical or otherworldly power from it. He wondered, is it because I have absorbed the totem into my body that I can no longer feel the power from this tree? While Louis was still puzzled, Su Ying had listened to the call of her heart, pressing her ear against the trunk of the tree to listen in. "When I look into the eyes of this tree, it seems to be drained of its vitality." Indeed, she was a fairy of nature, full of curiosity towards this gigantic tree. "Perhaps I should try channeling my magical power into it. Who knows, it might come alive with magic." Without hesitation, Su Ying began to channel her energy into the tree. Although Louis tried to stop her, it was too late. As he was expressing his concern, everything unfolded in its own way. Su Ying's strength flowed into the tree's eye sockets. From there, a brilliant light radiated from the 10 directions of the Buddhas. This light was so blinding that even Louis had to shut his eyes tightly to avoid being blinded, the light enveloping everyone in Louis's group. When he regained his composure and opened his eyes, something had changed. "Damn it, something has indeed gone wrong." Louis looked around the area he was standing in. Looking at the architecture of this place, it seemed that he was inside a stone cave. On was confused as he looked around and exclaimed, "All right, it really is just as I predicted." The only thing he hadn't thought about was the traditional reverse dispersal of the tree, and now he found himself in this situation. Due to the lack of light, Louis had to fumble along the wall to escape this dark place. As he walked, he thought, "Fortunately, after I leveled up to become a cultivator, my abilities have improved quite a bit. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do." He silently reminded himself, "I should warn that girl. Normally she's very gentle, but why did she do something so reckless this time? Indeed, she is a beautiful and well-behaved wife, but sometimes she can be a bit alarming." After a while of tracing along the cave wall, Louis finally emerged from the deep cave. Before him now was an incredibly unique lake. The water wasn't the deep blue of jade, but emitted a rich blue glow, as if ink had been mixed in. Louis couldn't help but marvel, "I didn't expect there to be such a mechanism down here. It's incredible that there's a lake hidden in a place like this, and it can even emit light?" As he looked closely into the deep blue water, he suddenly shouted in surprise, "Wait! Is this the column of the divine tablet?" Deep within the waters, a familiar totem gradually emerged. Upon encountering the totem here, Louis could not help but marvel at his good fortune. Who would have thought that, even by taking a wrong turn and stumbling upon it, I would have the fate to meet it? I must not miss this opportunity. His determination was evident on his face as he approached the lake. First, Louis needed to assess the depth of the lake. He picked up a small stone nearby and threw it straight down onto the water's surface. The stone flew swiftly and splashed down to the bottom, creating a sound that helped Louis gauge the depth. However, the answer he received was not very promising. He thought, indeed, the totems in the past were all hidden well within tribes, and it is absolutely not easy to encounter them. They also attract other practitioners, imprisoning them within the totem to protect themselves. Naturally, the totem underwater is no exception. Approaching it will not be straightforward. Louis pondered how to break the gravitational pull in order to enter. But then, he suddenly jolted as if he had just awakened. Wait! Why should I exert so much effort? The totem attracts divine wisdom because they are outsiders, but I am originally the heir of the divine king seal Epilogue. My strength and this totem's power both come from the same source. Here it is. Finally, Louis realized that he was the important character. Without thinking much, he immediately launched his plan. First, Louis activated the divine king seal, then transmitted his magical power into the lake. Just a little primal force was enough to create a resonance. As expected, with just a bit of magical power infused, the totem column immediately rose above the surface of the water, flying straight to the shore. In fact, it was incredibly hospitable as it created a stone platform around it to make it easier for Louis to approach and absorb its power. Small stones from underwater also floated up, forming a path directly to the totem column. Louis quickly jumped across each stone slab and soared up, reaching the totem column. Come here, become my new power. He shouted as he usually did, but this time the miracle did not happen. He was not transported to any space, nor could he feel any magical power flowing into his body. Disappointed, Louis spread out his hand, counting each finger, realizing that he was just fooled. Gritting his teeth, filled with anger, in the past, just touching the totem column would allow my magical power to flow out. But this time, there is no reaction at all. Could it be that this totem column is fake? Or has the divine king Epilogue tricked me? If I can't eat it, I'll blame it. Surely this matter isn't due to your doing. Louis walked around the totem pillar, his forehead creased in thought. What if my method of opening it is wrong? Could it be that this totem has some kind of mechanism or hidden secret? Louis has come up with 1,001 strategies, but in the end, none satisfied him. While observing around, he suddenly noticed strange drawings that looked like a 3-year-old's scribbles. He wondered, what is this? It looks ridiculous, but if it's on the totem, it must have meaning. Could this possibly be a type of martial arts manual? Only by learning it can I unlock this totem pillar? Having pondered too much without anyone to answer him, Louis decided to take a risk. The totem pillar has presented itself right before me, there's no reason for me to pass it up easily. I must try every method. So he began to dance wildly, alternating between ballet and practicing martial arts according to the shapes depicted on the totem pillar. The more he danced, the more Louis felt like those elderly people practicing Tai Chi in the early morning. However, strangely enough, this time he seemed to be able to feel the magical power of the totem column flowing into his body. It was truly miraculous. He could sense the magical energy throughout his body being mobilized, as if he and the totem column had become one entity. In his ecstasy, Louis danced joyfully, moving up and down more passionately. He didn't even need to open his eyes to masterfully perform the movements depicted on the totem column. An hour later, Louis threw a thunderous punch into the air, ending the bizarre exercise that the totem instructor had assigned to him. Louis suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at his right hand. Now he had a bright green divine king seal. At first, he thought it was an illusion. I never expected that this magical power would truly awaken a divine seal for me. It's just a pity that right now, I want more to focus on attack seals. The water seal doesn't have much effect on me. Having gained new strength and yet being dissatisfied was truly frightening. Let's see whether karma would strike him without fail. Louis tried to unleash a quantity of water to test the effectiveness of the new spell. Between the Power Royal Seal and the Water Seal, he could quickly switch back and forth in an instant, while his magical power would also transform into pure water force. Although the seal he opened was not as ideal as he hoped, it was better than nothing. Oh, pity for the fate of the Water Seal, merely a latecomer, forever just a secondary wife. In Louis's heart, only the Power Royal Seal Pikachu was number one. After absorbing the magical power, Louis retracted his magic because he needed to quickly prioritize his top goal. Forget it, I should still go outside first and figure things out later. He continued to jump over the stones to escape from the area of the totem. Louis wandered around this cave for quite a while but still couldn't find an exit. He felt a bit suspicious and stared at the stone wall above. How strange, I have gone around twice already, why can't I get outside? Wherever there was wind, there would be an exit, yet in this place, the wind was evenly distributed everywhere, leaving no reason for him not to escape. While Louis was still pondering, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Suddenly, thousands of bats appeared, flying straight to attack Louis. Where did this flock of bats come from? He cursed under his breath and quickly ran away, even more than being chased by a dog. You guys don't chase after me anymore. I'm really just passing by. We won't offend each other's territory. Maybe being in the cave for too long made him a bit self-absorbed, to the point of talking to mindless creatures. Normally he was imposing and strong, but he couldn't understand why today he turned into a clumsy guy. Louis slipped and fell straight down a bottomless pit. He tumbled several times like a professional acrobat and finally landed on the ground with his broad back. The series of impacts made Louis cry out in pain, it hurt so much. Then he sat up, rubbing his back. Before he could gather his thoughts about where he was, Louis heard a strange noise. This time, he was extremely cautious. He stood up straight, stepped back, and shouted towards the noise, "Who is in there?" Seeing that no one came out yet, Louis sweated even more from a bit of fear. I can't sense any breath from this person. The one inside must be quite formidable. Contrary to Louis's worries, the person who emerged was extremely irritable, grumbling as if he had to welcome an intruder into his home. It's really noisy, and there's not a shred of politeness. I was just able to get a little sleep, and you had to wake me up. Do you still dare to question who I am? Louis looked at the old man's appearance and was quite surprised. Is this an old man? The old man's breath was very gentle, giving off no sense of danger, and the Divine King Seal did not issue any warnings. The harmless appearance of the old man made Louis lower his guard. Seeing him pitiable, tattered like this, he didn't think the old man was a bad person. At most, he was just a fictional port chairman trying to test his employees' loyalty. Louis had always been someone who respected the elderly and cared for the young, so he recognized his mistake and clasped his hands in apology. I'm sorry, sir. I accidentally came into the wrong place and truly did not mean to disturb your rest. Are you a resident here? Could you please help me find a way out? He took the opportunity to inquire about this person's identity. However, this time, Louis had stumbled upon a real mess. The old man did not answer directly but simply crossed his arms and replied, You have eyes but are blind. Do I look like a local here? Naturally, I've also wandered into this place by mistake. Louis felt a bit embarrassed, so he scratched his face and continued to inquire, So, do you come from Shilanzhou? But I don't sense any magic power from you at all. Suddenly mentioning magic power, the old man sat down on the ground. His sitting posture was very relaxed. Although he looked a bit ragged, he still clearly demonstrated the status of a superior being as he admonished Louis, Can magic power prove everything? The reason you cannot sense my magic power is that I wish to verify the thoughts of my cultivation, temporarily losing my magic power. Louis, encountering someone with such a cultivation method for the first time, was extremely surprised and asked back, Lose my magic power? Can magic power be restored? Seeing Louis panicking like that, the old man replied calmly, Perhaps it can be, and perhaps it cannot. At this point, Louis also realized that this old man was quite unusual. He sat down and chatted with the old man. What kind of divine seal do you practice? Why do you say you have no power? Seeing Louis continuously questioning him, the old man felt a bit annoyed. Where exactly do you come from, kid?
Is it appropriate to speak so disrespectfully to an elder? Despite being reprimanded, Louis still showed great respect. It was reasonable, he understood the situation and introduced himself. I apologize, senior. I'm just very curious. My name is Louis, and I am also a practitioner of the water seal. To elaborate, I cultivate the water seal technique.
Of course, all the introductions he gave were lies. Louis silently assessed the person sitting across from him. This old man, although a bit rigid in speech, has a gentle demeanor. Talking to him doesn't seem like an issue, but I still need to be on guard and vigilant.
The most important strength should be kept hidden for now. After Louis introduced his abilities, the old man suddenly widened his eyes, showing great interest and surprise. The water seal, you say? What a coincidence! I, too, am cultivating the power of water. I have come here precisely to enhance the offensive capacity of it. However, once I found the optimal position, it began to change. To my surprise, after failing, I directly lost my magical power. Louis was also very attentive to the old man's strange training methods. He focused intently on the story. What does changing the mind mean, old man?
The old man stroked his beard and explained patiently, there are only two types of changes: combined divine seals and developments close to the primordial magic power. The water seal is indeed very good, but its attack power is insufficient. Even if cultivated to the highest level, it cannot compare to other divine seals. Therefore, the old man has set his sights on the power of ice, namely the ice mountain seal. It comes from the mutated development of the water seal. As long as certain conditions are met, they can change into each other. There has been a great master who achieved a change from water to ice, simultaneously possessing two types of characteristics. The old man was very serious, narrating the story while using captivating body language, causing the young man Louis to widen his eyes, amazed by the new knowledge he had just received. But right after that, he frowned like a dry monkey and fell into his own thoughts. According to the old man's way of speaking, the most important thing to transform water into ice is not only that the temperature must decrease, but also to use one's own willpower to concentrate the magic power, and then directly freeze the water into ice. Although it sounds very difficult, if it can really be done, then wouldn't the water seal be considered against the heavens? Old man, why did you look down on the water seal just now? He thought to himself, I just got the water seal, let's give it a try. Even if I fail, I still have the royal power seal by my side. Having nothing to lose, Louis boldly attempted to use his new seal. He focused his magical power on the tip of his finger, then conjured a tiny drop of water. After that, the water in his hand transformed in a marvelous way, and finally turned into a small piece of ice. When the old man saw Louis succeed on the first attempt, he was amazed. His eyes widened, and he became extremely excited, rushing over to grab Louis, shaking his shoulders continuously while exclaiming, the water has turned into ice. In such a short time, you were able to succeed. Kid, have you been sent by heaven to challenge me, is that right? Louis was also very surprised by the recent success. He did not expect to succeed on his first try. Not wanting to act humble, he replied honestly, I didn't expect to succeed on my first attempt. You're getting old, being so excited like this isn't good. On THTS lo eling cho SCKHECA lo, NN T NHing DY, Ting BCGIITHCHing KHing BSTM and HHing NCTH, here it's nothing but a coincidence, really. Just now, the way you spoke had a very impactful effect. Your lack of success might not be due to insufficient effort, but rather because your impression of the water seal is too firm. This time, the old man became a student, listening attentively as Louis explained. Firm, you say? Seeing that the old man still didn't understand, Louis continued to elaborate, both you and I practiced the water seal, and we used the same method. Theoretically, if I can succeed, there's no way you could fail. The only difference I can think of is that I have just begun my training, and my understanding of the divine seal is not as deep as yours. At Louis's reasoning, the old man could only stand there in shock, as he had never considered this possibility. Noticing the old man beginning to relent, Louis also felt more at ease, stepping forward to pat the old man's shoulder and saying, I am merely a blank sheet of paper, ready to have anything drawn on it. Meanwhile, you are a complete masterpiece, making it much harder to add anything additional. The old man suddenly seemed to have an epiphany about the truth, immensely excited as he slapped Louis hard on the shoulder. So that's how it is. Why didn't I think of this before? I can't believe that an old man like me, so intelligent my whole life, has been bound by such a simple principle, and it's even less than a young lad like you. This old man claimed to have lost his magical power, yet his ordinary muscle strength was enough to make Louis feel like his ribs were about to break. Cough cough, please be gentle. He chuckled while feeling a bitter sweetness in his heart. Louis continued to question the old man's peculiar thoughts. A failed experiment and the loss of your cultivation, even though you understand the principle, it cannot help you recover. What is there to be happy about? The old man chuckled lightly and replied with deep affection, although I don't know how long it will take for my magical power to return, I do know the reason why I failed. Isn't that something to be happy about? Louis stood there, astonished and taken aback, truly unable to grasp the old man's thought process. Perhaps it's due to the generational gap between him and the old man? Louis silently re-evaluated this old man once more. The old man looks quite serious, but unexpectedly his mindset is that good. After being enlightened by Louis about a long-standing puzzlement, the old man now opened up more to him and proactively asked, "Kid, your natural talent is not bad. Since you have helped this old man resolve his thoughts, then this old man will also help you once." He continued, "The water conversion into ice is extremely simple for you, but the ice mountain seal is after all not the divine seal that you originally possess. To use the specific technique is still somewhat difficult for you." Having studied this water seal system for a long time, he was very dedicated in guiding the novice Louis. Louis asked, "So what should I do now?" As soon as he asked, the old man guided him step by step. "Now I will tell you how to proceed, and you should follow it exactly. First, you need to release the feeling of the ice hammer from earlier to condense it." Louis obediently followed. He closed his eyes, meditated, and began to condense his power. Just like last time, the mass of water quickly transformed into a sharp, exquisite piece of ice. The more the old man looked, the more he admired Louis. He did not spare any praise for the boy, for the solid, sharp, and pointy ice masses, each with a different shape that changed according to his mood. He continued to guide. "Next, use your mind to think, use your will to condense a blade." Louis was puzzled, not fully understanding how to create a blade, but still obediently practiced hard. His ice magic was advancing rapidly. Soon, he would swap places with the Ice Queen Elsa. The old man, while observing Louis practice, enjoyed his talent. He couldn't help but admire, noticing that the boy's magical power seemed quite significant. Just having learned to transform water into ice, he can immediately unleash such strong ice attributes. However, achieving success is not an easy task. Even if you have innate talent, it doesn't guarantee success right on the first try. But what he didn't know was that Louis was the protagonist of this story. Anything difficult, he could accomplish. While the old man still harbored doubts, Louis opened his eyes wide and shot out ice bayu. The small ice chunks Louis created quickly shot out and then fused together into a long, beautiful sword. Louis proudly looked at his genuine sword. He originally had a Zongyun blade, and based on the body of the Zongyun, he easily created this sword. The old man was sweating profusely, silently retracting his thoughts. Let's just say the old man didn't say anything earlier. Indeed, he could no longer underestimate Louis. Louis, like a small student who just received a high score, eagerly ran over to show the old man, "Hey, look at this." Quickly. The old man tapped his tongue with his hand, verifying the cold blade of Louis. "It looks incredibly splendid, but in reality, it is very useless. The hardness of this ice blade is insufficient and it isn't sharp enough." He didn't hesitate to point out Louis's technical flaws. "Young man, if a sword cannot last long, it is truly a waste." Louis felt a little down and sought advice from him. "Then what should I do now?" The old man closed his eyes and stroked his beard, beginning to teach the young child, "Don't rush, the path ahead is still very long. Slowly grasping it is the true principle. Once you master the structure, you will be able to create a sturdy blade. Surely, you will also be able to condense a flying dart, freezing it from afar to hold back the enemy. That is what true practical power is called."
After both sides had repaid each other, the old man felt sleepy, so he stood up and turned to bid farewell to Louis once more. Louis respectfully bowed and thanked the old man. "Thank you for your guidance, I will remember it well." The old man advised Louis before returning to his lair. "All right, from now on, you should practice more on your own. You have already learned the ice blade, so hurry up and leave this place. Don't disturb me, I need to rest." In general, that was a farewell message. Louis looked towards the deep, dark cave, with no clear way in or out. He pondered for a while still staring at the old man. Finally, he respectfully inclined his body and suggested, "Old man, you don't eat well or sleep well here. How about this? I will take you out of this place, we can go up and rest slowly, what do you think?" The old man, seemingly without any reluctance to leave Louis, was delighted at the invitation to exit the cave. He eagerly asked about this and that, up there? Although the upper area was not as secluded as here, it would certainly be much more peaceful. Louis saw the old man seemed to be a bit dazed, but still had to put on a show and say a few sentimental words. "Although you say you want to help me, I can still see that living here alone must be quite boring for you. Why don't you come with me up top? I can take care of you a bit." Louis' smooth talk only worked on a few girls and flirtatious women, it had no effect on this experienced old man. The old man stroked his beard, not hesitating to expose Louis' true intentions. "What you're saying sounds nice, but don't you want me to give you some more reasoning?" Truly a little fox. Being exposed, Louis didn't mind, he just smiled sheepishly. Hee, it's all the same anyway. Since I don't mind, the only one who should mind is the one watching. Louis was very attentive, kneeling down to serve as a horse for the old man. "Come here, you guide the way, and I will carry you out." With such dedication, driver Louis deserves a 10-star rating. The two of them teamed up to find a way to sneak out of the cave. At the same time, on the surface, in a barren area, a fierce intense battle was raging between the Khitai tribe and the Tai Dan tribe. "The warriors of Khitai, let us charge forth and kill." The spirit of the Khitai side can be said to be at its peak. The other side is not to be outdone. Even before the swords clash, we must engage in a war of words. "Archers, shoot into the back of Khitai. The rest, come with me to kill the enemy." After issuing their battle orders, both sides immediately rushed at each other like friends rushing toward a game of red flags. Arrows flew in all directions. Although both sides wore armor, in the end, they could not escape death. The battle was incredibly fierce, with both sides chopping at each other, refusing to give an inch. Far away from where the battle was taking place, there lay a strange stone atop a pile of rocks. Suddenly, that stone was dislodged from the hole it was guarding, and of course, the only one who could emerge from the hole was Louis and the old man. Seeing the sky, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Finally out. Louis stepped out of the stone cave with determination, firmly holding onto the old man, which moved him to tears. "Kid, your physical strength is quite good, isn't it? Carrying this old fool for such a long distance, and still having the strength to move a large stone like that, not bad, not bad." Louis was not too happy. Even though he was praised by the adults, he still had to pretend to be confused and look for excuses. "Not at all, this is all just something I trained for, it's just that I used to farm, it's not worth mentioning." While the two were chatting joyfully about their youth, they suddenly widened their eyes as something caught their attention. In front of them lay a multitude of corpses scattered across the grassland. Before Louis could comprehend what was happening, a Khitai suddenly yelled loudly upon spotting them, "There are still people from Tai Dan over there. They must want to take a detour to attack us. Brothers, quickly kill him for me." These people really would rather kill mistakenly than let anyone escape. Once they received the order, they united their strength and charged straight at Louis, causing him to immediately become the target of the attack. Louis stood there completely unfazed, puzzled. Why have I become one of Tai Dan? Only the old man was extremely worried about the safety of both of them. He shouted loudly, urging Louis, "Why are you still dazed? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded and beaten? You aren't scared, but I am. Quickly run away. What a pain, why did I end up with this reckless guy?" Surely the old man's heart is dancing disco in his chest. At this moment, Louis, struggling with all his might, was escaping.
They ran around the meadow unaware that their actions were being observed by the commanders of Qi Tai from above. Beside the chief of Qi Tai was Yang Baichuan, a person whom we hadn't seen for dozens of chapters. Upon seeing Louis, he immediately recognized the familiar figure. "Oh, Louis, I can't believe you are here." Indeed, heaven has not closed the door on people. This time, I finally have the opportunity for revenge. He was as delighted as if he had struck gold, unable to hide his joy. When the right moment comes, you can't hold it back. Yang Baichuan knelt down to report to the chief. The person that the Divine Wisdom Master instructed us to seek has finally appeared. Down below, suddenly a portion of the soldiers have separated and are pursuing him. The chief of Qi Tai, like many other tribes, was very superstitious and believed in divine wisdom. Upon hearing the report, he became very pleased, immediately ordering Yang Baichuan, "Great, now quickly send people to chase after him. We must capture him alive, and also report the news outside. I believe the divine spirits will surely come to reward us." Yang Baichuan easily gained trust and received orders immediately. Don't think that only Qi Tai has observatories several meters high. On the Taidan side, the chief was also watching the performance with a cheerful and surprised expression, as the chief here was a modern man. He was capped in cap, sitting in an authoritative posture. He was also sharp-eyed and could see Louis playing cat and mouse under the lush green prairie. To confirm his thoughts, he requested the telescope to be brought out, and when zoomed in, they saw Louis in his familiar outfit. It couldn't be wrong. The people of the tribe were extremely surprised. Could this outfit belong to our comrade? They recognized the urgent situation, and without waiting for anyone to confirm, they immediately ordered, "The people of the Qi Tai tribe are chasing a soldier carrying an old man. Quickly send someone to rescue our compatriot." Meanwhile, Louis was sprinting like a marathon runner, secretly cursing his recent luck. "What bad luck I have, just went out and already encountered a scene of being chased and shot at, and being seen as an assassin too. It seems my luck has been quite awful lately. What a shame, he must have consumed too much of the spirit dew, so he was no longer favored by the heavens." The old man suddenly spoke up, "Youngster, carrying this old fellow will come with many limitations. How about we part ways here? You can go on your own." Louis refused and struggled fiercely. "No way." He pleaded and tried to convince the old man, "To be honest with you, while I do have the intention of taking advantage of you, you truly are a good fit for me. I'm not the kind of person who would abandon my companions and leave alone like this. Moreover, I'm not someone without the strength to resist." Seeing Louis so trustworthy, the old man fell silent. To prove his strength, Louis emitted strands of water magic. The old man thought to himself, "He has quite a bit of magical power. It seems this kid has been hiding a lot." The strands of water quickly transformed into ice through Louis's ice magic. He signaled, and the sharp shards of ice pierced the hearts of several Qi Tai members. They could only watch as blood flowed, weeping, their legs going cold. Just when they thought they had escaped calamity, suddenly, before Louis, they were stopped by a spear. Louis looked up and saw a tall, fair-skinned man, boasting, preparing to attack him. "This path is blocked, you can't escape." Oh my god, suddenly Louis has become a top-tier celebrity. Both in front and behind him, he is surrounded by fans with no gaps in between. He looks around, frowning and sweating. This situation won't be easy to handle. The loudest person from the Qi Tai side boldly declared, "The chief has commanded, this person is the one that divine wisdom wants to kill. All Qi Tai warriors, let's work together to capture him. We cannot let another tribe steal our achievements. I am willing to give everything for divine wisdom, to strengthen our Qi Tai. Anyone who is afraid can go home." Louis is not afraid, as he still needs to analyze the words of that person, divine wisdom. It seems that when Shin and the others haven't completely left here, they specifically informed the tribe to start a war to push me into a dead end. Just waiting for the command to echo from both sides, the Qi Tai warriors charged forward, ready to spear Louis. First, he let the old man down to ensure his safety. The old man was not afraid, but simply sighed, "If only my power were still here, that would be good." Louis reassured the old man, "Don't worry, this trouble was caused by me, so I should handle it myself." He glared and silently cursed that bastard Wenshin and Shilanzhao. Perhaps you could kill me directly, but on this deserted island, all cultivators, you still can't say anything. Having finished preparing, Louis began to activate his Divine King seal. Golden magic power appeared, enveloping him, causing the old man to be extremely surprised for a moment. Golden magic power? Could it be that he not only transformed the water seal into the ice mountain seal but also transformed it into another body seal? A foolish Kitai raised his stick, wanting to smash it into Louis's head, thinking he was off guard. Foolishness leads to death, not illness. Without saying a word, Louis shot through the air like a flash of lightning. Just one move from him was enough to wipe out all three nearby. Not allowing the others to continue attacking, Louis moved quickly like a ninja, darting back and forth. His speed was so extraordinary that the Kitai people had no time to react, only able to exclaim, "So fast!" Louis used his spell to punch the ground, and immediately the ground shook, throwing away those standing nearby. Not stopping there, Louis also continued to shoot lightning directly, pushing back all those who wanted to approach him. They were all pushed back, stumbling away. Now it was time for them to start worrying. This was the power of a god. He and divine wisdom were of the same kind. Upon realizing that he was a god, Kitai was indeed very panicked, taking to his heels and fleeing. After finishing this round, Louis was exhausted, breathing heavily. My magic power is only a quarter left. Acting like this is just to make others wary and avoid me. Next, as long as nothing goes wrong, I and the old man can smoothly escape from here. Louis thought it would be nice, but the reality was much harsher. The members of the Kitai tribe seemed to have become much smarter and recognized his tricks. The leader encouraged morale, leading the group to continue attacking him. Warriors, do not be afraid. Even if he is a servant of the gods, his strength cannot be infinite. Just now he unleashed a big move, so he must not have much power left. Let us work together to capture him for the honor of the tribe. All for honor, they shouted in unison and simultaneously advanced to capture Louis. At this moment, he was also startled and panicked. What the heck is going on? When did the minds of these tribespeople become so agile? Is there someone behind them giving them advice? Damn it! I was not intending to use heavy weapons, but you are forcing my hand. Without thinking much, he immediately conjured a gun from his ring. However, before he could even threaten or pull the trigger, 3 gunshots suddenly rang out, hitting the heads of the 3 Kitai men. Seeing the enemies suddenly lying spread eagle as they were rewarded with candy, Louis felt extremely confused about the situation. Clearly, I haven't fired a shot yet. From behind, a powerful voice rang out, temporarily suppressing fire to cover our comrades' withdrawal. He turned around to see soldiers firing rapidly at the Kitai. At that moment, Louis's eyes widened in surprise. Before the first surprise could fade, another one hit him. Someone from the Kitai revealed the identities of those behind Louis. Get out of the way. The Tai Dan people have brought divine weapons to assist us. Tai Dan? Louis wondered, looking at them with a hint of realization. No wonder they see me as a Tai Dan person. It turns out, Tai Dan is a modernized tribe. Looking at their equipment, it might be similar to Zhu Yun. They must have all fallen down here together. The old man sitting nearby was also watching the unusual soldiers in uniforms intently and remarked, "This bizarre appearance has such power, it's truly interesting." When Kitai retreated, a Tai Dan soldier finally spoke to Louis, "Bro, hurry and retreat with us. The ammunition is running low, you need to conserve your usage." He was very considerate, tossing Louis a brand new clip of ammunition. Louis felt incredibly grateful and replied, "Thank you." Louis was secretly pleased. With their help, I can safely get the old man out of here. Along the way, I can also recover my magical power to deal with unexpected situations. Louis also noticed that the Tai Dan people were using tribal communication with each other, just like modern people. We've rescued our fellow tribesmen and are preparing to return. End of report. The person on the other end of the line also gave quick commands. The Kitai tribe has stopped attacking but has no intention of retreating. You should head back directly to the tribe. The soldier replied, "Received orders." The soldier took the command and continued to protect Louis while carrying the old man back to the Tai Dan tribe. The Khitai side also quickly received news from the battlefield. The Tai Dan tribe has sent divine soldiers to reinforce. We have suffered serious losses. Hearing the report from the village chief Khitai, he angrily kicked the chair away and shouted, "A bunch of worthless idiots. With divine wisdom protecting us, yet we can't even handle a group of thugs. What should we do next?" He seemed to have a lot of confidence in Yang Baichuan and sought his opinion. Yang Baichuan also felt frustrated, pondering for a moment before proposing a strategy. "In my humble opinion, we might as well directly engage with Tai Dan, prolong the time while directing the divine servants to come here." Terrified, it seemed like every time they met, Yang Baichuan appeared to be increasingly darkened. At the same time, Louis had been safely escorted back to the Tai Dan tribe. In that tribe, unexpectedly, the groups of Guan Lingyu and Zhu Yun appeared. Guan Lingyu was pressuring Zhu Yun, interrogating him, "Is what you said true?" Zhu Yun was sweating profusely, trying to find the right words to respond. "Young lady, everything I said is completely accurate. At that time, we used a telescope to look, and we truly saw Louis." Poor Zhu Yun, now trapped in a submissive position, couldn't even speak ill of Louis. Lu Jin was much more unruly. He was afraid that Zhu Yun wouldn't understand spoken language, so he decided to use his fists to communicate. "But we've waited so long and still haven't seen anything. Are you trying to fool us?" Zhu Yun was frightened and tried to explain. "Lu, look, I've learned your language well enough. How could I possibly deceive you? Maybe Louis will arrive shortly." While Zhu Yun was scared out of his wits, fortunately, the door swung open and Louis walked in. As soon as they saw him, everyone cheered joyfully, "Big brother Louis." This time, without deferring to Guan Lingyu or Guan Xiaofei, Miao immediately lunged at him, crying and hugging him. Louis was taken by surprise, unable to react in time. Soon after, he was attacked by the other girls all at once. Seeing the lovely and cheerful girls still thriving and well, Louis couldn't help but tease a bit. "Honestly, without me, you all seem quite free." Guan Xiaofei cried until her eyes were red, playfully hitting Louis. "You're so mean, all you do is talk nonsense." After the family reunion, the wife's children gathered around the husband. Lu Jin just started a live stream to welcome Louis. "Lu, as long as I see you're okay, I can rest easy." Louis was not the least bit shy, full of confidence in himself. "You know what I'm capable of. What could possibly happen to me?" At that moment, Xiaofei appeared, shy as could be. Xiaofei thanked him for saving himself. "Louis, thank you." Louis, one arm around a girl, replied happily, "If you could risk your life to save me, I'd want to save you too. That's my principle." Having benefited from Louis's kindness, Xiaofei now felt deeply remorseful and expressed a request. "I know I may have done many foolish things in the past, but after going through this, I've come to understand. From now on, I'll follow you. If you say east, I will definitely not go west. I hope you can accept me." Louis didn't want to hold a grudge over small matters. He no longer saw Xiaofei as an enemy, so he would continue talking later. "For now, you should focus on recovering." The moment Louis returned was truly a blessing for Zhu Yun. He sighed in relief, plopping down on the ground. "Finally, he's back. If he had come back any later, I really would have been beaten." After a passionate embrace and kiss, Louis finally remembered an important question he needed to ask. "By the way, why is everyone here? And isn't that Zhu Yun? Is this Pear's territory?" To recap for those who may not remember, Pear is the lieutenant colonel who appeared alongside Zhu Yun earlier. Guan Xiaofei began to explain to Louis, "This is a long story. We were directly transported back to the previous place by the big tree, as we got separated from you. We were worried you wouldn't be able to find us, so we had to stay put and wait for you." Guan Lingyu added, "But the next day, we couldn't wait for you any longer. Instead, we ended up waiting for someone who called himself Lieutenant Cap. He took Zhu Yun outside. It seems that by doing this, we directly broke the boundary. We thought he was causing trouble to teach them a lesson, but Cap directly brought them out to surrender. As for Pear and his people, they were dealt with by Cap before we went out." Louis was a bit confused and asked again, "Dealt with? Aren't they fellow countrymen?" Guan Xiaofei replied honestly, it seems that there was a grudge between them in the past, something to do with a woman. But as for the specific situation, I didn't ask too much.
Guan Lingyu also shared his insights with Louis.
This person is truly a big character. He and his tribe, along with Per and the others, scattered and landed, and within just 6 months, they have taken over a tribe. Louis became more and more curious. If he just took over a tribe, then where were the people of that tribe before? Guan Lingyu pointed to the people living behind him. They merged with the other side, and now they are still in the tribe as Lucky Charms. Miao also joined the conversation. In the past 5 days, from the moment we set out until now, Cap has continuously searched for his compatriots who were met with misfortune.
He even said he wanted to protect them.
Even Suing participated in the conversation. Although he hasn't found anyone, at least he has found you.
Louis nodded, resting his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, wait, has it really been 5 days? I feel like not even a day has passed.
In response to Louis's confusion, the old man with gray hair spoke up to help explain. There are some hidden realms where time flows differently than outside.
This is not unusual. Louis quietly sighed, recalling the peculiar totem. Is that the secret realm?
It seems the location of that totem is indeed very special, which is why such a place was formed.
So, was it a stroke of luck that I was brought to that place, or is there something else behind it?
While he was lost in thought, the girls began to interrogate him. Who is this old man? Louis scratched his head and extended his hand to introduce the person he had just brought back. Seeing all of you, I am so happy that I forgot to introduce. This person is a senior whom I met in the secret realm.
I could come out thanks to the senior's blessing.
Fortunately, the person Louis brought back was an old man and not a woman, so the sisters of the Guan family were very sincere, clasping their hands in gratitude to the old man. Thank you for bringing Louis out. The old man, being elderly and frail, had run around all day long, and without being overly courteous, he said, there's no need to thank me. If you want to show gratitude to this old man, then just arrange a normal place for me to stay. This journey has tired me out quite a bit. Xia Fei was understanding and warmly welcomed the old man. Sir, please follow me. I will show you to a place to rest. They had just left when Zhu Yun brought out a blond man, Lieutenant Cap. The man had a beaming face and extended his hand to greet Louis. It's very good to meet you, Mr. Liu.
I've heard of your reputation for a long time.
I am currently the chief of the Tai Dan tribe. I didn't expect us to go the wrong way, but it turns out we have the opportunity to rescue you. Louis immediately shook hands with the man in front of him and sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your previous rescue, Chief Cap. I appreciate you taking care of my friends. The man chuckled in response. No, Mr. Liu is joking.
I understand you, Mr. Liu, and I know that your abilities could actually eliminate them completely. The skills of your friends are also extraordinary.
I merely provided a resting place for them, it was nothing special. Louis was unsure of how to express his gratitude. You are all too kind.
You gentlemen are truly polite. I do not know how to repay you.
While saying this, Louis was taking out a pile of firearms as a gift to show his gratitude. He also expressed his plan. However, after thanking you, I must address this matter.
To avoid bothering everyone, I will take them away 2 days from now.
When Louis noticed the intention to leave early, the others could no longer keep it a secret and stated their desire honestly. Since Mr. Liu has shown such goodwill, I will not hide anymore.
To be honest, I want you to stay here and help me.
Louis found this person extremely interesting but pretended to be aloof to test the other party's intentions. If you are aware of our situation and agree to let us stay here, aren't you afraid that the gods here will punish you? The person confidently replied to Louis, the outsiders like us have been locked up in this place with no way to contact the outside world. Whether it is the local people here or the powerful gods, they all have the ability to decide our fate.
In such a situation, what difference does it make if they come quickly or slowly?
They will not spare Mr. Liu, nor will they spare us. Even though Mr. Liu has extraordinary abilities and is not afraid of them, dealing with their pursuit can be quite troublesome. Although we are weak, we could say that, as you mentioned, unity is strength, even many can bite the elephant to death. Having spoken such a long monologue to persuade, if Louis did not agree, he would surely lose a great opportunity. He stood up and seriously agreed, "Alright, I can lend you a hand, as a way to repay your help to Guan Xiaofei." Although his words were few, his thoughts were numerous. Understanding in a one-sided way does not represent the whole person, but right now, in this situation, Cap can help me deal with the external troubles, while I just need to focus on my cultivation to reach peak strength, enough to deal with Wen Shen. Cap immediately accepted Louis's agreement, eagerly jumping up and down, shaking Louis's hand. "Welcome, Mr. Liu, to the team." His excessive enthusiasm made Louis feel embarrassed and want to slip away. No need to be polite. "I see this as benefiting myself as well. Please arrange a quiet place for me to stay, so I can prepare to confront the deity." Cap was like an eager puppy welcoming a guest. "Then how about you stay with young Lady Guan? It just so happens that it fits well with everyone's relationship. I won't disturb your reunion anymore. If there's anything, you can instruct Thai dance people and then come find me." He understood that couples needed time to nurture their feelings, so he wouldn't intrude any further. Louis thanked with a word, then turned back to his several sisters-in-law. Niu intimately held his hand and suggested, "You've definitely been tired these past few days, right? Come on, let's go back, I'll cook for you. Just rest well." Louis was both surprised and happy to be cared for by his beloved. "You can cook as well?" As if to show off, she wrapped her arms around him and pressed his face into her chest, confidently saying, "Don't forget that I'm a wilderness expert, I know a lot." Only Niu and Louis were enjoying themselves, laughing heartily together. As for the other girls, they began to grow jealous, their eyes burning with envy. Louis was accompanied back home by all 4 girls. Lu Jin was too familiar with this scene to feel jealousy anymore, but he had a great worry for Louis. He clasped his hands and prayed for his brother, "Big boss, take care on the way back." Recalling the pitch-black meals that looked like they were poison that Niu had prepared, Lu Jin felt like he wanted to puke. Louis was led into a spacious, airy house. In the kitchen, each girl was busy with their tasks. One was boiling water, another was stoking the fire. Guan Xiaofei was very excited to begin cooking. "In a moment, each of us will make 2 dishes for Louis to enjoy." Both Guan Lingyu and Suing joyfully responded, "No problem at all." "Do you recognize the issue?" That's right, Niu was not present in that kitchen. Meanwhile, Louis was happily indulging, soaking in the tub all by himself, relaxing to the point of bliss. The renovations of Tai Dan tribe were quite good, with several everyday utensils fully provided, much more comfortable than when he was at Guangshi. As he closed his eyes to savor the moment, he suddenly heard a strange noise. He opened his eyes and found Niu, naked, slipping into the tub without him noticing. She was irresistibly seductive as she moved closer to Louis, wrapping her arms around him. Louis broke out in a sweat, inquiring, "Niu, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be cooking?" Niu pouted and snitched on the other wives, "I really wanted to cook for you, but they were worried you'd be lonely all by yourself, so they sent me to keep you company." It turned out her cooking skills had become legendary among everyone, to the extent that whenever she approached the dangerous area, they all had to put up a sign saying the kitchen is an important place, Mo was forbidden to enter. Niu leaned in and whispered into Louis's ear, "Although I really know how to cook, they criticized my cooking as being not delicious. They worry that I might turn the food into a chemical weapon, so they never let me into the kitchen again. I think if I can't cook for you, then I have to quickly find another way to serve you." Louis found it increasingly hard to breathe, swallowing hard. Let Niu take care of little Louis. The stream flowing through the dense forest carried with it the tadpoles, which were the only 2 paintings depicting the joyful times of the 2 young friends. At the same time, in the Qi Tai tribe, Jin Yuli had arrived. Louis went into Tai Dan tribe? Is this news true? He cast a glance at Yang Baichuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Yang Baichuan humbly confirmed, "The news is indeed true. It has been confirmed that the Tai Dan tribe has been taken over by outsiders, and their rescue of Louis clearly aims to protect him." Jin Yuli simply praised, "Good, I see. His life, I will take myself. After this is done, I will also reward you all." Yang Baichuan did not withdraw yet because he had his own considerations. Although the strength of the divine servant was profound and unpredictable, Louis was also cunning and resourceful. He silently thought, although this divine servant did not make it clear, the injury on his arm is clearly caused by modern weapons. I'm afraid that this is the work of Louis. He vaguely guessed that this person had a deep-seated grudge against Louis, so he began to pretend to be someone who was always bullied by Louis to condemn him. My lord, although I believe you are someone who can easily bring Louis down to the ground and rub his face in it, this Louis is truly a devil. He is cunning and treacherous, and there is no evil deed he won't commit. I'm genuinely worried for your safety. Jean Yuli asked, are you saying that I cannot contend with Louis? Seeing Jean Yuli misunderstanding, Yang Baichuan immediately bowed his head and pleaded to save his own life. No, that is not what I meant. I believe that your noble body, suffering even a little injury, is like the pain in my heart. Therefore, I implore you to take us out together. I understand Louis well, I can definitely assist you. Jean Yuli gritted his teeth, exuding a murderous aura that made Yang Baichuan shiver. Then suddenly he sat down heavily in his chair, smirking in agreement with Yang Baichuan's suggestion. I can clearly see your respect for your god. I can take you along, but at the same time, I also want to know your thoughts. Yang Baichuan's expression changed as quickly as flipping a pancake. A moment ago he was afraid, but now he was extremely cheerful. My lord, the Taidan tribe where Louis is currently located was formed by the soldiers of our world. Right now, what they rely on is a weapon called a gun. Although the power of the gun is very strong against the people here, it is, after all, just a consumable item. Once used, it will become useless. Therefore, my first suggestion is to lead us to consume their weapons. Once their weapons are all used up, the people of Taidan will turn into a bunch of powerless ants. Yang Baichuan, while performing his trick, let out a sinister chuckle. What if Louis is strong? He is all alone, and we cannot contend with you. At that time, capturing him and killing all his people so that he completely collapses would surely be better, right? Jean Yuli seemed to fully agree with this opinion. He laughed boisterously and entrusted an important task to Yang Baichuan. Very good, you take care of this. As long as you do well, the power granted to you will not be out of the question. Yang Baichuan bowed continuously to express his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely complete the task perfectly. The group of Yang Baichuan went outside, leaving Jean Yuli alone in the room, wearing a proud smile. Louis, this time I see where you can run to. If you think you can catch me, I'm Louis, who is now busy digesting a bunch of food that the lovely wives prepared for me. Who said having many wives is good? 1 wife, 2 dishes, 3 wives, 6 dishes like this. Louis is about to become a pig. Louis was busy being a king when he heard a call from Cap outside. Is Mr. Liu there? I am very sorry to disturb your rest time. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Louis immediately invited the chief in. Chief Cap, the door isn't locked, you can just come in directly. As soon as the person entered, Louis also sat properly, retracting his slack demeanor from before. He also guessed that something bad had happened. Could it be that the Kitai tribe is facing a major issue? Cap, with a serious tone, reported the situation. You guessed correctly, just now, my intelligence officer told me that the Kitai tribe is gathering people to prepare to attack us. Louis slammed the table and stood up, unwilling to believe the news so fast. Cap also shared his speculation. They have divine wisdom and the god of BC to support them. Perhaps the god of BC has returned. Maybe they want to borrow the power of the god of BC to deal with us. Louis asked, so, do you know the name of their god of BC? In response to Louis's question, the other person could only shrug. Although I am not a local doctor, blindly worshipping the gods, we have only ever heard their titles and never known their real names. Not being able to know the identity of the other person made Louis extremely uncomfortable, grinding his teeth in thought. Not knowing their name, I can't make any guesses. Who exactly did Winshin send, or did he bring Jean Yuli here to encircle and kill me? If it's someone behind me now, they still don't have enough strength to resist. But if it's someone from before, then I might be in a bit of trouble. Louis anxiously asked, have they set out yet? Cap replied, they should be getting close in about half a day. At this response, Louis realized that he no longer had time to play and dance. He took the initiative to suggest to Cap, "It seems we don't have much time left, so you and I should work together to set up defenses."
Guan Xiaofei, with a puppy-like gaze of grievance, shook Louis. "Are you going to abandon us again?"
This guy certainly feared the most that his wives would be sad.
Louis turned around, gently held her hand, and comforted her. "Don't worry, everyone is my trump card. I will definitely not forget you all." The ammunition in Cap's hands won't be enough to fend off so many Kitai.
"We need you all to block their paths and wear down the enemy's forces.
But first, I need you all to go look for that old man."
Suddenly, Louis broke into a very perplexing smile. He didn't explain anything further and immediately left, leaving the girls feeling puzzled. That night, as expected, the Kitai tribe arrived in droves to pay a visit. A sniper soldier reported from above, "The Kitai tribe has appeared." In the rear of the battlefield, Captain Command led the troops and ordered the snipers, "First, hold your positions and let them advance forward." At this moment, Captain Command felt a bit anxious about his side. "Our resources, due to the battle, will gradually decrease, and the power supply will also slowly diminish. In this battle, we can only rely on Louis." Louis was currently standing high, observing the situation, with Lu Jin right behind him. He reported the number of enemy troops to Louis. Kitai leads nearly 100 people, with Jin Yuli as the leader. However, Wen Xin is still not seen. It seems that Wen Xin is still too arrogant. He believes that Jin Yuli alone can handle me. Louis simply replied and leaped down the slope, preparing to commence the battle. "It's time to give them a grand surprise."
Lu Jin enthusiastically responded, "No problem."
As Louis landed on the ground, the order to kill was given. The enemies were masked individuals, completely different from the Kitai soldiers Louis had encountered before. The soldiers behind took aim and signaled, "Attention everyone, the enemy has entered an effective firing range, prepare." He hadn't finished his sentence when Louis realized the problem and interjected, "Don't shoot. This is their slave, their main goal is to exhaust our ammunition." The soldiers were sent forward to deal with them. These men secretly admired Louis's cunning and quickly retreated, leaving the combat to those armed with spears and bows to strike and defend the tribe. Cheers and orders echoed continuously.
Soon after, a tense battle between the two tribes erupted.
Not only were arrows flying all over the place, but even beasts were summoned. Kitai relied on the massive polar bears to crush Tai Dan's men. Realizing the situation was changing, Louis ordered the soldiers holding guns, "Open fire on those cavalry, we cannot let them be, otherwise, they will invade us, and the losses will grow larger."
Louis aimed at the opponent's cavalry and fired.
The soldiers with guns quickly obeyed the order and signaled an entire army armed with firearms to eliminate all those dangerous targets. However, Louis was still very anxious. The sniper had yet to locate the commanders fighting and the leader of the opposing tribe. Louis understood a simple principle: to catch a thief, one must first capture the king.
Moreover, we can attack from a distance.
As long as we can deal with the leader opposite us, no matter how numerous the Kitai army is, they will not be able to unite. The soldier beside him was sweating and hesitating to report, "Sorry, Mr. Liu." They usually can see the differences, but once they are in battle, they all dress the same, so it's not easy for the snipers to tell them apart. Louis felt a bit annoyed, rubbed his temples, and thought to himself, "Forget it, it seems they have specially arranged their tactics." Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. "Wait, what is that noise?" Louis turned around and saw a strange phenomenon. There are even iron shields behind? This kind of tiered design is not from divine wisdom, it must have been made by modern people. It seems that they also have someone modern on their side. The opposing forces, fully armored, showed no fear and began shooting arrows to eliminate the Kitai warriors. The plan quickly changed, restoring the actions according to the original plan.
"We cannot allow them to break through, the remaining defense line will be left to us."
The soldiers no longer used guns but switched to grenades, causing destruction everywhere on the battlefield. Massive explosions occurred one after another, sending clouds of dust flying everywhere.
Louis shouted loudly, giving orders through the intercom, "Lingyu, Guan Xiaofei, you two can move now."
The girls were incredibly joyful and excited, cheering, "Okay."
Finally, we can act. My legs are about to go numb.
Louis also confidently smiled, recalling the charity classes that everyone had undergone with their special teacher. Before the battle, I begged the old man to explain in detail all the lessons about magic. Everyone improved in controlling magic because of that. They even managed to figure out different ways to use magic by themselves.
This battle will not be like the last time. Louis and Lu Jin felt at ease as they ran to another location, searching for their prey. On Kitai's side, it seemed they had gained the upper hand on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, all the soldiers suddenly ran back in panic. The commander was extremely annoyed, scolding them, "What are you running for? Do you want to desert?" The soldiers, still running for their lives, didn't forget to defend themselves. "They have great killing power, we are absolutely no match for them." The commander did not realize the real demons they had to face, so he remained very confident. "We are many, so what are we afraid of? Aren't we fighting a war of attrition?" Suddenly, a cluster of small bubbles appeared above his head. "What is this?" The man had just begun to wonder when, in an instant, those water bubbles unleashed electrical shocks that threw all those trying to escape into chaos. They screamed in agony, their mouths filled, until their flesh was burned to ashes. Guan Xiaofei and Guan Lingyu had just arrived, joyfully high-fiving each other. "Our combination is truly amazing." Guan Xiaofei seemed very excited about this fun. "Sister, there are still many enemies left to deal with. We should keep pushing a little more, right?" Seeing the great demon appear, the remaining Kitai members were so scared that they wet their pants, disregarding everything and running amok. "Run! I don't want to die. I'm just an unwilling young man dragged here." But the supergirls were not just two. In front of this crowd, suddenly, enormous roots appeared, blocking all paths and surrounding them. Dual movements, Neo soared like the wind over Su Ying's works, then unleashed the wind blades. The winds of hers turned into sharp weapons, slicing through the unfortunate characters. Kitai's situation was getting worse. Yang Baichuan crouched down, urgently reporting to Jin Yuli, "Sir, the people from Taidan, after circling behind to launch a surprise attack, have restricted some of our forces, but Lu Yi's people have also appeared and killed a large number of our men. They possess very strong abilities, and we are completely no match for them. I implore you to take action." Yang Baichuan was extremely angry at this moment, gritting his teeth in jealousy. "Lu Yi is one thing, but why do Guan Xiaofei and the others have such strength as well, while we do not?" Jin Yuli remained calm, beginning his own campaign. He even brought Yang Baichuan along for this hunting venture. "It's not enough to just go on the offensive, let's go capture someone first." Yang Baichuan grinned mischievously, eagerly leading the way. "Sir, they are right up ahead." The two of them ventured deep into the forest, still unaware that all of their actions had been completely observed by Louis. "You are standing on a tall tree, smiling because everything is going according to your plan." With Xiao Fei and his group surrounding to eliminate the rear, Jin Yuli indeed cannot sit still. Meeting an old friend, Louis is not hesitant to curse at him. "Ha, Yang Baichuan, you are truly like an eel, a slippery liar that is hard to catch. I mentioned that the strategy of Kitai seems to have a modern scent. So it turns out that the damn thing you are still playing tricks." He kept his cold expression, raised his gun aiming to shoot. "Today I will let you die here." With just a squeeze of the trigger, the bullet struck straight into Yang Baichuan's head. Jin Yuli dodged, shooting at the person while stepping aside. He paid no attention to the one with blood pouring from his head, for he was still busy greeting Louis. "Oh, I hadn't sought you out, yet you came first. What's up, in a hurry to seek death like this?" Seeing the arrogant demeanor of Jin Yuli, Louis did not hesitate to respond, along with Lu Jin, "No, I hurried to kill you." Their battle officially began. On Jin Yuli's side, the accompanying people quickly leaped up to challenge Louis. But before they could do anything, they were completely blocked by Lu Jin's firewall. "I am your opponent. I can't let you interfere with the boss's revenge fight." Lu Jin confidently handled the three of them alone. Meanwhile, Jin Yuli was extremely angry and couldn't help but rush forward, wanting to punch Louis. Louis simply dodged this attack in an instant. Jin Yuli began to taunt Louis, "Is that all you can do, just dodge?" As he spoke,
he continued to launch high-quality kicks, but none landed. Louis remained calm, conversing intimately with genially, "No, I can also." He didn't finish his sentence but suddenly jumped back, leaving genially in a daze, his legs still in midair. "Take a life." Louis completed the rest of his sentence, and suddenly, countless swords appeared around him. He commanded all of them at once, shooting straight toward Jean Yuli's men. Now, not only did he have one hole but he had become Louis's sword rack as well. He stood still, unable to utter a single word. Louis stepped closer and delivered his final words to the young talent Jean Yuli. "Jean Yuli, you have been arrogant for so long, yet you did not expect that one day you would be controlled by someone using just one move, did you? Your defeat against me is not due to a difference in strength, but rather because of your own arrogance." Jean Yuli collapsed in front of Louis, unable to engage in a last verbal sparring match with him when, from a distance, an old man approached with words of praise. "It seems you have mastered the Ice Mountain seal proficiently. The ice blade you created is quite sharp as well. The difference in strength is indeed not large, but your talent far exceeds his." Louis respectfully thanked the old man. "I still owe my gratitude to your guidance." Jean Yuli, battered and bruised, his face pale and his legs feeling as cold as ice, still managed to look closely at the old man's face. He was astonished and exclaimed the identity of the old man. "Is that you, the master sorcerer?" After that, his eyes turned white, signaling that a vengeance had come to the altar. The old man observed Jean Yuli's condition and commented nonchalantly, "His injuries are too severe, combined with his mental state, this time he is truly finished." The old man turned to Louis and said, "No one can annoy others like you, kid. The last time we met, you were just an ordinary practitioner. Meeting again, you have become a cultivator of a different level than him. If he's not angry, who would be?" Louis, filled with respect, humbly replied, "Master is just joking. I still need to put in more effort to catch up to someone of your level." The old man furrowed his brows, exposing Louis's change in attitude. "Kid, just a few days ago you were calling me old man, and now you're calling me master? All these titles of grandmaster and so on are mere empty names. Right now, I'm just an ordinary old man." Louis found it difficult to deal with this quirky person. However, he couldn't be too casual with him. "I'm calling you that out of respect, purely out of politeness. Why are you complaining about me? The situation is quite complicated. Didn't you risk coming out here just to see the enemies die?" The old man suddenly stroked his beard and said pensively, "I came here, of course, to witness an event that will help me confirm an answer." Louis curiously asked, "What exactly do you want to determine?" The old man suddenly looked Louis straight in the eye and asked, "Do you still want to worship me, the Grandmaster Yin Fu Quan, as your master?"